Chapter 1 A Thousand-Year Dream. No. Upon the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the Tongtian master, Hawas engaged in the final preparations for establishing Stiching Sandak heaving sanctification, suddenly opened his eye as Sand Kud, Delputex claimed loudly, Master, watchable Sia? Hearing Master Saukri, his foremost devoted disciple approached, their face setted with concern. I am Fineu Mera turn toy or cultivation, the master ressured, casting Gaglan Sathis disciples, whose faces bore expressions of worry, before calming Eisener turmoil and Where those visions genuine? I said a message from Father God, or have Isa combedtoiner demons? Once his disciples departed, the master's countenance see turn edge rave. Justment surlier, wily and thethro soft meditation, for a sanctification, Hahadzimingly drifted into a dream. In this dream, the Tongtian master traversed countless epochs, witnessing the cataclysmic wear off witchinth demon, and the downfall of Tetwa great clan soft teprimordialara. Heba healtherizave humanity, hobi kamathi central protagonist soft teprimordial world. Yet, he'll sow witness see daseneth at philethum with despair within the extermination of immortals array. The four great suggests conspired against them, including two Fieselder brothers. In their ray of 10,000 immortals, the teaching soft Jiajal were utterly obliterated. Akintothefit soft dragon, Phoenix, and Chielin, ho had been cast off theste jeef teprimordial heavens. Father God, ario what empting to warn? The master pondered, uncertain whether thighs wasted divine alert from Pangu Father Goder mural manifestation of so misgivings. It seems that the establishment of my teaching smospa postponed. The Tongtian master could no ascertain have veracity of tvijagud whiteness, wishing to confirm thy authenticity before proceeding this plans. If they were reamer fabrications, their soul toffee sown delusions, then hold as mismiss them. However, if they were indeed true, the master would havito, proceed with yet most caution henceforth. According to the visions, the demon emperor de Junant the demon impressi ha will soon give birth to princes, inviting the myriad clans of teprimordial realm to a grand feast. Their eyes nourished to establishment teaching shall observe what hair events and full das depicted in the dream. The Tongtian master resolved to ascertain the reality of events foretold in his dreams, so he could determine what her the were genuine or not. As foretold, the demon empress Sia Wilberton, princess fourth demon emperor, will shout an extend invitation stole that clans off teprimordial realm to breatine the heaven-like court. Time flouden, and a millennium swiftly passed. As anticipation swelled within the master, newses pre-ad throughout her primordial realm, that's I had of in birth to Thayan golden crows, and I wasting a grand banquet for the myriad clans. I said true? Have a the visions from me dream schemato fruition? Upon Kunlun Mountain, the Tongtian master's expression weighs a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. The manifestation of this dream indicateth the tal, had whiteness it would indeed transpire. If he did not prepare an advance, Hugh inevitably fast the same fatigue depicted in his visions. Absolutely not. It shall no tal of zines from me dreams still materialize. The determination in the master's gazuus resolute could not permit this devoted disciples, who averred him a sapphire, to suffer such it is malfate. In the conclusion of that dream, Hahadsi and Himselfim prisoned within the Xiao palace, while a countless disciple smit with tragic sins. To bound by the list of deities, losing their freedom, wastes among them fortunate outcomes. Themis tragic fate involvedeth in obliteration, while ethers were forcibly converted bethetwo Western saints, entering Buddhist Padhan losing their free will. Only the Wudong Holy Mother had narrow lie escaped calamity, preserving Gethret of flinage of fourth Jiajal. Sachat is malaut kumuasama think Tongtian master could navir allow town full before his eyes. How can it prevent a loaf this from occurring? The master bodhi shading contemplation, pondering the possibility is so favoriting, dystrophic fate. Above all, it must no treliant homing purple kai granted be hung June for my sanctification. From the visions, it is clear that homing purple kai has been tampered with be hongjuing. After period of reflection, the master discerned the crucial point he could not depend on homing purple kai for his ascension. The dream indicated that the saints were resignificant, like constrained be hongjuan leazus influence. Tolter the fati of Jiajal, the Tongtian master could no tak of his sanctification otherwise, Alafort swold being vainvin. He had considered the possibility of Noda establishing Gadaking, yet after further contemplation, had dismissed this notion. Firstly, while soft the dipple soft jiajal very dinmerit, most held profound respect for the master and were earnest for soft Dao. If he did not establish Adaking, manyoft hesadis a ples would struggle to surviveth the impending calamity of Twitchin demon. Secondly, since Hongjian Washtamingth conferred deity calamity, Huled notaloth master to abstain from establishing Adaking. At present, the Tongtian Jiao master lacked the power to oppose Hongjuan. It must devise a stratagith talos mato establish Jiajiao without invoking Theonatmerit soft creation, thereby avoiding Theatin Mintoff sanctification. The master ruminated desperately on how to prevent Theomedia sanctification, thought would follow the established Mintoff's teachings. Shudother powerful being soft teprimordial realm learn oft master's intentions, it would undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar. Sanctification waste a covet aspiration for all powerful figure soft teprimordial realm, yet Tongtian Jiao master na sought a way to avoid such a fate. Eureka! After moment of contemplation, the Tongtian Jiao master's eyes sudden lie sparkled with inspiration. Has summoned the exquisitine to spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, having conceived a plan. The master intended to canal all themerit self-establishing, teaching the Qingping sword, thus not only avoiding sanctification but also acquiring an exceptional innate spiritual treasure reef Marie Truel twofold benefit. Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, Gailing, come forth. Having made his decision, the master called for his foremost devoted disciples, preparing to lead them to Eastern Sea's Golden Turtle Island. Greetings, master. The four disciples arrived before the Tongtian Jiao master and prompt Lebao Eden reverence. Seeing the master, they were esomi waiting Saya Shisadin out had left them feeling uneasy. Is shall be heading to the Eastern Sea to establish me teaching Sayu for should prepare to accompany him. In the visions, the master was supposed to establish his teachings in Kunlun Mountain in before ultimately Kleshinga, then proceeding to Golden Turtle Island. However, now that master Wasawero Feverith Engine advance, he decided not to squander time in Kunlun Mountain and would go direct Lido Golden Turtle Island to his teachings. The master Sakshan Sal Sosta Med Fro made Sirotosief by not collaborating with Yunshir Tianzuan, Hakuda Voiderif between him. After all, a Sony off three pure ones, transformed from the primordial essence of Pangu, the master wished to maintain harmony if possible. Very well, master West shall prepare agents. The four disciples felt a surge of joy upon hearing that master would be establishing in the Eastern Sea. First, new achieved sanctification, followed by Taiji establishing human sect, and the new Intertians and establishing Chan sect. Now, the Tongtian Jiao master was about to establish his teachings, and Therial Genuine Lahapa for him. Chapter 2 The Establishment of Jiajiao. Eldest brother, second brother, and Tin Tosi Kin Imerta Liland in Eastern Sito, establishment teachings, Annie Have Communable. The Tongtian Jiao master approacheth Taiji Saint Tanducher Tianzuan, informing Themophi's intention to establish his teachings in Eastern Sea. Third brother, your decision to establish teachings is commendable, and Nish shall naturally support it. However, why must it be in Eastern Sea? Kunlun Mountain Isaradai made a paradise. Is it not? Upon hearing the master swords, the Taiji Saint furrowed his brow. At this time, the Taiji Saint had not yet begun his cultivation of Tun feeling Dao, and he was still deeply concerned for his younger brothers, Yuanshir Tianzan and Tongtian Jiao master. Huhala hearted Li supporteth master Sandavordo established teachings, especially since Bothian Yuanshir Tianzan had attained sanctification he wished this same fourth Tongtian Jiao master. However, the master's intention tagata Theasterns wasamething hekud note endorse. Such a course suwudina vita be lead to thirspiration. Third brother, eldest brother speaks wisely. Kunlun Mountain Eastfest, why not establish Yao, or teaching Shrine stead off and touring so far? Yuanshir Tianzuan, still devoid of any grievance Siza against Tongtian Jiao master, also tempted to persuade him. Eldest brother, second brother, Ehavial ready madam a decision and found a suitable location, sotherized no need for further persuasion. The Tongtian Jiao master, having firm liar solved to proceed, would not persuade be his brother's entreaties. Thought Thaganyuan likered for him, he did not wish to create discord with Intertianzan on Kunlun Mountain. Very well, since you have made up your mind, it shall not press further. Take care, third brother. Seeing that Tongtian Jiao master was resolute, Yuanshir Tianzang ceased high say attempts to dissuade him. With master's departure, Heffelte twinge of joy in his art. Without Tongtian Jiao master, Kunlun Mountain would belong to him. After all, the Taiji Sane Thadbutoni discipline hadn't went tension off taking Gonmar students, so he would not occupy my space. Sigh, take care, third brother. Seeing that Yuenterteinson had acquiesced, the Taiji Saintel sore refrained from further persuasion. His eyed, feeling that Tongtian Jiao master no longer shared this same closeness with him and doing it as before. May you both take care of you for well. After parting from Taiji Sane Tanduentertianzuan, the Tongtian Jiao master sought out Duobeo and his 3 disciples, letting them to Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea. Below us Golden Turtle Island will thus descend. The Tongtian Jiao master flew swiftly, soon bringing the 4 disciples to her off Golden Turtle Island. I am Taoist of Supreme Purity, the master of Tongtian. Today, I established a secto enlightenal sentient beings, utilizing the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, ta suppressed Stein of Great Tao, which has a miracle value of 50, with the heaven light transformation being for 9 by Vading gone. Thus the Deo follows nature, and no thingus absolute. All things possess a thread of opportunity. Those who intercept this thread of life, to idly Xavial beings and cultivateth great Tao. Among the myriad beings, regardless of theots or cultivation, always sincerely sect Deo may intermifold, Dudge a secta share be established. The master of Tongtian stood aboveth Golden Ao Island, proclaiming the establishment of the sect. Ash's declaration concluded, myriad drace off dawn illuminateth Eastern Sea, and auspicious louds is tread across the horizon. A golden light of merit descended from the heavens, falling upon Golden Ao Island. Is that the light of merit? I saw master abouto Akiva sainthood? Witnessing thinless light of merit enveloping the master of Tongtian, the Farof Duobeo became increasingly agitated. This new is familiar to Themet Murared Thatof touching Sajanth primordial heavenly sovereign before a Thyron sainthood. Our third brother is finally abouto attain sainthood. Upon Kunlun Mountain, Theta King Seiji and the primordial heaven lysovirig nobservid the spectacly boveth Eastern Sea, feeling joy for the master of Tongtian. Ida Tongtian hit to Easant the Virgio achieving sainthood. On the western Chimi Mountain, Giant Anzani gazed in the direction of Golden Ao Island, Therius filled with envy. Among these of Enhor received the primordial purplenergy, the master of Tongtian Hadel Reedy Becameti fourth toe attained sainthood. This filled Giant Anzuntai ha profound sense of envy and jealousy. Senior brother, we can wait no longer we must take action. Zunta spoke with determination to J. It seems we have another choice stop. One seeth master of Tongtian achieve a sainthood, shall commence our own efforts. Jane, observing Thun folding Senia above the Eastern Sea, also resolved himself. He understood clear light hath Thedaford, from 3 purities. The 3 purities possessed themerit soft creation, making Thirpathos saint hood relatively unobstructed. However, for them, relying solely on themerit self-establishing gasectwood not sufficient for to stone off Timto attain sainthood would be insufficient. They couldn't live for different but hands seek to borrow merit, from th heavenly Tao. Initially, they had hesitated, as such great merit would not be a salire paid. Yet now, witnessing th master of Tongtian on Thika spoff sainthood, they could no longer afford to ponder the consequences. No, weeb salut le must no taloth is merito and terror bodies. Abaveth Eastern Sea, the master of Tongtian exerted himself to prevent the divine merit from entering, is being, channeling themeritov creation in him. Without his might, the master of Tongtian infused themerito festablishing gasectin toth Qingping sword. Beferith master of Tongtian, the Qingping sword radiate da dazzling brilliance. Astran soft merit flowed in toit, the original Ishimer and Gauzier Rayof Qingping sword gradual abugan to exhibita golden gaim of divine merit. With the fierce strand of merit successfully infused in toth Qingping sword, the subsequent infusions proceeded much more smoothly. Before long, they min semerit ways entirely absorbed in toth Qingping sword. As thineless golden radiancy dissipate and the celestial phenomena faded, a tremendous transformation occurred before the master of Tongtian. The Qingping sword, still predominantly was no adorned with intricate golden patterns. The previous Caesura had vanished, replaced by a golden luminescence. Idas accomplished the supreme innate Marie treasure, the Qingping sword. Gazing at Qingping sword hovering before him, the master of Tongtian esgummed with brilliance. Everything gun-folded according to his design had not on Laya, established the sect, limited sainthood, Wiley acquiring Gatrius Surof divine merit. What is this? Watten Forcinavin Thash transpired. Why has Tongtian Takivid sainthood, Butin stead forged a trius Surof divine merit from Themerit sof establishing Gasect? Within the purple cloud palace, the primordial ancestor hung Junimidia. Litizerned he anomaly concerning Master of Tongtian, his countenance darkening. The fact that Master of Tongtian had natit, tained sainthood meant that Themeritov creation, within Yamudramayan and Kunad. Themeritov creation within Tongtian wazo fire caliber than Thatoft. Heavenly Deo be innumerable degrees. Hongjun had accepted 3 puritius as disciple sand bestowed upon them primordial perplenergy, intending to deplete their internal meritov creation. On lion thighs Weiku Dinsher his future security. Otherwise, why 3 puritius possessing Themeritov creation, Huderen attack tag against Thematwil. Had the time off Feng Shin Kalamit arrived with Master of Tongtian still holding Themeritov creation, Hudna Thave Jufford such a dire fate. 1 Kethium min Semeritov creation within 3 purities, ways hosted, they would bear little distinction from ordinary innate beings. Yet, both touching Sajanth primordial heavenly sovereign had done folded according to his plans, consuming Themerit soft creation to of a sainthood. However, with Tongtian, a noon expected turnofivint shade arisen, leaving Hongjun bewildered. Heckled not the thumb hide master of Tongtian would forsake the opportunity for Saint Hudo forges zu premene tetrius surof divine merit. Chapter 3. The failure of sanctification and reactions from all sides. What could possibly be the matter? Why has our third brother not achieved sanctification? Upon Kunlun Mountain, the Ta-Ching Saint and the Yuanshi Tianzun gazed at the vanishing phenomenon over the eastern sea. Their faces etched with confusion. Exchanging glances, they vanished from their location, reappearing above the eastern sea. Third brother, what transpired? Since you have established a teaching, why have you not attained sanctification? As soon as Ta-Ching Saint materialized, he immediately inquired with concern towards Tongtian Jiao Zhu, elder brother, it may be that my fortune and understanding are insufficient. I will take my time to progress. Tongtian Jiao Zhu refrained from divulging the reasons behind his failure to achieve sanctification to Ta-Ching Saint. Reflecting on the vision where the 4 saints united against him, Tongtian Jiao Zhu found it hard to fully trust Ta-Ching Saint. Elder brother's current concern for me is genuine. Why might he act otherwise in the future? Observing Ta-Ching Saint's earnest demeanor, Tongtian Jiao Zhu found it difficult to fathom a future where he would conspire with outsiders against him. Tongtian Jiao Zhu yearned to understand what events had transpired to transform Ta-Ching Saint in such a way. What lack of fortune or understanding? Surely, third brother, your teachings must be flawed. What is this doctrine of inclusivity? How could those vile creatures, born of dampness and possessing fur and horns, be worthy of entering our 3 Qing sect? Yuanshi Tianzun did not exhibit the same concern as Ta-Ching Saint. Instead, he began to reprimand Tongtian Jiao Zhu. Among the 4 esteemed disciples Tongtian Jiao Zhu had accepted, both Duo Bao Daoren and Gue Ling Shengmu hailed from the demon race, which had already displeased him. Now, Tongtian Jiao Zhu's doctrine of inclusivity, allowing anyone regardless of their origins to join the Zhejiao, was something Yuanshi Tianzun could not tolerate. If second brother is dissatisfied with my teachings, he is welcome to refrain from visiting my Jinao Island. Tongtian Jiao Zhu noted that Yuanshi Tianzun, irritated despite his own inaction, was not offering him any favorable treatment. In the vision, it was precisely due to this reason that Yuanshi Tianzun had turned against him. Tongtian Jiao Zhu had not anticipated that before he even began accepting disciples, Yuanshi Tianzun would already be displeased. Third brother, what do you mean? I am only looking out for your well-being, wishing not to see you lose the honor of the 3 Qing. Why are you being so ungrateful? Did I speak in error? Then please, enlighten me. Why have you not achieved sanctification? Yuanshi Tianzun, irked by Tongtian Jiao Zhu's retort, chastised him as an elder brother would. I can handle my own affairs. There is no need for second brother to fret. Tongtian Jiao Zhu felt no reverence towards Yuanshi Tianzun. The actions witnessed in his dream had left him utterly disillusioned. If Ta-Ching Saint has thus far exhibited genuine concern for Tongtian Jiao Zhu, one cannot ascertain what subsequent events might have caused him to ally with outsiders against him. In contrast, Yuanshi Tianzun had evidently harbored dissatisfaction from the onset of the establishment of the teachings, leading to their eventual enmity. Tongtian, do not be so ungrateful, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Witnessing Tongtian Jiao Zhu's blatant disregard for his authority, was consumed by fury. As a sage who prided himself on his dignity, how could he tolerate such insolence? Enough. You both should temper your words. Second brother, we are here to assist third brother. If you do not wish to contribute, then return home and cease this quarrel. And you, third brother, knowing the kind of person your second brother is, why do you insist on arguing with him? Seeing the escalating conflict between Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiao Zhu, Ta Ching Saint intervened. Leave if you wish. As soon as Ta Ching Saint finished speaking, Yuan Shi Tianzun turned and departed. Had it not been for the regard he held for Ta Ching Saint, he might have sought to reprimand Tongtian Jiao Zhu. Third brother, what is the matter? Logically speaking, your merit in establishing a teaching should have invoked the merit of creation, making sanctification a trivial endeavor. Why has it come to this? Pray, share with me the details, and I shall assist you in analyzing the situation. After Yuan Shi Tianzun's departure, Ta Ching Saint urged Tongtian Jiao Zhu to explain the circumstances, hoping to find a solution. Thank you for your concern, elder brother, but I am aware of my own actions. You need not trouble yourself. Tongtian Jiao Zhu declined Ta Ching Saint's assistance, knowing that the path he walked could only be traversed alone, in solitude. Though Ta Ching Saint's concern was undoubtedly sincere, the memory of the dream where he had allied with outsiders against him rendered Tongtian Jiao Zhu incapable of placing complete trust in Ta Ching Saint. Since third brother knows his own mind, I shall refrain from further discourse. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall not intrude any longer. Upon witnessing Tongtian Jiao Zhu's rejection, Ta Ching Saint ceased his inquiries. His figure dissipating into the ether. What is amiss? It feels as though a veil has descended between third brother and us. Ching Saint felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing Tongtian Jiao Zhu had suddenly grown distant. What is this? Has it concluded? Following the calm that enveloped the eastern sea, the powerful beings of the Hong Huang world began to express their bewilderment. Could it be that Tongtian has not achieved sanctification? The thought crossed their minds, suggesting that Tongtian Jiao Zhu had indeed failed in his quest for sanctification. Otherwise, the heavens would have surely witnessed the manifestation of his sanctification, visible throughout the entirety of the Hong Huang world, akin to the other three saints. Now, with no sign of sanctification over the eastern sea, the only conclusion is that Tongtian Jiao Zhu has failed to attain this exalted state. Has Tongtian Jiao Zhu's attempt at sanctification failed? Within the realms of the demon race and the Wu clan, the powerful beings exhibited disdain. What a waste of the Hong Ming purple energy gifted to him by the Tao ancestor. It would have been better bestowed upon me. Di Jun felt a surge of irritation, believing that had the Tao ancestor granted him the Hong Ming purple energy, he would undoubtedly have succeeded in achieving sanctification. Tongtian Jiao Zhu's failure, was it not the fault of the Hong Ming purple energy? In the depths of the Yu Ming blood sea, the Ming He Lao Zhu, upon learning of Tongtian Jiao Zhu's failure, wore a look of puzzlement. After Nu Hua and Ta Ching achieved sanctification, Ming He Lao Zhu emulated their methods to create the Azura race and establish the Azura teachings. Regrettably, despite acquiring a wealth of merit, he too had failed to reach sanctification. Initially, he had firmly believed that his inability to achieve sanctification was due to the Hong Ming purple energy. However, now that Tongtian Jiao Zhu had also failed, he began to question his previous assumptions. Shixiang, Tongtian has failed at sanctification. If we seize this opportunity, we shall undoubtedly attract a multitude of beings to our Western teachings. On the peak of Sumi Mountain, Zhu and Dao Ren observed the tranquil scene over the eastern sea, sensing that their moment had finally arrived. What you say is true. Let us commence. Jane Dao Ren concurred, recognizing this as their opportunity, and promptly agreed with Zhu and Dao Ren's proposal. Chapter 4. Mockery from all sides and the acceptance of disciples. Zhu and Ti, hereby establish the Western teachings atop Sumi Mountain today. Upon the peak of Sumi Mountain, Zhu and Zhu and Ti announced the establishment of the Western teachings, proclaiming 48 grand vows, ultimately becoming the lone saints. Our Western teachings shall widely open our gates, welcoming the beings of the Hong Huang world to join us. Upon their attainment of sanctification, the two promptly declared the opening of their gates, preparing to draw disciples into the fold of the Western teachings. Those shameless beings, Jie Yin and Zhu Ti, have achieved sanctification. The news of Jie Yin and Zhu Ti's sanctification sent ripples of commotion throughout the Hong Huang world. With their sanctification, the 7 individuals who received the Hong Ming purple energy from the Tao ancestor, aside from the already lost Hong Yun, are now left with only Tongtian Jiao Zhu. What do you suppose Tongtian Jiao Zhu is feeling at this moment? The 3 Qing proclaim themselves as the true lineage of Pange. Now, even those shameless beings from the West have achieved sanctification. Do you not think he feels embarrassed? The sanctification of Jie Yin and Zhu Ti led many beings to mock Tongtian Jiao Zhu, particularly the powerful entities from the Wu and Demon races, who were eager to witness Tongtian Jiao Zhu's humiliation. Outrageous! Tongtian's actions have brought disgrace upon our 3 Qing. Yuan Shi Tianzun. Upon witnessing the discussions surrounding Tongtian Jiao Zhu following Jie Yin and Zhu Ti's sanctification, felt that Tongtian Jiao Zhu had tarnished their sect's reputation. Master, you need not be concerned. I believe you will surely achieve sanctification. Duo Bao Dao Ren, worried that Tongtian Jiao Zhu might develop self-doubt due to Jie Yin and Zhu Ti's success, hastily offered words of comfort. Enough! Do I require your consolation? Hurry and cultivate. I must take my leave for a while. Upon my return, I shall teach you. Tongtian Jiao Zhu scoffed at Duo Bao Dao Ren's remarks, then departed from Jinao Island. Tongtian Jiao Zhu intended to first accept his 4 external disciples before formulating further plans. The Tongtian Jiao Zhu of Jiejiao shall impart teachings atop Jinao Island in 100 years. Those interested may come to listen. Before leaving Jinao Island, Tongtian Jiao Zhu spread the word of his forthcoming teachings. A mere quasi-saint, presuming to teach. Who would attend? The announcement of Tongtian Jiao Zhu's impending teachings on Jinao Island stirred significant reactions within the Hong Huang world. Numerous powerful beings expressed their disdain, deeming Tongtian Jiao Zhu unworthy of imparting teachings, given his status as a quasi-saint. Tongtian Jiao Zhu intends to teach. We must go and witness this. Certainly, most beings of average strength exhibit a profound interest. After all, although Tongtian Jiao Master has yet to attain sainthood, he remains the existence closest to a sage. With his elevated status, instructing these Taoists who are mere Deluo Jinxian is well within his capabilities. Moreover, Tongtian Jiao Master's current lack of sainthood does not preclude the possibility of achieving it in the future. With the primordial purple energy at his disposal, they firmly believe that his ascension is merely a matter of time. Elder sister, Tongtian Jiao Master is set to deliver a sermon on Jinao Island. Let us go and listen. Amidst the expanse of the eastern sea's 3 immortal islands, Qiong Shao sought out Yun Shao, eager to persuade her to join in attending the teachings on Jinao Island. Very well, let us first locate elder brother and younger sister, and then we shall embark for Jinao Island. Yun Shao, too, did not decline, preparing to journey to Jinao Island for the sermon. She harbored no disdain for Tongtian Jiao Master. Despite his current status, as the 4 siblings of Yun Shao gathered, ready to depart for Jinao Island, they suddenly spotted a youthful figure materializing before them. The newcomer was none other than Tongtian Jiao Master, who had come in search of them, guided by visions from his dreams. The 4 felt the ethereal aura emanating from him, and they immediately tensed, hastily paying their respects. There's no need for excessive courtesy. I am Tongtian Jiao Master, merely passing by. I noticed your demeanor and wondered where you 4 intend to go, he inquired, gesturing for them to be at ease. Observing the 4 before him, he recalled the dire fate they faced in the dream realm, and a sense of discomfort washed over him. Ah, esteemed senior, we were just about to head to Jinao Island to listen to your teachings. The spirited Bai Shao spoke up eagerly. Esteemed senior, my younger sister lacks proper etiquette. I apologize on her behalf and hope you will not take offense. Yun Shao interjected swiftly, concerned that Bai Shao might inadvertently offend Tongtian Jiao Master. There is no need for such concern. She has spoken no ill words. You just mentioned your intention to attend my sermon on Jinao Island at IT. Seems you recognize my teachings, Tongtian Jiao Master continued. Pleased with their response, as fate would have it, I have arrived here. Would you be willing to take me as your master and become disciples of the? The 4 were filled with excitement, promptly kneeling to express their allegiance. We are willing. We, Zhao Gongming, Yun Shao, Qiong Shao Bai Shao, pay our respects to our esteemed master. To be accepted as disciples of Tongtian Jiao Master was an unparalleled honor for them. Even as outer disciples, it was a matter of immense pride. Very well, rise. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as my 4 outer disciples, Tongtian Jiao Master declared, his joy evident as he achieved the purpose of his journey. Thank you, esteemed master. The 4 expressed their gratitude, their hearts brimming with excitement. Now, allow us to return to Jinao Island together, Tongtian Jiao Master said, filled with delight as they soared towards Jinao Island. Greetings, esteemed master. Upon their return to Jinao Island, the Taoist Daobao and his companions hurriedly approached to offer their respects. These 4 are my newly accepted disciples. Please introduce yourselves and foster good relations. Tongtian Jiao Master introduced the 4 siblings to Daobao and his associates, facilitating their mutual acquaintance. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings to the 3 senior sisters. Greetings to the junior brother and 3 junior sisters. They exchanged pleasantries, acknowledging each other under Luo Feng's guidance. With the acceptance of Yun Xiao and her siblings as his disciples, Tongtian Jiao Master felt a weight lifted from his heart as he silently awaited the day of his teachings as century hints. As time flowed, a century swiftly passed. On Jinao Island, throngs of beings gathered, filling the space with their presence. Due to Tongtian Jiao Master's failure to attain sainthood, the number of attendees was significantly fewer than in the dream realm, yet the turnout still reached an astounding several million. For beings without a prominent background in the primordial world, the opportunity to hear teachings was an extraordinary blessing. Even though Tongtian had not attained sainthood, it did not dampen the fervor of the primordial beings. Chapter 5. Tongtian's teachings shocked the multitudes. Bow to Tongtian Jiao Master. On Jinao Island, as the appointed hour arrived, Tongtian Jiao Master materialized before the gathered beings. Upon his appearance, all beings immediately knelt in reverence. There is no need for excessive courtesy, he waved a hand, signaling them to rise. The time has come. Please find your seats, and I shall commence my teachings. As his words fell, the assembled beings settled cross-legged, their faces alight with anticipation as they focused on Tongtian Jiao Master. From the void arises the Tao, he began, perceiving that the audience was prepared. With this, he launched into his discourse. As Tongtian Jiao Master spoke, terrifying phenomena manifested. Golden patterns of the Tao emerged from his lips, spiraling outward. Centered around him, golden lotuses blossomed rapidly, spreading in all directions. As he reached the pinnacle of his teachings, these awe-inspiring phenomena enveloped all present, bestowing clarity upon their minds and significantly enhancing their comprehension. As time passed, the auras of these beings gradually intensified, growing ever more potent and stable. Many with robust foundations even experienced breakthroughs, reaping immense rewards. How can this be? Tongtian has not attained sainthood, yet his teaching prowess is on par with, if not surpassing, my own. Yuan Shi Tianzun mused atop Kunlun Mountain, astonished and displeased as he witnessed the celestial phenomena accompanying Tongtian Jiao Master's teachings. Initially, he had intended to mock him after the sermon, but now it seemed unwise to do so. I never anticipated Tongtian, despite not having attained sainthood, would possess such remarkable teaching abilities, truly worthy of being one of the 3 pure ones. Nuwa exclaimed, equally taken aback by the unfolding spectacle on Jinao Island. Her expectations far exceeded. Is this even possible? Tongtian possesses such capabilities? On the western Shumi Mountain, Jane and Juenti were equally incredulous, unable to fathom how Tongtian Jiao Master could outshine them in teaching prowess despite their own attainment of sainthood. Unbeknownst to them, although Tongtian had not achieved sainthood, by the conclusion of his dream realm experience, he had already reached the mid-stage of sainthood. Had he not been imprisoned by Hongjun Lao Zu in the Purple Cloud Palace, he would have undoubtedly ascended to the late stage of sainthood by now. Now, as Tongtian Jiao Master lectured, he drew upon memories from the dream realm, and thus his proficiency was indeed comparable to that of a saint. As time flowed, the awe-inspiring phenomena surrounding Jinao Island persisted, only beginning to dissipate a millennium later when Tongtian Jiao Master concluded his discourse. Is it over? The beings on Jinao Island regarded the fading celestial phenomena with a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. Within this millennium, their progress had surpassed that of countless years of cultivation. Furthermore, The true treasure lay not merely in the enhancement of their cultivation, but in the profound insights into Taoist principles and magical abilities they had gleaned from the teachings. Thank you, Tongtian Jiao Master. Once the beings had calmed their exhilaration, they bowed in gratitude towards Tongtian Jiao Master. There is no need for excessive courtesy. This session of teachings concludes here. You may depart. Tongtian Jiao Master announced, gesturing gently. The throngs of beings on Jinao Island dwindled to just over 10,000. Thank you, Tongtian Jiao Master. After being sent away from Jinao Island, the departing beings felt no sense of loss. They understood that while Tongtian Jiao Master welcomed all, it was impossible to accept millions of disciples. Their gains from this journey had been substantial enough, and they dared not harbor greater expectations. With a final bow towards the direction of Jinao Island, they turned to leave. You are all devoted seekers of the Tao. Would you be willing to enter my? Tongtian Jiao Master inquired of those who remained. The individuals who stayed were those he had recognized as potential disciples in the dream realm. After dismissing those with ulterior motives, he retained only those with genuine aspirations towards the Tao. With the guidance of the dream realm, Tongtian Jiao Master would not permit any unscrupulous individuals to tarnish the fortunes of. We are willing. We, your disciples, pay our respects to the Master. The remaining beings erupted into excitement. Immediately bowing before Tongtian Jiao Master. Rise. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as registered disciples of, he declared. Gongming, you shall register the identities of the outer disciples, along with your junior brothers and sisters. Yun Shao, Qiong Shao, Bai Shao, assist Gongming in this task. With this, Tongtian Jiao Master entrusted the registration to Zhao Gongming before departing. Yes, Master. Upon receiving the command from the Celestial Master of the Tao, the four individuals sprang into immediate action, commencing the registration of identities for the multitude of disciples. This sermon not only yielded immense benefits for the beings who attended, but also proved to be significantly rewarding for the Celestial Master himself, who prepared to retreat and digest the insights gained. Through this discourse, the Celestial Master integrated the understanding of the Tao gleaned from the dreamlike visions, acquiring a profound mastery in advance. Although the Celestial Master did not achieve a breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal realm, his strength certainly increased considerably. Tio escaped the fate of the destruction of the Jie sect. The foremost task at hand was to attain the Tao of the primordial golden immortal. Yet, the question remained, how could he attain this Tao? The Celestial Master furrowed his brow, pondering the means to attain the primordial golden immortal status, finding himself devoid of any clear direction. Even when considering the information from the dreamlike visions, he was left with only vague hints regarding the path to the primordial Tao. With no other recourse, the Celestial Master resolved to engage in cultivation while meticulously organizing the memories from the dreamscape, hoping to uncover further insights. As time flowed by, following the conclusion of the sermon and the subsequent retreat of the Celestial Master, Jinao Island fell into tranquility. However, amidst this calm, the entirety of the Honghuang world descended into greater chaos. The rift between the witch and demon clans deepened, with conflicts erupting intermittently. It was merely a matter of time before a spark would ignite a full-blown confrontation between the two formidable factions. Chapter 6. Dissolution of the Three Corpses and Attaining Primordial Unity. According to the memories retrieved from the dreamlike visions, one should not pursue the path of severing the three corpses to attain the primordial golden immortal. With this in mind, the Celestial Master resolved to dissolve the three corpses promptly to avoid squandering precious time. Within his abode on Jinao Island, a determined expression graced the Celestial Master's visage as he made the decision to dissolve the three corpses, opting to follow the path of the primordial golden immortal as exemplified by the ancestors like the Zulong. Without a moment's hesitation, the Celestial Master summoned forth his three corpses and, employing immense mystical power, dissolved them, merging their essence into his own primordial strength. As the three corpses disintegrated, the Celestial Master immediately paled, his vitality waning. Despite employing secret techniques to absorb the essence of the dissolved corpses, he suffered substantial injuries. In the early stages of the primordial golden immortal realm, he did not anticipate that the dissolution of the three corpses would yield such a severe backlash. Gazing upon his remaining power at the initial stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, the Celestial Master felt a pang of discomfort. This initial stage of primordial golden immortal status was only achieved after absorbing the essence of the three corpses. Otherwise, he would likely have plummeted back to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The disparity between descending from the peak of the quasi-saint realm to the initial stage of the primordial golden immortal realm was staggering. Even with prior preparation, the celestial master found it somewhat difficult to accept. Fortunately, his mastery of the formations and sword principles, aided by the memories from the dreamscape, had reached a state of perfection, making the cultivation to the peak of the primordial golden immortal realm a feasible endeavor. The celestial master, confident in his decision to dissolve the three corpses, had considered all possible scenarios. With the principles of formations and swordsmanship perfected, he was poised to swiftly reclaim his former glory. Additionally, since he had not yet severed ties with the saints Taiqing and Yuan Shi, even with a decline in cultivation, none would dare to challenge him. Leveraging his identity among the three pure ones, the celestial master had ample time to ascend to his former peak. The only drawback was that during this period, he might miss several opportunities. Unperturbed, he commenced his practice, consolidating his path as a primordial golden immortal. After a span of 10,000 years on Jinao Island, the celestial master finally elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. The most arduous aspect of the primordial golden immortal path lay in comprehending the principles. With two of his principles already perfected, the celestial master found the process merely a matter of accumulating mystical power, not consuming excessive time. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Following his breakthrough to the peak of the primordial golden immortal realm, the celestial master saw no need to remain in isolation. His current strength rendered him invincible below the saintly realm, allowing him to strategize for the impending calamity between the witches and demons. The celestial master understood that attaining the Tao of the primordial golden immortal would be unrealistic solely through personal cultivation. To achieve this, he must leverage the impending calamity to secure advantageous outcomes. He set his sights on the witch clan, fully aware that he was an incarnation of Panga's primordial spirit, possessing immense potential yet lacking a physical form. Of course, with his current cultivation, manifesting a corporeal body would not pose a challenge. However, such a body would lack significance. What the celestial master desired was a body as formidable as that of the witch clan. Only in this way could he possess the requisite foundation to attain the Tao of the primordial golden immortal. Having reached the peak of the primordial golden immortal realm, the celestial master could now sense the barriers to the primordial golden immortal realm. Yet, even with his two perfected principles, he found himself unable to breach this barrier and achieve a breakthrough. The celestial master resolved to wait until the decisive battle between the witches and demons to gather the remains of the ancestral witches and great witches, extracting their vital essence. He intended to combine this with the 9 revolutions profound art left behind by the great god Pango to refine and absorb their essences. By that time, his strength would rise to an alarming level, likely granting him the opportunity to shatter the barrier and attain the Tao of the primordial golden immortal. Naturally, he also had his sights set on the Eastern Emperor Bell. Unwilling to let it slip through his fingers, the Jie sect's fortunes were vast. Relying solely on the Qingping sword would not suffice to suppress such immense power. Even now, transformed into a top-grade innate merit treasure, the Qingping sword still fell short in this regard. Had the Jie sect possessed innate treasures to govern their fortunes, their demise would have been impossible. As the celestial master stepped out of his abode, he had already crafted a plan for the future. Salutations to my revered teacher. Upon his emergence, disciples such as the Taoist Tobar rushed forth to pay their respects. The celestial master, not one to withhold knowledge, gathered all his disciples and imparted teachings over the course of a century. Not only did he expound upon the path of severing the 3 corpses, but he also elucidated the way of the primordial golden immortal. As for how they would choose to proceed, the celestial master resolved not to interfere. Each disciple had their own karmic connections, and forcing choices upon them would be unwise. According to the recollections from the dreamlike visions, it was time for Hutu to undergo her reincarnation. He could certainly offer her a hint. After all, it was unwise to turn down opportunities for merit. After concluding his teachings, the celestial master glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time for Hutu's reincarnation. He promptly took flight, departing from Jinao Island and arriving near the Blood Sea of the underworld. Within the Blood Sea of the underworld, torrents of resentment coalesced into a dense black mist, engulfing the entire expanse. Countless vengeful spirits wailed amidst the Blood Sea, only to be dissolved and scattered, their souls dissipating into the void. With no 6 paths of reincarnation, the spirits that perished in the Honghuang world found no means of rebirth. Their anguished souls converged upon the Blood Sea of the underworld, creating a nightmarish tableau reminiscent of hell on earth. On the shores of the Blood Sea, a breathtakingly beautiful woman gazed upon the wailing spirits. Her eyes filled with profound sorrow. Great Father above, how might Hutu save these tormented souls? Witnessing the suffering of these beings, Hutu felt a deep ache within her heart, as the last to take form among the 12 ancestral witches. She was least affected by the turbid energies. Unlike the brutality exhibited by other ancestral witches, Hutu possessed an innate kindness and could not bear to witness human suffering. I have encountered the Taoist friend Tongtian. The celestial master did not conceal his form and, upon locating Hutu, made his presence known directly. Greetings, Taoist friend Tongtian. What brings you to seek me? Hutu expressed her surprise upon seeing the celestial master. While the 3 pure ones were incarnations of Panga's primordial spirit, the 12 ancestral witches were born from Panga's essence, thus sharing a common origin. Yet, the relationship between the 12 witches and the 3 pure ones was far from amicable. Were it any other ancestral witch in her stead, they would not afford the celestial master any courtesy. Chapter 7. Hutu's reincarnation. Hutu, my friend, behold the pitiful vengeful spirits within this Blood Sea. They have been caught in the crossfire of the witch and demon clans, dying unjustly, yet they endure endless torment until they are dissolved into the Blood Sea, their souls scattered. The celestial master refrained from being overtly direct, instead choosing to create an air of intrigue, avoiding appearing overly deliberate. Taoist friend Tongtian, please feel free to speak your mind, Hutu replied, sensing that the celestial master had ulterior motives. She was eager to see what solution he might propose to liberate the countless vengeful spirits trapped within the Blood Sea of the underworld. Have you ever heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation? The celestial master did not elaborate, merely mentioning a name. He understood that Hutu's transformation into the 6 paths of reincarnation was an inevitable trend. No further explanation was necessary. A mere hint would suffice for her to grasp the underlying principles. The 6 paths of reincarnation? As anticipated, upon hearing this name, Hutu fell into deep contemplation, just as the celestial master had predicted. Hutu, I take my leave. Upon witnessing that Hutu had seemingly reached a resolution, Tongtian Jiao Master decided not to linger any longer and swiftly departed from the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. Should Hutu transform into reincarnation, the other ancestral witches would undoubtedly converge upon the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. Tongtian Jiao Master wished to avoid being encircled by them. At present, he was unafraid of facing 4 or 5 ancestral witches. But should 11 of them unite, he would not stand a chance. So it is, the 6 paths of reincarnation. With the guidance of Tongtian Jiao Master, Hutu quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Heavenly Tao above, I am the descendant of the Father God Pangu, the ancestral witch Hutu. I now wish to transform my ancestral witch form into the 6 paths of reincarnation, to allow millions of souls to be reborn. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Above the Blood Sea of the Netherworld, fierce winds howled, and the Blood Sea surged tumultuously. The heavenly Tao responded, descending boundless merits and fortunes. As vast merits flowed into her being. Hutu's ancestral witch form transformed into countless glimmers of light, dissipating into the cosmos. Ultimately, a mysterious light curtain was formed, plunging into the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation. After death, the souls of all beings have 6 destinations: the 3 good paths, heavenly path, human path, azure path, and the 3 evil paths, hell path, hungry ghost path, animal path. The 6 paths of reincarnation is established. Hutu's ethereal voice resonated throughout the primordial world. The 6 paths of reincarnation descended beneath the Blood Sea of the Netherworld, shrouded in a dense aura of ghostly energy. Through the eerie miasma, the core of the 6 paths of reincarnation was visible, with Hutu's figure situated within. As the 6 paths of reincarnation stabilized, Hutu's aura rapidly ascended, soon surpassing that of a quasi-saint, reaching the realm of a saint. However, her elevation did not cease there. It continued to climb, surpassing other saints and attaining a terrifying magnitude. Has little sister attained sainthood? Within the hall of Pangu, the other 11 ancestral witches, upon witnessing the terrifying phenomenon above the blood sea of the netherworld, were instantly filled with joy and hurriedly made their way to the blood sea. Hutu has become a saint, yet how could she achieve this without the primordial purple energy, the ancestor of the dark river? Situated within the blood sea of the netherworld, felt a surge of excitement upon sensing Hutu's ascension. If Hutu could attain sainthood without the primordial purple energy, why could he not? What should we do now that Hutu has become a saint? Where shall our demon clan go from here? Dijun's expression darkened significantly. Hutu's emergence as a saint was undoubtedly a monumental disaster for their demon clan. What audacity! Within the 8th scenery palace of Shiryang Mountain, the Taiji saint, having departed from Kunlun Mountain, could not help but commend Haoyu as a saint. The Taiji saint could perceive certain truths that others could not. Hutu's transformation into reincarnation, while affirming her sainthood, also imposed significant restrictions upon her, rendering her a part of the 6 paths of reincarnation, unable to depart from the netherworld. Who would have thought that the brash and violent witch clan would harbor such a benevolent figure as Hutu? I am truly in admiration, remarked Nuwa, somewhat moved by Hutu's spirit of self-sacrifice for the primordial beings. How could it be? How did Hutu suddenly transform into reincarnation? Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the ancestor Hongjun, who had been merging with the heavenly Tao, was suddenly repulsed by it and coughed up blood. Hutu's transformation into reincarnation completed the structure of the primordial world, making it more stable and formidable. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao, as the confluence of all tangible and intangible entities within the primordial realm, also grew exponentially stronger. This sudden enhancement led to the ancestor Hongjun being repelled, injuring his essence. The ancestor Hongjun, while spitting blood and appearing quite ill, began to calculate, seeking to discern the unexpected variables that prompted Hutu to transform into reincarnation ahead of schedule. However, coinciding with the calamity of the witches and demons, the heavenly mechanisms were in disarray, and having just been repulsed by the heavenly Tao, he could glean no information. All saints to the Purple Cloud Palace for deliberation? The ancestor Hongjun adjusted his state and summoned all saints to the Purple Cloud Palace for discussion. He needed to ascertain what variables had arisen and how to mitigate them, lest they jeopardize his plans to seize control of the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Has the Tao ancestor summoned us due to Hutu's transformation into reincarnation? Upon hearing the ancestor Hongjun's words, the 5 great saints immediately soared toward the Purple Cloud Palace. With Hutu having just attained sainthood, the ancestor Hongjun's gathering of all saints for deliberation suggested that Hutu's premature transformation had significant implications for him. On Golden Cauldron Island, Tongtian Jiao Master, who had recently received a portion of the heavenly Tao's merits, had just infused them into the Qingping sword when he heard the ancestor Hongjun's words. Tongtian Jiao Master realized that his intervention had indeed caused Hutu's transformation into reincarnation to occur earlier, disrupting the ancestor Hongjun's plans. Tongtian paid no heed and closed his eyes to meditate. Little sister, congratulations on achieving sainthood. Meanwhile, within the 6 paths of reincarnation, the other 11 ancestral witches found Hutu and, upon seeing her, enthusiastically greeted her. Greetings to all my elder brothers, greetings to Sister Xianin. Due to Tongtian Jiao Master's influence, Hutu had transformed into reincarnation ahead of time, preventing Hongjun from plotting against her, thus allowing her to retain her essence rather than becoming a soulless, emotionless figure. Little sister, now that you have attained sainthood, it is time to obliterate the demon clan and reclaim the world established by our Father God. Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temper, had long been disgusted by the demon clan. Yet, due to the presence of Nuwa, they had to afford them some measure of respect. Now that their witch clan also possessed a saint, they need not fear Nuwa's threat any longer. Indeed, little sister, I shall now rally the witch clan warriors to assault the heavenly court. Dijiang echoed this sentiment, preparing to take direct action against the demon clan. That will not do, elder brothers. Although I have become a saint, I am still greatly restricted and cannot leave the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hutu conveyed her inability to depart from the 6 paths of reincarnation to the other ancestral witches, hoping to dissuade them from attacking the heavenly court. After attaining sainthood, she felt an instinctive awareness that if the witch clan and demon clan engaged in a full-scale confrontation, it would only lead to mutual destruction, much like the ancient conflict between the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Chapter 8. The schemes of Ancestor Hongjun. I pay my respects to my master. Upon arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace, the 5 great saints immediately bowed in reverence upon encountering Ancestor Hongjun. Although they had attained sainthood, they remained disciples of Hongjun. With this relationship, they dared not act too casually in his presence. Furthermore, even now as saints, they still felt an immense pressure emanating from Hongjun, making them acutely aware of the significant gap between themselves and him. Where is Tongtian? In the Purple Cloud Palace, Ancestor Hongjun gazed at the 5 great saints with a hint of confusion. Casting a glance towards Golden Cauldron Island, he soon spotted the Tongtian Jiao master deeply immersed in his meditation. This rascal, how dare he disregard my command? Upon seeing Tongtian, Ancestor Hongjun felt a surge of anger. If Tongtian were engaged in secluded cultivation and unable to attend, he could accept it. However, Tongtian was merely meditating, fully capable of ceasing at any moment. Such behavior was a blatant affront to Ancestor Hongjun, and he found it intolerable. Excellent, Tongtian has provoked the Tao ancestor. The 2 saints of the West, witnessing Ancestor Hongjun's displeasure, couldn't help but feel elated. What has happened to our 3rd brother? Why has he not arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace? The Taiji saint also noted Tongtian's absence and felt a tinge of concern. How infuriating! What is Tongtian thinking, daring to disregard the master's orders? Yuanshi Tianzuan felt no worry for Tongtian, but rather fury. He was concerned that Tongtian Jiao master's actions might jeopardize their standing in Ancestor Hongjun's eyes. What does Tongtian think he is doing? Nuwa observed the empty map beside her and was likewise puzzled. Tongtian's actions seemed to unnecessarily provoke Ancestor Hongjun's ire, with no benefit to him. Tongtian, why have you not come to the Purple Cloud Palace for deliberation? Did you not hear my summons? Ancestor Hongjun immediately transmitted his discontent to Tongtian. Hoping for a reasonable explanation, he was already somewhat displeased with Tongtian's previous failure to attain sainthood and his decision to infuse merits into the Qingping sword to forge a merit treasure. Now, Tongtian's disregard for his summons only aggravated his irritation. Master, did you call for me? You summoned all the saints to the Purple Cloud Palace for discussion. I am not a saint. Must I attend as well? Upon receiving Ancestor Hongjun's transmission, Tongtian feigned a look of puzzlement. This, Tongtian's reply left Ancestor Hongjun momentarily at a loss for words. Tongtian was correct. He had indeed called for the saints, and Tongtian was not one of them. So his absence seemed reasonable. It was my expression that lacked precision. You must come to the Purple Cloud Palace at once. With no way to chastise Tongtian, Ancestor Hongjun could only send a transmission urging him to join. Yes, master, Tongtian responded, then took to the skies, departing from Golden Cauldron Island. Tongtian Jiao master harbored no concerns about what Ancestor Hongjun might do to him. Firstly, Ancestor Hongjun's ulterior motives required him to remain alive. Secondly, the merits of creation still resided within him, and Ancestor Hongjun would undoubtedly hesitate to act against him directly. Master, Tongtian Jiao master is arrogant and presumptuous, daring to disregard your summons. He must be punished. Having just departed from Jinao Island, Zhuan Tidao Run could no longer restrain himself from criticizing Tongtian Jiaozhu within the halls of Zishao Palace. He did not harbor any hope of prompting Hongjun Laozu to punish Tongtian. Rather, he sought to diminish Tongtian Jiaozhu's standing in Hongjun Laozu's eyes, which would suffice for his satisfaction. Meanwhile, those still shrouded in ignorance believed Tongtian Jiaozhu to be the most cherished disciple of Hongjun Laozu. After all, during the division of treasures at Funbao Cliff, the 3 pure ones had secured the majority of the artifacts, with Tongtian Jiaozhu being the most favored among them. Master, my 3rd brother must have his reasons. Please do not hold it against him, the Taiji sage, noticing Zhuan Tidao Ren's attempts to sow discord, hastily defended Tongtian Jiaozhu. Very well, it was my earlier expression that lacked clarity. leading Tongtian to mistakenly believe that I was merely summoning the saints and had excluded him. I have since sent him another message. He shall arrive shortly. Although Hongjun Laozu harbored reservations about Tongtian Jiaozhu, he could not openly express them. Yes, master. After Hongjun Laozu spoke, Jane and Zhuan Ti felt somewhat discontented, while the Taiji sage breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings, master. Within the chaotic Zhixiao Palace, upon entering, Tongtian Jiaozhu immediately bowed to Hongjun Laozu. He recognized that he lacked the qualifications to challenge Hongjun and could not afford to be overly arrogant. Now that everyone is present, let us proceed. The first matter at hand is the reincarnation of Hutu, which has completed the restoration of the primordial world, a significant act of merit. At present, with the initiation of reincarnation, we are in dire need of personnel. You may send forth your disciples to partake in this merit. Hongjun aspired to have disciples of the Xianmin enter the underworld to diminish Hutu's control over it. Otherwise, her presence would greatly impede his encroachment upon the heavenly Tao. If Hutu were to persuade other ancestral shaman, leading the entire shaman clan to enter the underworld, the calamity of the shaman and demon would be averted. This calamity was pivotal to his plans of weakening the heavenly Tao, and Hongjun Laozu would never allow such an occurrence. Yes, master, shall we arrange this upon our return? Upon hearing Hongjun Laozu's words, Yuan Shi Tianzun and others felt a surge of excitement. If they could indeed acquire some merit, it would be an extraordinary opportunity for their disciples. Very well, let us set aside matters of the underworld for now. Tongtian, what is the reason for your delay in achieving sainthood while the others have already ascended? Rather than elaborate further on the underworld, Hongjun Laozu turned to question Tongtian Jiaozhu about his lack of sanctification. The fact that Hutu had reincarnated was now an immutable reality, leaving him to implement remedial measures that could not affect substantial change. To mitigate the impact of Hutu's reincarnation was not overly complicated. It merely required the swift resolution of conflict between the shaman and demon tribes. However, the issue of Tongtian Jiaozhu attaining sainthood was crucial, not only concerning Hongjun Laozu's strategizing for the next great calamity, but also for numerous other reasons. The primordial purple energy he had bestowed upon Tongtian Jiaozhu had indeed been tampered with. Attaining sainthood through this energy would not only subject him to considerable limitations, but also assist in his absorption of the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. Each saint, upon achieving sainthood, could claim approximately 5% of the authority over the heavenly Tao. Through his manipulations of the primordial purple energy, he could also seize control of this 5%. Consequently, with 6 saints, he would be able to command 30% of the authority over the heavenly Tao. Coupled with the 15% he himself had usurped, he would effectively dominate half of the heavenly Tao's authority within the primordial world. Moreover, as his own power and that of the other saints increased, this figure would gradually rise. If such developments continued, the primordial world would ultimately fall under his dominion. Currently, Tongtian Jiaozhu's failure to ascend to the realm of sainthood as he had anticipated significantly impacted Hongjun Laozu's encroachment upon the authority of the heavenly Tao in the primordial world. Furthermore, should Tongtian Jiaozhu fortuitously attain the realm of Hunyuan Dalua Jingxian, it would substantially bolster the power of the heavenly Tao, greatly affecting his usurpation of its authority. Although he had already manipulated the primordial purple energy granted to Tongtian Jiaozhu, rendering the latter's chances of attaining the Hunyuan Dalua Jingxian realm exceedingly slim, the mere possibility unsettled Hongjun Laozu. Forgive me, master, for my ignorance. I have disappointed you. Tongtian Jiaozhu displayed an expression of profound remorse, attributing his failure to his own lack of aptitude. Tongtian, while treasures are indeed valuable, one's own strength is paramount. I hope you will remember this and not lose sight of what is truly important. Hongjun Laozu offered this counsel to Tongtian Jiaozhu, perplexed by his actions yet hesitant to inquire further for fear of arousing suspicion. Yes, master, I understand. Tongtian Jiaozhu exhibited utmost cooperation, his demeanor exceedingly agreeable. Very well. That will be all. You may return now. With that, Hongjun Laozu ceased further discourse, permitting Tongtian Jiaozhu and the others to take their leave. Disciple takes his leave. Upon hearing Hongjun Laozu's words, Tongtian Jiaozhu and the others promptly withdrew from Zhixiao Palace. Farewell, fellow Taoists. After exiting Zhixiao Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun and the two saints from the west bid their farewells and made their way back to their respective realms. Third brother, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. I too shall take my leave. The Taiji sage exchanged a brief greeting with Tongtian Jiaozhu before heading towards Shouyang Mountain. He had somewhat overlooked that Hu Tu, having not fallen victim to Hongjun Laozu's schemes, retained her humanity. The underworld would undoubtedly not be as wretched as he had once imagined. A careful plan was necessary. Tongtian Jiaozhu also began to realize this. Previously, he had been influenced by his memories, perceiving the underworld as a place of little worth. Upon reflection, he recognized the error in his thinking. Hu Tu had managed to achieve sainthood through her reincarnation without relying on the primordial purple energy. As the overseer of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the underworld could not possibly be deemed insignificant. With urgency, Tongtian Jiaozhu hastened back to Jinao Island, intending to lead his disciples to the underworld. Zhao Gongming, come to me at once. Tongtian Jiaozhu resolved to secure an opportunity for Zhao Gongming, preparing to position him as one of the 5 ghost emperors of the underworld. Disciple Zhao Gongming pays respects to master. What is the purpose of your summons? Zhao Gongming was somewhat astonished by the urgency in Tongtian Jiaozhu's tone. Accompany me to the underworld. I have procured an opportunity for you. Tongtian Jiaozhu exuded confidence, convinced that his prior assistance to Hu Tu would lead her to grant him a favor. A position as a ghost emperor was undoubtedly within reach. An opportunity in the underworld? Zhao Gongming was puzzled, uncertain of Tongtian Jiaozhu's intentions. Yet before he could inquire further, he found himself escorted to the underworld by Tongtian Jiaozhu. Upon arrival in the underworld, Zhao Gongming discovered that other saints had already gathered, and even Hu Tu had made her appearance. Hu Tu Dao friend, my disciples from the Western teachings, Maitreya, Medicine Master, and Di Zong, are exceptionally gifted. They are qualified for the position of Ghost Emperor Yin Luo. Within the underworld, Zhuan Ti Dao Ren shamelessly promoted the meager talents of the Western teachings. Hu Tu Dao friend, my school seeks one Ghost Emperor position, specifically the position of Yin Luo. In stark contrast to Zhuan Ti Dao Ren's unseemly demeanor, Yuan Shi Tianzun exuded an air of authority. As if commanding Hu Tu, proud as Yuan Shi Tianzun was, he held the shaman clan in utter contempt, regardless of Hu Tu's recent ascension. Dear friends, the position of Ghost Emperor is not available. You may abandon such hopes. Hu Tu firmly declined their requests. The 5 Ghost Emperor positions in the underworld were of great significance, and she could not allow them to fall into the hands of the Chan and Western teachings. Is it that you do not wish to show me face? Yuan Shi Tianzun, displeased by Hu Tu's refusal, let his saintly aura manifest, attempting to coerce her into submission through sheer force. Do you intend to engage me in combat? Yuan Shi Dao friend? Hu Tu regarded Yuan Shi Tianzun's threats with disdain. Though she was unable to leave the 6 paths of reincarnation, even in that domain, she would not cower before Hongjun Laozu himself. Hu Tu showed no deference to Yuan Shi Tianzun and directed her formidable presence towards him. What? In an instant, Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression shifted dramatically, overwhelmed with shock. Not only he, but the other saints were equally astonished. Hu Tu's strength surpassed their expectations. How is this possible? How can your power be so formidable? Yuan Shi Tianzun could scarcely believe that Hu Tu, having only recently attained sainthood, possessed such immense strength. Hu Tu showed no inclination to explain herself further, choosing not to cast another glance in his direction. By demonstrating her might, she was confident that the saints would no longer dare to challenge her. Hu Tu Dao friend, this is my disciple Xuandu, a registered student. I hope you can assign him a position. The Taiji sage, unconcerned with the earlier events, presented a young man from behind him, requesting Hu Tu to grant him a role. Taiji Dao friend, you are too kind. This young disciple possesses commendable talent. He may serve as a Yin Luo in my underworld. The Taiji sage remained courteous, and Hu Tu did not wish to offend him, readily assigning the young man a position among the 10 Yin Luo. Thank you, Hu Tu Dao friend, I shall entrust this disciple to you. You may attend to your affairs. I take my leave. Upon achieving his objectives, the esteemed Taoist of the Grand Purity did not linger to waste the time of the Mother of the Earth, but turned and departed directly. The primordial Heavenly Venerable also left, having been momentarily halted by the Mother of the Earth, who found him devoid of the face to remain. Dear friend of the Mother of the Earth, the disciples of my Western teachings truly possess exceptional talents. Might I implore you to grant them an opportunity? The tone of the adept of pure guidance was significantly more courteous, yet still bore an air of insistent audacity. Dear adept of guidance, your disciple is indeed worthy of the position of the king of the underworld. Do you wish to accept this? Upon seeing the king of the underworld, the Mother of the Earth was struck by a strong sense that this position was rightfully his. Thank you, dear friend of the Mother of the Earth, the adept of guidance exclaimed with great excitement. King of the underworld, you must express your gratitude to the Mother of the Earth. The significance of the king of the underworld was on par with that of the 10 Yama kings. And moreover, it was a unique and pivotal position. Having witnessed the strength of the Mother of the Earth, he had relinquished any hopes for the position of the 5 ghost emperors, and now felt thoroughly content with obtaining the title of the king of the underworld. Friend of the Mother of the Earth, may I inquire what position your disciple seeks? The Mother of the Earth, refraining from further idle conversation with the adept of guidance, turned her attention to the recently arrived Master Tongtian. She transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, profoundly aware of the indispensable guidance provided by Master Tongtian, for which she held a deep sense of gratitude. Friend of the Mother of the Earth, this is my disciple Zhao Gongming, the foremost disciple of the outer sect of my sect. His innate talents and foundational strength are remarkably formidable. I wish to secure for him a position as a ghost emperor. If you would be so gracious, Master Tongtian directly stated his purpose for coming, seeking a position of ghost emperor from the Mother of the Earth, confident she would not refuse, especially since he had refrained from requesting the positions of the Lord of Mount Tai and the Emperor of Fengdu. Chapter 10. The Emperor of Fengdu, Zhao Gongming. Our disciples from the major saintly sects have only secured the position of Yama King of the Underworld. How audacious of the Jie sect to seek the position of Ghost Emperor. The adept of guidance and the adept of pure guidance scoffed at Master Tongtian's ambition, believing he was overstepping his bounds. Master Tongtian had yet to attain saintly status, and they were convinced the Mother of the Earth would never acquiesce to his request. Even Zhao Gongming's aspirations for a Yama position seemed overly ambitious. Master, Zhao Gongming shared this sentiment. Having witnessed the recent events where the Mother of the Earth had rejected other saints, it was implausible she would grant Master Tongtian's desires. Zhao Gongming struggled to comprehend the confidence emanating from his master, which led to such an exception being made by the Mother of the Earth. Friend of Tongtian, your disciple indeed possesses a solid foundation. A position as a ghost emperor may be somewhat beneath his capabilities. Very well, there exists a position of Emperor of Fengdu in the underworld. I shall bestow it upon your disciple. The Mother of the Earth did not refuse Master Tongtian's request and even granted Zhao Gongming the higher title of Emperor of Fengdu. Acknowledging the profound influence Master Tongtian had in establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Mother of the Earth felt an obligation to repay this karmic debt. Otherwise, she would remain indebted to him indefinitely. As the sovereign of reincarnation, she could not allow this obligation to weigh upon her. What? The Emperor of Fengdu? The Mother of the Earth has actually bestowed such a significant position upon Zhao Gongming. Has she lost her senses? The moment the Mother of the Earth concluded her words, the adept of guidance and the adept of pure guidance, who had just been mocking Master Tongtian's aspirations, were left utterly astounded. Even as saints, they were taken aback by the Mother of the Earth's decision. Had the saint of grand purity and the primordial heavenly venerable still been present, they too would have been equally shocked. Thank you, dear friend of the Mother of the Earth, Gongming. Do not forget to express your gratitude to the Mother of the Earth. Master Tongtian, witnessing Zhao Gongming being awarded the title of Emperor of Fengdu, was also caught off guard. The Emperor of Fengdu ranked alongside the Lord of Mount Tai in status, second only to the Mother of the Earth, the sovereign of the underworld. Thank you, Mother of the Earth. Zhao Gongming hurriedly expressed his gratitude upon receiving a cue from Master Tongtian. From the Mother of the Earth's words and Master Tongtian's expression, it was clear that the position of Emperor of Fengdu was of greater significance than that of the 5 ghost emperors. Friend of the Mother of the Earth, there is no need for formalities. The Mother of the Earth replied with a smile, offering a polite acknowledgement to Master Tongtian. Friend of the Mother of the Earth, I entrust you with the care of my disciple from now on. Gongming, be diligent in fulfilling the responsibilities of the Emperor of Fengdu in the underworld. Do not neglect your duties. Master Tongtian advised Zhao Gongming, urging him to take his responsibilities seriously. According to the visions from his dreams, Zhao Gongming was destined to ascend the divine ranking as a god of wealth bound by its constraints. How could he possibly compare to the second in command of the underworld, the Emperor of Fengdu? This was Zhao Gongming's opportunity to break free from his fate, and Master Tongtian hoped he would cherish it. Rest assured, Master, your disciple will undoubtedly fulfill his duties and will not betray the trust placed in him by you and the Mother of the Earth. Upon hearing Master Tongtian's admonition, Zhao Gongming promptly assured his commitment to his responsibilities. I have faith that you will succeed. Work diligently, and should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to consult me, friend of the Mother of the Earth. I leave my disciple in your capable hands. Farewell. Master Tongtian reiterated his advice to Zhao Gongming, then took his leave from the underworld. Friend of the Mother of the Earth, we too shall take our leave. The adept of guidance and the adept of pure guidance followed suit, departing the underworld as well. Come with me, you three. After Master Tongtian and the others had left, the Mother of the Earth guided the three individuals to the core of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Wheel of 6 Paths. King of the Underworld, step forward to receive your title. I, in my capacity as the Sovereign of Reincarnation, I hereby appoint you as the King of the Underworld. The Mother of the Earth beckoned the King of the Underworld to step forward and inscribed his name upon the Wheel of 6 Paths. In that instant, the King of the Underworld felt a faint yet palpable connection to the Underworld. Subsequently, his aura surged rapidly, breaking through from the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm to the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. A significant leap facilitated by the powerful auspices of the Underworld, saving him countless years of arduous cultivation. Thank you, Mother of the Earth. The King of the Underworld rejoiced immensely upon his breakthrough to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. In the barren west, their 3 major disciples had only reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and now he had ascended to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, thereby becoming the foremost disciple of the Western teachings. Step back, Xintian. Step forward to receive your title. I, in my capacity as the Sovereign of Reincarnation, I hereby appoint you as the 5th Yama King, overseeing the Great Hell and the 16 minor hells. The Mother of the Earth proceeded to bestow a title upon Xintian. Thank you, Mother of the Earth. As a registered disciple of Xuandu, Xintian had previously been a mere golden immortal, yet he was instantaneously elevated to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, which left him elated. Zhao Gongming, step forward to receive your title. I, in my capacity as the Sovereign of Reincarnation, I hereby appoint you as the Emperor of Fengdu, governing the 6 heavens of the Luo Feng and the 5 Ghost Emperors, as well as the 10 Yama Kings. You shall oversee the 75 departments, each responsible for the apprehension and management of souls. The Mother of the Earth continued her bestowal upon Zhao Gongming. What? The position of Emperor of Fengdu is so exalted. It is essentially the ruler of the underworld. The moment the Mother of the Earth's words were uttered, both the King of the Underworld and Xintian stood there agape in astonishment, filled with envy and jealousy at Zhao Gongming's elevation to the Emperor of Fengdu. Even as the beneficiary of this title, Zhao Gongming found it difficult to maintain his composure. He was aware of the high status of the Emperor of Fengdu. Yet to become the ruler of the underworld was beyond his wildest expectations. However, before he could fully grasp the enormity of his elevation, he felt an overwhelming influx of merit and auspicious energy enveloping him, rapidly enhancing his cultivation, propelling him from the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm to the mid-stage, then the late stage, and ultimately to the pinnacle, culminating in a breakthrough to the initial stage of the Quasi-Saint Realm. Thank you, Mother of the Earth. Overjoyed by his ascent to the Quasi-Saint Realm, Zhao Gongming was ecstatic. Such a monumental enhancement had saved him tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. At this moment, he stood second only to the inner sect's chief disciple, the Taoist Duobao, within the Jie sect. Even the 3 inner disciples, including the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, had only reached the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. And should a confrontation arise, it was uncertain whether Duobao would emerge victorious. Chapter 11. Quafu pursues the Sun's senior brother. How could the Mother of the Earth bestow such an important position as the Emperor of Fengdu upon a disciple of the Jie sect? After leaving the underworld, The adept of pure guidance remained perplexed as to why the Mother of the Earth would grant Zhao Gongming the title of Emperor of Fengdu. It left him utterly confounded. This matter perplexes me as well. I cannot fathom the underlying reasons. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. The underworld is ultimately not our domain. We should focus on revitalizing the West instead. The adept of guidance, 2, could not discern the relationship between Master Tongtian and the Mother of the Earth, yet he chose to remain vigilant while redirecting his attention toward the revival of the Western teachings. When they attained saintly status, they had vowed to fulfill 48 grand aspirations to restore the West. Should they fail to accomplish this, they would be unable to repay their karmic debts to the heavenly Tao, thereby hindering their strength from progressing. Rest assured, senior brother, I have a plan in mind. The adept of pure guidance exuded confidence, wearing a countenance that suggested he had everything under control. Oh? What plan do you have? Junior brother? The confident demeanor of the Zhuan Ti Dao Ren piqued the curiosity of the Jiayin Dao Ren. Brother, with just this, a great undertaking can be accomplished. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren recounted his plan to Jiayin Dao Ren. He intended to exploit the discord between the Wu and Yao clans to orchestrate a conflict, thereby igniting a war between the two factions. In the ensuing chaos, the world of Hong Huang would undoubtedly be plunged into suffering, providing them with the perfect opportunity to ferry souls to the West. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren aimed to lure the 10 sons of Di Jun out of Tanggu, subsequently instigating discord with the Wu clan. Should either party suffer casualties, the already hostile relations between the two clans would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation. This scheme is truly brilliant. We must execute it swiftly, Jiayin Dao Ren concurred after grasping Zhuan Ti Dao Ren's plan, feeling a surge of excitement to implement it without delay. Fear not, brother. I shall return shortly, Zhuan Ti Dao Ren declared, bidding farewell as he stealthily made his way to the Sun Star. Who are you? And why do you trespass here? In Tanggu, the great Jin Wu confronted Zhuan Ti Dao Ren with suspicion, while the other 9 Jin Wu regarded him with hostility. I have the honor of being the Sun True Lord, appointed by His Majesty to safeguard your safety. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren feigned humility, his demeanor so unassuming that no one would suspect he was a sage. Sun resident, what business brings you here? The great Jin Wu, unperturbed, inquired of Zhuan Ti Dao Ren's intentions. It was not that they were naive. Rather, the Sun Star, being the birthplace of Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, was a forbidden territory for the Yao clan. Even the Wu clan dared not intrude upon the Sun Star. Thus the great Jin Wu had no reason to doubt Zhuan Ti Dao Ren's identity. Furthermore, having encountered little in the way of adversity, they could hardly fathom that a shameless sage would scheme against them. Nothing urgent, merely that His Majesty is currently overwhelmed with the troubles of the Wu clan, and I feel a sense of discomfort being unable to alleviate His Majesty's burdens. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren projected an air of dissatisfaction towards the Wu clan, feigning sympathy for Di Jun the Wu clan. Are they the brash ones that father and uncle often speak of? How infuriating, daring to distress father. The eldest Jin Wu suggested, why don't we quietly venture into the Hong Huang world and teach the Wu clan a lesson to relieve father's worries? Indeed, let us. Gradually, under Zhuan Ti Dao Ren's subtle persuasion, the 10 Jin Wu began to entertain the notion of venturing into the Hong Huang world. Since their inception, they had been confined to Tanggu by Di Jun, and had never ventured beyond. Their professed desire to relieve Di Jun's burdens was a mere pretext. Their true motivation was a longing for adventure in the Hong Huang world. Thus, the 10 Jin Wu swiftly reached a consensus, soaring from Tanggu towards the Hong Huang world. Along the way, Zhuan Ti Dao Ren skillfully guided them past all sentinels, ensuring their smooth entry into the Hong Huang realm. He also cleverly obscured the heavenly court's perception of the Hong Huang world, preventing them from immediately detecting any anomalies. Brother, there lies a Wu clan settlement. Let us go teach them a lesson. Upon entering the Hong Huang world, the 10 Jin Wu quickly encountered members of the Wu clan. Observing the Wu beings below, the Jin Wu soared above the settlement. In an instant, the solar flames emanating from the Jin Wu radiated an intense heat. The weaker Wu beings of the Kwa Fu tribe were instantly reduced to desiccated corpses under the searing heat of the solar flames. The entire Kwa Fu settlement resembled a hellscape, the scene utterly horrific. How dare you seek death? Kwa Fu, witnessing the demise of his kin, erupted in fury, wielding a peachwood staff as he charged at the Tin Jinwu. Ah, he is ferocious. Run. The Jinwu, realizing they were no match for Kwa Fu, swiftly turned to flee, releasing their solar flames as they did. The Tin Jinwu fled through the territory of the Wu clan, causing significant losses among them. Kwa Fu, driven by rage, pursued the Jinwu, though he was merely at the pinnacle of the Deluo Jinxian realm. Despite his superior cultivation, he could not withstand the full force of the Jinwu's solar flames. Moreover, the Jinwu's speed was formidable. Kwa Fu, lacking in swiftness, found himself unable to catch up. As time passed, Kwa Fu's strength and magical energy waned, ultimately leading to his exhaustion. Desperate from thirst, Kwa Fu drank dry a river. Yet this did little against the solar flames, which continued to consume him until he was reduced to ashes. In his final moments, he hurled his peachwood staff, which transformed into a vast peach grove. Kwa Fu. Ironically, just as Kwa Fu perished, he happened to have pursued the Jinwu near the Hui tribe. Hui, a fellow great shaman and close friend of Kwa Fu, was filled with rage upon witnessing Kwa Fu's demise at the hands of the Jinwu. Drawing his mighty bow, he unleashed an arrow imbued with terrifying power, aimed at one of the Jinwu. The Jinwu, mere Tai Yi Jinxian, had managed to entangle Kwa Fu for so long and ultimately slay him solely due to their speed and the potency of their solar flames. Yet now, faced with Hou Yi's wrathful arrow, their speed was no longer an advantage. Run. Having narrowly evaded Hou Yi's first arrow, the Tin Jinwu felt a surge of fear and fled towards the east, seeking to return to the Sun Star. However, Hou Yi would not grant them this opportunity. He immediately pursued them with his bow in hand. Countless lives among the Wu clan and the loss of his friend fueled Hou Yi's rage, leaving no room for the Jinwu's escape. Chapter 12. Prelude to the war between the Wu and Yao clans. After Hou Yi chased them down, he swiftly drew his bow and loosed another arrow, once more imbued with terrifying power. This time, the Tin Jinwu were devoid of the previous luck. Facing Hou Yi's furious shot, one of the great Jinwu was pierced through, transforming into a blazing sun that plummeted toward the eastern sea. Brother? The remaining 9 Jinwu, witnessing the death of their eldest sibling, were filled with sorrow and terror. Yet Hou Yi was indifferent to their despair, continuing to draw and release his arrows. No, please. Faced with Hou Yi's fearsome projectiles, the Jinwu were powerless to resist. With each arrow released, another Jinwu fell. What is happening? Why does my chest ache so? In the heavenly court, she suddenly experienced a sharp pain in her chest, filled with unease. What troubles you, Empress? Dijun, observing Shihi's distress, grew concerned. The danger befalling the Tin Jinwu resonated with him, amplifying his own unease. Your Majesty, I cannot fathom it. I simply feel an intense pain in my chest and an overwhelming sense of dread. Shihi confessed, unable to articulate her feelings. Wait, the Tin Jinwu? Hearing her words, Dijun's mind raced. As powerful beings, they could not simply experience such sensations without cause. The simultaneous distress of both he and Shihi indicated that something dire had befallen the Tin Jinwu. Dijun hastily descended from the palace, gazing toward the Hong Huang world. However, as he looked down, a scene of unimaginable sorrow unfolded before him. The Tin Jinwu were being systematically slain by Hou Yi, one arrow at a time. Scoundrel, you seek death. Enraged, Dijun burst forth from the heavenly court, racing toward the eastern sea. Brother, what has transpired? Dong Huang Tai Yi, hearing Dijun's furious shout, was puzzled. Yet upon witnessing Dijun's furious direction, he too was consumed by wrath. All the powerful beings of the heavenly court rushed towards the eastern Sieda. As Dong Huang Tai Yi spoke, he hastened to follow Dijun. No, spare me, the remaining Jinwu, in a state of utter terror, watched helplessly as their 9 brothers fell before their eyes, leaving them paralyzed with fear. At that moment, they wept profusely, pleading for mercy from Hou Yi. However, Hou Yi's heart remained unmoved. He drew his bow once more. No. As the arrow soared toward him, the remaining Jinwu, filled with despair, let out a piercing cry as Hou Yi's arrow pierced his body, transforming him into yet another blazing sun. Plunging into the eastern sea, finally, all are accounted for. Let us depart. Beneath the eastern sea, Tongtian Jiao Zhu observed as Luya sank into the depths, swiftly collecting him before vanishing from the scene. The bodies of the Tinjin Wu, infused with solar flames, were rare treasures. Having been slain by Hou-Yi, they were not to be wasted. Prepared in advance, Tongtian Jiao Zhu gathered their remains and hastily exited the scene. How could this be? Di Jun, witnessing the death of his last son at the hands of Hou-Yi, was engulfed in despair and sorrow. Upon arriving at the Eastern Sea, he seized Hou-Yi, incinerating him to ashes with the terrifying solar flames. Yet even after vanquishing Hou-Yi, Di Jun's fury remained unquenched. He unleashed devastation upon the nearby Wu clan settlements, resulting in catastrophic losses among them. Di Jun, you wretched bird, you seek death. Among the 12 ancestor witches, the swiftest, Emperor Jiang, arrived at the Eastern Sea. He witnessed Hou-Yi being crushed to death by Emperor Jun, and the nearby Wu clan tribes being annihilated. Igniting a furious blaze within him, he immediately engaged in battle with Emperor Jun. One was the sovereign of the heavenly court, the other the monarch of the demon clan, while Emperor Jiang was the foremost among the 12 ancestor witches. Their clash unleashed cataclysmic destruction, leveling the expanse of several 100,000 kilometers along the shores of the Eastern Sea. Emperor Jiang, your great witch has slain 10 of my sons. Today, I shall obliterate your clan to avenge my 10 pitiful children. Emperor Jun's wrath was immeasurable, striking with unrelenting ferocity, each blow a lethal assault. With the river chart and Luo book in hand, his combat prowess slightly surpassed that of Emperor Jiang, quickly subduing him. Your 10 sons were the ones who first slaughtered my Wu clan, and they deserve their fate. Now, you have slain so many of my kin. Any quest for vengeance is rightfully mine to pursue against your demon clan. You feathered fiend. Although Emperor Jiang's strength was inferior to Emperor Jun's, his physical form was formidable, rendering him impervious to harm. Moreover, each of the 12 ancestor witches was nearly as powerful as he. With the demon clan unable to gain any advantage against the Wu clan, brother, I come to aid you. The Wu clan was already situated within the primordial realm, arriving swiftly at the scene. Upon seeing Emperor Jiang under pressure from Emperor Jun, the other 10 ancestor witches prepared to assist, ready to join forces to vanquish Emperor Jun. Boom. Just as they were poised to strike, a resounding chime echoed throughout the primordial world. The Eastern Emperor Tai, wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, arrived at the Eastern Sea, accompanied by other demon clan quasi-saint powers. Kill. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of his 10 nephews, Eastern Emperor Tai immediately swung the Eastern Emperor Bell towards the ancestor witches. Other powerful demon clan members also engaged in battle against the Wu clan. Emperor Jun fought Emperor Jiang solo, exchanging blows with a steady dominance. Simultaneously, Eastern Emperor Tai, brandishing the Eastern Emperor Bell, faced 6 ancestor witches. Also holding his ground, Kuanping and Fushi each confronted an ancestor witch, with battles unfolding in a back-and-forth manner. The remaining 10 demon saints coordinated to besiege the 4 ancestor witches. The disparity in strength between the 10 demon saints and the ancestor witches was significant. Even with 10 against 4, they could only hold them at bay, failing to gain any upper hand. How infuriating! Emperor Jun seethed with rage as he found himself unable to overcome the Wu clan. Beneath his fury, however, lay a thread of helplessness. With the Wu clan's ancestral witch, Hutu, trapped in the cycle of reincarnation, they lacked a significant fighting force. Yet, even so, the demon clan remained unable to contend with the Wu clan, which left him in a state of vexation. If only there were a way to breach the formidable physique of the Wu clan. Emperor Jun glared at Emperor Jiang's powerful form, feeling immensely dissatisfied. He knew he could suppress Emperor Jiang in battle, yet he could not penetrate his formidable body, leaving him in a state of agitation. Damn it, brothers, form the formation. Emperor Jiang, pressed by Emperor Jun, was equally incensed. Not wishing for the battle to continue in such a manner, he commanded the other ancestor witches to join him in forming the Duhua Divine Killing Formation. Yes, the other ancestor witches promptly took their positions. Although the absence of Hutu impacted the formation's potency, it remained one of the most formidable arrays in the primordial world. As the 11 ancestor witches aligned, a mysterious power linked them together. A terrifying aura swirling as a colossal phantom emerged above them. What? That is the manifestation of Pango. The Wu clan possesses such an ability. The sight of the Pango phantom above the ancestor witches left the formidable beings of the primordial world utterly astounded. Even the great saints could not escape their astonishment. Pango, a being unparalleled in the primordial realm, a force beyond compare. Truly the aura of the Father God. It rivals that of the saints. How can these brutes wield such power? On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shutianzun's expression darkened at the sight of the Pangu phantom. He had always looked down upon the Wu clan, deeming them mindless and unworthy of standing as descendants of the Father God, particularly after his own ascension to sainthood, which deepened his disdain. Now, this group he held in contempt had unleashed power comparable to that of the saints, leaving Yuan Shutianzun deeply unsettled. Damn it, feathered fiend, perish! With the Pangu phantom summoned, Emperor Jiang wasted no time, directing the phantom to strike down with an axe. Everyone, assist me! Eastern Emperor Tai, witnessing the descending axe of the Pangu phantom, hurriedly summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell to resist. While urging all demon clan powers to join in, bang! A tremendous impact resonated as the phantom axe struck the Eastern Emperor Bell. A terrifying force erupted, sending the Eastern Emperor Bell hurtling away. Simultaneously, all demon clan members were thrown back by the overwhelming power, their expressions grim and suffering grievous injuries. Eastern Emperor Tai, bearing the brunt of the attack, spat blood, his complexion pallid. Infuriating. The demon clan powers seethed with rage. Unable to accept this reality, on the other hand, due to the absence of Hutu, the Duhua divine killing formation became unstable and collapsed after the strike. However, they were not disheartened. This attack had already inflicted injuries upon all demon clan members, with Eastern Emperor Tai severely wounded. Damn it, feathered fiend, have you witnessed the strength of my Wu clan? Emperor Jiang reveled in the disheartened expressions of the demon clan, his heart swelling with pride as he taunted them. The sight of the demon clan's displeasure brought him great satisfaction. Brothers, today we shall eradicate the demon clan and unify the primordial world. With a commanding shout, Emperor Jiang prepared to launch an assault. The other ancestor witches, hearing his command, ready to strike down the demon clan. Fellow Taoists of the Wu clan, grant me a favor. Let the demon clan depart, shall we? Just as the Wu clan was about to attack, Nuwa suddenly appeared at the eastern sea. With her brother Fushi still present, she could not bear to see him perish and stepped forward to support the demon clan. Infuriating. This Nuwa dares to intervene. How vexing. If only my sister could escape the cycle of reincarnation. Emperor Jiang's expression soured instantly at Nuwa's appearance. With her involvement, their plan to eliminate the demon clan would undoubtedly fail. Since Saint Nuwa has intervened, we, the Wu clan, shall extend you this courtesy. We shall withdraw, Emperor Jiang commanded, leading the Wu clan powers away. Yet, as the ancestor witches departed the shores of the eastern sea, their countenances were grim. They needed to expedite Qi Yu's ascension to quasi-sainthood. Only then would the Duhua divine killing formation stabilize, and they would no longer fear Saint Nuwa. Determined, Emperor Jiang resolved to ensure Qi Yu swiftly achieved quasi-saint status. When that time came, it would be the optimal moment for the Wu clan to annihilate the demon clan. Saint Nuwa, the Wu clan has slain my 10 children. I beseech you to avenge my sons. Emperor Jun's eyes reddened as he implored Nuwa to seek vengeance for his offspring. Emperor, the Wu clan still has the Saint Hutu. If I intervene, she will undoubtedly retaliate. Nuwa had no intention of taking action on behalf of Emperor Jun. Although Hutu was trapped within the cycle of reincarnation, she did not wish to become an enemy of Hutu. If she were to eliminate the 11 ancestor witches and eradicate the Wu clan, Hutu would certainly pursue her relentlessly. Though Hutu currently could not escape reincarnation, who could guarantee she would remain trapped forever? Hutu's power far surpassed that of these saints, second only to Hongjun Laozu. She did not desire enmity with her. I apologize, Saint Nuwa. I spoke out of turn. Aware that his request was unreasonable, Emperor Jun quickly offered his apologies to Nuwa. Not at all. You should return to the heavenly court to recuperate. After speaking, Nuwa turned and departed the eastern sea. You all return. Upon seeing Nuwa leave, Emperor Jun instructed the demon clan powers to return to the heavenly court for healing. He and Eastern Emperor Tai then entered the eastern sea. intending to search for the bodies of the 10 golden crows. How could this be? Where are my sons' bodies? After searching for a while, Emperor Jun's expression grew increasingly grim. The bodies of the 10 golden crows, which had just fallen into the eastern sea, had completely vanished. Despite their efforts, they could find no trace of them. After a prolonged search, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai finally gave up, returning to the heavenly court with darkened expressions. Both felt immense sorrow. Not only had the 10 golden crows perished, but their bodies had also mysteriously disappeared. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai wore equally grim expressions as they encountered the hidden figure of the Taoist Kunni. After Nuwa's departure, he had immediately set out to search for the bodies of the 10 golden crows, only to find no trace of them, just as Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai had. Damn it! Who has stolen the bodies of the 10 golden crows? In the depths of his heart, the Taoist of Zhuanti roared in frustration, having witnessed the theft of precious fruits. The corpses of the 10 golden crows were indisputably treasures of immense worth, far surpassing even the finest innate spiritual artifacts. To have them taken right before his eyes was an unbearable grievance. Who could it be? Was it Nuwa? The Taoist of Zhuanti harbored suspicions towards Lady Nuwa, believing it could only be her. For apart from himself, she was the only other sage present at the scene. Unable to conceive of any other suspect, he was taken aback by the notion that this seemingly benevolent Nuwa could engage in such treachery. How despicable! Thus, the Taoist of Zhuanti was resolute in his conviction that Lady Nuwa had indeed pilfered the corpses of the 10 golden crows, and his disdain towards her grew ever stronger. He did not suspect Tongtian Jiaozhu, for he knew that Tongtian had yet to attain sagehood. He could hardly believe that Tongtian could steal the corpses under his very nose. However, it was precisely this Tongtian Jiaozhu who had taken away the corpses of the 10 golden crows. Chapter 14. The Frantic Dijuana. So there remains a breath of life. Upon returning to Janeo Island, Tongtian Jiaozhu extracted the corpses of the 10 golden crows. Upon doing so, he discovered that the little golden crow, Luya, still clung to a thread of life. This revelation did not surprise him. According to the visions from his dreams, Luya had indeed survived this ordeal. After Hui had slain the 9 golden crows, his strength had waned considerably, and the power of his final arrow had diminished, allowing Luya to narrowly escape. Since you yet live, allow me to escort you on your final journey. Tongtian Jiaozhu did not exhibit any mercy towards Luya, for in his memories, during the calamity of the canonization, the outer disciple Zhao Gongming of the Jiejiao had perished at Luya's hands. According to Tongtian's recollection, Zhao Gongming had lost the Dinghai Shinju due to the golden money of Shaosheng and Chaobao, only to be killed by Luya's 7 arrows. Faced with an enemy poised to slay his own disciple, Tongtian Jiaozhu would naturally show no mercy. With a mere gesture, he crushed the half-living Luya into oblivion. Ah, where is the immortal slayer flying dagger? It appears he has yet to acquire it. After extinguishing Luya, Tongtian Jiaozhu discovered that he had merely retrieved the 7 arrows book and had not obtained the immortal slayer flying dagger, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, this gloom did not linger for long, as he soon found joy again. Though he lacked the supreme innate spiritual treasure of the immortal slayer flying dagger, he had secured the far more precious 7 arrows book. While the 7 arrows book offered no assistance in direct confrontation, it was undoubtedly a treasure for subterfuge, akin to the 6 souls banner in his possession. Having acquired such a treasure for free, along with the 10 corpses of the golden crows, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt thoroughly satisfied. Your Majesty, you must avenge our poor children. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, upon returning, Dijuan was met with the lamentations of Shi-He. Her 10 children had perished, and her heart ached as if torn asunder. Fear not, I shall not let the Wu clan escape justice. Dijuan's heart was ablaze with fury, wishing to shred every member of the Wu clan into pieces. He was resolute. Once the Zhoutian star array was set in place, he would launch an immediate assault on the Wu clan to annihilate them. Yet, merely having the Zhoutian star array would not suffice. He needed to devise a strategy to counter the formidable physical prowess of the Wu clan. His encounter with Di Jiang had unveiled the terrifying nature of the Wu clan's physical strength. If he did not find a solution, Even the Zhou star array, capable of contending with the Dou Shun Sha array, would remain powerless against the Wu clan. Dijuan swiftly dispatched orders for all demon clans to devise a plan. He could not believe that the myriad beings of the demon race would lack any means to confront the formidable physiques of the Wu clan. After issuing the commands, Dijuan began to ponder deeply. "Your Majesty, good news." Just as Dijuan was deep in thought about how to dismantle the formidable physique of the Wu clan, a demon king rushed in, exclaiming excitedly about good tidings. "What good news?" Seeing the demon king's fervor, Dijuan felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the news he would bring. "Your Majesty, I have discovered a method to counter the formidable physique of the Wu clan." The Songlong demon king was overwhelmed with excitement, struggling to contain his emotions. He knew that the news he bore would undoubtedly elevate their Songlong clan within the demon race. "What method? Speak quickly." Hearing the Songlong demon king's words, Dijuan too grew excited. If they could uncover a means to counter the Wu clan's formidable physique, victory in the impending battle would surely be theirs. The blood of the human race possesses the ability to breach the physique of the Wu clan. Previously, during our Songlong clan's battle against the Wu clan, one of our clan's weapons was stained with human blood, and it effortlessly penetrated the body of a minor Wu. The Songlong Demon King conveyed the information regarding the efficacy of human blood against the Wu clan's physique to Dijuan. "Good, you may leave for now. Do not speak of this matter for the time being. Should it prove true, I shall certainly remember the contributions of the Songlong clan." Dijuan instructed the Songlong Demon King to depart, then promptly entered the Honghuang world to verify the claims made by the Songlong Demon King. Could it truly be so? After personally testing it, Dijuan was immediately filled with exhilaration. The blood of the human race indeed possessed a unique capability to breach the formidable physique of the Wu clan. However, while it was manageable against the minor Wu, breaching the physiques of the 12 ancestors of Wu would require an overwhelming amount of blood. Dijuan furrowed his brow. After all, the human race had been created by Lady Nuwa. He feared that if the demon race were to slaughter them en masse, it would incite her wrath. Never mind, annihilating the Wu clan is of utmost importance. Dijuan hesitated for only a moment before resolutely making his decision. He was still consumed by rage and could hardly afford to entertain such concerns. Furthermore, after previously requesting Lady Nuwa to avenge his children, only to be rebuffed, he harbored some resentment towards her. "Issue a decree to slaughter the human race and collect their blood. I have use for it." Swiftly, a command echoed throughout the heavenly court and the human race, having just gained a foothold in the Honghuang world. Faced impending doom, A.S. Dijuan's orders spread across the various demon clans. The lands of the human race transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The human race was feeble, and most could not withstand the onslaught of beasts, let alone defend against the massacre by the demon clans. "Your Majesty, why have you ordered the slaughter of the human race? What if Lady Nuwa becomes enraged?" Within the heavenly court, Baizé approached Dijuan, inquiring about his motives for the massacre of the human race. Baizé was genuinely perplexed as to why Dijuan would risk incurring Lady Nuwa's ire by targeting a race that seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of the Honghuang world. "Because the blood of the human race can breach the formidable physique of the Wu clan. I intend to collect their blood to forge a sword for slaying the Wu, preparing for their annihilation." Dijuan explained briefly to Baizé, as he did not wish to create a rift with the wise council of the demon race. "I see. But how shall we explain this to Lady Nuwa?" Baizé understood Dijuan's choice, yet he could not fathom how to justify it to Lady Nuwa. "What is there to explain? Do not forget that Lady Nuwa is also the empress of our demon race, and her brother is our Shiha. Should Lady Nuwa truly wish to lay blame, I shall bear the responsibility alone." Dijuan's stance was unwavering. Even if Lady Nuwa were to hold him accountable, he was determined to forge the sword for slaying the Wu. Having lost 10 sons and having previously suffered defeat against the Wu clan in the East Sea, Dijuan had descended into madness. Chapter 15. Aiding the human race? No, please, no. The various tribes of the human race were utterly powerless under the blades of the demon clans. Lacking any means of resistance in their current state, the human race was exceedingly weak, merely awaiting their slaughter. "Lady Nuwa, the human race is facing great calamity. Please save us. Great Sage Taiji, lend us your aid." The beleaguered humans, unable to defend themselves, could only beseech Lady Nuwa, the mother of humanity, and the esteemed Taiji sage for salvation. Yet their cries went unanswered. Dijuan, why do you slaughter the human race? In the heavenly court, Lady Nuwa confronted Dijuan, demanding an explanation for his actions. A hint of righteous anger graced her features. After all, the human race was her creation. Witnessing their brutal slaughter by the demon clans, she could not remain indifferent. Lady Nuwa, the blood of the human race can breach the formidable physique of the Wu clan. I seek to collect their blood to forge a sword for slaying the Wu, aiming to eradicate them and unify the Hongwang world. Dijun did not conceal his intentions. Instead, he candidly articulated his purpose to the revered Nuwa. Dijun was confident that Nuwa would not impede his plans, for the human race had become exceedingly feeble. Utterly incomparable to the demon clan, as the sovereign of the demon race and a saint in her own right, Nuwa held dominion over a significant portion of the demon clan's fortune. Although she similarly claimed a portion of the human race's fortune, the overall luck of the humans was simply not on par with that of the demons. Furthermore, with Fushi still serving in the heavenly court, should a conflict arise with the Witch clan, it would inevitably place him in peril. For both personal and public reasons, Nuwa would not intervene to thwart him, allowing the human race to retain some of their heritage. After a moment of contemplation, Nuwa uttered a single phrase before vanishing from the scene. Rest assured, I shall not annihilate the human race. With Nuwa's departure, Dijun exhaled in relief, promising the void that he would preserve some legacies for the human race. Master, the demon clan is ruthlessly slaughtering the human race. I implore you to lend your assistance. On the summit of Shiyang Mountain, the Grand Master Xuandu knelt before the cavern where the Taiji saint was meditating, repeatedly bowing his head. Witnessing the massacre of his kin filled him with profound rage and sorrow. Yet, he was merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, having ascended through the elixirs of the Taiji saint. While he was unafraid of ordinary great Luo Golden Immortals against the formidable demon clan, his strength proved utterly ineffectual. His only recourse was to beseech his master, the Taiji saint, to act. Only the Taiji saint could rescue the beleaguered human race from its plight. However, no response echoed from the abode of the Taiji saint, regardless of how fervently he implored. Within the cavern, the Taiji saint regarded the beseeching Xuandu outside, but chose to ignore him. The human race was merely a means to his own sanctification, and he held little concern for their survival. After millennia of attaining enlightenment, the Taiji saint had grown increasingly indifferent, his emotions dulled. Now, the only beings who stirred his interest were the Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Tongtian Jiao Master, both manifestations of the primordial Panga's essence. Even Xuandu, who had accompanied him for many years, no longer commanded his attention. Outside the cavern, Xuandu, having received no reply, could only sorrowfully turn away, embarking on a solitary quest to save the human race. However, his limited power meant that a single fully realized demon emperor could easily detain him, allowing the slaughter of the human race to continue unabated. Out of respect for the Taiji saint, the demon clan refrained from killing him, yet they held no fear of him. No. As Xuandu beheld his kin being slaughtered and felt powerless, grief overwhelmed him. Bloodshed surged forth as the demon clan commenced their massacre of the human race, forging the slaughtering which soared on Kunlun Mountain. The Tongtian Jiao Master gazed upon the blood-red skies that blanketed the world, realizing that the demon clan had begun their assault on humanity. The human race represented the future protagonists of the heavenly realm. Should he intervene, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for him in the future. The Tongtian Jiao Master soared from Jinao Island, determined to rescue the humans along the Eastern Sea. Although he had yet to attain sainthood and could not save all of humanity, he was confident in his ability to protect those along the Eastern Sea. I shall safeguard the humans along the Eastern Sea. You may leave. The Tongtian Jiao Master ascended over the Eastern Sea, unleashing his terrifying aura. It is the Tongtian Jiao Master. He has come to our aid. The human ancestors along the Eastern Sea gazed up at the Tongtian Jiao Master, their previously despondent eyes now glimmering with hope. Although the Tongtian Jiao Master had not yet reached sainthood, he was still one of the most powerful beings beneath that rank. Moreover, as one of the three pure ones, his presence would command respect from the demon clan. ensuring that the human race could at least preserve some of their bloodline. Friend Tongtian, we are acting under the edicts of the Celestial Emperor and Lady Nuwa to exterminate the human race and collect their blood. Please do not interfere. Not far off, the Songlong Demon King invoked the names of Dijun and Lady Nuwa. In his fervor to attain the opportunity for quasi-saintship, the Songlong Demon King had become utterly unhinged. Aware that merely invoking Dijun's name would not intimidate the Tongtian Jiao Master, he brazenly mentioned Lady Nuwa as well. What? Acting under the will of Lady Nuwa. The human ancestors and the few remaining humans present were filled with disbelief at the Songlong Demon King's words. They could scarcely fathom that the very creator of their race, Lady Nuwa, would treat them in such a manner. How could this be? Has Lady Nuwa abandoned us? The Songlong Demon King's assertions left the human ancestors utterly disillusioned with Lady Nuwa. I shall reiterate. I will protect the humans along the Eastern Sea. Should you dispute this, you may summon Dijun or Lady Nuwa to confront me. The Tongtian Jiao Master's stance was resolute. Although he had yet to attain sainthood, he feared not the demon clan. As for Lady Nuwa, it was inconceivable that she would come to confront him, so he felt no need to be concerned. Oh? So you intend to oppose my demon clan? The Songlong Demon King was about to retort when a figure of imposing authority materialized before him. We pay our respects to the Eastern Emperor. The newcomer was none other than Dong Huang Tai-yi, the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Clan. Dong Huang Tai-yi disregarded the Songlong Demon King, focusing instead on the Tongtian Jiao Master. He did not regard the Tongtian Jiao Master, who had yet to attain sainthood, as a worthy opponent. With the innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor bell in hand, he believed himself invincible beneath the rank of saint. Even the brutish members of the Witch Clan would require a coalition of 5 or 6 ancestors to contend with him. Chapter 16. The power of Tongtian shocks all. Hong Yun had already perished, and the Tongtian Jiao Master, as the sole being among those who had received the primordial purple energy yet had not attained sainthood, drew the interest of Dong Huang Tai-yi regarding the primordial energy he possessed. However, due to the Tongtian Jiao Master being a disciple of Hongjun Laozu and one of the 3 pure ones, Dong Huang Tai-yi refrained from provoking him. Yet now, with the Tongtian Jiao Master resolutely protecting the human race and opposing the demon clan, an opportunity to strike had presented itself. Dong Huang Tai-yi felt a surge of excitement, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for obtaining the primordial energy. Tongtian Jiao Master, you must remain resolute. Dong Huang Tai-yi silently urged the Tongtian Jiao Master to stand firm, not to yield, for this would present him with the chance to act. I reiterate, the humans along the Eastern Sea shall be under my protection. Should you insist on intervening, you must first contend with me. The Tongtian Jiao Master, unaware of Dong Huang Tai-yi's intentions, simply wished to extend a favor to the human race. Thus, when the human race eventually became the protagonists of the Honghuang world, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for the Jiejiao. Then allow me to experience the strength of my friend Tongtian. Seeing the Tongtian Jiao Master's unwavering stance, Dong Huang Tai-yi could not suppress his elation. Now, he could justifiably make a move against the Tongtian Jiao Master. Dong Huang Tai-yi extended his hand, summoning the Eastern Emperor bell into his palm. With a resounding chime, the Eastern Emperor bell expanded in size. Go! Dong Huang Tai-yi thrust the bell forward, sending it crashing toward the Tongtian Jiao Master. As the Eastern Emperor bell passed, it obliterated and resurrected the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. The audacity of Dong Huang Tai-yi to strike at the Tongtian Jiao Master astonished powerful beings from all quarters. To offend the Tongtian Jiao Master was to offend the other 2 pure ones as well. Had Tai-yi lost his senses to dare attack the Tongtian Jiao Master? Even the Lady Nuwa within her palace was taken aback by Dong Huang Tai-yi's boldness. She herself would afford the Tongtian Jiao Master a measure of respect, yet Tai-yi dared to act against him. Such audacity was indeed extraordinary. How infuriating! This Tongtian has brought shame upon the 3 pure ones, failing to attain sainthood for so long. Now, even the likes of Dong Huang Tai-yi dares to confront him. On Kunlun Mountain, the Yuanshi Tianzuan, witnessing the scene at the Eastern Sea, felt no anger toward Dong Huang Tai-yi's attitude. Instead, he harbored greater dissatisfaction toward the Tongtian Jiao Master. He believed that the Tongtian Jiao Master's protracted delay in achieving sainthood tarnished the reputation of the three pure ones. Is this the Eastern Emperor bell? Truly deserving of its title as an innate treasure, its might is unparalleled. Upon the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, the Tongtian, unperturbed by the descending, remained composed. Although he had yet to attain the status of a saint, his prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary quasi-saint. The current Tongtian had perfected the principles of both swordsmanship and array formations. Should he choose to, he could harness the primordial purple energy to directly validate his Tao and ascend to the realm of. However, he was aware that the primordial purple energy bore the manipulative touch of Hongjun Laozu, and thus refrained from utilizing it. With a flourish, the Tongtian summoned the and struck at the incoming. As he wielded a terrifying sword light cleaved through the void, colliding with the resulting thunderous impact reverberated, unleashing an overwhelming force. The once mighty, capable of collapsing the heavens, was repelled by the stroke of the Tongtian's sword. How could this be possible? Witnessing the being forced back by a single strike from the Tongtian, the onlookers were filled with incredulity. As a primordial treasure and one of the three treasures of creation, there was a paragon of offense and defense in the hands of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Even the formidable required the combined efforts of 5 or 6 to contend with it. Yet now, the invincible had been repulsed by the Tongtian's sword. Impossible! The Eastern Emperor Tai refused to accept this reality. It was inconceivable that Tongtian, yet to become a saint, could possess such terrifying might. The duo of Jane and Zhuenti, having witnessed the scene above the Eastern Sea, were equally incredulous. While others might misjudge, they could not. The strike from the Eastern Emperor Tai was executed without restraint. A full display of power. Tongtian's astonishing strength, even before attaining sainthood, posed a daunting prospect for the future. Nuwa, observing the formidable prowess of the Tongtian, felt a pang of discomfort. As the first to achieve sainthood after Hongjun Laozu, her power paled in comparison to that of the and. Even against the Western saints, she found herself at a disadvantage. The might displayed by Tongtian was equally formidable, and should he attain sainthood, he would undoubtedly surpass her. How could it be that Tongtian harbored such terrifying strength? On Kunlun Mountain, was also unable to grasp the reality before him. Before his own ascension, his power had been inconsequential compared to that of Tongtian. The proud could hardly accept that he was being outclassed by someone of the same tier. Was it possible that his third brother sought to validate the Tao? Upon the summit of Shiyang Mountain, having witnessed the might of Tongtian, began to formulate conjectures. Based on prior intelligence and the current display of strength, he surmised that Tongtian might be inclined towards the path of. The perfection of the sword principle was an astounding feat. How could Tongtian have accomplished such a thing? Hongjun Laozu, observing the spectacle above the Eastern Sea, felt a flicker of astonishment beneath his typically placid demeanor. He understood all too well the arduous nature of bringing a principle to perfection, especially prior to attaining sainthood. Even he, after many years of existence as a saint, had not achieved such mastery before his own ascension. It had taken countless years of effort, utilizing the formidable strength of a saint to revisit and comprehend the principles to reach a state of perfection. Yet here was Tongtian, who had transformed later than him and had not yet attained sainthood, managing to perfect the sword principle. This left him perplexed. However, even with the sword principle perfected, Tongtian would still remain within the grasp of his control. After a brief moment, Hongjun Laozu regained his composure. Although Tongtian had perfected the sword principle, this alone was insufficient for him to directly validate the doubt. Tongtian's path to validation would still necessitate the primordial purple energy bestowed by Hongjun. Should Tongtian employ the primordial purple energy, the contingencies Hongjun had embedded within it would activate, ensuring Tongtian remained within his reach. Hongjun Laozu chose to divert his attention from the battle in the Eastern Sea and retreated to his secluded meditation to consolidate his dominion over the heavenly Tao. Chapter 17. Scheming for the impossible. This cannot be? The Eastern Emperor Tai, witnessing his being repelled by Tongtian's sword, was engulfed in disbelief in his pursuit of the primordial purple energy from Tongtian. He had unleashed his full power in that strike. Even should the formidable ancestor of the intervene, he would be gravely injured, if not slain. Yet, Tongtian had effortlessly repelled leaving him in utter disbelief. I refuse to accept this. The Eastern Emperor Tai, unable to reconcile with the truth, launched another assault against Tongtian. The, imbued with cataclysmic force, hurtled once more towards Tongtian. This was a fleeting opportunity to scheme for as the Eastern Emperor Tai pressed his attack. Tongtian remained unfazed, his mind already racing with plans to seize the. According to the visions from his dreams, after the demise of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the had vanished entirely, never to be seen again. Now, as he engaged in combat with the Eastern Emperor Tai, he was likely the only one aside from Tai with the chance to approach the. Determined, Tongtian resolved to seize the moment. He tore a fragment from his essence and utilized the perfected array principles to transform it into a sensing formation. Subsequently, he invoked the sword principle once more, wielding the to deliver another strike. In an instant, the sensing formation, enveloped in the ultimate sword light, collided with the terrifying sword energy breached the defenses of the. Embedding the sensing formation within its core, a catastrophic shockwave ensued, sending the hurtling backward, while Tongtian was also forced back, blood seeping from his lips. This clash had inflicted wounds upon him, not due to the Eastern Emperor Tai's attack, but because of the toll taken by tearing a fragment of his essence. For a powerful being, essence represented their true foundation. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, as long as their essence remained intact, they could recover swiftly. However, once the essence was harmed, the road to recovery was long and fraught with uncertainty. Tongtian's choice was undeniably perilous. Should he fail, the loss of his essence would be a steep price to pay. Master, on. The disciples of the were alarmed at the sight of Tongtian's injury. Guard the. I shall assist my master, declared, instructing his fellow disciples to refrain from recklessness before soaring towards the eastern sea, intent on aiding Tongtian, as one of the two quasi-saint disciples of the. Any assistance he could provide to Tongtian in this moment was invaluable. Injured that I knew it was impossible for me to lose to him, the Eastern Emperor Tai exclaimed, exhilarated upon seeing Tongtian wounded. Unbeknownst to him, Tongtian's injury stemmed not from his attack, but from the choice Tongtian had made to tear a fragment of his essence. The Eastern Emperor Tai, in his fervor, pressed on with his assault against Tongtian. Success. On the other side, despite his injuries, Tongtian felt a surge of joy. Although he had lost a fragment of his essence, he had successfully embedded the sensing formation within this sensing formation was remarkably concealed. Unless one possessed the strength of a saint, it would remain undetected. Even the Eastern Emperor Tai, as the master of the, would be unable to notice its presence in the short term. Given the imminent eruption of he lacked the time to investigate. With the sensing formation in place, once the Eastern Emperor Tai perished and faded into the void, Tongtian would be able to locate it through the sensing formation. That time, possessing the would significantly enhance Tongtian's prospects of guiding through the impending calamity of With a heart brimming with anticipation, Tongtian re-engaged in battle with the Eastern Emperor Tai. Now that the sensing formation was in place, he no longer held back. The Tongtian's grasp radiated an exquisite brilliance, each strike forcing the Eastern Emperor Tai to retreat step by step. How could this be? Just moments ago, Tongtian had been injured. How was it that he now had the upper hand against the Eastern Emperor Tai? The sudden turn of events left the onlookers bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scenario. This Tongtian, possessing such formidable strength, truly embodied the essence of the Father God. Within the shamanic tribe, the great ancestral shamans gazed in astonishment at the primordial Lord of Heaven, who was being subdued by the celestial master of the way. How could this be? Had he not just sustained injuries? How had he suddenly grown more formidable? The primordial Lord of Heaven himself was equally bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Why had his master suddenly become so powerful? Not only the primordial Lord of Heaven, but also the hurriedly arrived Taoist Duobao, who had intended to assist the celestial master, found himself in a state of confusion. Initially, he had rushed to the battlefield, worried for the celestial master's safety, only to find that before he could arrive, the celestial master had turned the tide and was now forcing the primordial Lord of Heaven into retreat. In a moment of disbelief, the celestial master, wielding his sword, pressed the primordial Lord of Heaven back. Shall we continue, my friend Tai? However, the celestial master chose not to pursue his advantage further, deeming it meaningless. While he could overpower the primordial Lord of Heaven, the latter was protected by the Eastern Sovereign Bell, making it impossible for the celestial master to inflict any significant harm with his current strength. Continuing the battle would only squander precious time. Friend of the celestial way, your prowess is commendable. I hold you in high regard and, as a gesture of goodwill, I shall spare the human race by the eastern sea from destruction, declared the celestial master. The primordial Lord of Heaven regarded him with eyes filled with resentment, yet he did not reveal his feelings. Instead, he amiably addressed Luofeng before turning to depart from the eastern sea. Seeing the primordial Lord of Heaven's retreat, the other demon clans dared not linger and promptly turned to leave. We are immensely grateful to the celestial master for rescuing our human race from peril, they expressed. With the retreat of the primordial Lord of Heaven and the departure of the demon clans, the human race that had fled to the shores of the eastern sea had finally weathered this great calamity. The three venerable ancestors of the human race, Swerin, Yuchao, and Zi, immediately approached the celestial master with heartfelt gratitude. They were profoundly appreciative of the celestial master's intervention, at a time when both the Holy Mother Nuwa and the Sage of Human Teaching had abandoned the human race. It was the celestial master who had stepped forth to preserve a flicker of hope for them. There is no need for such formality, esteemed ancestors. In these dire times, it is imperative that you swiftly lead the remaining human populace to safety. The celestial master urged. Daoist Duobao, since you are here, remain to assist the human race in settling along the eastern sea. The three human ancestors expressed their thanks once more before setting off to ensure the safety of their kin. Fully aware of the urgency of the situation, Master, I shall take my leave, Daoist Duobao said, though he felt puzzled by the celestial master's instructions. However, being one who revered his teacher, he did not question the decision and promptly went to lend his aid. Observing the bustling human race, the celestial master returned to Golden Cauldron Island. The current state of the human race reminded him of the catastrophic events during the Tongtian calamity, equally tragic and helpless. The celestial master vowed that such a fate must not befall them again. He needed to cultivate even greater strength to alter the destiny of the Jie sect. Chapter 18. The war between the shamans and the demons begins. The human race on the shores of the eastern sea had been saved by the celestial master, preserving a flicker of hope. Beyond these shores, however, the human populace in other regions had been nearly annihilated by the demon clans, with only a scant few sheltered by Xuandu and some finding refuge in the five of the great immortal Zhenyuan. It was evident that, had the celestial master not intervened, only a handful of humans would have remained. The blood of so many humans would surely suffice to forge the demon-slaying sword, capable of piercing the flesh of the ancestral shamans. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun surveyed the vast quantities of human blood collected by the demon clans, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Tai, Shihuang, continue your research on the great array of the heavenly stars. I shall proceed to forge the demon-slaying sword. I hope that on the day of my success, you will also complete the great array. Emperor Jun gathered all the human blood and instructed the Eastern Sovereign Tai and Fushi to continue their studies of the great array, while he departed to commence the forging of the demon-slaying sword. Within the heavenly court, the three great demon monarchs collaborated, entering a state of industriousness. Returning to the solar star, Emperor Jun retrieved numerous treasures. Melting them with the true fire of the sun, he then skillfully shaped them into the form of a colossal sword. Subsequently, with immense magical power, he meticulously infused the collected human blood into the great sword. The blood was quickly consumed by the sun's flames, merging seamlessly with the sword itself. As time passed, the immense sword began to radiate a deep crimson hue, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. After millennia of effort, Emperor Jun finally infused the blood of countless humans into the great sword. At that moment, the sword before him emanated an aura of terrifying malice, so potent that not even a great Luo golden immortal could withstand it. The demon-slaying sword, I have finally forged you. The brutish shamans, your end is nigh, Emperor Jun declared, eyes glinting with chilling ferocity. With this sword in hand, combined with the great array of heavenly stars, he was poised to exact vengeance upon the demon clans. Tai, What is the status of the Great Array? Emperor Jun inquired, sheathing the demon-slaying sword and leaving the solar star. Upon returning to the heavenly court, he immediately sought out Eastern Sovereign Tai to inquire about the progress of the Great Array. Brother, the Great Array of heavenly stars has been fully established and is ready for activation at any moment, replied Eastern Sovereign Tai, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. The time for a decisive confrontation with the shamans had finally arrived. Excellent! Mobilize all the demon armies. We shall march into the territory of the shamans. I seek to eradicate the shamans from the wilderness and unify the realm, Emperor Jun commanded, and the entire demon race sprang into action. Such a monumental mobilization could not escape the notice of the formidable beings within the wilderness. All were acutely aware that a climactic battle between the shamans and demons was imminent. Brother, the demon race is mobilizing its forces. They surely intend to confront us, voiced Zhu Rong, the fiery-tempered shaman, as he sought to engage the demons head-on. Very well, relay the order to gather the strong from each shaman tribe in preparation for war against the demons, commanded Emperor Jiang, as he too ordered the shaman forces to assemble for the impending conflict. During these past millennia, the shamans had not been idle, cultivating several formidable figures nearing the quasi-saint realm, with the most powerful among them being Qiyu, who had approached the mid-stage of that realm. With Qiyu's assistance, the great array of the heavenly goddess demonic energy would be stable, unlike before when it would collapse after a single blow, failing to unleash its full potential. Now, Emperor Jiang was resolute in quelling the demons' arrogance, preparing to annihilate them and unify the wilderness. Alas, the commotion between the shamans and demons indicates that a decisive battle is upon us. I hope it does not extend its reach to us, mused the various factions, fully aware that a confrontation was inevitable. Brother, the time for the decisive battle between the shamans and demons has arrived. Our opportunity is at hand, exclaimed the Taoist of the Shumi Mountain, his face alight with excitement. The war between the shamans and demons was about to commence, and all eyes would surely be drawn to their clash. Thus, they could seize the moment to convert some outstanding talents into their Western teachings. The final confrontation truly upon us. My opportunity has come, thought the celestial master as he observed the mobilization of the two great factions. A smile gracing his lips, the celestial master required the blood of the 12 ancestral shamans to refine his corporeal form. Should he succeed in strengthening his body to its utmost, he believed he could transcend to the realm of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal without reliance on the primordial purple energy. As the incarnation of the primordial deity Pangu, the celestial master possessed innate talent in spiritual essence, having already reached the pinnacle beneath the saints, with the enhancement of two perfected realms of laws. His magical power too had reached its zenith beneath the saints. Now, what remained was to fortify his corporeal form. After all, as the incarnation of Pangu, he originally lacked a physical body. This current form was a product of his own cultivation in later stages, and compared to his spiritual essence, it was woefully inadequate. Even with the 9 transformations of the mysterious art enhancing it, it barely approached the quasi-saint realm. Only by utilizing the blood of the ancestral shamans could the celestial master hope to elevate his corporeal form to its utmost potential beneath the saints. With a fiery gaze, he fixed his attention on the direction of Buzhou Mountain, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the war between the shamans and demons. Time flowed onward, and soon, the armies of the shamans and demons had assembled. The two factions positioned themselves near Buzhou Mountain, the shamans on the ground and the demons in the sky, standing in stark opposition to one another. Was this the true power of the foremost factions in the wilderness? It was utterly terrifying. The various formidable figures gazed in awe at the two great forces gathered at Mount Buzhou. Within the ranks of the Lich and Demon clans, each faction boasted more than 10 quasi-saint powerhouses. The Demon clan was led by 3 great demon emperors, 1 grand demon master, and 10 demon saints, totaling an impressive 14 quasi-saint strongmen. Meanwhile, the Witch clan was equally formidable, with 11 ancestral witches, along with Qiyu, Xingtian, Xianglu, and Jiufeng, amassing a total of 15 quasi-saint level warriors. As for those at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, each side surpassed 1,000 in number. Typically scattered across various regions, the factions had remained unnoticed until now. Only upon their convergence did the true horror of these two powers become apparent. How splendid it would be if all these strong ones belonged to our Western sect, mused the Taoist Kunti, his gaze filled with avarice as he beheld the might of the two clans. If he could usher their formidable warriors into the Western sect, he believed they would undoubtedly elevate its stature and fulfill his grand aspirations, repaying the merits owed to the heavenly Tao. Alas, such thoughts were but fanciful dreams, utterly unattainable. The current objective of Jane was to seize the opportunity during the impending clash of the two forces, to guide a few prodigies into the Western sect, and he would be wholly content with that. Chapter 19. The Cataclysm of the Witch and Demon Clans Zamanio. It is astonishing that after the last lesson, you still remain unrepentant. In light of this, today, our witch clan shall utterly annihilate your demon clan, lest your existence tarnish the world left behind by our Father God, proclaimed Di Jiang, standing at the forefront of the witch army, taunting Di Jun with fervor. Having taken great pleasure in the previous defeat inflicted upon the demon clan in the Eastern Sea, he felt a swell of pride. You barbarians should not rejoice too soon. Today, I shall vanquish your witch clan in vengeance for my 10 children and all the warriors of the demon clan who perished by your hands. Jun paid no heed to Di Jiang's derision. He was adequately prepared this time, armed with the Zhoutian Star Battle Array and the Slaughter Witch Sword, confident in his ability to obliterate the witch clan. Ha ha ha, Zamanio, if revenge is what you seek, then come forth, brothers, activate the Zhoutian Star Battle Array. Di Jiang wasted no time, initiating the array without allowing Di Jun another moment to boast. In an instant, the ethereal visage of the Panga deity re-emerged. Now solidified and fortified by Qi Yu's support, a terrifying aura swept across the primordial world, surpassing that of ordinary saints, even overshadowing the Taiji Saint, a band of brutes. Do you truly believe I am unprepared? Commanded Di Jun, as he swiftly arranged the Zhoutian Star Battle Array in response to the witch clan's deployment of the Dutian Shan Sha Array. Suddenly, the once bright sky revealed a myriad of stars, cascading beams of starlight illuminating the entire primordial realm. Under the influence of countless starlights, a formidable power coalesced on the side of the heavenly court. How infuriating! How could these Zamanio manage to establish such a formidable array? The existence of the Zhoutian Star Battle Array instilled considerable pressure upon the witch clan, undermining their previously overwhelming advantage. Hemph, Zamanio, do not think that your demon clan's array will change anything. Brothers, let us slay them. Di Jiang, undeterred by the demon clan's newfound strength, rallied his Kin as a member of the witch clan. They had never known fear. With a commanding shout, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches wielded the Dutian Shan Sha Array against the demon clan. Kill, Di Jun, seeing the witch clan charge, wasted no time in unleashing the power of the Zhoutian Star Battle Array upon the ethereal visage of the Panga deity. Above the heavenly court, the energy of the array coalesced with the might of countless demon clan warriors, forming a colossal beam of light that surged toward the witch clan. Unfazed, the witch clan countered with the power of the Dutian Shan Sha Array. The visage of the Panga deity raised its axe and cleaved towards the oncoming light beam. Boom! The collision of two terrifying forces unleashed an explosive wave, devastating the surrounding area. In the aftermath, many from both sides fell victim to the cataclysmic shockwave, their fury ignited further by the losses sustained. The power of the Dutian Shan Sha Array and the Zhoutian Star Battle Array clashed again, creating a series of deafening explosions that ravaged Mount Buzhou. After a relentless barrage of collisions, both arrays collapsed simultaneously. In an instant, the backlash injured all who had participated in organizing the arrays. Zamanio, come forth and fight. With the arrays in ruins, neither side displayed any intention of retreating. Di Jiang bellowed as he charged towards Di Jun, while the other ancestral witches sought their own adversaries. The witch clan, now bolstered by several quasi-saints, swiftly gained the upper hand. Zamanio, do you see? Your demon clan is faltering. Prepare to meet your demise. Though Di Jiang was being suppressed by Di Jun, his expression was one of triumph. The demon clan had clearly fallen into disarray, and victory for the witch clan seemed imminent. Dio, you truly believe victory is assured? Just as Di Jiang reveled in his apparent success, Di Jun revealed a cruel smile. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red giant sword, exuding endless malice, materialized in his grasp. Di Jun swung the sword towards Di Jiang, catching the overconfident witch off guard. Di Jiang's formidable physique crumbled beneath the strike, as if it were mere tofu, leaving him grievously wounded, a massive gash carved into his body. The suddenness of this turn of events left Di Jiang momentarily stunned. Yet, Di Jun offered him no respite, unleashing another strike. Already gravely injured, Di Jiang was swiftly dispatched by Di Jun's relentless assault. Brother. The fall of Di Jiang left the remaining ancestral witches and witch clan warriors in shock. The event transpired too suddenly for them to react. Di Jiang was gone. How dare you, Zamanio? You have slain my brother. I shall avenge him. In an instant, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong abandoned their adversaries, rushing towards Di Jun with vengeance in their hearts. The two unleashed their fury, decisively suppressing Di Jun. Heavenly Emperor, I come to your aid. Fushi, witnessing Di Jun's precarious plight, rushed to his side, intercepting Gong Gong. With Gong Gong's threat neutralized, Di Jun's peril was finally alleviated. Though wounded, armed with the Slaughter Witch sword, he managed to turn the tide in a moment. Zhu Rong found himself similarly battered. Curse it, I will perish alongside you. Realizing that his injuries were worsening and that he might perish at Di Jun's hands, Zhu Rong succumbed to madness, recklessly charging at Di Jun in defiance of Di Jun's attacks. He closed the distance, and in a moment of desperation, Zhu Rong's aura surged to its zenith before exploding. Driven to insanity, he detonated himself right beside Di Jun. Di Jun, taken aback by Zhu Rong's reckless act, was unable to evade the explosion. Even with the protection of the Hichu and Luo Shu, he sustained severe injuries from the blast. Brother! Your Majesty, Zhu Rong! The devastation wrought by Zhu Rong's self-detonation and Di Jun's injuries incited further fury among the warriors of both factions, leading to increasingly ferocious assaults. Before long, countless strongmen from both sides fell in battle. Boom! A violent explosion erupted as yet another ancestral witch self-detonated, taking with him the severely weakened Di Jun and a demon saint in the process. Simultaneously, an ancestral witch engaged with Dong Huang Tai Yi also chose to self-destruct. Despite the protection of the Dong Huang Bell, Dong Huang Tai Yi sustained significant injuries from the explosion. At this juncture, both sides had descended into madness, forsaking all caution. No, I shall not join you in this madness. At that moment, the demon master Kuanpeng could no longer withstand the pressure of death. Transforming into a colossal Kuanpeng, he soared towards the northern sea, taking the Hichu and Luo Shu with him as he fled. Kuanpeng's retreat plunged the previously dominant demon clan back into peril. In an instant, several demon saints and numerous demon clan warriors met their tragic ends. The witch clan was equally beleaguered, their strongmen having suffered significant casualties. I shall battle you to the end. Witnessing the heavy losses among the demon clan and the fall of Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi's fury surged. He resolved to self-destruct alongside the 5 ancestral witches he had been battling. With a resounding explosion, Dong Huang Tai Yi chose to detonate himself, instantly claiming the lives of 4 ancestral witches and leaving one gravely injured. Witnessing the tragic demise of countless brethren among the remaining 3 great ancestral witches. Zhu Jiuyin took Vuxi down with him in a mutual destruction, while the severely injured Xian Ming also self-detonated, claiming 2 demon saints in the process. In an instant, the 11 ancestral witches of the witch clan were reduced to merely Gong Gong, and the great witch was left with only Xing Tian, Xianglu, and Jiufeng, while the demon clan was likewise diminished to 4 great demon saints, as for those beneath the quasi-saint realm. They were nearly all obliterated amidst the terrifying aftermath of the fierce battle and self-explosions. The witch clan was finished. Thus, there seemed little reason for this world to continue existing. Observing that the witch clan was now reduced to a mere handful, Gong Gong realized the clan's demise. Unable to contain the fury within, he charged towards Mount Buzhou, intent on taking the Hong Huang realm down with him. Chapter 20. The 4 saints compete for the Eastern Emperor Bell with a resounding crash. Gong Gong unleashed all his might, colliding forcefully against Mount Buzhou. The mountain, already on the brink of collapse from the witch-demon conflict, shattered and crumbled under this impact. Mount Buzhou fell apart. The heavenly court lost its support, tilting westward and gradually descending towards the ground. Simultaneously, an immense rift tore open in the world barrier of the Hong Huang realm due to the collapse of the heavenly pillar. Terrifying streams of chaotic energy surged through the fissure, flooding into the Hong Huang realm. This chaotic energy flowed like a celestial river cascading from the heavens, dissolving everything it touched in an instant. The heavenly court bore the brunt of this devastation, suffering immense destruction, while the Hong Huang realm could not escape either, gradually being eroded and assimilated by the chaotic onslaught. Such destruction of the Hong Huang realm led to Gong Gong suffering the backlash of the heavenly Tao, resulting in his immediate demise. The remaining beings of the Witch clan bore the weight of immense sin. Meanwhile, the Demon clan, engaged in battle with the witches, fared little better, although their situation was not as dire. They too were burdened by sin. It was easy to envision that with this endless accumulation of sin, both the Witch and Demon clans would inevitably, like the Dragon clan, retreat from the stage of the Hong Huang realm. The heavens have collapsed. The scene near Mount Buzhou instilled profound terror in the hearts of the beings of the Hong Huang realm, particularly the chaotic energy flooding into it, a terrifying force that even the Deluo Golden Immortals could not withstand. If the world barrier was not promptly repaired to halt the chaotic influx, soon, all beings below the quasi-saint realm within the Hong Huang realm would face extinction. How could Gong Gong dare to permit this? Nearby Mount Buzhou, Niuhua had just gathered the remnants of Fuxi's soul when she was taken aback by the unfolding scene. As a saint, she had long sensed the impending calamity of the Witch-Demon War. She had prepared contingencies to preserve Fuxi's soul, allowing him the chance for rebirth and cultivation anew. Therefore, when Fuxi fell, she was not overly surprised. Amidst the great calamity, Niuhua understood the difficulty of safeguarding Fuxi. Having prepared for this moment, she rushed to the scene and rescued Fuxi's remnants. Originally believing that the matter would conclude there, she was nonetheless caught off guard by Gong Gong's actions, which were beyond her expectations. Without a moment to ponder, Niuhua glanced at the Eastern Emperor Bell, now slipping into the rift of time and space, and swiftly ascended to the heavens, employing her saintly powers to temporarily seal the rift above, preventing the chaotic energy from further flooding into the Hong Huang realm. Simultaneously, she halted the descent of the heavenly court. Niuhua harbored no greed for the Eastern Emperor Bell. She was acutely aware that with Taiching Saint and Yuan Shi Tianzun wielding innate treasures, she was no match for them. Moreover, the two saints of the West were closely connected, providing her no advantage. Even if she attempted to seize the Eastern Emperor Bell, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. It was far more prudent to seal the rift above and accrue some merit. Niuhua believed that if she could resolve the rift in the sky, the merit gained would surely rival that of her creations. What? The heavens have split open. The Taiching Saint, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and the two saints of the West were equally astonished by this terrifying spectacle. Even the Taiching Saint, who had long cultivated the path of detachment and tranquility, exhibited a fleeting expression of bewilderment. However, despite their shock, the four remained unaffected. At the very moment of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi's demise, they simultaneously focused their attention on the Eastern Emperor Bell. For beings of the saintly realm, the enhancement provided by innate spiritual treasures was no longer significant. Even the finest innate treasures were so. For those in the saintly realm, innate treasures were the true treasures. The Eastern Emperor Bell shall belong to our Western Church. As Zhuan Tidaoren gazed at the Eastern Emperor Bell, which spun endlessly in the rift of time and space following Taiyi's self-destruction, his eyes burned with fervor. Senior brother, hurry and seize the Eastern Emperor Bell. I shall assist you. Zhuan Tidaoren exclaimed to Jieyin Dao Ren before darting towards the bell. Their Western Church had long been overshadowed by the Taiching Saint and Yuan Shi Tianzun, who possessed innate treasures, leaving them exceedingly displeased. Now, with an unclaimed innate treasure before them, they could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Their figures moved with astonishing speed, swiftly arriving near the Eastern Emperor Bell. As beings of the saintly realm, even within the rift of time and space, their velocity remained formidable. Jieyin Dao Ren, spotting the Eastern Emperor Bell nearby, immediately activated his powers to attempt its acquisition. Open the sky's blade. Just as Jieyin Dao Ren was on the verge of success, a chilling voice resonated, followed by a terrifying energy blade that slashed towards him. Realizing the imminent danger, Jie Yin Dao Ren dared not exhibit any carelessness. He promptly abandoned the Eastern Emperor Bell and turned to defend against the attack. The Open Skies Blade was one of the profound principles of the innate treasure. The Panga banner, representing the pinnacle of offensive power. Should he choose to endure Yuan Shi Tianzun's strike head-on, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. In that case, even if he secured the Eastern Emperor Bell, he would not be able to protect it. Jie Yin Dao Ren swiftly summoned the exquisite innate treasure, the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, to shield himself. A deafening crash resounded as the terrifying force of the Open Skies Blade sent Jie Yin Dao Ren flying. To covet the Eastern Emperor Bell, do you believe yourselves worthy? Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice rang out, dripping with disdain for the two saints of the West. Outrageous. Watching Jie Yin Dao Ren being flung aside, Zhuan Ti Dao Ren seethed with anger. However, he had no time to concern himself with Jie Yin Dao Ren and immediately reached for the Eastern Emperor Bell. Yet, as he prepared to act, a terrifying duality of yin and yang energies enveloped him, ensnaring him like a cow trapped in a quagmire, rendering him unable to move. Tai Ching. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren immediately recognized that the Tai Ching saint had also arrived. Jie Yin, Zhuan Ti, the Eastern Emperor Bell is one of the three treasures of creation, forged from the Pango axe of the Father God.it, rightfully belongs to our Sanqing. I implore you both not to interfere. Tai Ching appeared not far away, calmly warning the Western two saints against their meddling. Humph, a farce. An unclaimed object belongs to the one who is destined. The Eastern Emperor Bell is fated to be ours in the Western Church. Besides, both of you already possess innate treasures. You should yield the Eastern Emperor Bell to us. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren, of course, would not relinquish the Eastern Emperor Bell merely because of a single statement from the Tai Ching saint. He continued to strive to seize it, however, against the Tai Ching saint, who had already entered the path of detachment. They, who had yet to grasp the essence of the Great Way, were not his match. Furthermore, the current Tai Ching saint wielded the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. No matter how hard Zhuan Ti Dao Ren endeavored, he could not break free from the entanglement of the yin and yang energies. It was not just him. Even Jie Yin Dao Ren, who had been struck away, and Yuan Shi Tianzun, not far off, found themselves ensnared by the Taiji diagram's dual energies, unable to escape in the short term. Infuriating. How could Tai Ching even ensnare me? Yuan Shi Tianzun seethed with rage. He had not anticipated that the Tai Ching saint would deny him even a chance. Yet, no matter how furious Yuan Shi Tianzun became, it was futile. Even with the Panga banner in hand, the disparity in realms left him temporarily incapable of breaking free, forced to watch as the Tai Ching saint reached for the Eastern Emperor Bell. Just as the Tai Ching saint was about to succeed, the Eastern Emperor Bell suddenly vanished, slipping into the void and completely losing its trace. It has disappeared. Splendid. Upon witnessing the Eastern Emperor Bell's disappearance, the three great saints felt a sense of relief. If they could not obtain it, then it was for the best that none should. Gone. The Tongtian sage was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the Eastern Sovereign Bell suddenly vanish into the void. Chapter 21. Nuwa Mends the Heavens. The four great sages, observing the disappearance of the Eastern Sovereign Bell, felt a pang of reluctance. They searched diligently within the interstices of time and space, unwilling to concede. Meanwhile, as they sought the Eastern Sovereign Bell, the celestial master of the way was not idle. He roamed tirelessly near Mount Buzhou, collecting the corpses of the fallen warriors from both clans. Even fragments of those who had self-destructed, reduced to mere dust, were not spared in his meticulous gathering. After a thorough search, the celestial master reaped significant rewards, amassing not only countless corpses of powerful beings, but also a wealth of innate spiritual treasures. Following the demise of the demon clan's formidable warriors, numerous treasures littered the battlefield. Among them, many demon saints and several demon kings possessed innate spiritual treasures, which were subsequently claimed by the celestial master. The most precious of these was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the celestial slaying gourd. The celestial master had not anticipated that he would discover the gourd, which he had failed to obtain from Lu Ya. Amidst this battlefield, with the Tongtian sage pursuing the Eastern Sovereign Bell and Lady Nuwa engaged in mending the barrier of the realms, no one hindered the celestial master. as for the few remaining members of the witch and demon clans. They had already been rendered speechless when the public shattered Mount Buzhou. Just as the Celestial Master was clearing the battlefield, the Tongtian sage and his companions returned from the interstices of time and space. However, their expressions were far from pleasant, clearly indicating their lack of success. "Ah, Celestial Master?" Upon their emergence, the four were somewhat taken aback at the sight of the Celestial Master. Yet, when they gazed upon the thoroughly cleared battlefield, their faces grew even grimmer. They were well aware that numerous valuable items had fallen within the battlefield, but in their pursuit of the Eastern Sovereign Bell, they had reluctantly chosen to forego them, intending to return later. Little did they expect that the Celestial Master would have already gathered every treasure present. Just as the Perfected One was about to speak up, requesting the Celestial Master to relinquish a portion of the treasures, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, and the figure of Ancestor Hongjun materialized before them. "I have met my master." With Ancestor Hongjun's arrival, the major sages suppressed their thoughts and respectfully bowed to him. The conflict between the witch and demon clans had caused the collapse of the heavenly pillar, plunging the world into calamity. Now, it was imperative for all the major sages to collaborate closely in mending the barrier. "Nuwa, this is the Qian Kurending. It can refine the multicolored stones to repair the barrier. You have just made a significant contribution by intercepting the chaotic airstream, so I entrust this task to you. You five shall assist Nuwa in expeditiously repairing the barrier to save the beings of the Honghuang world. There must be no errors." After speaking, Ancestor Hongjun granted the Qian Kuan Ding to Lady Nuwa, and then his figure vanished from sight at this moment. With Mount Buzhou collapsed and the barrier of the Honghuang world damaged, the heavenly Tao was at its weakest. Ancestor Hongjun had to seize this opportunity to encroach upon the authority of the heavenly Tao. Were it not for the concern that the unresolved issue of the barrier's damage could lead to the complete destruction of the Honghuang world, Ancestor Hongjun would not have revealed this aspect. "Brothers, I implore you to stabilize the barrier and prevent the chaotic airstream from flooding the Honghuang world. My sister will expedite the refinement of the multicolored stones to restore the barrier." When Ancestor Hongjun entrusted the Qian Kuan Ding to her, he simultaneously imparted the method for refining the multicolored stones. Lady Nuwa was filled with excitement. Her choice was vindicated, and this monumental merit belonged to her. "Very well, we shall take charge of stabilizing the barrier. My sister can focus on refining the multicolored stones." With Ancestor Hongjun's command, the Tongtian sage and the others dared not disobey and immediately set to work stabilizing the barrier, while Lady Nuwa promptly began her refinement of the multicolored stones. Time passed, and with the assistance of the Qian Kurending, Lady Nuwa's process of refining the multicolored stones proceeded without incident. Before long, she had successfully crafted 36,501 vividly colored stones. Upon completion, Lady Nuwa returned to the site of the barrier. Taking the multicolored stones, she meticulously embedded them into the fissures of the barrier. With each stone set into place, the cracks in the barrier diminished. Ultimately, after using up all 36,500 stones, the barrier was finally restored. The remaining stone, however, fell towards the Honghuang world, eventually landing upon a mountain near the Eastern Sea. The barrier was finally mended. As the barrier's restoration was completed, Lady Nuwa felt a surge of exhilaration. With the barrier repaired, her merits should finally manifest. What is amiss? The barrier has been restored, yet why has merit not descended? However, after waiting a while, no merit appeared from the heavenly Tao, leaving her perplexed. Not only her, but the other sages also shared in the confusion. What could be the reason for this, brothers? Do you know the cause? Lady Nuwa pondered for a moment, unable to grasp the crux of the matter, and thus inquired about the reason. "I am also uncertain," the four great sages replied, unable to provide an answer. Given time for contemplation, they would likely discern the underlying issue, but under the sudden inquiry, they were at a loss. The Celestial Master, however, understood the reason, recognizing that the heavenly court currently lacked support. If the major sage's powers were to dissipate, it would inevitably lead to a further descent into the Honghuang world. The heavenly court was crucial for sustaining the barrier. If it fell, the barrier would undoubtedly collapse once more. The matter of the heavenly court's fall had yet to be resolved, so it could not be considered that the barrier was fully restored. Nevertheless, the Celestial Master had no intention of revealing his plans to Lady Nuwa. He intended to claim the merit for himself. Although he did not require merit to attain sainthood, the Celestial Master could infuse the merit into the Qingping sword, further augmenting its power. Paying no heed to Lady Nuwa and the others, the Celestial Master soared towards the direction of the Northern Sea. Although he had yet to attain sainthood, with the 4 swords of slaying immortals in hand, vanquishing the colossal turtle of the Northern Sea posed no issue. This merit was firmly within his grasp. What is the Celestial Master planning to do in the Northern Sea? Observing the Celestial Master depart in silence, Lady Nuwa and the others were left puzzled. Could it be that he has already conceived a solution? The Primordial Supreme One harbored doubts that the Celestial Master had indeed formulated a resolution to the problem, yet out of concern for Face, he hesitated to share in the merit with him. Chapter 22. The Great Calamity concludes. Northern Sea God, may we converse for a moment? The Celestial Master arrived at the Northern Sea, seeking out the Northern Sea God. Instead of launching an immediate attack, he intended to persuade him to voluntarily offer himself. Firstly, the Northern Sea God's strength was formidable. Slaying him was no simple task. The Celestial Master, after all, had not yet attained sainthood and could not dispatch him in an instant. Should the delay extend, the other sages would undoubtedly sense something amiss and come to disrupt. The Tongtian sage, the Primordial Supreme One, and Lady Nuwa would care for their reputations, even if they suspected the truth. They would refrain from taking action. However, the 2 saints from the West, with their shameless demeanor, would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to garner merit. Secondly, the Celestial Master's doctrine was to sustain all living beings and intercept a glimmer of hope. Although the Northern Sea God was unique, he was still a part of the myriad living beings, and the Celestial Master resolved to grant him a chance. Celestial Taoist, have you come to slay me? Upon seeing the Celestial Master's arrival, the Northern Sea God immediately sensed his impending doom. The moment he witnessed the collapse of the heavenly pillar and the descent of the heavenly court, he felt the shadow of his great calamity looming. Now, with the Celestial Master approaching, he understood that his fate had arrived. You misunderstand, Northern Sea Taoist. I have not come to kill you, but rather to offer you a sliver of hope. Surely, you have noticed that with the collapse of the heavenly pillar and the fall of the heavenly court, a support is needed to uphold the heavens for the safety of the court. In this current state of the Honghuang world, only your limbs can serve as the pillars to support the heavens. Thus, without a doubt, you must die. To preserve a glimmer of hope, you must voluntarily offer yourself, transforming into a pillar for the heavens, and then your soul shall undergo reincarnation. Otherwise, should the other sages take action, you will likely have no chance for reincarnation at all. My disciple is the Emperor of the Underworld, and he can arrange a suitable opportunity for your reincarnation. Please consider my words carefully. The Celestial Master laid out his thoughts before the Northern Sea God, hoping he would cherish this singular opportunity. Thank you, Celestial Taoist. I understand what I must do. After listening to the Celestial Master's words, the Northern Sea God recognized this was his only chance. Expressing his gratitude to the Celestial Master, his expression gradually hardened with resolve. By the will of the heavenly Tao, I, the Northern Sea God, willingly offer my limbs to become the pillars of heaven to safeguard all beings in the Honghuang world. The North Sea deity rose to his full stature, emitting a resounding voice that reverberated throughout the primordial world. Once he finished speaking, he infused all his essence into his limbs. Subsequently, the limbs detached from his body, soaring towards the 4 corners of the universe. While his body, stripped of all vitality, transformed into a cloud of ashes, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only his feeble spirit, drifting aimlessly to that moment. An endless golden radiance suddenly emanated from the heavens, in an instant. 7 beams of golden merit descended rapidly, infusing the 7 lords of the heavenly way. Among them, the Lady Nuwa claimed a substantial portion, taking up 50%, while the soul of the North Sea deity, who had willingly sacrificed himself, accounted for 30%. The Lord of the Heavenly Way, who had devised the plan for the North Sea deity, garnered a modest 15% of the merit, with the remaining 5% shared among the 4 sages of Tongtian. Damn it! Why did I not foresee this? The Taoist of guidance felt an overwhelming sense of regret upon witnessing this scene. The collapse of the world's barriers, though instigated by the shattering of the heavenly pillar, was directly caused by the fall of the celestial court. Despite having repaired the barriers, they had not resolved the issue of the celestial court's descent, which meant their task remained incomplete. Now, seeing the North Sea deity transform his limbs into pillars supporting the heavens, they belatedly understood the implications. However, it was too late for them to react. They could only silently lament their missed opportunity. Witnessing such immense merit slip through their fingers caused profound anguish in the hearts of the Taoists of guidance and of the Taoist of enlightenment. Had they acted sooner, they could have easily slain the North Sea deity, converting his limbs into heavenly pillars. This would have allowed them to monopolize a staggering 45% of the merit. Such an immense bounty would have sufficed for one of them to repay their debts to the way of heaven. The two Taoists' hearts bled with pain, their faces contorted with distress. How infuriating that the Lord of the heavenly way would seize my merit. The Lady Nuwa, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of anger. Her. This merit had been preordained for her by the ancestor Hong Jun now. The Lord of the heavenly way had preemptively resolved the issue of the pillars supporting the heavens, claiming nearly half of her anticipated merit, which fostered a grudge within her heart against him. Just as expected, the primordial Lord also felt a twinge of displeasure, but chose to remain silent. As for the Lord of the heavenly way, he was presently engrossed in channeling the merit into the Qingping sword, with no time to entertain the thoughts of the Lady Nuwa and the others. Before long, the Lord of the heavenly way successfully infused all the merit into the Qingping sword, significantly enhancing its power. As the Lord of the heavenly way mad. Such a grand merit squandered on refining a treasure. How reckless! The eyes of the Taoists of guidance and enlightenment turned red upon witnessing the Lord of the heavenly way's actions. How maddening! Why is this merit not utilized for achieving sanctity? The primordial Lord found himself perplexed by the Lord of the heavenly way's choices. Despite his irritation, he hoped that the Lord of the heavenly way could attain sanctity soon, lest their lineage be tarnished. Meanwhile, the Ta Ching sage harbored no particular thoughts. Having forgotten the path of emotion, his feelings for the Lord of the heavenly way had grown increasingly distant. What could be the Lord of the heavenly way's intentions? The once irate Lady Nuwa was now filled with a sense of confusion regarding his actions. Has my elder brother truly changed to this extent? The Lord of the heavenly way paid no mind to the astonished expressions of others, instead gazing forlornly at the Ta Ching sage. Had it been in the past, the Ta Ching sage would have surely offered his concern upon witnessing such behavior from the Lord of the heavenly way. Now, however, he remained indifferent, which left the Lord of the heavenly way somewhat displeased. Unlike the primordial Lord, whose disdain for the Lord of the heavenly way was heartfelt, the Ta Ching sage had lost his emotional ties due to the influence of the path he pursued. The path of emotional detachment was extraordinary. Even saints could not resist its effects. Only by mastering it to perfection could one regain control and remain unaffected. However, achieving such mastery was an exceedingly arduous endeavor, and the time required for success was uncertain. If one lacked sufficient talent, they might never reach that pinnacle. Friend from the North Sea, I shall send you to the cycle of reincarnation. The Lord of the heavenly way suppressed his inner lamentations and prepared to escort the North Sea deity to reincarnation. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. The North Sea deity expressed his gratitude to the Lord of the heavenly way. The guidance provided by the Lord not only preserved a glimmer of hope for him, but also secured a foundation for his future existence. With such a vast merit now within him, upon his reincarnation, few would dare to harm him, unable to withstand the karmic repercussions of such monumental merit. Such immense benevolence filled the North Sea deity with heartfelt gratitude towards the Lord of the heavenly way. There is no need for formalities, dear friend. Let us be on our way. The Lord of the heavenly way spoke no further and led the North Sea deity into the underworld, where Zhao Gongming arranged for his reincarnation as a member of the human race. The human race was destined to become the principal actors in the primordial world. Since aid was to be given, the Lord of the heavenly way resolved to do so thoroughly, ensuring his reincarnation as a human. With everything settled, the Lord of the heavenly way promptly returned to Janeo Island, preparing to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough to the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Chapter 23. A great increase in power now that all preparations were in place. It was time to attempt a breakthrough to the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian in the Bo Palace of Janeo Island. The Lord of the Heavenly Way steadied his mind and entered into seclusion. With a grave expression, the Lord of the Heavenly Way carefully placed the remains of the 11 ancestral witches and numerous powerful beings of the witch clan into an immense cauldron. This cauldron shimmered with a mysterious and ancient brilliance, indicating that it was no ordinary item. It was the legendary high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Suns Refining Fire Cauldron. This cauldron possessed the astonishing power to refine the essence of all things, transforming decay into the miraculous. To acquire this treasure, the Lord of the Heavenly Way had endured countless hardships and perilous trials. At this moment, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Reciting incantations and fully activating the pure yang solar fire, he had extracted and mastered from the 10 corpses of the golden crows. In an instant, the solar fire surged forth like a roaring torrent, continuously pouring into the Nine Suns Refining Fire Cauldron, causing the flames to escalate exponentially. The entire cauldron was engulfed in a blazing inferno, resembling a burning star, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. As time passed, the flames grew fiercer, and the temperature soared. The once broken and battered bodies of the ancestral witches and the powerful beings of the witch clan gradually melted under the scorching flames, transforming into glistening droplets of essence blood. Each droplet held boundless power and the unique bloodline heritage of the witch clan, making every drop exceedingly precious. The Lord of the Heavenly Way meticulously collected the essence blood of these witches. After completing this task, he did not cease his actions. He immediately cast the corpses of Dong Huangtai and Di Jun into the Nine Suns Refining Fire Cauldron. The roaring flames swiftly enveloped the entire cauldron, as if seeking to devour all existence. Within this endless blaze, the bodies of Di Jun and Dong Huangtai were gradually refined. Despite once being revered as sovereigns of the demon race, they were now utterly powerless. The Lord of the Heavenly Way continuously channeled his magical power, attempting to extract the purest essence of the sun from their remains. Had these two demon sovereigns still been alive, their formidable strength and profound foundation would have allowed them to withstand the might of the Nine Suns Refining Fire Cauldron. However, at this moment, they were left with only incomplete bodies, utterly incapable of resisting such terrifying power. Ultimately, under the full exertion of the Lord of the Heavenly Way, the solar essence contained within Di Jun and Dong Huangtai was finally forced out, coalescing into a dazzling, radiant orb. This solar essence radiated a searing light, akin to a star fallen to the mortal realm, its energy profoundly unsettling. The Lord of the Heavenly Way collected it and then, using the same method, refined the corpses of Shi He and Chang Shi, yielding a ball of lunar essence. After millennia, success. Now, I must swiftly break through to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm. I hope these treasures will aid me in fulfilling this aspiration. With the acquisition of these 3 treasures, the Lord of the Heavenly Way did not feel overly excited. Rather, he felt a sense of urgency. He was acutely aware that he must achieve his breakthrough before the ancestor Hong Jun emerged from seclusion to summon his disciples for discussions regarding the new ruler of the Celestial Court. Otherwise, should ancestor Hong Jun perceive his ambitions, he would undoubtedly deny him the opportunity to attain the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, and may even take direct action to compel the Lord of the Heavenly Way to refine the Hongming Purple Qi, forcing him to ascend to sainthood. The Lord of the Heavenly Way's prolonged absence from becoming a saint would significantly influence ancestor Hong Jun's plans for the next calamity and the sealing of the gods. Ancestor Hong Jun would certainly not grant him any further time. Ancestral Witch Essence Blood, you must be of great assistance. The Supreme Master of Heaven first extracted the ancestral Witch Essence Blood that he had refined, subsequently pouring it all into his abdomen. As the ancestral Witch Essence Blood entered his body, the Supreme Master of Heaven immediately activated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art with all his might. Under the powerful support of his primordial spirit and magical power, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art operated swiftly in an instant. The ancestral witch essence blood consumed by the Supreme Master of Heaven was drawn forth by the 9 revolutions mysterious art, continually enhancing his physique. The physique of the Supreme Master of Heaven rapidly ascended at a visible pace, bolstered by the 9 revolutions mysterious art and the ancestral witch essence blood. The essence blood, refined from nearly all the powerful beings of the witch clan throughout the primordial era, can no longer be accurately referred to solely as ancestral witch essence blood. In fact, it could be said to be the essence blood of the great Pengu himself. After all, the witch clan is indeed a transformation of Pengu's essence blood. The essence blood refined by the Supreme Master of Heaven, derived from almost all the witch clan's bloodlines, had effectively become the essence blood of Pengu. With the empowerment of Pengu's essence blood, the Supreme Master of Heaven's 9 revolutions mysterious art advanced rapidly. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, a millennium passed, and the 9 revolutions mysterious art had reached the 8th layer. While the strength of the Supreme Master of Heaven's physique had attained the level of the 12 ancestral witches, at this moment, however, the Pengu essence blood was exhausted, insufficient to allow the Supreme Master of Heaven to complete the final turn of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. With only the last turn remaining, it was time to utilize the essence of the sun and the essence of the moon. The Supreme Master of Heaven was not concerned about not completing the final turn of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, for he had other preparations in place. He produced the essence of the sun and the essence of the moon, merging them into his eyes. The sun and moon stars were transformed from the great Pengu's dual eyes, while Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai were the spirits nurtured by the sun star, containing the essence of Pengu's left eye. Likewise, Shiha and Changshi were the spirits nurtured by the moon star, embodying the essence of Pengu's right eye. The essence of the sun and the essence of the moon entered his eyes. The Supreme Master of Heaven immediately felt an intense pain. However, he was wholly unaffected by this excruciating sensation and promptly began to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art in an instant. His eyes were continuously enhanced under the influence of the sun and moon essence, with the celestial essence swirling around him, further fortifying his physique under the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Time flowed on, and after another millennium, the Supreme Master of Heaven finally refined the essence of the sun and the essence of the moon. With the assistance of the celestial essence, he completed the final turn of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Upon reaching the 9th realm of the 9 revolutions, the Supreme Master of Heaven's physique had shed all impurities, becoming pure and flawless. His body unconsciously emanated a faint golden light. At present, the Supreme Master of Heaven stood as the most formidable existence in the entire primordial world. Even the great saints, the former 12 ancestral witches, or the ancient ancestral dragon, could not compare to him in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Perhaps only Hongjun Laozu could contend with the Supreme Master of Heaven. Of course, the Supreme Master of Heaven's ascension did not halt there. His eyes had transformed into something extraordinarily profound. In his left eye, the true fire of the sun surged, resembling a blazing sun, while his right eye radiated a gentle moonlight, akin to a bright moon reflected on water. Moreover, these eyes were not merely visually enchanting. They were imbued with boundless potential for creation. With a mere gaze, he could harness the powers of the sun and moon, capable of contending with even the formidable saints. His immensely powerful physique further amplified the already terrifying nature of the Supreme Master of Heaven's magical prowess. Coupled with the perfect mastery of 2 great principles, the Supreme Master of Heaven, though yet to attain sanctity, was certainly no weaker than those who had just broken through to the saintly realm. He could clearly sense that his current strength was undoubtedly not inferior to that of his former self upon attaining sanctity in the memories of his dreams. Chapter 24. The Unashamed Zhuan Ti Dao Ren. How audacious of you, Zhuan Ti Dao Ren, to dare come to my Golden Ao Island's Bo Palace to extort. After refining the acquired essence, the Supreme Master of Heaven originally intended to continue his cultivation, striving to break through to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm. His foundation was already sufficient, granting him the qualification to achieve this without the aid of the Hongming Purple Qi. He prepared to make a decisive breakthrough. However, just as he was about to resume his cultivation, he suddenly sensed that Zhuan Tidao Ran was approaching the outskirts of Golden Ao Island, attempting to intimidate its disciples. Upon seeing Zhuan Ti the Saint, "What brings you to my Golden Ao Island?" asked Duo Bao Dao Ran, emerging from the island with a grim expression to greet Zhuan Ti the Saint. In the past 2 millennia, while the Supreme Master of Heaven was in seclusion, only Duo Bao Dao Ran, a nascent sage, remained at Golden Ao Island. Zhuan Tidao Ran had taken considerable advantage during this time. On his first visit, Duo Bao Dao Ran was compelled to give him a top-grade postnatal treasure, which temporarily made him retreat. Originally, Duo Bao Dao Ran thought that after Zhuan Tidao Ran received his treasure, he would abandon his pursuits. However, he had severely underestimated Zhuan Tidao Ran's audacity. A century after his departure, he returned to Golden Ao Island, insisting on visiting the Supreme Master of Heaven. Yet, knowing that the Supreme Master was in seclusion and could not be disturbed, Duo Bao Dao Ran naturally refused his request. Nonetheless, Zhuan Tidao Ran, shameless as he was relentless in his attempts to press Duo Bao Dao Ran, a junior, into submission. Although he did not resort to direct confrontation, he lingered on Golden Ao Island, causing chaos and distress. Left with no choice, Duo Bao Dao Ran had to offer him another top-grade postnatal treasure to make him leave. In the subsequent 2 millennia, Zhuan Tidao Ran returned every century, each time demanding benefits from the disciples of the Jiejiao before he would depart. Otherwise, he would leverage his formidable strength to create disorder on Golden Ao Island. Moreover, Zhuan Tidao Ran's greed only grew. On his last visit, he forcibly obtained a low-grade innate spirit treasure from Duo Bao Dao Ran before leaving. Now, after another century, Zhuan Tidao Ran once again descended upon Golden Ao Island, and Duo Bao Dao Ran's expression was particularly grim. "Master Duo Bao, I am not worried about my friend Tongtian being unable to attain sainthood for so long. I wish to assist him. After all, we are all disciples of the Dao ancestor, and I cannot bear to watch him remain unsanctified," said Zhuan Tidao Ran, brazenly providing a justifiable reason. Though Duo Bao Dao Ran felt indignant, as a junior, he lacked the status and strength to force Zhuan Tidao Ran away. "Zhuan Ti the Saint, my master is currently in seclusion. I kindly request that you return at a later date. Here is a low-grade innate spirit treasure, a token of gratitude from Jiejiao to you," Duo Bao Dao Ran said. Feeling greatly constrained, however, he knew he must not allow Zhuan Tidao Ran to linger on Golden Ao Island. While it was one thing for Zhuan Tidao Ran to disrupt the disciples' cultivation, it would be an entirely different matter if he were to disturb the Supreme Master of Heaven during his seclusion, which would be unforgivable. As a disciple of the Supreme Master of Heaven, Duo Bao Dao Ran had to ensure that his master could cultivate in peace. "Ha ha ha, Master Duo Bao, you are far too courteous. We are all kin. There is no need for such formality," Zhuan Tidao Ran replied with feigned humility. Yet his hands were honest as he accepted the low-grade innate spirit treasure from Duo Bao Dao Ran. Originally, he intended to confront the Supreme Master of Heaven and force him to surrender some treasures acquired during the witch and demon catastrophe. However, with the Supreme Master in seclusion, he could not barge in recklessly, fearing retribution from Hongjun Laozu. Thus, he turned his attention to exploiting the disciples of the Jiejiao. Over the course of 2 millennia, he amassed a considerable amount of treasures from Jiejiao, and with this latest innate treasure, he had acquired 2 innate spirit treasures and a plethora of postnatal treasures. "Master Duo Bao, since Tongtian is in seclusion, I shall not intrude further. I will return in 100 years," Zhuan Tidao Ran said with a beaming smile, preparing to depart and return to extort again. "Zhuan Tidao Ran, since you are already here, why the haste to leave?" Just as Zhuan Tidao Ran was about to take his leave, a voice imbued with authority resonated. Zhuan Tidao Ran, Duo Bao Dao Ran, and the Jiejiao disciples turned to the source of the voice, watching as the Supreme Master of Heaven emerged gracefully from the void. "Disciple pays respects to Master," Duo Bao Dao Ran exclaimed, a mix of excitement and apprehension flooding over him. As the longest-serving disciple of the Supreme Master of Heaven, he was somewhat familiar with his master's temperament. Should the Supreme Master learn of Zhuan Tidao Ran's actions on Golden Ao Island, he would undoubtedly be enraged. Duo Bao Dao Ran feared that the Supreme Master of Heaven might lose his composure and confront Zhuan Tidao Ran. Although the Supreme Master had yet to attain sainthood, Duo Bao Dao Ran was concerned about the potential humiliation he might face. "Ah, it's you?" Tongtian Dao friend, congratulations on your emergence from seclusion. After so many years, you must be nearing the attainment of the Dao and sainthood, am I right? As a fellow disciple of the Dao ancestor, why not allow me to offer you some guidance? Upon witnessing the emergence of the Tongtian leader, the Zhuanti Daoist's eyes gleamed with a flash of brilliance. Without delay, Zhuanti Daoist addressed the Tongtian leader, invoking the authority of guidance in an attempt to compel him through force to surrender a portion of his treasures. This reasoning for my junior brother is indeed commendable, thought the Jain Daoist, filled with delight at the prospect of leveraging this opportunity to extract treasures from the Tongtian leader. Should Dao ancestor express discontent, he would have a plausible excuse to counter any rebuke. How infuriating it was that Tongtian had so disgracefully tarnished the name of the three purities, allowing himself to be bullied by a mere saint of loans. Observing the scene at Janeo Island, the Yuanshu Tianzuan grew increasingly dissatisfied with the Tongtian leader. Yet, he conveniently overlooked his own status as one of the three purities, harboring no intent to defend the Tongtian leader. As for the Taiji saint, having become utterly detached, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Janeo Island before losing interest entirely. Meanwhile, the Nuwa Empress, too, was preoccupied with stabilizing the remnants of Fushi's soul. Eager to facilitate his reincarnation, the audacity of the Zhuanti Daoist was truly shameless, capable of uttering such words. The Zenyuanzi Daxian, upon observing Zhuanti Daoist's blatant disregard, displayed an expression of disdain. He could not fathom why such an unrepentant individual would be bestowed with a primordial purple chi by the Dao ancestor. Enabling his sanctity. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. It remains to be seen how the Tongtian leader will respond. Within the abyssal blood sea, the Mingi ancestor looked upon the events at Janeo Island with a glimmer of intrigue. As one of the most formidable beings in the Honghuang world, few matters could still capture his interest. I ask that so. Since my esteemed Daoist Zhuanti is so generous, I shall express my gratitude. The Tongtian leader retorted, undeterred by Zhuanti Daoist's provocations. His current prowess was certainly on par with that of Zhuanti Daoist, and with the four swords of extermination in hand, Zhuanti Daoist was hardly his match. Seizing the opportunity presented by Zhuanti Daoist, the Tongtian leader aimed to pressure the two saints of the West into relinquishing the 12-petal merit golden lotus. The Tongtian leader was acutely aware of his eldest disciple, the Daobao Daoist's prodigious talent in Buddhist and Taoist teachings. Indeed, according to the visions from his dreams, even when coerced by the Taiji saint and the two Western saints, Daobao Daoist had emerged as one of the most powerful figures beneath the saints in the future. Recognizing Daobao Daoist's potential, the Tongtian leader felt compelled as a mentor to assist him in becoming the true sovereign of the Buddhist realm. The 12-petal merit golden lotus, currently in Jain Daoist possession, was an essential treasure that the Tongtian leader sought to secure for Daobao Daoist. After all, in the future, Daobao Daoist's remarkable accomplishments were significantly attributed to the 9-petal merit golden lotus. Merely possessing the 9-petal merit golden lotus had allowed the once free-willed Daobao Daoist to reach such heights. If the Tongtian leader could help him attain the 12-petal merit golden lotus while ensuring he retained his free will, the possibility of Daobao Daoist achieving sanctity through Buddhism was not beyond reach. After all, the Tongtian leader still held a strand of primordial purple chi. Once he transcended to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluogen Immortal, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to unravel the influences of Hongjun ancestor within the primordial purple chi, thus securing a stable source of it. Chapter 25. The great battle with the Zhuanti Daoist. Is Tongtian truly oblivious to Zhuanti Daoist's ill intentions, or does he possess means to counter him? Showing no fear, as the Tongtian leader acquiesced to Zhuanti Daoist, various formidable beings exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Tongtian was utterly overestimating himself, daring to agree to Zhuanti Daoist's guidance. Did he truly believe himself capable of contending with him? Yuanshu Tianzuan's disdain for the Tongtian leader intensified upon witnessing his compliance with Zhuanti Daoist's direction. How can Tongtian agree so readily? Surely he harbors confidence to challenge me, but from where does this confidence stem? Could it be due to the four swords of extermination? Zhuanti Daoist, noticing Tongtian's swift acquiescence, began to harbor doubts. Perhaps I overthought this. Tongtian's agreement is merely an attempt to maintain some semblance of dignity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhuanti Daoist dismissed his prior thoughts. It is said that beneath the saints, all are but ants. He could not fathom that the not yet sanctified Tongtian leader could possess the capacity to rival him. The legendary extermination array, reputed to be indestructible and unbreakable, could only be unraveled by the collaboration of 4 saints. However, this assertion was not absolute. It depended heavily on the one wielding the formation. Should the Tongtian leader have already attained sanctity, his extraordinary abilities and profound understanding of the array's principles would render Zhuanti Daoist hesitant to strike. Alas, at this moment, the Tongtian leader had yet to reach the saintly realm, and the 4 swords of extermination could not fully unleash the array's might. Zhuanti Daoist, well aware of this fact, felt no trepidation. He firmly believed that with his saintly prowess and intellect, he would undoubtedly unveil a flaw and shatter the formation in one fell swoop. With a beaming smile, Zhuanti Daoist proclaimed, "Excellent. Since Tongtian Daoist is so agreeable, allow me to extend some guidance." Tongtian Daoist, please, with that, he slightly bowed, gesturing for the Tongtian leader to proceed. Is he truly preparing to strike? I am eager to witness the source of Tongtian's confidence in daring to engage a being of saintly caliber. As the impending battle outside Janeo Island approached, various powerful figures displayed expressions of anticipation, eager to see how the Tongtian leader would manage the aftermath of his defeat at Zhuanti Daoist's hands. Master, beside the Tongtian leader, Daobao Daoist, concerned for his mentor's potential humiliation and defeat, sought to offer a word of caution. However, as he began to speak, the Tongtian leader forestalled him. "Daobao, return for now," the Tongtian leader instructed, directing Daobao Daoist to enter Janeo Island before brandishing the Qingping sword, pointing it at Zhuanti Daoist. "Daoist Zhuanti, be cautious. I am about to strike." With a warning, the Tongtian leader unleashed a brilliant streak of light as the Qingping sword transformed into a dazzling flow, piercing towards Zhuanti Daoist. "What?" Zhuanti Daoist felt a surge of unease as he beheld the Tongtian leader's assault. The might of this strike was undoubtedly on par with him. Underestimating the Tongtian leader, Zhuanti Daoist sought to counter with a mere palm strike, believing he could halt the onslaught. Swish! Pft! The Qingping sword cleaved through the void, impaling Zhuanti Daoist's palm and leaving behind a gushing wound that bled profusely. What? How is this possible? Zhuanti Daoist was left in a state of shock, having been struck by the Qingping sword. The onlookers from the Honghuang world were equally astonished. No matter how inept Zhuanti Daoist might be, he was still a being of the saintly realm. The Tongtian leader, merely at the quasi-saint level, had wounded Zhuanti Daoist, leaving the powerful beings of the Honghuang world in disbelief. I refused to believe it. Zhuanti Daoist was simply careless, allowing the Tongtian leader to inflict such harm. Various powerful figures sought to justify Zhuanti Daoist's predicament, for it was indeed extraordinary for a quasi-saint to wound a saint. How can this be? Tongtian has not yet attained saintliness. How can he possess such formidable strength? The astonishment in Zhuanti Daoist's eyes was palpable as he grappled with the reality that he, a distinguished saint, had been injured by the Tongtian leader. Such prowess, Tongtian Daoist, to inflict injury upon me, however, from this moment forth, I shall engage seriously. Brace yourself. Zhuanti Daoist suppressed the shock within his heart, attempting to maintain an air of composure. As if the injury were merely a consequence of his own negligence, I maintain that Zhuanti Daoist was indeed remiss, allowing the Tongtian leader to strike him. Zhuanti Daoist's words served to calm the tension among the powerful beings present in the Honghuang world. Himph, what a facade. Once I defeat you, let us see how you continue to feign. The demeanor of Zhuanti Daoist elicited a deep disdain from the Tongtian leader. Daoist Zhuanti, I am prepared. Let us proceed. The Tongtian leader showed no inclination to spare Zhuanti Daoist's pride, inviting him to continue. Upon uttering these words, the Tongtian leader immediately unleashed a myriad of sword shadows from the Qingping sword, launching them towards Zhuanti Daoist in a fierce assault. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, akin to a torrential downpour, as countless sword energies raced towards Zhuanti Daoist. 7 Treasure's mysterious tree. Observing the Tongtian leader's relentless offense, Zhuanti Daoist dared not exhibit any further arrogance and promptly summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 7 Treasure's mysterious tree, to counter the attack. As Xuanti Taoist wielded the seven treasures mysterious tree. A resplendent seven-colored divine light sliced through the heavens, obliterating a significant portion of the Tongtian leader's sword energy. How can this be? Xuanti Daoren, in a moment of astonishment, managed to dispel a significant portion of Tongtian Jiao Zhu's sword energy. Feeling both displeasure and shock, his seven treasures Miao Tree, renowned for its unparalleled ability to cleanse all, even against the finest innate spiritual treasures, could at best achieve a stalemate with the seven-colored divine light of the tree. Although the seven treasures Miao Tree was merely a supreme innate spiritual treasure, in his hands, it could undoubtedly unleash power far exceeding that of ordinary supreme innate treasures. Yet, in this instance, he had only managed to dissipate most of the sword energy from Tongtian Jiao Zhu's Qingping sword, clearly finding himself at a disadvantage. The reasons for this were twofold. Firstly, the Qingping sword wielded by Tongtian Jiao Zhu was infused with a copious amount of heavenly merit, elevating it to the status of a supreme innate merit treasure. In terms of power, the current Qingping sword surpassed all other supreme innate treasures, naturally eclipsing Xuanti Daoren's seven treasures Miao Tree. Secondly, and more reluctantly accepted by Xuanti Daoren, was the realization that Tongtian Jiao Zhu's strength had already surpassed his own. Xuanti Daoren was utterly astonished and unwilling to accept this reality. However, as he witnessed the remaining torrents of sword energy surging towards him, he was compelled to acknowledge his inferiority to Tongtian Jiao Zhu. With a heavy heart, Xuanti Daoren resorted to his divine ability, the Zhanlu Golden Body, to withstand the remnants of the sword energy unleashed by Tongtian Jiao Zhu. A series of clashing sounds ensued, and all of Tongtian Jiao Zhu's sword energy was successfully blocked by Xuanti Daoren's Zhanlu Golden Body. Nevertheless, after braving the onslaught of countless sword energies, he had been forced to retreat several paces, still under the oppressive might of Tongtian Jiao Zhu. Chapter 26. The Humiliation of Xuanti Daoren. Shocking the primordial world. How could this be possible? Tongtian Jiao Zhu had yet to attain sainthood, yet he possessed the strength to contend with Xuanti Daoren. Was this a dream? The first time Tongtian Jiao Zhu wounded Xuanti Daoren, it could be attributed to Xuanti Daoren's carelessness. However, now that Tongtian Jiao Zhu had once again suppressed him, it was beyond mere negligence on Xuanti Daoren's part. The only explanation for Tongtian Jiao Zhu's repeated advantage was that his strength surpassed that of Xuanti Daoren. Yet, regardless of their disbelief, they could not accept this fact that it is said that beneath the saints, all are but ants. Yet now, an ant was overpowering a saint, utterly shattering their understanding. Damn it! Xuanti Daoren, feeling the weight of continuous suppression, could no longer maintain his composure. With his immense form wielding the seven treasures Miao Tree, he charged at Tongtian Jiao Zhu. If he could not match Tongtian Jiao Zhu's formidable swordsmanship, he would resort to close combat, believing that with his Zhanlu Golden Body, he could overpower Tongtian Jiao Zhu in a brawl and regain some measure of dignity. Emph! Do you wish to engage in close combat with me? Very well, I shall oblige. Tongtian Jiao Zhu easily discerned Xuanti Daoren's intentions. However, he had no intention of retreating. His physical form was undoubtedly among the strongest in the primordial world, possibly even the first. Why would he fear grappling with Xuanti Daoren? Tongtian Jiao Zhu similarly abandoned his most adept Qingjing sword technique, brandishing the Qingping sword as he advanced towards Xuanti Daoren. He struck at Xuanti Daoren's Zhanlu Golden Body with a single sword swing, while Xuanti Daoren made no effort to defend, instead bringing the seven treasures Miao Tree crashing down upon Tongtian Jiao Zhu. Xuanti Daoren sought to leverage the formidable defensive power of his Zhanlu Golden Body to exchange injuries with Tongtian Jiao Zhu Yi Bang. Both combatants struck one another simultaneously. The Qingping sword cleaved into the chest of Xuanti Daoren's colossal golden body, leaving a massive wound. Even the Zhanlu Golden Body could not fully withstand the might of the Qingping sword. Xuanti Daoren's form was sent hurtling backward like a streak of light under the force of that terrifying blow. Simultaneously, Xuanti Daoren's seven treasures Miao Tree collided with Tongtian Jiao Zhu's chest. The overwhelming strength of Xuanti Daoren ripped apart Tongtian Jiao Zhu's garments, revealing his robust upper body. Yet, unlike Xuanti Daoren, the seven treasures Miao Tree only left a crimson mark on Tongtian Jiao Zhu's chest. failing to breach his formidable physique. Had he succeeded? As the seven treasures Miao Tree struck Tongtian Jiaozhu, Zhu Tidao Ren's heart surged with excitement. He was well aware that physical strength was a weakness of the Sanqing. He was confident that this blow would severely wound Tongtian Jiaozhu. Impossible, however, as he regained his footing and focused on Tongtian Jiaozhu, disbelief erupted from him once more. His once confident strike had inflicted no damage whatsoever upon Tongtian Jiaozhu. Instead, he found himself wounded by Tongtian Jiaozhu's Qingping sword, once again finding himself at a disadvantage after this encounter. Zhu Tidao Ren could not accept this. He could not fathom why Tongtian Jiaozhu's physical form was so powerful. Struck directly by the seven treasures Miao Tree, it had only left a red mark. The strength of that body was leagues ahead of the 12 ancestor witches. How could this be? The Sanqing were said to be manifestations of Panga's primordial spirit and inherently lacked physical forms. Even if Tongtian Jiaozhu had materialized a body, it should not be this strong. Many powerful beings in the primordial world were equally astonished, unable to comprehend how Tongtian Jiaozhu possessed such extraordinary physical strength. This was inconceivable. How could Tongtian achieve such astonishing prowess? What had transpired? Yuan Shi Tianzun stood atop Kunlun, his face etched with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. He stared intently at the figure of Tongtian Jiaozhu before him. In his mind, he pondered. Logically, Tongtian had yet to attain the path of the Hongyuan Daluo Golden Immortal and achieve the status of a saint. Yet the might he displayed now was not inferior to that of someone who had long since entered the realm of sainthood. Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow, his face filled with skepticism. He could not grasp the events unfolding before him, as if ensnared within a fog of uncertainty. One must understand that becoming a saint requires immense effort and profound understanding of the principles of heaven. Yet here was Tongtian Jiaozhu, who, before attaining sainthood, already possessed such terrifying power, truly unfathomable. Yuan Shi Tianzun could not help but recall his past interactions with Tongtian. Though Tongtian had displayed exceptional talent, he had not approached the level of power he demonstrated now. Could it be that during this time, Tongtian had acquired some mysterious power or fortuitous encounter? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. And the more Yuan Shi Tianzun considered it, the more he felt the significance of this matter. If Tongtian Jiaozhu could indeed contend with the strength of a saint while still unordained, the entire primordial world's 3 realms and 6 paths would likely be thrown into tumult. With this thought, Yuan Shi Tianzun resolved to observe covertly and swiftly uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. The other saints also fixated on the direction of Jinao Island, each lost in their own contemplations. How could Tongtian Jiaozhu, with the body of a quasi-saint, suppress a saint like Zhu Tidao Ren? How had he accomplished this? As for the other powerful beings who had yet to attain sainthood, they too were eager to understand how Tongtian Jiaozhu achieved such feats. They harbored hopes that if they could emulate Tongtian, they could free themselves from the fear of saintly powers, even if they could not attain sainthood themselves. Especially those at the pinnacle below sainthood, like Minghe Laozu and Zhen Yuanzi Dician. Shared this sentiment. Tongtian, how did you accomplish this? Above the East Sea, Zhu Tidao Ren could no longer contain his astonishment and inquired aloud. Zhu Tidao friend, do you believe I would divulge my secrets to you? Prepare to receive my strike. Tongtian Jiaozhu did not grant Zhu Tidao Ren the opportunity to continue his idle chatter. He swung his Qingping sword, transforming it into a beam of sword light aimed directly at Zhu Tidao Ren. In the wake of Tongtian Jiaozhu, a relentless torrent of sword energy surged forth, akin to a roaring river of blades, cascading through the void. Damn it! As Tongtian Jiaozhu made his move once more, Zhu Tidao Ren felt a surge of frustration. He had lost all faith today. As a saint, he was being pressed by a quasi-saint, leaving him utterly humiliated. Though Tongtian Jiaozhu's strength was formidable, rivaling that of a saint, it did not change the fact that he was the first saint in the primordial world to be overwhelmed by a quasi-saint. If Tongtian Jiaozhu refrained from engaging other saints before achieving sainthood, he would likely become the only saint in the primordial world known to have been defeated by a quasi-saint. The thought of this left Zhu Tidao Ren deeply unsettled. How could a dignified saint find himself in such a predicament? This was a reality he found exceedingly difficult to accept. I shall fight you with all I have. Zhuan Tidao Ren's heart hardened with resolve, preparing to engage in a fierce confrontation with Tongtian Zhu. As a sage, he possessed not only formidable strength but also an incredibly terrifying ability. The soul's essence was entrusted to the Tao of Heaven, rendering him immortal and indestructible. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, it would undoubtedly be Tongtian Zhu who would perish. He found it hard to believe that Tongtian Zhu would dare to push the battle to such extremes. The seven-treasure mysterious tree in Zhuan Tidao Ren's hands once again emitted a radiant seven-colored divine light, launching an assault against the torrent of sword energy unleashed by Tongtian Zhu. With a thunderous roar, the seven-colored divine light, akin to a resplendent rainbow, shone with dazzling brilliance, only to be instantaneously swallowed by the torrent of sword energy, which surged forth like a roaring dragon, overwhelming the divine light and shattering it into countless fragments. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the terrifying shockwave rippled outward, causing the previously tranquil sea to churn violently, giving rise to monstrous waves that soared thousands of feet high. The ocean roared and rolled, as if intent on engulfing the entire world within its depths. The howling winds and torrential rains intermingled with the tumultuous waves, crafting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape. The fragmented seven-colored divine light flickered weakly in the air, gradually dissipating into nothingness, while the torrent of sword energy continued its relentless advance, piercing through Zhuan Tidao Ren's 6-foot golden body, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. Behind Zhuan Tidao Ren, Tongtian Zhu transformed into his true form, and a stream of golden blood trickled down from the Qing Ping sword he wielded. This strike had directly wounded the very essence of Zhuan Tidao Ren. Zhuan Tidao Yu, your strength is considerably less than I had anticipated, Tongtian Zhu remarked blandly after flicking the blood from his sword. He had somewhat overestimated Zhuan Tidao Ren's capabilities, as he had failed to consider that the latter had not made any significant advancements in strength or law since the time of the Great Tribulation of canonization due to his ascension to sainthood. Indeed, the passage of time led to Zhuan Tidao Ren's gradual improvement, which was entirely normal, especially given the several thousand yuan hui remaining until the Great Tribulation of canonization. How dare you mock me? Upon hearing Tongtian Zhu's words, Zhuan Tidao Ren's initial shock was swiftly replaced by fury. He had not expected Tongtian Zhu to strike at his heart and not only defeat him but also deride him. Tongtian Zhu, oblivious to Zhuan Tidao Ren's misinterpretation, had no intention of belittling him. However, even if he had been aware, it would have made no difference. Zhuan Tidao Yu, it is said that as a sage, one's essence is entrusted to the Tao of Heaven, rendering one immortal. Would you like me to escort you to the origin of the Tao of Heaven? Tongtian Zhu threatened, seeking to pressure the Western saints into yielding the 12-petal merit golden lotus, which was one of the primary reasons for his intervention. Indeed, your power is formidable, slightly surpassing my own. Yet, do not forget that I am not alone. Do you intend to challenge both of the Western saints single-handedly? In the face of Tongtian Zhu's threat, Zhuan Tidao Ren remained relatively unperturbed. While he acknowledged that he was no match for Tongtian Zhu, he had the support of Jie Dao Ren, who was even stronger than himself. If he were truly cornered, he would have no choice but to summon Jie Dao Ren to intervene. Although it would be quite humiliating for the two saints to team up against a quasi-saint, he would not allow pride to dictate his actions in a dire situation. Zhuan Tidao Ren's audacity was astounding, utterly redefining the meaning of shamelessness in Zhuan Tidao Ren's eyes. As a sage, losing in a one-on-one confrontation to the quasi-saint Tongtian Zhu was one thing, but to suggest that Jie Dao Ren should also join the fray against Tongtian Zhu was audacious beyond belief. The powerful beings of the primordial world were equally astonished by Zhuan Tidao Ren's words. They could hardly fathom that he would dare to utter such a statement. If you wish for me to cease, you should consider the fact that while I was in seclusion, you plundered countless treasures from my Jie sect. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? Tongtian Zhu continued, unabashedly stating his intentions. Impossible. I merely obtained 2 low-grade innate spiritual treasures and a few dozen postnatal treasures from your Jie sect. How could you expect me to part with my senior brother's 12-petal merit golden lotus? That is utterly out of the question. Zhu Ti Dao Ren's stance was resolute, showing no willingness to compromise. He not only refused to return the 12-petal merit golden lotus, but also had no intention of relinquishing the treasures acquired from the Jie sect. Since you are unwilling to compensate, then do not blame me for what transpires next. You may leave now. Tongtian Jiaozhu, seeing that Zhu Ti Dao Ren was unyielding and Jane Dao Ren had no intention of stepping in, decided not to waste any more time. He had yet to attain the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm, and even with the 4 swords of extermination in hand, he could not truly contend with the 2 Western saints. Continuing down this path would only be a waste of time. Tongtian Jiaozhu resolved to first achieve the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm, then procure the Eastern Emperor Bell before seeking trouble with the Western saints. By that time, he would have the upper hand, able to dictate the terms of engagement. Infuriating. Zhu Ti Dao Ren was enraged to hear Tongtian Jiaozhu dismiss him so casually. Yet, he ultimately refrained from retorting and left in a huff. Having sustained considerable injuries from their earlier encounters, it was prudent to retreat and recuperate. Congratulations, Master, for displaying such might and defeating Zhu Ti Dao Ren, enhancing the reputation of our Jie sect. Once Zhu Ti Dao Ren had fled in disgrace, Duo Bao Dao Ren stepped forward to offer his congratulations, visibly excited. The other disciples of the Jie sect on Jin Ao Island shared in his exhilaration, their emotions running high. Master, you are truly magnificent. Within the Jie sect, figures such as Jin Ling Shangmu and others continuously praised Tongtian Jiaozhu, their spirits soaring. Enough, go and cultivate. I must enter seclusion. Tongtian Jiaozhu called out to his disciples before resuming his seclusion. His primary focus now was to attain the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm. Otherwise, when Hongjun Laozu emerged from his retreat to summon them for discussions regarding the Lord of Heaven, unforeseen complications would surely arise. Why did Tongtian Jiaozhu possess such strength, rivaling that of a sage despite being a quasi-saint? While Tongtian Jiaozhu remained in seclusion, the primordial world was thrown into turmoil. In the vast, mysterious expanse of the primordial world, those formidable beings who wielded earth-shattering powers universally considered sages to be absolute, invincible entities, their strength and status beyond question. Yet, astonishingly, the once unassailable sages found themselves at a disadvantage in their solitary duel with Tongtian Jiaozhu. This shocking outcome undoubtedly sent ripples of unprecedented astonishment throughout the primordial world, igniting a fervent desire within many powerful beings. If they could become as powerful as Tongtian Jiaozhu, what harm would it be if they could not attain the status of a sage? This thought blazed like an intense flame, igniting the hearts of countless strong individuals in the primordial world. Their pursuit of power became increasingly fervent, and joining the Jie sect appeared to be the key pathway to realizing this ambition. After all, to reach such heights, one could only hope to gain invaluable experience and insights from Tongtian Jiaozhu himself. Consequently, an increasing number of formidable beings began to entertain the notion of joining the Jie sect, hoping to uncover the secrets to the pinnacle of power by following this legendary figure. As for the tremors shaking the primordial world, Tongtian Jiaozhu remained oblivious. Upon re-entering his secluded meditation, Tongtian Jiaozhu encountered a conundrum. His current strength had reached the utmost pinnacle achievable by a mixed Yuan Jindo. With his comprehension of the laws, essence, body, and power sufficient to rival that of a sage. However, to attain the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm without relying on the primordial purple energy, he needed to accomplish the final step, the 3 elements returning to 1.to attain the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm. Tongtian Jiaozhu must unify his formidable body, essence, and power into a singular entity, indistinguishable from one another. At that moment, his strength would experience a qualitative leap, breaking through the shackles of the great Tao and successfully ascending to the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm. Now, Tongtian Jiaozhu could clearly perceive the mysterious door leading to the realm of mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Unfortunately, this door was securely locked by an indestructible giant lock. To unlock this door and surmount this final critical step would not be a simple task. Without the primordial purple energy to serve as the key, Tongtian Jiaozhu would have to rely solely on his unmatched strength to shatter this unyielding lock. Thus, Tongtian Jiaozhu secretly contemplated. Could this be the fabled method of proving the Tao through strength? The notion of proving one's path through sheer force, as the phrase suggests, entails breaking free from constraints by relying solely on raw power to validate one's doctrine. Indeed, the current predicament exemplifies this principle. Confronted with the challenges ahead, the celestial master comprehended that brute strength alone would likely prove insufficient to transcend the crisis. Therefore, he resolved to enter seclusion, dedicating himself wholly to deciphering the profound mysteries of the heavenly way in hopes of discovering a breakthrough. As time flowed inexorably, seasons changed, and countless years passed in the blink of an eye, the celestial master finally discerned a subtle method, a means to unify the three elements into one. It seems I cannot hold on any longer. He sighed inwardly, after enduring centuries of arduous contemplation, akin to emerging from darkness into a glimmer of dawn. He was exhilarated to have discovered a technique that would enable him to achieve this unification. This revelation implied the possibility of perfectly merging his unparalleled physical form, boundless magical power, and indomitable spirit into a singular entity. Remarkably, this technique was concealed within the vast and profound merits of his primordial creation. Yet to realize the threefold unity, he would need to break the impasse through sheer force. As time slipped away, the urgency of the situation loomed. The celestial master found himself with little time remaining. For the ancient ancestor Hongjun was soon to emerge from his retreat. Should he fail to achieve a breakthrough to the realm of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal beforehand, the consequences would be dire. Faced with such pressing circumstances, the celestial master could no longer ponder whether there were safer, more prudent methods to attain the threefold unity. He understood that time was of the essence and that decisive action was required. Thus, he resolutely summoned the long-dormant power of primordial creation within him. In an instant, an enigmatic aura erupted from his being, swiftly enveloping the surroundings, as though the entire world had become imbued with an air of mystery. At this critical juncture, the celestial master remained wholly focused, refusing to allow even the slightest relaxation of his mind. With unwavering conviction and extraordinary will, he continually directed this formidable force toward his goal. Under the protection and enhancement of the vast, inexhaustible merits of primordial creation, the celestial master's physical form began to undergo astonishing transformations. It appeared as if an invisible giant hand were molding and reshaping him, repeatedly splitting apart, shattering, and then mysteriously reassembling. Simultaneously, the tidal wave of magical energy within him surged, penetrating every corner and fiber of his being, as if intent on completely transforming his corporeal vessel into a transcendent treasure. Moreover, his spirit, which had remained quietly anchored in the Hall of Mud for so long, could no longer contain itself. Soaring into the air like a liberated dragon, it then effortlessly permeated his limbs and bones, swiftly disintegrating into countless minuscule particles that scattered throughout. Ultimately, these tiny fragments seamlessly integrated into every inch of his flesh, causing the celestial master to emanate an indescribable yet soul-stirring aura from within. Chapter 28. Proving the path of primordial unity. Shocking the wilderness, it was accomplished. As time flowed, a millennium had swiftly passed. Throughout this lengthy period, the celestial master remained immersed in his cultivation, repeatedly refining himself through the boundless power of primordial creation, ultimately achieving a historic breakthrough to the threefold unity. At this moment, the celestial master's aura had become unfathomable, as if he had merged with the very fabric of the universe. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, and every movement radiated an unparalleled majesty. This formidable presence was not merely superficial. It stemmed from the profound elevation and metamorphosis of his inner cultivation. Now, the celestial master had seamlessly fused his physical form, magical power, and spirit, with each element interdependent and mutually complementing. Every cell of his body brimmed with vitality, functioning like independent microcosms, each teeming with boundless energy ready to unleash earth-shattering power. Furthermore, even if his corporeal form were to be obliterated, as long as a trace of flesh remained, he could resurrect himself. Even as one of the three pure ones, possessing the mindset of a sage, he found it difficult to suppress his inner joy. Though he had yet to achieve sainthood, His strength had already surpassed the cumulative essence of countless primordial epics within his dreamlike memory. It was time to prove his path to the realm of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Having completed the threefold unity, the Celestial Master's power had transcended the limits of the primordial Golden Immortal. The chains that had once bound all living beings from attaining the realm of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal could no longer restrain him. The Celestial Master steadied his exhilarated heart and effortlessly shattered those chains. As they crumbled, he felt himself step into a realm of profound mystery. The already terrifying aura emanating from him surged further, becoming increasingly formidable. Simultaneously, ominous clouds began to gather over the Golden Ao Island in the Eastern Sea, with ominous flashes of lightning surging through the tumultuous clouds. What was happening? This terrifying phenomenon first startled the disciples of the Jie sect on Golden Ao Island. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere above, all disciples felt an overwhelming sense of dread. As time passed, it was not only Golden Ao Island that felt the turmoil. The entire Eastern Sea and the vast wilderness were shrouded in these ominous clouds. The sporadic flashes of lightning within the clouds instilled a profound fear in the living beings of the wilderness. What had transpired to provoke such terrifying clouds? The mighty beings within the wilderness were equally astonished. Even formidable figures like the ancient ancestor of the underworld river and the master of the town, the strongest entities beneath the saints, were shaken by this terrifying spectacle. Within that cloud, they sensed a power capable of erasing them from existence. Even when facing various saints, they had never felt such trepidation. The power contained within those clouds was more frightening than that of any saint. What could this mean? The saints themselves were not exempt from the shock. Within those clouds, they too sensed an unparalleled force. Should they encounter it, it was likely that, apart from the Taiji saint, who possessed the protection of the Linglong Pagoda and the Taiji diagram, all others would be compelled to traverse the primordial source space. Was this the Chaos Thunder Calamity? Upon Shiyang Mountain, the Taiji saint, already in a state of emotional detachment, could not maintain his composure. His eyes filled with astonishment, as the leader of the three pure ones. He had received the most significant inheritance from Pangu and was privy to many secrets. Now, the phenomena unfolding in the wilderness bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Chaos Thunder Calamity. Who had invoked the Chaos Thunder Calamity? Was it Tongtian? How had he accomplished this? Could it be that he had proven his path through sheer force? The Taiji saint found it impossible to calm his thoughts as he pondered the reasons behind the arrival of the Chaos Thunder Calamity. Big brother, what is happening? On Golden Ao Island, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit and others approached Daobao Daoran, their voices tinged with unease as they inquired whether he had any insight into the unfolding events. I am uncertain, but you need not worry, for with our master present, there will surely be no calamity, Daobao Daoran reassured them, though internally he was equally anxious. As the eldest disciple, he could not allow his trepidation to surface, lest it exacerbate the worries of the younger disciples. Indeed, with our master here, we have nothing to fear. With Daobao Daoran's comfort, the other disciples found some solace, and why, dear disciples, there is no need for alarm. This is merely a small tribulation I must undergo. You need not fret. Daobao, well done. You truly live up to being my foremost disciple. The Celestial Master emerged from his abode, offering reassurance to the anxious Jie sect disciples while also commending Daobao with a word of praise before soaring into the sky. Daobao had indeed performed admirably. Amid a force capable of annihilating the entire Jie sect, he managed to remain composed and comfort the other disciples, which was no small feat. The other disciples, including the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, were already so frightened they were at a loss. Even the ancient ancestor of the underworld river and the master of the town displayed little more composure than Daobao Daoran, so it was the master who was undergoing tribulation. You nearly frightened me to death. Upon hearing the words of the celestial teacher, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the others finally regained their composure. Just moments ago, when the terrifying tribulation clouds had descended upon them, they had been on the brink of deathly fear. Even the calmest among them, Daobao Daoist, let out a sigh of relief, though his heart was heavy with concern for the celestial teacher. The sheer prelude of this calamity bore an oppressive weight so fearsome that it instilled a sense of despair within him. He worried that the celestial teacher might encounter unforeseen peril. However, in the current circumstances, he felt utterly powerless to assist and could only silently pray for the celestial teacher's safety. As for the other disciples, their strength had yet to reach the quasi-saint level, and thus they could not comprehend the true extent of the tribulation's power. They only knew that the celestial teacher possessed unparalleled combat prowess, capable of overpowering even the likes of the quasi-teacher, and thus harbored no fears regarding his ability to withstand this impending calamity. Beyond the shores of Golden Ao Island, the celestial teacher stood upon a cloud, dashing through the sky like a shooting star, racing toward the vast and profound heavens. His figure diminished rapidly, as if he were destined to merge into the boundless void. Before long, the celestial teacher arrived at the edge of the clouds. As he drew ever closer, the forces within the storm clouds began to gather with frenzied intensity. The once tranquil clouds churned and roiled, resembling a tempestuous ocean. Strikes of purple lightning wove and intertwined within the clouds, accompanied by deafening roars that seemed to cause the very heavens and earth to tremble. Above the celestial teacher, countless thick bolts of lightning roared like silver dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged toward him. Each flash of lightning harbored a cataclysmic power, invoking an instinctive dread. This horrifying spectacle reverberated throughout the entirety of the primordial world, leaving all beings in shock as they felt an unprecedented pressure. It was indeed the celestial teacher. This terrifying cloud cover was the manifestation of a heavenly tribulation. What had the celestial teacher done to invoke such a fearsome calamity? Upon witnessing the celestial teacher's form, the terrifying forces within the clouds shifted toward his location. A multitude of primordial powers reacted, realizing that this ominous phenomenon enveloping the entire primordial realm was a heavenly tribulation summoned by the celestial teacher. However, this revelation left many of the primordial beings astonished and bewildered. What could the celestial teacher have possibly done to provoke such a dreadful tribulation? He was undergoing a tribulation. He had indeed broken through to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Yet, it remained uncertain whether his method of breakthrough was truly the legendary path of proving one's Tao through strength. The Taiji Saint, upon observing the celestial teacher's tribulation, was not particularly surprised. His sole curiosity lay in whether the celestial teacher's method of attaining enlightenment was genuinely the fabled path of proving one's Tao through strength. Once the tribulation concluded, he would seek to inquire about it. Though the Taiji Saint appeared indifferent and seemingly unconcerned about everything, he could not truly disregard such a monumental event. The celestial teacher achieving the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian was an inconceivable feat. How could he have accomplished it? Upon Kunlun Mountain, the primordial beginning celestial venerable's face was filled with astonishment. He was well aware of the method to achieve the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, which involved cultivating certain principles to perfection and then breaking the shackles with the primordial purple energy to attain enlightenment. However, he understood all too well the staggering difficulty involved. He found it utterly perplexing how the current celestial teacher could possibly comprehend a principle of perfect mastery. Of course, were he to learn that the celestial teacher's path to enlightenment was 100-fold more arduous than he had surmised, he would undoubtedly find it even more difficult to accept. What was happening with the celestial teacher? Could it be that he had attained sainthood? However, how could attaining sainthood provoke a heavenly tribulation? Other saints gazing upon the celestial teacher above the eastern sea bore expressions of confusion. Unlike the Taiji Saint, who was privy to many secrets, they were unaware that the celestial teacher was proving his Tao as a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. In the current primordial world, few were aware of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. One could count them on one's fingers. Aside from Hongjun and the three pure ones, it was likely only the reincarnated forms of those chaotic demons who had perished during the Dragon and Phoenix calamity. Chapter 29. The terrifying thunder tribulation boom under the oppressive weight of the horrifying thunderclouds. The once tranquil surface of the eastern sea suddenly erupted into tumult, unleashing monstrous waves. The dark clouds above crackled with lightning, resembling the end of the world. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed, deafening in its intensity. Following this, countless dazzling bolts of lightning surged forth from the clouds, roaring like silver dragons as they descended upon the celestial teacher. These powers of thunder resembled wild beasts, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at the celestial teacher. They transformed into massive lightning serpents, shimmering with blinding cold light, striking with a force capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Each bolt of lightning contained immeasurable might, potent enough to shatter mountains and dim the sun and moon. Yet, in the face of such terrifying attacks, the celestial teacher exhibited no hint of fear. Clad in azure robes that billowed in the wind, his gaze remained steadfast as a mountain, emanating an unmatched aura of authority. The celestial teacher offered no resistance, allowing the endless power of lightning to ravage his form. Having already attained the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm, the celestial teacher's physical body had reached an extraordinarily exaggerated state. This first layer of tribulation was utterly incapable of threatening his safety. What would be unfathomable for others, even saints, was akin to a gentle breeze against the celestial teacher. He directly harnessed the terrifying power of the heavenly lightning to further refine his already formidable physique. The thunder in the sky never ceased, relentlessly assaulting the celestial teacher. In the face of this fearsome lightning, the celestial teacher remained unfazed, relying solely on his physical form to completely withstand the onslaught. How could this be? How could the celestial teacher's strength be so formidable? The quasi-teacher observed the scene above the eastern sea, finding it difficult to accept. The current strength of the celestial teacher was sufficient to crush both him and the Jain Taoist. Merely the celestial teacher's ability to endure the terrifying heavenly thunder with his robust physique rendered him and the Jain Taoist powerless to contend with it. The ferocious might of the thunderous sea rivaled that of a saint's attack. Yet it could inflict no harm upon the celestial teacher. Beside him, the Jain Taoist wore a countenance as dark as water, his expression so grim it could have dripped. Not long before, they had forged enmity with the celestial teacher. Now, witnessing his growing strength was akin to adding insult to injury for their Western sect, a most distressing turn of events. How could this be possible? The celestial teacher had managed to withstand the might of the heavenly thunder solely through his physical form. Many powerful beings gasped in disbelief. The other primordial beings were left aghast, their faces etched with incredulity. It was well known that this heavenly thunder was the embodiment of the most unyielding and potent forces within nature. And even the mightiest of saints would not dare to claim they could easily withstand it. Yet at this moment, the celestial teacher effortlessly achieved this feat with his very own body. A testament to a physical strength that transcended the imagination of all present. In that instant, the entire primordial world fell into a profound silence, the many powerful beings rendered speechless, deeply shaken at the very core of their beings. Unable to regain their composure for an extended time, merely relying on his physical form to withstand the heavenly thunder. How formidable was the master! Upon Golden Ao Island, the gazes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and others were filled with admiration as they looked upon the celestial teacher. Even Daobao Taoist, who had initially harbored concerns for the celestial teacher, now wore an expression of disbelief. Clearly, the celestial teacher's might had far exceeded his expectations. Boom! As the endless sea of thunder above the eastern sea proved powerless against the celestial teacher. It gradually receded back into the clouds. However, this did not signify the conclusion of the tribulation. Rather, the true climax was just beginning. The clouds in the sky, as if torn asunder, suddenly split open to reveal a massive, unfathomable void, deep and mysterious, as if it led to another world. From this void emanated dazzling bolts of lightning, these rays of light flowing like a powerful torrent of energy, illuminating the entire horizon. Within the void, thick bolts of lightning intertwined and coiled, traversing the clouds with astonishing speed and strength, occasionally erupting with deafening roars. Each thunderclap resonated like a roar of fury from the heavens, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. Subsequently, the electric forces that had pervaded the primordial world appeared to be summoned by some unseen force, beginning to converge toward the immense void. These powers of lightning surged like countless silver dragons, roaring and thundering, forming an unstoppable momentum. As more and more of the lightning forces gathered within the void, the energy contained within became increasingly terrifying. The dense flashes of lightning intertwined, emitting a breathtaking radiance and heat. The aura of this overwhelming power was imbued with despair and destruction, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. Accompanied by an unending torrent of lightning forces that surged like a tidal wave, the void was instantaneously filled with an overwhelming purple divine light, as though the entire space were on the verge of being ruptured by this mysterious and formidable power. Before their eyes lay an astonishing spectacle, leaving the gathered sages and unparalleled ancient beings utterly speechless, their faces painted with incredulous astonishment. In the depths of their minds, they pondered, could this level of might and power truly be the legendary purple sky divine thunder? Indeed, at this very moment, a terrifying purple radiance, chilling and awe-inspiring, emanated from that void, revealing the fabled purple sky divine thunder. It epitomizes the pinnacle of power that the primordial world can conceive, a force of lightning unmatched in ferocity. This power transcends all conventional understanding of the world, possessing the capability to annihilate heaven and earth. In this vast and boundless primordial realm, the ancient beings, weathered by the passage of time, were acutely aware of a singular truth. This purple sky divine thunder is no ordinary phenomenon. Only Hongjun Laozu, a being of unparalleled stature, and the supreme heavenly Tao itself hold the privilege to wield and control it. Upon witnessing the emergence of the purple sky divine thunder, the ancient powers were left to their own speculations. If this divine thunder were birthed by the heavenly Tao as a test for the celestial teacher, that would be one matter. Yet, if it were indeed manipulated by Hongjun Laozu, then the implications would warrant profound contemplation among the formidable forces. After all, as the embodiment of the Tao within the primordial world, should Hongjun Laozu truly engage in such actions, they would have no choice but to reconsider the very nature of his character. Chapter 30. Smoothly overcoming the heavenly tribulation to validate the Tao through strength. Could the celestial teacher truly accomplish such a feat? Within the halls of the Purple Sky Palace, the cataclysmic commotion from the celestial teacher facing the first layer of heavenly tribulation startled even him, who was currently usurping the powers of the heavenly Tao. Originally, during the Great War of the Witch and Demon, the collapse of Mount Buzhou and the shattering of the primordial world's barriers had inflicted significant wounds upon the heavenly Tao. Over the course of these millennia, he had successfully seized 10% of the heavenly Tao's authority. Now, he held dominion over 30% of the primordial world's heavenly Tao. Moreover, alongside the other 5 sages, each commanding 5% of the Tao's power, due to his manipulations within the primordial purple energy, he could mobilize all of it. Thus, he had commandeered over half of the heavenly Tao's authority in the primordial world. Just as he was reveling in his progress to further encroach upon the heavenly Tao's domain, the Tao unexpectedly surged in strength, in his moment of bewilderment at this unforeseen turn of events. The tumult of the celestial teacher's tribulation reached his ears. Upon observing the celestial teacher's tribulation, Hongjun Laozu discerned the reason behind the Tao's enhancement. The heavenly Tao represents the synthesis of all that is tangible and intangible within the primordial realm. The stronger the collective might of the primordial world, the more potent the Tao becomes. Now, as the celestial teacher validated the Tao through strength, the Tao experienced a tremendous bolstering and stabilization, thwarting his ambitions of further usurpation. Not only that, but following the Tao's enhancement, the authority he had seized faced a backlash, diminishing by over 5% in an instant. His hard-won dominance, which had surged above 50%, plummeted back below that threshold. This was not merely a trivial 5% difference. It was a matter of who could seize dominion over the heavenly Tao. Should he possess more than half, he would wield control over the primordial heavenly Tao. In such a scenario, his future schemes would unfold with far greater ease, enabling him to claim the entirety of the primordial world for himself, propelling him to even loftier heights. However, with the celestial teacher's ascension to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm, his grasp on the Tao fell below 50% in that moment. The dominion over the primordial heavenly Tao reverted back to the Tao itself, profoundly affecting all of his endeavors. This was particularly disadvantageous for his future plans, especially now that the celestial teacher had reached the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm, validating his Tao with an unprecedented strength. The emergence of the celestial teacher had become an unpredictable variable in Hongjun Laozu's grand design. Inciting his ire, prompting him to mobilize the purple sky divine thunder with the intent to obliterate the celestial teacher. After all, at this juncture, the celestial teacher was still undergoing tribulation, and his actions aligned with the operational principles of the Tao. Even with less than half of the Tao's authority, he could easily achieve such feats. Should he eliminate the celestial teacher, everything would revert to his meticulously laid plans. The purple sky divine thunder, it seemed, was indeed a manifestation of Hongjuan's intolerance towards the celestial teacher. However, merely relying on the divine thunder would not suffice to vanquish him. As the celestial teacher beheld the brewing purple sky divine thunder, he immediately surmised it to be the handiwork of Hongjun Laozu. Yet, the celestial teacher remained unfazed. The divine thunder, though terrifying, was not beyond his capabilities. He summoned the Qingping sword, which floated before him in the face of the horrifying purple sky divine thunder. The celestial teacher refrained from engaging with raw physicality. Instead, he channeled his magical energy, infusing the formidable power into the Qingping sword. The sword radiated a dazzling blue and golden luminosity, enveloping the entire primordial world in a cascade of colors. With a thunderous crack, a sound resonated that seemed to shake the very foundations of the primordial realm. Within the dense clouds, a massive void had finally birthed the long-awaited purple sky divine thunder. In that instant, the heart-stopping purple sky divine thunder erupted with unparalleled power, transforming into a towering pillar of lightning, akin to a colossal mountain, hurtling towards the celestial teacher with astounding velocity. This pillar of thunder glimmered with a vibrant purple hue, its contained energy astoundingly immense, beyond all imagination. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed incapable of bearing the weight of its pressure, rippling with distortion. The ear-splitting roar echoed through the skies, instilling a primal fear in all who heard. Yet, in the face of this terrifying assault, the celestial teacher remained unperturbed. He raised his right hand above his head, and the Qingping sword, emanating blue and golden light, soared to hover above him. With a resounding crash, the blue and golden hues intertwined, magnificent and radiant, coalescing into an overwhelmingly powerful force. This force, imbued with unyielding majesty and dominance, surged resolutely towards the spine-chilling purple sky divine thunder. In that fleeting moment, the very heavens and earth seemed to shift in hue. The blue and golden light, like a blazing meteor, traversed the void at an astonishing speed, colliding fiercely with the purple sky divine thunder. In an instant, brilliance erupted, lightning crackled, and the entire space was enveloped in violent energy fluctuations. This breathtaking confrontation appeared to halt the flow of time itself, rendering all present breathless, their eyes fixated on this awe-inspiring tableau. In that moment, the blue and golden light exhibited unparalleled resilience and tenacity, engaging in a desperate struggle against the purple sky divine thunder, preventing its advance by even an inch. How infuriating! Is this what it means to validate the Tao through strength? To be so formidable? Only just having broken through to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm, and yet capable of withstanding such a fearsome force. Hongjun Laozu, witnessing the celestial teacher's defiance against the purple sky divine thunder, felt an intense bitterness. The celestial teachers might surpass his wildest expectations, merely having recently attained the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian status and already exhibiting such terrifying prowess, without invoking the power of the Tao. He might not even match the celestial teacher's strength. How infuriating! Hongjun Laozu was consumed with resentment. The emergence of the celestial teacher could very well spell the ruin of all his schemes. Yet, no amount of frustration would alter the course of events. He could only watch helplessly as the celestial teacher faced his tribulation. Mobilizing the purple sky divine thunder to thwart him had become his sole recourse. Now, with the celestial teacher impervious to the divine thunder, he found himself at a loss. Unless he dared to confront the celestial teacher head-on, entering the fray of the tribulation, in such a case, the tribulation would sense his presence, and its power would surely amplify, potentially summoning the chaos divine thunder. However, such an action could spell doom for the celestial teacher, and he too would not escape unscathed. Hongjun Laozu, resigned to his fate, could only watch as the celestial teacher clashed with the purple sky divine thunder. time passed, and the purple sky divine thunder, unable to breach the celestial teacher's defenses, retreated. With the divine thunder's disappearance, the celestial teacher successfully completed his tribulation. In an instant, the once fearsome void in the clouds transformed, no longer a harbinger of terror, but a radiant divine light surged forth, enveloping the celestial teacher and the entirety of Golden Cauldron Island. Within this divine light lay boundless Tao rhythms, leading the disciples of the Jie sect on Golden Cauldron Island into profound enlightenment. Basking in this divine radiance, the celestial teacher felt a wave of refreshing energy, significantly enhancing his strength. The divine light persisted for an extended period before gradually dissipating. As the light receded, the overall strength of the Jie sect disciples on Golden Cauldron Island surged remarkably. Among them, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother even severed her own good corpse, breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Chapter 31. The new Lord of the Heavenly Court. Congratulations, Master, on attaining the status of saint. The disciples of the called out in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens as if to shake the very fabric of existence. Following an unexpected epiphany, they hurriedly expressed their congratulations to the Master Tongtian. With wide eyes and faces aglow with reverence, they gazed upon their revered master, their hearts brimming with joy and pride. For these disciples, the pinnacle of enlightenment they understood was that of a saint. Thus, upon witnessing Luofeng's successful breakthrough, they naturally assumed that their esteemed Master Tongtian had also entered this sacred realm. At this moment, each disciple's countenance radiated an uncontrollable exuberance. They were acutely aware of what it meant to become a saint, a symbol of boundless power, wisdom, and glory. It represented a transcendent existence, far removed from the mundane. Consequently, in that fleeting instant, all emotions coalesced into the most sincere blessings and praises for Master Tongtian. They knelt in unison, bowing their heads in reverence, expressing their respect with the utmost devotion and heartfelt gratitude for his years of dedicated guidance and nurturing. Amidst the clamor, Master Tongtian gazed affectionately at his beloved disciples. He felt the deep love and reliance they held for him. Yet he also understood that the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders had grown heavier. The thought of the tragic fates awaiting these disciples during the impending calamity of the gods left him no room for relaxation. However, now that he had substantiated his path and transcended to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluojingxian, he finally glimpsed a chance to alter the destiny of the Do not stand on ceremony. Focus on your cultivation. I have matters to attend to outside. Upon my return, I shall impart teachings at the Bo Palace. Please inform the disciples who are traveling abroad. Master Tongtian resolved to embark on a quest for the Donghuang Bell. At that moment, he had attained the Hunyuan Daluojingxian realm, and he no longer needed to overly concern himself with the threats posed by Hongjun Laozu. Indeed, Hongjun Laozu's strength was unfathomable, especially when bolstered by the power of the heavenly Tao, making him virtually invincible. However, as Master Tongtian merged himself with the heavenly Tao, he gained the authority to wield its power but simultaneously became ensnared by formidable constraints. Until he could fully seize control of all aspects of the heavenly Tao and thoroughly master the primordial heavenly Tao, he could not act against its prevailing trends, nor could he strike at will. Should Hongjun Laozu harbor ulterior motives, he could only plot and scheme from the shadows. As long as Master Tongtian did not transgress the laws of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun Laozu was currently powerless against him. At last, Master Tongtian found leisure to pursue the Donghuang Bell, a venture he had long contemplated. The 6 saints gather at the Zhixiao Palace. Just as Master Tongtian prepared to seek the Donghuang Bell, within the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu muttered a curse before summoning the saints for a council. The fact that Master Tongtian had attained the Hunyuan Daluojingxian was now an established reality, one that could not be altered. What remained for him was to strategize for the events to come, while also seizing the opportunity to inquire about certain matters concerning Master Tongtian. He was eager to learn how Master Tongtian had achieved his breakthrough to the Hunyuan Daluojingxian realm through sheer force. Prepare yourselves. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Hongjun Laozu's summons, Master Tongtian reluctantly set aside his quest for the Donghuang Bell and proceeded to the Zhixiao Palace. Greetings, Dao friend Tongtian. Congratulations upon entering the Zhixiao Palace. Master Tongtian and the other saints quickly arrived. Inside, the other saints remained silent, with only Nuwa expressing her congratulations to Master Tongtian. The other 4 saints, particularly Yuan Shi Tianzun, bore a grudge against Master Tongtian and were unwilling to acknowledge his achievements. While Taiqing's saint, having transcended attachment, displayed indifference towards Master Tongtian's attainment. As for the 2 saints from the west, who had recently clashed with Master Tongtian, they too had no desire to provoke further discord. Only Nuwa, despite her displeasure over Master Tongtian's prior appropriation of her merits, reached out to him, hoping to glean some favorable information. "Dao friend Nuwa, you are too modest," Master Tongtian replied, his tone flat and somewhat indifferent. In the annals of history, while Nuwa had not directly participated in the downfall of she bore significant responsibility, and thus, Master Tongtian was not inclined to offer her warmth. The 5 great saints were all under Hongjun Laozu's control, and it was inevitable that they would become adversaries to This truth was unchangeable. Noticing the chill in Master Tongtian's demeanor, Nuwa chose not to press further. Although she sought information from him, she would not insist, knowing she could also inquire with Hongjun Laozu. "Greetings, Master." At that moment, Hongjun Laozu's figure manifested within the Zhixiao Palace. The saints, upon his arrival, hurriedly bowed in respect. "There is no need for such formalities. I have summoned you here to discuss 2 matters." Hongjun Laozu bypassed pleasantries and went straight to the point. 2 matters. "I thought it was solely about appointing Hao Yin and Yao Qi as the Emperor and Empress of Heaven. What could the other matter be?" Hongjun Laozu's announcement left Master Tongtian perplexed. According to the visions from his dreams, this gathering was merely to re-establish the ruler of the heavenly court. Now, with Hongjun Laozu speaking of 2 matters, Master Tongtian was left in a state of confusion. "It must be the fact that I have attained the Hunyuan Daluojingxian, triggering a butterfly effect." Soon, Master Tongtian deduced the cause, realizing that his breakthrough had indeed altered the course of future events. He was certain that this additional matter was intrinsically linked to him. "May I inquire what matters require our attention?" "We shall exert our utmost efforts." Master Tongtian pondered. Yuan Shi Tianzun, a devoted disciple of Hongjun Laozu, along with the 2 sycophants from the west, adopted a respectful demeanor, expressing their willingness to cooperate wholeheartedly. The first matter concerns the calamity of the Wu and Yao, which has plunged the primordial world into great peril, leading to the annihilation of the witch clan, save for a few who have taken refuge in the underworld. The remaining formidable demon saints have sought sanctuary in the vast mountains of the north. Presently, the primordial world is leaderless, necessitating the selection of a ruler for the heavenly court to oversee the grand scheme of the primordial realm. You may share your thoughts and recommend suitable candidates. While Hongjun Laozu had already resolved to appoint Hao Yin and Yao Qi as the Emperor and Empress of Heaven, he feigned interest in hearing the recommendations of the other saints. What? Selecting the ruler of the heavenly court? This opportunity must undoubtedly belong to our Western sect. Upon hearing Hongjun's intention to appoint a ruler, the 2 disciples, Jane and Zhuanti, were immediately agitated, eager to seize this chance. The ruler of the heavenly court held a status equivalent to that of the lord of the underworld and the emperor of Fengdu. Perhaps even elevated by Hongjun Laozu's backing. "Master, my disciple Maitreya from the Western sect could serve as the ruler of the heavenly court." Jane promptly stepped forward to recommend his disciple Maitreya. "Dao friend Jane, your disciple Maitreya is merely at the initial stage of the Daluojingxian realm. How could he possibly hold the position of the heavenly emperor? Moreover, the heavenly court rightfully belongs to the east and should be presided over by a powerful figure from the east." Yuan Shi Tianzun retorted without hesitation, dismissing the suggestion. "Master, my disciple Guangchengzi, a deity of fortune, possesses unparalleled roots and fortune, making him an ideal candidate for the heavenly emperor." Yuan Shi Tianzun was equally unyielding, first disparaging the Western sect before recommending his own disciple, Guangchengzi. The foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Yuan Shi Tianzun regarded him as the most suitable candidate. "Master, my disciple Xuandu could also serve as the heavenly emperor." Taiqing's saint also spoke up, endorsing his sole disciple. Although he was known for his detachment, he was not devoid of ambition. Otherwise, during the calamity of the gods, He would not have allied with Yuan Shi Tianzun to act against Master Tongtian. Now, with an opportunity to gain immense merit and fortune, Taiching Saint would not let it slip by. Yuan Shi Dao friend, what do you mean by the Heavenly Court of the East? The Heavenly Court is the court of the entire primordial realm, and our Western sect certainly qualifies for this role. As for your claim that my disciple Maitreya lacks cultivation, that merely reflects the scarcity of resources in the West. Otherwise, given his roots, his cultivation would undoubtedly match that of your disciple Guangchengzi. Furthermore, the responsibilities of the heavenly ruler are to benefit the primordial world, not to engage in endless battles. Thus, overwhelming strength is not a necessity. Your disciple Guangchengzi carries himself as if looking down on others, treating them as mere refuse. What basis do you have to believe he can bring benefit to the primordial world? In contrast, my disciple Maitreya is kind-hearted and has guided countless beings throughout his life, making him the most suitable candidate. Seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun attempt to exclude their Western sect, Zhuanti hurriedly countered, equally disparaging Guangchengzi. Hemph, the primordial world is inherently a realm of the strong preying on the weak. My disciple Guangchengzi possesses profound fortunes. Who in the primordial world can compare? Yuan Shi Tianzun, naturally, was unwilling to back down and immediately engaged in a quarrel with the two saints from the West. Strange, why does Master Tongtian not recommend his disciples? The revered Enhua did not pay heed to the Yuan Shi Tianzun and the two saints from the West. Rather, she found herself intrigued by why Tongtian Jiaozhu had not recommended any disciples from his sect. According to her knowledge, the chief disciple of the Jiejiao, Daobao Daoren, had long since surpassed the quasi-saint realm, and in terms of strength, he undoubtedly ranked as the foremost among all the saintly sections. Enhua was puzzled as to why Tongtian Jiaozhu refrained from making a recommendation. It is worth noting that the fortunes of the heavenly court are immensely substantial. She had experienced this firsthand when the demon race ruled over the heavenly court. Her teacher, the demon master Kuanpeng, had served in the heavenly court for many years and was well acquainted with its operations, making him a suitable candidate for the heavenly emperor. Observing that Tongtian Jiaozhu remained silent, Enhua decided to speak up and recommended the elder Kuanpeng. Despite Kuanpeng's betrayal of Dijuan during the great calamity of the Wu and Yao, Enhua was unconcerned. She simply needed a representative to assist her in obtaining the heavenly court's fortunes. She was not troubled by the thought that Kuanpeng might betray her after ascending to the position of emperor. With Enhua's involvement, the disputes within the Zishao Palace grew even more fervent. Well, it seems that you all are unable to reach a conclusion. I shall recommend two individuals. What do you think? Hongjun Laozu interjected, interrupting the quarrel among the five great saints, prepared to inform them of his decision. Who do you propose, master? Upon hearing Hongjun Laozu's words, the five saints ceased their bickering and inquired in unison about his recommended candidates, their curiosity piqued by who could possibly earn Hongjun Laozu's favor. What do you think of Hao Yin and Yao Dai taking on the roles of the heavenly emperor and empress? Hongjun Laozu lifted his gaze towards the grand entrance of the Zishao Palace, uttering the names of Hao Yin and Yao Tai. What, us? The two young attendants stationed at the entrance, eavesdropping on the heated discussions of the saints, were taken aback, their faces reflecting confusion. Simultaneously, they felt a swell of excitement. Becoming the heavenly emperor and empress would surely surpass their roles as mere gatekeepers. Even serving under the foremost figure of the primordial chaos as a gatekeeper was still just that, being a gatekeeper. Naturally, they were eager for the chance to shed that identity. Hao Yin and Yao Tai, mere gatekeeping children, how could they possibly ascend to the roles of heavenly emperor and empress? The ever-arrogant Yuan Shi Tianzun, who looked down upon others, immediately refuted Hongjun Laozu's suggestion upon hearing it. Even in the presence of Hongjun Laozu, Yuan Shi Tianzun showed no mercy towards the two. How outrageous! This Yuan Shi is truly too arrogant. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's scornful remarks, Hao Yin and Yao Tai's expressions darkened. Though they were indeed gatekeepers, being so publicly pointed out by Yuan Shi Tianzun incited a profound sense of anger within them. I have made my decision. Henceforth, it shall be Hao Yin and Yao Dai who assume the roles of the heavenly emperor and empress, governing the primordial world. Hao Yin, step forward. I bestow upon you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hao Yin Tower, to aid you in suppressing the fortunes of the heavenly court. Yao Dai, I grant you the innate spiritual root, the Renwater Peach, To assist you in leading the celestial beings, I hope that you both will not disappoint my expectations and manage the primordial world well. Hongjun Laozu wasted no time with circumlocution and directly proclaimed the two as the heavenly emperor and empress. Given that the heavenly court was pivotal to the fortunes of the primordial world, Hongjun could not entrust it to the other saints. Having Haoyan and Yaotai as his attendants facilitated his control over the situation, making them the optimal choice for Hongjun Laozu. Thank you, Master. We shall not fail your trust and will govern the primordial world diligently. Haoyan and Yaotai, filled with elation, received the invaluable treasures from Hongjun, their hearts overflowing with gratitude as they repeatedly expressed their thanks to the venerable Hongjun Laozu. Having been chosen as the new heavenly emperor and empress, they bid farewell to their past lives as humble attendants, transforming into the most esteemed figures in the entire primordial realm, second only to the saints. This moment held profound significance for them, marking a leap in identity and status. Now, you may stand to the side. Hongjun Laozu said with an impassive expression, his thoughts inscrutable, instructing Haoyan and Yaotai to step aside. Chapter 32. The differences between the Hunyuan Daoyujingxian and saints. Now, I shall address the second matter. Tongtian, how did you break through to the realm of Hunyuan Daoyujingxian, and who provided you with the method to attain this enlightenment? Hongjun Laozu shifted his focus away from the matter of the heavenly court and turned to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Inquiring about the origins of his enlightenment, Hongjun harbored concerns that there might still be other incarnations of chaotic demons concealed within the primordial world, or perhaps a surviving chaotic demon. If that were the case, it could potentially disrupt his plans. It was the legacy of the Father God. I am certain that my elder brother and Yuanshi are aware of this. Tongtian Jiaozhu attributed everything to the Pangu great god. After all, he was transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, and Hongjun had no means to verify the truth of his words. Of course, Tongtian Jiaozhu was not entirely fabricating. His method of enlightenment was derived from fragments of Pangu's memories and various pieces of information gleaned from dreams. In fact, even now, Tongtian Jiaozhu remained unaware that his method was based on the legendary principle of proving the Tao through strength. Master, what is Hunyuan Daoyujingxian? Once Tongtian Jiaozhu finished speaking, before Hongjun Laozu could assess the veracity of his words, the Zhuan-Ti Daoran could not contain his curiosity and inquired, as a saint, he could easily comprehend everything in the primordial world, aside from the other saints. However, he had never heard of this so-called Hunyuan Daoyujingxian. Zhuan-Ti Daoran speculated that Tongtian Jiaozhu's formidable strength might stem from his status as a Hunyuan Daoyujingxian. The thought of Tongtian Jiaozhu's terrifying combat prowess filled Zhuan-Ti Daoran with envy. If he too could become a Hunyuan Daoyujingxian, would he not possess strength comparable to that of Tongtian Jiaozhu? Upon hearing Zhuan-Ti Daoran's words, Enhua and Jane Daoran also gazed expectantly at Hongjun Laozu, eager to know what Hunyuan Daoyujingxian was and whether they could aspire to attain that status themselves. Since you are curious, I shall enlighten you, Hongjun Laozu began. The so-called Hunyuan Daoyujingxian is a fruit position that is on par with that of the saints. Hunyuan Daoyujingxian represents a state of cultivation, denoting the highest realm of cultivation, and is the title for practitioners at the Hunyuan level. Those who attain this realm possess immense magical power and capabilities. Yet their existence and strength are entirely contingent upon their own cultivation and realm. Upon death, they cease to exist. Saints, on the other hand, are a more unique existence, referred to as the Heavenly Tao Saints, embodying the fruit position of the Heavenly Tao and the essence of the cosmos. The existence and power of saints are intricately linked to the Heavenly Tao, with their souls entrusted to it. Merging with the Dao, as long as the Heavenly Tao exists, they too shall endure eternally. I have previously mentioned that there are three methods for achieving sainthood: proving the Tao through strength, the law, and the severance of the three corpses, as well as through merit. The latter two methods of enlightenment involve entrusting the primordial spirit to the Heavenly Tao, thus becoming a Heavenly Tao Saint. In contrast, the former two methods pertain to the self, resulting in the status of Hunyuan Daoyujingxian. Seeing that Zhuan-Ti Daoran and the others had all inquired, Hongjun Laozu provided an explanation, albeit with a bias favoring the saints. It implied that the might of saints was superior to that of Hunyuan Daoyujingxian. He did not mention that, in terms of combat strength, Hunyuan Daoyujingxian far surpassed saints of the same level. especially those who proved their Tao through strength, who were known as invincible among their peers and capable of easily challenging opponents of higher tiers, as long as they succeeded in their enlightenment. They would possess strength that saints could never reach. Moreover, while it is true that saints have their primordial spirits entrusted to the heavenly Tao, rendering them immortal, the protection afforded by the heavenly Tao also imposes limitations on the saint's potential. To transcend to the realm of the heavenly Tao, one must, like Hongjun Laozu, consume the heavenly Tao, seize all authority of the heavenly Tao, and become the true master of the primordial world to harness the power of the entire primordial realm and achieve the status of a heavenly Tao expert. Hongjun conveyed the superficial distinctions between Hunyuan Daoyuan Jingxian and saints to the other saints, but refrained from revealing the core differences. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Hongjun Laozu's explanation, Zhu and Tidaoren and the others felt a sense of relief. According to Hongjun Laozu, saints were indeed a far more unique existence than Hunyuan Daoyuan Jingxian. The ability to have their primordial spirits entrusted to the heavenly Tao, rendering them immortal, was something they believed Hunyuan Daoyuan Jingxian could never hope to attain. Taiji Saint and Yuanshi Tianzuan harbored suspicions that Hongjun Laozu was concealing something, yet they chose not to voice their thoughts. Naturally, Tongtian Jiaozhu would not refute this either. In truth, Tongtian Jiaozhu himself was only partially informed about the realm of Hunyuan Daoyuan Jingxian, and his breakthrough involved an element of luck. Furthermore, even if Tongtian Jiaozhu understood the underlying connections, he would not elaborate. Master, does one need the primordial purple energy to achieve Hunyuan Daoyuan Jingxian? After Nuan Yangyang comprehended the distinction between the primordial golden immortal and the saints, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Should the path to attaining the primordial golden immortal state not necessitate the primordial purple energy, there would be hope for her brother Fuxi to achieve enlightenment. Although Fuxi currently existed as but a remnant soul, the cycle of reincarnation had now reached its completeness. If she could guide Fuxi through this cycle, his primordial spirit could be restored to wholeness, allowing him to resume his cultivation. To attain enlightenment through strength, the primordial purple energy would be unnecessary, whereas the path of the laws would indeed require it. Hongjun Laozu did not conceal the truth. Nuwa had already ascended to the status of a saint, and he harbored no fears regarding her potential to pursue the path of the primordial golden immortal. Are you aware of the method for achieving enlightenment through strength? Upon learning that enlightenment through strength did not require primordial purple energy, Nuwa immediately became exhilarated, inquiring of Hongjun Laozu regarding this method. The other saints listened intently, eager to uncover the means to enlightenment through strength. As for the method of achieving enlightenment through strength, I am not privy to it, Hongjun Laozu explained, effectively quelling Nuwa's and the others' fervent hopes. The difficulty of attaining enlightenment through strength is indeed the most formidable among all paths of enlightenment. Even during the Chaos era, only the great Pengu achieved enlightenment through strength. To emulate him is utterly impossible. Hongjun Laozu's words served to extinguish any lingering fantasies within Nuwa and the others. To pursue enlightenment through strength, it is fundamentally unattainable for beings of the Honghuang world. However, after finishing his explanation, Hongjun Laozu could not help but glance at Tongtian Jiao Master. He was acutely aware that Tongtian had succeeded in attaining enlightenment through strength. Though perhaps Tongtian's potential did not quite match that of the original Great Pengu, his success in enlightenment through strength was certainly not significantly inferior. He found himself perplexed, unable to discern how Tongtian had accomplished such a feat. He wished to gauge the situation but found Tongtian enveloped in a shroud of mystery, rendering the cause and effect surrounding him inscrutable. Is that so? Upon hearing Hongjun Laozu's explanation, Nuwa's anxious heart finally settled. Throughout the entire Chaos era, only the Great Panga had accomplished such a feat, and she found it difficult to believe that Fuxi could achieve it. If she were to assist Fuxi, she would have to explore alternative methods. Beside her, Jane and Juanti wore expressions of profound disappointment. Very well, you may return. Dio remembered to assist Haoyan Yaoqi in taking control of the heavenly court. Knowing that he could derive no useful information from Tongtian, Hongjun Laozu dismissed them, turning his attention to his subsequent plans. I bid farewell to my esteemed teacher and fellow disciples. With that, Hongjun Laozu vanished from sight, and the other saints, along with Haoyan Yaoqi, promptly paid their respects before departing from Zhixiao Palace. Chapter 33. The Method of Enlightenment Through Strength. Wait a moment. Tongtian Shidi. Your method for achieving the primordial golden immortal state must surely be through enlightenment via strength. Correct? I wonder if you could share this method with your elder brother. Just as they exited Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian Saint stopped Tongtian Jiao Master, eager to extract the method of enlightenment through strength from him. Tongtian Saint did not shy away from the presence of the other saints, attempting to utilize the collective authority of the 5 great saints to coerce Tongtian into compliance. Having become indifferent to their past brotherly bond, he sought only to obtain the information he desired. What? Tongtian Jiao Master actually achieved enlightenment through strength. How can this be? He accomplished what only the great Panga had achieved. Upon hearing Tongtian Saint's words, Zhuanti Daoist exclaimed in astonishment. Earlier, after listening to Hongjun Laozu's introduction, they had tacitly accepted that Tongtian had followed the path of the laws. Yet now, just after leaving Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian Saint claimed that Tongtian had achieved enlightenment through strength, leaving them all in shock. Elder brother, have you made an error? How could Tongtian possibly achieve enlightenment through strength? Yuan Shi Tianzun expressed his disbelief, equally stunned by this revelation. Although Hongjun Laozu had not explicitly stated the power of the method of enlightenment through strength, referencing the Great Pangu and the singular path that did not require primordial purple energy allowed them to grasp its magnitude. The fact that Tongtian had accomplished this left Yuan Shi Tianzun unwilling to accept it as truth. Nuhua and Jian, who had remained silent, also bore expressions of shock, clearly unsettled by the revelation. Elder brother, I never expected you to become this way. Tongtian Jiao Master chose to ignore the astonishment of Yuan Shi and the others, instead gazing at the impassive Tongtian Saint with a hint of melancholy. The once caring Tongtian Saint had ultimately changed beyond recognition. Tongtian Shidi, you have yet to answer my question. Tongtian Saint, refusing to acknowledge the other saints, continued to press Tongtian for the method of enlightenment through strength. Indeed, I have achieved enlightenment through strength. The method itself is quite simple. One must cultivate the body, magical power, and primordial spirit to transcend the limits of the primordial golden immortal, while simultaneously comprehending the development of a perfected realm. Then, through a special method, one merges the body, magical power, and primordial spirit into one. In doing so, one can wield absolute power to shatter the shackles of the Tao and attain the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Tongtian Jiao Master made no effort to conceal the truth, divulging the method without reservation. In any case, even if they were aware of it, they would still be unable to achieve it in the current Honghuang world. It was impossible for anyone to accomplish this feat. Tongtian's success had effectively extinguished the hopes of all other beings. The 3 conditions he mentioned, if any one of them were to be taken alone, were unattainable for all beings in the Honghuang world. Aside from Tongtian Saint and Yuan Shi Tianzun, even they could only manage to transcend the limits of the primordial spirit and perhaps harbor a glimmer of hope for transcending the limits of magical power. However, transcending the limits of the physical body was beyond reach. Tongtian's ability to transcend the limits of the physical body stemmed from the essence he refined after the fall of all the powerful beings of the Witch Clan, as well as the essence derived from the sun and moon formed from the eyes of the Great Pango, along with the remains of Dijun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Shihi, among others. In the present, it was inconceivable for anyone in the Honghuang world to obtain the essence of Pangu or the essence of the sun and moon. The only faint possibility for the beings of the Honghuang world lay in transcending the limits of magical power. Tongtian Saint and Yuan Shi Tianzun might achieve a little more, allowing their primordial spirits to transcend limits, but to fulfill all 3 conditions and then seek to unify them into one. Even Hongjun Laozu would find it impossible. What does it mean to transcend limits? Tongtian Saint continued to inquire, his yearning for the method of enlightenment through strength palpable. Quite simply, one must be capable of defeating Zhuanti Daoist with any one of the body, magical power, or primordial spirit. Tongtian explained once more, not hesitating to mock Zhuanti Daoist in the process. Such stringent requirements. Who could possibly achieve this? Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the other saints fell into a state of dejection. Defeating Zhuanti Daoist with a quasi-saint body was already a dreamlike feat. Tio simultaneously accomplished this across the 3 realms of body, magical power, and primordial spirit was nothing short of excessively demanding. Is that so? Thank you for clarifying, Tongtian Shitty. I shall take my leave. Having received the answers he sought, Tongtian Saint wasted no further words and promptly took his leave. As to whether he could accomplish it, he intended to attempt it and see. If any of you have no other matters, I shall also take my leave. After Tongtian Saint departed, Tongtian Jiao Master also made his exit. Instead of returning to Jinao Island, he headed straight for the easternmost edge of the Eastern Sea. Guided by the imprint of his primordial spirit, he could sense the thread of his primordial spirit he had left within the Dong Huang Bell, leading him toward the easternmost direction. The Dong Huang Bell held immense significance for Tongtian, representing one of the keys to preserving the teachings of Jie Jiao. With numerous disciples and vast fortunes, merely relying on the Qingping sword, a precious innate merit treasure, was insufficient to maintain control. To subdue the immense fortune of Jie Jiao, the Dong Huang Bell was Tongtian's sole hope. Having now broken through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, it was time for him to reclaim it. Wait a moment, did that Tongtian just belittle me? After Tongtian Jiao Master departed, Zhuani Daoist finally reacted to the fact that he had just been insulted. However, he found himself unable to refute it, for Tongtian had indeed defeated him with a quasi-saint body. Though he was uncertain about the primordial spirit aspect, Tongtian had certainly possessed the ability to overpower him in terms of physical body and magical power. How infuriating that Tongtian managed to achieve enlightenment through strength. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, unable to suppress a curse. Wait, didn't the teacher mention that enlightenment through strength does not require primordial purple energy? If Tongtian is indeed following this path, then his primordial purple energy has surely not been consumed. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's complaints, Jane Daoist suddenly recalled a crucial point. Since Tongtian Jiao Master was following the path of enlightenment through strength that did not require the consumption of primordial purple energy, it stood to reason that the primordial purple energy in his possession had yet to be utilized. Indeed, the other three great saints also came to their senses, their tones betraying a hint of excitement. Tongtian had already demonstrated his prowess by breaking through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Thus, he no longer required the primordial purple qi in his possession. This led them to wonder if they might have the opportunity to acquire that primordial purple qi from the hands of the Tongtian Master. How splendid! My brother is on the path to enlightenment. Nuwa was likewise filled with fervor. If she could obtain the primordial purple qi from the Tongtian Master, then her brother Fushi would have hoped for his own enlightenment. The four great saints exchanged glances, and in an instant, their figures vanished from their location, reappearing above Jinao Island. Even though the chance of obtaining the primordial purple qi from the Tongtian Master was slim, they were unwilling to relinquish it. Alas, they were destined to be disappointed, for the Tongtian Master had not returned to Jinao Island, but had instead ventured to the farthest reaches of the East Sea, preparing to seize the Eastern Emperor clock he had long plotted to acquire. Chapter 34. The four saints descend upon Jinao Island. Hao Tian and Yao Qi arrive at the heavenly court having encountered the esteemed saints. I wonder what brings you to my Jinao Island? Above Jinao Island, the Taoist Duo Bao, feeling a bit anxious, inquired with a tense tone. The simultaneous arrival of the four great saints left even the well-versed Duo Bao unable to maintain his composure, especially with the presence of the two shameless figures from the Western sect. Junior Duo Bao, there is no need for such formalities. I have come to seek my third brother regarding a matter. Please convey this message. The attitude of the primordial Tianzuan was remarkably calm, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. In pursuit of the primordial purple qi, he was willing to suppress his dissatisfaction towards the disciples of the. Is this truly the primordial master? The disciples of the were somewhat incredulous at the primordial Tianzuan's courtesy. Normally, he would not speak to them with such amiability. The last time they encountered him, he had looked upon them with disdain. Why apologies, second master? The three saints, my master is currently away, and I am unaware of his return. The Taoist Duo Bao was polite, wishing not to create enmity for his master. Ah, Tongtian has not returned. Where could he have gone? Upon hearing that the Tongtian Master was absent from Jinao Island, the four saints did not question the veracity of Duo Bao's statement. After all, had the Tongtian Master truly been present, he would undoubtedly have welcomed them. rather than ignoring their arrival. Junior Duobao, did Tongtian mention where he was headed or when he might return? Nuwa, feeling anxious, immediately inquired about the whereabouts of the Tongtian master. Reporting to Lady Nuwa, I too am unaware of my master's whereabouts, as he did not inform me as for when he will return. I cannot say. The Taoist Duobao, somewhat at a loss, was merely a disciple. And how could he be privy to the movements of the Tongtian master? I see. Might I stay on Janeo Island to await the return of the Tongtian Taoist? Nuwa, finding the Tongtian master absent, prepared to linger on Janeo Island until he returned. Tio obtained the primordial purple chi. She needed to see him at the very moment he arrived, lest others seize the opportunity first. The three others also quickly expressed their desire to remain on Janeo Island until the Tongtian master returned. If the esteemed saints do not mind, the welcomes you most warmly. The Taoist Duobao, naturally, could not refuse the requests of the four saints and proceeded to arrange accommodations for them on Janeo Island. What could this mean? Why have the four great saints simultaneously sought out the Tongtian master on Janeo Island? What could be unfolding? In the vast wilderness, those powerful beings capable of sensing anomalies near Janeo Island displayed expressions of confusion. However, their perplexity was soon overshadowed by another event. I am Hao Tian, appointed by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun to preside over the heavenly court, commanding all immortals and governing the wilderness, as the new heavenly emperor. I am Yao Qi, appointed by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun to oversee the Yao Qi and assist Hao Tian, as the new heavenly empress. Meanwhile, upon the arrival of the primordial Tianzuan and his companions at Janeo Island, Hao Tian and Yao Qi reached the heavenly court. As soon as they arrived, they eagerly announced to the wilderness the Tao ancestor Hong Jun's appointment of them as the new heavenly emperor and empress. Their voices reverberated throughout the wilderness, causing a significant uproar. Hao Tian and Yao Qi, who are they to become the heavenly emperor and empress? In the wilderness, most individuals were unfamiliar with the names of Hao Tian and Yao Qi. However, they were well aware of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun. The fact that Hao Tian and Yao Qi had been designated by the Tao ancestor as the heavenly emperor and empress elicited little response from most beings. After all, the identity of the heavenly court's ruler bore little impact on the lower beings. Yet, for those true powerhouses, the matter was quite extraordinary. What? Hao Tian and Yao Qi, mere children, dare to claim the titles of heavenly emperor and empress? Those powerful beings who recognized the identities of Hao Tian and Yao Qi felt an immediate surge of displeasure, particularly those who had attended the teachings of the Tao ancestor at the Purple Cloud Palace. The thought of those two young children becoming the sovereigns of the wilderness made them feel uneasy. With the demise of the witch clan, the ruler of the heavenly court had become the most esteemed existence in the wilderness, second only to the saints. This role was not merely symbolic. It conferred immense merit and fortune. Powerful beings across the board coveted the title of heavenly emperor, and many had prepared to vie for it. Yet, before they could act, this coveted position was claimed by Hao Tian and Yao Qi, leaving them unwilling to accept such an outcome. However, these powerful beings dared not voice their anger. Hao Tian and Yao Qi were unlike the former Eastern King and Western Mother. After all, they were disciples of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, and with that identity, others were reluctant to treat them as they had treated the Eastern King and Western Mother. With the establishment of the new heavenly court, a myriad of opportunities awaited the strong beings of the wilderness to come and serve. While the powerful beings were displeased, Hao Tian's voice rang out once more, inviting the strong beings of the wilderness to take positions within the heavenly court. Humph, mere children, think they can command others. What a farce! The invitation extended by Hao Tian did not bring forth the response he desired. Instead, it ignited a wave of laughter among the powerful beings of the wilderness. Each of these formidable entities was proud and self-important. How could they possibly condescend to serve under Hao Tian? For them, such an act would be a disgrace. It was evident that Hao Tian was destined for disappointment. The heavenly court he envisioned would likely only attract second-rate figures seeking refuge. In contrast, those truly exceptional beings with unparalleled strength and talent would undoubtedly refrain from joining this heavenly court organization. After all, these powerful beings possessed unmatched confidence and pride, pursuing higher realms and achievements. How could they willingly submit to another's command? Thus, it would be no easy task for Hao Tian to realize his lofty ambitions. Hao Tian's ascension to the heavenly court did not cause the anticipated uproar. Aside from an initial shock among the powerful beings, there was little subsequent commotion. The various saints and sects seemed indifferent, as if this were merely a trivial matter. Moreover, the overall situation in the wilderness had not undergone any drastic changes. At this moment, far in the East Sea, the Tongtian master exhibited no interest in these events. His sole focus lay on locating the innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor clock, for which he had long schemed. Standing at the tumultuous seaside, the Tongtian master bore a resolute gaze, his eyes aflame with determination, revealing an unwavering commitment to achieve his goal. Tall and imposing, he donned a flowing black robe, exuding an aura of formidable power. Upon the boundless expanse of the East Sea, the Tongtian master traversed the waves. Leaving his footprints in every corner, he meticulously scrutinized his surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, as days turned into weeks, the Eastern Emperor clock remained elusive. Chapter 35. The Chaos Clock and the Pure World White Lotus. What on earth has transpired? I can distinctly sense the primordial spirit mark is within arm's reach, yet I cannot ascertain the precise location of the Eastern Emperor clock. The Tongtian master stood at the farthest reaches of the East Sea. His brow furrowed, his heart laden with confusion and uncertainty. He had been searching here for an entire day, yet as time passed, his inner turmoil deepened. Through his unique connection with the Eastern Emperor clock, he was convinced that the essence of its primordial spirit mark lay not far from him. However, despite scouring the surrounding area multiple times, he had failed to uncover even the slightest trace of the Eastern Emperor clock. Generally speaking, even the most precious treasures, if shrouded in dust and obscured from sight, would not completely vanish without a trace. Could it be that it does not exist within this space-time? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the mind of Tongtian Jiaozhu, causing him to feel a surge of vigilance. Although this possibility seemed absurd, it appeared to be the only explanation for the bizarre circumstances before him. Perhaps the Donghuang Bell indeed resided within this region. Yet its spatial and temporal dimension differed from the present one. If this were the case, locating the Donghuang Bell would undoubtedly become a more arduous task. However, Tongtian Jiaozhu did not succumb to despair. Instead, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He resolved to unleash even more formidable divine spells, attempting to transcend the constraints of time and space to seek out the Donghuang Bell hidden in the unknown. At the extremity of the East Sea, Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes began to transform, emanating boundless solar flames on either side, while his right eye radiated an endless lunar brilliance. Tongtian Jiaozhu activated his Sun-Moon Eye, a power refined from the essence of the sun and moon. The Sun-Moon Eye was akin to the eyes of the Panga deity. Found it, indeed. It is not within this spatial temporal realm. Upon activating the Sun-Moon Eye, Tongtian Jiaozhu finally detected a distinct aura amidst the vast void. He waved his hand, causing the space before him to collapse inch by inch, through the infinite gaps of space and the layers of time. Utilizing the potent abilities of the Sun-Moon Eye, he successfully pinpointed the location of the Donghuang Bell within that particular space-time continuum. Without hesitation, Tongtian Jiaozhu transformed into a streak of light, entering that interstitial dimension. Soon, he traversed through countless layers of time and space, arriving on a picturesque island. The area of this island exceeded that of Jinao Island by a considerable margin, and its innate spiritual energy was denser, surpassing that of Jinao Island by a notch. In a wonder that in the memories of dreams, the Donghuang Bell vanished from the world after its disappearance. To think that within this endless interstice of time and space, such a treasure trove exists. Were it not for the Sun-Moon Eye, even with a trace of my primordial spirit's mark left within the Donghuang Bell, finding it would be utterly impossible. Entering this spatial layer, Tongtian Jiaozhu was profoundly astonished. The concealment of this island's location made it exceedingly difficult even for a sage to uncover. Tongtian Jiaozhu relied on that primordial spirit mark's guidance and the remarkable observational prowess of the Sun-Moon Eye to locate this space. This island is likely one of the legendary 3 immortal islands of the post-Honghuang world, but which one could it be? As Tongtian Jiaozhu landed on the island, he immediately thought of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, the 3 immortal islands from later legends. He surmised that this must surely be one of them. though he was uncertain as to which one it was. However, Tongtian Jiaozhu did not dwell on this question, as the identity of the island held little significance for him. Tongtian Jiaozhu calmed his mind and began to sense the position of the Donghuang Bell, found it, upon entering this immortal island. The countless layers of time and space no longer obstructed him, allowing Tongtian Jiaozhu to effortlessly ascertain the location of the Donghuang Bell. In a flash, he reappeared, now within a desolate cave. The cave was overgrown with various celestial herbs. Presenting a scene of desolation, at the center of the cave lay a bell, rusty and covered in dust, with a celestial herb growing upon it. Is this the Donghuang Bell? Tongtian Jiaozhu gazed at the weathered bell before him, incredulous. Although treasures may be obscured by dust, this was an exaggeration. Were it not for the primordial spirit mark he sensed within, he might have doubted its authenticity if encountered in the outside world. Others would struggle to believe that this was the renowned Donghuang Bell that resonated throughout the Honghuang realm. Guided by the primordial spirit mark, Tongtian Jiaozhu naturally harbored no doubts. He extended his hand, sweeping away the dust from the Donghuang Bell before taking it into his possession. Channeling a surge of power, the once rusty and ordinary bell instantly shed its dull exterior, revealing its true form. The Donghuang Bell, originally named the Chaos Bell, was a treasure of chaos created from the shattered Pango axe during the primordial creation. It possessed the power to suppress the Hongming world, manipulate the forces of time and space, unravel the mysteries of the heavenly path, and refine the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. The exterior of the bell was adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, encircled by the elements, while its interior revealed mountains, rivers, and the myriad beings of the Honghuang. Five-colored radiance illuminated the heavens, and the awe-inspiring might of chaos resonated throughout the universe. The Chaos Bell was infinitely profound, brimming with creation, capable of imprisoning time and suppressing space. It possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, ensuring its invincibility among its peers, unmatched by any other innate treasure. The bell's sound echoed mightily, reverberating throughout the cosmos, causing the heavens and earth to dim, the universe to tremble, and the power of innate treasures to manifest unmistakably. So this is the Chaos Bell? Truly worthy of being an innate treasure. As Tongtian Jiaozhu grasped the Chaos Bell, he could scarcely contain his excitement. With this innate treasure in hand, not only would his combat prowess significantly enhance, but he could also utilize it to suppress the vast fortune of the Jie sect, solidifying its destiny even further. Should I refine it first? Tongtian Jiaozhu wasted no time, immediately sitting down to commence the refinement of the Chaos Bell. Asa formidable, being at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm. Refining an innate treasure posed no significant challenge for Tongtian Jiaozhu. As time flowed, a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Under the overwhelming power of Tongtian Jiaozhu's formidable magic and primordial spirit, the Chaos Bell was easily refined. Success. After refining the Donghuang Bell, Tongtian Jiaozhu had gained yet another powerful card, and his heart swelled with excitement. It is time to explore this immortal island. Having refined the Donghuang Bell, Tongtian Jiaozhu finally had the opportunity to explore the island, as a legendary treasure island in later tales. Tongtian Jiaozhu believed that many treasures must exist upon it. Aimlessly wandering across the immortal island, Tongtian Jiaozhu gathered numerous treasures along the way. Not only did he acquire various spiritual roots of heaven and earth, but he also obtained several innate spiritual treasures. After some time of exploration, Tongtian Jiaozhu gained a reasonable understanding of this island, realizing that it was the renowned Penglai Island, the foremost among the three immortal islands. This revelation prompted Tongtian Jiaozhu to search even more meticulously for treasures on Penglai Island. As the premier of the three immortal islands, he believed that at the very least, there must be some exceptional innate spiritual treasures present. He would not rest until he found a supreme innate spiritual treasure. As time passed, Tongtian Jiaozhu searched for decades upon Penglai Island, having thoroughly explored it multiple times. On a fine day, with the sun shining and the azure sky clear, Tongtian Jiaozhu strolled leisurely between heaven and earth. His tall and imposing figure, clad in a black robe billowing in the wind, seemed to merge with the world itself. As he walked, he came upon a tranquil and serene lake. The waters sparkled like diamonds, crystal clear to the bottom, resembling a massive mirror embedded in the earth. On this placid surface floated countless snow-white lotus flowers. These blossoms stood gracefully, their petals layered and exuding a delicate fragrance that brought a sense of tranquility to the heart. Tongtian Jiaozhu gazed at these beautiful lotus flowers, his heart swelling with admiration. He had never encountered such pure and flawless blooms. They seemed to transcend the mundane world, imparting a sense of sanctity and inviolability. It is indeed a splendid sight to witness the blooming of lotus flowers in this lake. Tongtian Jiaozhu paused for a moment, preparing to savor the beauty of the lake. Throughout these decades, he had always taken a moment to appreciate each captivating vista he encountered. That lotus flower seems somewhat different. Tongtian Jiaozhu stood silently by the lake, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the dense grove of lotus flowers. Seconds turned into minutes as he remained focused, as if he were intent on etching every detail into his memory. Finally, after an extended period of observation, Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes suddenly gleamed, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He fixated on a particular corner of the lake, where one lotus flower appeared to stand out from the rest. Each lotus in this lake was extraordinary, every single one a celestial lotus. Pristine and immaculate, radiating a gentle, enchanting glow. However, amid this multitude of exquisite blooms, Tongtian Jiaozhu was still able to keenly perceive the uniqueness of that one flower. This lotus flower, in comparison to its companions, was remarkably prominent. Its petals were not only whiter and purer, akin to the finest jade, but more strikingly, a soft and pure halo radiated from its center, giving it an ethereal and breathtaking appearance. This pure halo did not merely linger on the surface. It seemed to penetrate the very essence of the lotus, as if it embodied purity itself. Gazing at this lotus flower, Tongtian Jiaozhu couldn't help but feel a strange illusion. What he beheld was not merely a physical object but a manifestation of some exalted spirit. 12-petal pure world white lotus. For some unknown reason, this name suddenly surfaced in Tongtian Jiaozhu's mind. Upon realizing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu could not resist extending his hand to pluck that extraordinary lotus flower. Could it truly be the 12-petal pure world white lotus? The celestial master of Wei contemplated the immaculate, pure 12-petal lotus before him, a smile gracing his countenance. After decades of searching on the Isle of Penglai, he had finally acquired a genuine treasure, a supreme innate spiritual artifact, the pinnacle of treasures within the primordial world. The 12-petal pure lotus stood as the finest among the finest. It not only possessed the most formidable defenses beneath the celestial tower of mystical yellow and the chaos bell, but also emanated purifying light capable of cleansing all worldly impurities. Its value, aside from being an innate supreme treasure, could only be rivaled by the other 3 12-petal lotus platforms and the 5-element flags. Among all supreme innate spiritual treasures, they were the preeminent existences. Having obtained this 12-petal pure lotus, the celestial master felt his journey to the Isle of Penglai was not in vain. It was time to depart. With the 12-petal pure lotus in hand, the celestial master prepared to leave the Isle of Penglai. He transformed into a streak of flowing light, traversing through layers of time and space, returning to the easternmost edge of the sea. Upon reopening his eye of sun and moon, he endeavored to locate the other 2 celestial islands. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. Without the guidance of the soul imprint, even the eye of sun and moon could not unveil the whereabouts of the other 2 islands. The celestial master understood that the time for the 3 celestial islands to emerge had not yet come, and thus he relinquished the search, swiftly soaring towards the direction of Golden Ao Island. Not one to be greedy, the celestial master felt immensely satisfied with his ability to locate the Eastern Emperor's Bell and the 12-petal pure lotus. Chapter 36. The 4 saints demand the primordial purple chi. What brings these individuals to my Golden Ao Island? Upon returning, the celestial master sensed the presence of the 4 beings of primordial origin. Greetings, fellow Taoist Tongtian. As soon as the celestial master returned to Golden Ao Island, the 4 saints, having sensed his arrival, promptly approached to pay their respects. What brings you, esteemed fellows, to my Golden Ao Island? The celestial master inquired without a hint of politeness, knowing full well that he and these 4 were destined to be adversaries. rendering any pretense unnecessary. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, since you walk the path of strength to validate your Tao, you must still possess some of the primordial purple qi. I hope you will bestow it upon me. Should you have any conditions, feel free to state them. As long as I can fulfill them, I will not refuse. The Lady Nuwa, without any superfluous words, directly expressed her desire for the primordial purple qi. Third brother, the primordial purple qi is of utmost significance. How can it be given to outsiders? It should be entrusted to me. The primordial heavenly venerable immediately interjected, fearing that the celestial master might concede it to the Lady Nuwa. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, my western lands are barren and require more formidable beings for development. Thus, it would be more suitable for the primordial purple qi to be entrusted to our western teachings. In contrast to the Lady Nuwa's wish to negotiate, the primordial heavenly venerable and the two western saints shamelessly sought to seize it without compensation. What? The primordial purple qi. My master still possesses a trace of the primordial purple qi. This revelation struck the disciples of the like a thunderclap, leaving them astonished and incredulous. The primordial purple qi. It is the key opportunity to attain the status of a saint. Whoever possesses it is but a step away from transcending to the sacred. If news of the celestial master holding the primordial purple qi were to spread throughout the primordial world, it would undoubtedly incite a great uproar and might even provoke covetousness and contention among various factions. Master, please do not bestow such a precious item upon other saints. Though the disciples of the dared not interrupt the dialogue among the four saints, their hearts were fraught with anxiety. They knew full well that even if the celestial master indeed held a trace of the primordial purple qi, it likely had no connection to them. Yet, they fervently hoped that this mysterious and potent primordial purple qi would remain in their master's possession rather than fall into the hands of others. After all, any slight change could influence the future trajectory of the, indeed, the primordial purple qi in my possession has yet to be depleted. However, on what grounds should I bestow it upon you? The celestial master, hearing the words of the four saints, could not help but find the situation somewhat amusing. While he could tolerate the Lady Nuwa's proposition for exchange, as she at least maintained a respectful demeanor, the blatant attempts of the primordial heavenly venerable and the others to take it without offering anything in return were utterly intolerable. Not directly ordering them to leave was already a display of considerable restraint. Tongtian, what manner of words are these? We, the three clear ones, are of one family. Why must you be so distant? Your disciples of the are merely a bunch of armored beings. What qualifications do they possess to wield the primordial purple qi? In contrast, each of my 12 golden immortals possesses profound fortunes. Shouldn't this primordial purple qi be entrusted to my disciples to strengthen the Shinmen? The primordial heavenly venerable, incensed by the celestial master's refusal, could scarcely contain his anger. He believed that his amiable approach warranted respect from the celestial master. That's so? My disciples, these armored beings, already boast 3 quasi-saints among them. How many quasi-saints do your fortunate disciples possess? The celestial master, seeing the audacity of the primordial heavenly venerable to belittle his disciples upon Golden Ao Island, decided to offer no courtesy in return. Tongtian, what do you mean by this? The primordial heavenly venerable, feeling both humiliated and enraged, found himself at a loss for retort, for the celestial master spoke the truth. Tongtian, do you truly intend to bestow the primordial purple qi upon these armored beings? The primordial heavenly venerable questioned, his countenance darkening. What of it? Even if they are merely armored beings, they remain my disciples. My possessions shall not be handed to them. Shall I instead give them to outsiders? Primordial, my golden Ao Island does not welcome you. Please depart at once. The celestial master offered no concessions to the primordial heavenly venerable, his thoughts racing back to the future calamity of where the latter shamelessly slaughtered many of his own disciples. The celestial master harbored an intense desire to eliminate him. Were it not for the immortality of the heavenly Tao saints and his desire to conceal too much of his power from the old ancestor Hongjun, the celestial master would have acted against the primordial heavenly venerable long ago. Tongtian, you are quite something. Do you believe I would cherish this filthy place of yours? The primordial heavenly venerable's expression darkened as he turned to leave Golden Ao Island. What is happening? When did the relationship between the celestial master and the primordial heavenly venerable become so strained? The sudden fallout between the celestial master and the primordial heavenly venerable astonished both the Lady Nuwa and the two Western saints. They had not heard of any prior discord between them, leaving them perplexed. However, the Lady Nuwa was unconcerned, while the two Western saints found the situation quite favorable and thus refrained from offering any counsel. With the primordial heavenly venerable out of the picture, their chances of acquiring the primordial purple chi from the celestial master significantly increased. Lady Nuwa, you too should depart. The primordial purple chi is of use to me and will not be transferred under any conditions. After the primordial heavenly venerable's departure, the celestial master urged the Lady Nuwa to leave as well. Their relationship had soured in later times, and he bore her no goodwill. Had it not been for her previous relatively pleasant demeanor, he would have treated her as he did the primordial heavenly venerable. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, is there truly no room for negotiation? The Lady Nuwa, feeling somewhat disgruntled, pressed for an answer. None. The celestial master maintained a resolute stance, showing no signs of yielding. Very well, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave. The Lady Nuwa, not wishing to prolong the matter, took her leave. Of course, she had not abandoned her pursuit of the primordial purple chi, but instead resolved to contemplate other methods. After all, with the primordial purple chi in the celestial master's possession, there was still time before it would be utilized. Does this celestial master intend to bestow the primordial purple chi upon our Western teachings? Observing the celestial master allowing the Lady Nuwa to depart without offering them the same courtesy, both Jane and Juan-Ti exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 37. Defeating the two Western saints, Taoist Juan-Ti. The last time I was in seclusion, you seized numerous treasures from my disciple, the Taoist of treasures. Now, having attained the mixed Yuan Dao, it is time for me to seek justice for my disciples. After the Lady Nuwa's departure, the celestial master turned, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded the two Western saints. Before attaining the mixed Yuan, it would have been a considerable challenge for the celestial master to confront both Jane and Juan-Ti simultaneously. However, having successfully validated his Dao through strength, his power now eclipsed theirs. Since they had come to him willingly, he would not be courteous. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, our Western lands are suffering, Juan-Ti began to lament, instantly adopting a tone of poverty. Not only did he refuse to return the treasures to the celestial master, but he shamelessly sought to acquire the primordial purple chi from him as well. I have no time for your nonsense. Either hand over the 12-petal merit golden lotus, or I shall send you to the realm of the heavenly Tao. The Master of Heaven offered no opportunity for further discourse, compelling the two to make a choice without hesitation. Though you truly believe you have us at your mercy, my dear Taoist Tongtian, let us not forget, we are saints of the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible, while you are merely a Hunyuan Daluojingxian. Death for you is final. Should you push us to our limits, are you not afraid of mutual annihilation? The Taoist of guidance, witnessing the audacity of the Master of Heaven, coveting his 12-petal merit golden lotus, was filled with indignation. The West was already impoverished, and the 12-petal merit golden lotus was regarded as the most treasured possession of the Western teachings. He might have reluctantly yielded the treasures seized from the Taoist of provisions by the Taoist of guidance. But the 12-petal merit golden lotus was something he could never part with. Given this, I shall not hold back. The Master of Heaven summoned his Qingping sword, and with a single stroke, he drove the two out of Golden Tortoise Island and into the skies above the Eastern Sea. Tongtian, do not overstep your bounds. The two saints of the West, enraged by the Master of Heaven's aggression, demanded an explanation. What transpired that led the two saints of the West to clash with the Master of Heaven once more? Having departed from Golden Tortoise Island, the absence of a formations barrier immediately attracted the attention of the powerful beings across the vast wilderness due to the commotion above the Eastern Sea. Guide and provisions, I offer you one final chance. Hand over the 12-petal merit golden lotus, and I shall overlook your prior transgressions against my disciples' possessions. Otherwise, today you shall witness the extent of my power. The Master of Heaven's stance was resolute. He intended to claim the 12-petal merit golden lotus today, and even the venerable Hongjun could not prevent it. Very well, I shall see how unrelenting you can be. Do you think we fear you? The Taoist of guidance, equally incensed, summoned the 12-petal merit golden lotus to shield himself. He and the Taoist of provisions took their positions atop the lotus, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasures. The 6 roots of purity bamboo and the 7 treasures wonderful tree. Overreaching, the Master of Heaven dismissed their preparations with contempt. How could these 2 lone saints compare to him, who embodied the Tao through strength? In a mere flicker, he appeared before them like a specter, gripping the formidable Qingping sword, his gaze icy and resolute. With a swing of his arm, the Qingping sword cleaved through the air. This strike was markedly different from the previous one. Initially, the Master of Heaven had merely sought to expel the 2 saints from Golden Tortoise Island without exerting his full might. But now, he unleashed his full power, delivering a strike of unparalleled ferocity. In an instant, a dazzling beam of sword light erupted forth, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the darkness, radiating an overwhelming force that traversed the heavens. Wherever the sword light passed, the void seemed to be forcibly cleaved open, revealing an abyss of darkness, while the surrounding air compressed violently, generating a powerful shockwave that swept in all directions. This beam of sword light encapsulated the Master of Heaven's boundless essence and profound comprehension of the sword's essence. Its terrifying might defying imagination. Even the vast wilderness struggled to withstand this oppressive force. Before the blade even arrived, the space along its path began to collapse into fragments. What? Faced with such a cataclysmic strike, the 2 saints of the West were aghast, sensing an unprecedented pressure and existential threat. Yet, at this critical juncture, they dared not slacken their efforts, unleashing their most potent divine arts to counter the Master of Heaven's lethal blow. The 6 roots of purity bamboo and the 7 treasures wonderful tree surged forth simultaneously, unleashing a pair of formidable powers, one of azure divine light and the other a spectrum of colors, colliding with the Master of Heaven's sword light. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the attacks of the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of provisions were obliterated instantly. The sword light of the Master of Heaven continued its path towards the 2 saints. The Taoist of guidance, with no time for hesitation, channeled the power of the 12-petal merit golden lotus to its utmost, summoning a golden barrier to shield them both. Simultaneously, they invoked the protective divine art of the 6-jong golden body, fully arming themselves for the impending clash. Boom! Yet, all their efforts proved futile. Against the Master of Heaven's strike, even the 12-petal merit golden lotus could not withstand the onslaught. The barrier of the 12-petal merit golden lotus was effortlessly shattered, and the terrifying sword aura struck the 2 saints of the West, instantly dismantling their golden bodies and sending them hurtling away. Puffed! After flying millions of kilometers, they gradually regained their composure. At this moment, blood gushed from their mouths, and a gaping sword wound marred their chests, staining them crimson. How can this be? The 2 saints of the West were astounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could his power be so overwhelming? The Master of Heaven's strike had effortlessly dismantled the culmination of their carefully orchestrated defenses, leaving them grievously wounded. This extraordinary combat prowess transcended their understanding. In that moment, the Master of Heaven loomed like an insurmountable mountain, exuding an air of unyielding dominance akin to that of Hongjun himself. Confronted by such a formidable foe, the 2 saints of the West could not help but feel fear. It was worth noting that the Master of Heaven had yet to unleash the famed 4 swords of celestial execution, which could have easily obliterated them. If he were to invoke the 4 swords of celestial execution, could they not be annihilated in an instant? The combined might of the 4 swords would form the ultimate killing formation. The celestial execution array, far surpassing the mere prowess of the Qingping sword. They gazed at the Master of Heaven, their eyes brimmed with terror. They were genuinely afraid. Even though as saints of the heavenly Tao they were immortal, they did not wish to venture into the primordial source of the heavenly Tao. After all, they remained uncertain of what repercussions might await them should they take that perilous journey. Chapter 38. The 12-petal merit golden lotus obtained opportunity. With a single strike, The Master of Heaven had repelled the two saints of the West by millions of kilometers, separating them from the 12-petal merit golden lotus. Seizing the moment before the Taoist of guidance could retrieve the lotus, the Master of Heaven swiftly approached its vicinity. Extending his hand, he captured the 12-petal merit golden lotus in a colossal palm imprint, preventing the Taoist of guidance from reclaiming it. Tongtian, what are you attempting to do? As the Taoists of guidance and provisions witnessed the Master of Heaven seize the 12-petal merit golden lotus, they grew increasingly anxious, urgently questioning his intentions. The significance of the 12-petal merit golden lotus was paramount. If it were truly taken by the Master of Heaven, the loss for the Western teachings would be catastrophic. I have stated, the 12-petal merit golden lotus shall serve as compensation for your theft of my disciples' treasures. Since you refuse to surrender it willingly, I am left with no choice but to take it myself. With a forceful grip, the Master of Heaven claimed the 12-petal merit golden lotus. This is outrageous. Tongtian, how dare you seize my 12-petal merit golden lotus? Return it at once. The Taoist of guidance trembled with rage as he watched the precious lotus slip from his grasp, his eyes reddening with fury as his rationality was consumed by wrath. Enraged, he charged at the Master of Heaven, wishing to rend him asunder to vent his pent-up fury. Simultaneously, the Taoist of provisions, standing by, wore a fierce expression. He and the Taoist of guidance shared a brotherly bond and understood the profound importance of the 12-petal merit golden lotus to the latter. Witnessing his brother's humiliation, how could he remain passive? Thus, he followed closely behind the Taoist of guidance, launching a ferocious assault against the Master of Heaven. Yet, in the face of their onslaught, the Master of Heaven remained as unyielding as ever. His expression as cold as ice. Do you truly believe that you too can reclaim the treasure from my grasp? Such audacity! With a casual flick of his sword, the terrifying sword light sliced through the void, repelling the advancing Taoists of guidance and provisions. Bereft of the protection of the merit golden lotus, the two found themselves utterly defenseless against the Master of Heaven's assault, with a mere casual sword stroke. The Master of Heaven once more inflicted grievous wounds upon them. How infuriating! Once again struck down by the Master of Heaven and deprived of the 12-petal merit golden lotus, the expressions of the Taoists of guidance and provisions darkened to a point where they could have wept. Tongtian, the 12-petal merit golden lotus bears my divine imprint. Even if you seize it, what of it? Unless I willingly relinquish that imprint, you shall find it unusable, having been grievously wounded yet again by the Master of Heaven. The two recognized their own limitations and acknowledged that they were no match for him. They began to soften their stance. The Taoist of guidance first claimed that the 12-petal merit golden lotus had been refined by him, rendering it unusable to the Master of Heaven. He then offered to return the treasures seized from Golden Tortoise Island in exchange for the lotus. Though the treasures obtained by the Taoist of provisions from the Taoist of treasures were undeniably valuable, they paled in comparison to the 12-petal merit golden lotus. Taoist of guidance, you underestimate me far too much. It is merely a divine imprint. Erasing it is simplicity itself for me. Since Tongtian Jiao Master has resolved to seize the 12-grade merit golden lotus, he has naturally anticipated the myriad possibilities he might encounter. A cold, secretive smile curled upon his lips as he unhesitatingly unleashed his formidable primordial spirit power, which surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly enveloping the 12-grade merit golden lotus. In that fleeting moment, the primordial spirit mark left by the Taoist Jane on the golden lotus was devoured and obliterated entirely, as if it had encountered a natural nemesis. With a muffled sound, as the primordial spirit mark vanished, the already severely wounded Jane Taoist could no longer endure the backlash of this force, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and his body swayed precariously, clearly suffering immense harm. How could this be possible? As a fellow sage, Jane Taoist could not fathom how Tongtian Jiao Master had forcibly erased his primordial spirit mark. Such an absurdity was utterly beyond his acceptance. Under normal circumstances, erasing a Master's primordial spirit mark from a supreme innate spiritual treasure without external assistance was an impossible endeavor. Jain Daoist could not comprehend how Tongtian Jiao Master had so effortlessly obliterated his primordial spirit mark on the 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus without any external aid. What on earth is happening? They are both sages, yet why does Tongtian Jiao Master seem to possess an overwhelming strength far surpassing that of Jain and Zhuan Ti? In the vast expanse of the primordial world, many powerful beings from all directions bore witness to the astonishing scene unfolding above the East Sea. Tongtian Jiao Master ruthlessly subjected the two Western sages, Jain and Zhuan Ti, to a brutal and humiliating defeat. This spectacle left everyone present in utter disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Is it not said that beneath the sage, all are but ants? Yet now, it appears that these two Western sages seem no different from mere insects in the presence of Tongtian Jiao Master. Each powerful being present could not help but be struck by the thought of the staggering disparity in strength between the two Western sages and Tongtian Jiao Master, a gap that was nothing short of astonishing. "Dear friends, shall we continue?" Tongtian Jiao Master asked with a mocking expression directed at the two Western sages, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Having erased Jain Daoist's primordial spirit mark on the 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus, he had firmly grasped the fruits of victory in this conflict. With his objectives achieved, Tongtian Jiao Master had no intention of continuing the fight, for the two Western sages were indeed heavenly Dao sages who would not truly perish. Even if he possessed the capability to slay them, it would merely send them to the source space of the heavenly Dao, not truly extinguishing their lives. However, in the face of Tongtian Jiao Master's provocation, Jain Daoist could not swallow his indignation. He was acutely aware that with just the two of them, reclaiming the 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus from Tongtian Jiao Master was an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he glared furiously and shouted at Tongtian Jiao Master, "Tongtian, just you wait. I will seek the Dao ancestor for justice." No sooner had he spoken than he turned and rushed towards the direction of Zhixiao Palace, hoping to gain the support and judgment of Hongjun Laozu. Upon witnessing this, Zhuan Ti Daoist followed suit, accompanying Jain Daoist to Zhixiao Palace. Outside Zhixiao Palace, Jain and Zhuan Ti appeared distressed, lamenting as they pounded on the gates. How outrageous! Within Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu, who was persistently encroaching upon the authority of the heavenly Dao, was interrupted by the knocking, his irritation palpable. "What troubles you?" However, as soon as Hongjun Laozu opened the gates of Zhixiao Palace, he was taken aback by the woeful display of the two sages. It was hard to believe that such esteemed heavenly Dao sages were weeping pitifully at the entrance of Zhixiao Palace. One might think they were two quarrelsome women. "Dao Ancestor, you must take charge for us. That Tongtian Jiao Master has completely disregarded you. We merely sought him at Jinao Island to discuss the rightful ownership of the primordial purple chi in his possession. Yet, not only did he refuse to hand it over, but he also attacked us and snatched away my 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus. This 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus was bestowed upon us by you. Dao Ancestor, how dare Tongtian Jiao Master seize it? Dao Ancestor, Tongtian Jiao Master's audacity is a slap in your face." Jain Daoist's expression was one of profound grievance, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. "Is this true?" Upon hearing Jain Daoist's lamentations, Hongjun Laozu furrowed his brow. He did not believe that Tongtian Jiao Master had instigated the conflict. He was well aware of the characters of the two Western sages and knew they must have been in the wrong. Nevertheless, Hongjun Laozu was still quite displeased. The 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus was a gift he had bestowed upon the two Western sages, and Tongtian Jiao Master's audacity to seize it was indeed disrespectful. "Enough of your weeping. I shall ensure justice is served." Hongjun Laozu reassured the two Western sages before sending a message to the other sages. He had no intention of determining who was right or wrong. He needed to compel Tongtian Jiao Master to return the 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus to maintain his own dignity. Furthermore, since he had already emerged from seclusion, he would also take the opportunity to solidify the rise of the human race. After enduring a lengthy period of recuperation, the human race had finally recovered from the devastation wrought by the war with the demon race, and it was time for him to strategize for their future. Is Hongjun Laozu summoning the sages to intervene on behalf of Jain and Zhuan Ti? Upon receiving the message from Hongjun Laozu, the various sages were not overly surprised and promptly made their way to Zhixiao Palace. Is Hongjun gathering the sages? It remains to be seen whether he intends to advocate for the two Western sages or embark upon schemes regarding the three sovereigns of the human race, or perhaps both. On Jinao Island, Tongtian Jiao Master received the message from Hongjun Laozu without much surprise. Since the two Western sages had gone to Zhixiao Palace to lodge a complaint, it was inevitable that Hongjun Laozu would intervene to resolve the matter. Tongtian Jiao Master had no intention of personally visiting Zhixiao Palace. Instead, he sent a clone to the palace, while he himself began preparations to impart teachings to his disciples. He was wary of visiting Zhixiao Palace in person, concerned about potential schemes from Hongjun Laozu. After all, given Hongjun Laozu's character, such actions were not out of the realm of possibility. The last time he had personally visited Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian Jiao Master had returned feeling somewhat regretful. Now, he needed to take every precaution to avoid personally visiting Zhixiao Palace again. Damn it, this Tongtian Jiao Master is increasingly disrespectful, merely sending a clone? Within Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu felt an immediate surge of displeasure upon seeing Tongtian Jiao Master's clone enter. The fact that Tongtian Jiao Master had dispatched only a clone was an indication that he did not regard Hongjun Laozu with any seriousness. Greetings, Dao Ancestor. Upon entering Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian Jiao Master offered a perfunctory bow to Hongjun Laozu. The actions of Hongjun Laozu towards him and the Jie sect were hardly worthy of respect in Tongtian Jiao Master's eyes. Had the circumstances not necessitated maintaining a faade of civility, he would scarcely have acknowledged him at all. Tongtian, as a fellow sage of the primordial realm, it is utterly inappropriate for you to forcibly seize the 12-grade merit golden lotus from Jain Daoist. You are to return the 12-grade merit golden lotus to Jain Daoist at once, lest you disturb the peace of the primordial world. Hongjun Laozu, suppressing his ire, demanded that Tongtian Jiao Master return the 12-grade merit golden lotus to Jain Daoist. Dao Ancestor, Tongtian's arrogance is a complete disregard for your authority. I believe Tongtian must not only return the 12-grade merit golden lotus to me, but also surrender the primordial purple chi for you to allocate. Jain Daoist's greed was evident. He sought not only the return of the 12-grade merit golden lotus, but also the primordial purple chi from Tongtian Jiao Master. They were acutely aware that if the primordial purple chi remained in Tongtian Jiao Master's possession, their chances of obtaining it would be non-existent given their relationship with him. Only by compelling Tongtian Jiao Master to relinquish it could they ever hope to claim it. Indeed, I second that notion. The primordial purple chi was originally a reward you bestowed upon Tongtian for his path to enlightenment. Now that Tongtian has attained the state of chaos, the primordial purple chi is of no use to him and should rightfully be reclaimed. Yuan Shi Tianzun also stepped forward to endorse the proposal. While he was indifferent to the 12-grade merit golden lotus, he was undeniably tempted by the primordial purple chi. If it remained in Tongtian Jiao Master's hands, he would be in the same predicament as Jane and Juin Ti, and he must force Tongtian Jiao Master to surrender it. I too believe it should be so. Nuan Yongyang also voiced her agreement. Having been explicitly rejected by Tongtian Jiao Master regarding the primordial purple chi, she resolved to have him surrender it so that all might compete fairly for it, thus affording her a chance to obtain it. In an instant, Tongtian Jiao Master found himself the target of collective ire, with the four great sages uniting against him. Except for the utterly detached Taishang Wangqing, all sages stood in opposition to Tongtian Jiao Master. Tongtian, as you are the hope of all, you must return it all. Hongjun Laozu also consented to the request of the four great saints, allowing Tongtian Jiaozhu to relinquish the Hongming purple chi. Hongjun Laozu did not wish for the Hongming purple chi to remain in the hands of Tongtian Jiaozhu any longer. Currently, Tongtian Jiaozhu's power is already formidable. Should Jiejiao acquire another saint? He genuinely fears that during the forthcoming Fengshen calamity, even the combined forces of other saints may not be able to contend with Jiejiao. Moreover, with the Hongming purple chi in his possession, Tongtian Jiaozhu could attract many mighty beings of the primordial era to join Jiejiao, elevating its strength to an unprecedented level. Dao Ancestor, I seized the 12th rank merit golden lotus from the Daoist of guidance because they previously attempted to usurp the treasures of Jiejiao. I merely returned their actions in kind. I do not believe I have committed any wrongdoing. The 12th rank merit golden lotus shall not be returned to them. As for the Hongming purple chi, I apologize, Tao Ancestor, but it has unfortunately been misplaced and cannot be found in the face of the threats posed by the four saints and the apparent favoritism of Hongjun Laozu. Tongtian Jiaozhu displayed no fear, boldly refusing their demands. The act of seizing the 12th rank merit Golden Lotus was merely a response to the Western saints' prior transgressions. As for the Hongming Purple Qi, a mere claim of loss suffices. If they possess the capability, let them prove that it still resides with him. If they lack the ability, they should refrain from idle chatter. Tongtian Jiaozhu's demeanor was exceedingly assertive, showing no concern for whether Hongjun Laozu might be angered. Chapter 40. The Future Primordial Era's Main Character. What? This Tongtian Jiaozhu is utterly brazen. He actually dares to defy the Tao Ancestors' decree. This is an unprecedented occurrence. Upon hearing this news, the other 5 saints were left dumbfounded, their faces reflecting extreme shock and disbelief. They pondered in silence. What audacity has Tongtian Jiaozhu consumed to dare so openly rebel against the Tao Ancestor? Is he unaware of the monumental consequences such actions may provoke? It is essential to recognize that Hongjun Laozu embodies the essence of the heavenly Tao, and his authority is beyond challenge. As one of the 3 pure ones of the Xinmen, Tongtian Jiaozhu ought to adhere to the teachings and directives of the Tao Ancestor. Yet now he openly contravenes the Tao Ancestor's intentions, which undoubtedly serves as a provocation to the entirety of Xinmen and all sentient beings within the cosmos. In an instant, the atmosphere grew thick with silence. As everyone was rendered speechless, seemingly paralyzed by the audacity of Tongtian Jiaozhu's actions. Amidst this silence, a palpable tension and repression filled the air. They awaited Hongjun Laozu's response to Tongtian Jiaozhu's defiance. How infuriating! Tongtian actually dares to disregard my authority. Does he believe that having validated his path through strength, he can thus challenge my dignity? After being rebuffed by Tongtian Jiaozhu, Hongjun Laozu felt his inner fury nearly erupting. Yet he recognized that such an outburst would shatter his image in the eyes of the other saints. Very well, since the Hongming Purple Qi has been lost, let it be E.As for the 12th rank merit Golden Lotus. I cannot entirely blame you. It is true that the 2 of them from the Western sect have somewhat lowered their status, and thus I shall refrain from further inquiry. Hongjun Laozu quelled his rage, finding an excuse to withdraw from the matter and resolved not to pursue it further. Without the power of the heavenly Tao at his disposal, Hongjun Laozu lacked the confidence to subdue Tongtian Jiaozhu, thus reluctantly taking a step back. However, his animosity towards Tongtian Jiaozhu had reached its zenith. Hongjun Laozu had firmly resolved that during the next calamity, not only would he ensure the annihilation of Jie Jiao, but he also desired to see Tongtian Jiaozhu perish amidst the Fengshan calamity. After all, Tongtian Jiaozhu is a Hunyuan Daluojingxian. Although his combat prowess is terrifying, he is not invincible like the saints of the heavenly Tao. With careful planning, it is not impossible to achieve this goal. The Tao Ancestor actually did not punish Tongtian. Instead, he compromised. How could this be? Upon hearing Hongjun Laozu's words, the 5 great saints were left agape. Tongtian Jiaozhu defied Hongjun Laozu's edict yet faced no retribution, which significantly undermined Hongjuan's authority. They were astonished and puzzled as to why Hongjun Laozu allowed this to pass. It seemed that without the power of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun also lacked the assurance to suppress Tongtian. Among the 5 great saints, only the Taiji saint had an inkling of the underlying truth. It appears that the strength demonstrated through validation of the Tao is far beyond what I had anticipated. The Taiji saint mused to himself, Tao Ancestor. Is this truly the conclusion? The Taoist of guidance, feeling somewhat aggrieved, inquired, what does it mean for the 3 sovereigns of the human race to hold a status equivalent to that of the saints? Hongjun Laozu expressed his reluctance to delve into the affairs concerning the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, stating, this matter is inherently tied to the internal dynamics of the human race. I shall not interfere. You may negotiate with the 3 ancestors of the human race as you see fit. Are there any further questions requiring my elucidation? If not, you may take your leave. Hongjun did not assign the matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to anyone in particular, as he could not directly intervene in the affairs of the human race. Yet, he would not allow the human race to develop unchecked. He intended to dispatch the various saints to assist the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in their ascension. The ranks of the five emperors are inherently lower than those of the saints, which Hongjun Laozu regarded with indifference. However, the three sovereigns are different. Their status is equivalent to that of the saints, even if they may lack the strength of a saint due to the absence of the Hongming purple qi. They still possess the cultivation of quasi-saints. If left unchecked, the primordial era could truly become a domain dominated by the human race, and who would still regard him as the Tao ancestor? Thus, Hongjun Laozu devised a plan under the pretense of assisting the three sovereigns and five emperors to subtly diminish the status of the three sovereigns. This way, the three sovereigns would be ranked below the various saints, posing no threat to him. Tao ancestor, I have a question. What does it mean for the status of the three sovereigns of the human race to be equivalent to that of the saints? The Nuwa Empress, seeing Hongjun Laozu preparing to depart, hastily inquired about the significance of the three sovereign status. The so-called status equivalent to that of the saints essentially means that they are saints themselves. Alas, in the present primordial world, the ethereal purple qi of Hongming has dissipated, and through the merits of virtue and fortune, it has become impossible to ascend to the realm of the saints. Nevertheless, even in the absence of such a breakthrough, one can still attain the status of a sub-saint. Moreover, akin to the saints, the primordial spirit can be entrusted to the fortune of humanity. As long as the human race endures, the three sovereigns of humanity shall remain immortal and indestructible. The venerable Hongjun continued to elucidate matters for the Lady Nuwa. What? The three sovereigns are, in fact, saints. Upon hearing the words of Hongjun, the five great saints were once again struck with astonishment. Ignoring their shocked expressions, Hongjun departed from the Purple Cloud's palace, having conveyed all that was necessary, leaving the remainder to the esteemed saints. Chapter 41. The ascendancy of the celestial sovereign. A chance has presented itself for my brother. Hearing Hongjun's explanation, the Lady Nuwa felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Casting a glance at Hongjun, who had already exited, she too hastily left the Purple Cloud's palace, making her way to the ancestral land of humanity. The other saints, now comprehending the situation, promptly followed suit to the ancestral domain of the human race. Tongtian, too, did not linger. He dispatched a clone to accompany them to the ancestral land of humanity. Having previously intervened to rescue the human race over the Eastern Sea, Tongtian was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Should he manage to garner a portion of the human fortune, it would significantly aid the salvation of the Jie sect amidst the cataclysm of the Fengtian. Upon arriving at the ancestral land of humanity, the three progenitors of the Chao clan were taken aback to witness the simultaneous arrival of the six great saints. However, they quickly regained their composure and respectfully greeted the six saints, notably mentioning the name of Tongtian. Clearly, they had not forgotten the benevolence of Tongtian, who had once come to their aid along the Eastern Sea. Even after all these years, the three progenitors of humanity are far too courteous. The five great saints exhibited an unexpectedly humble demeanor, completely shedding their previous airs of superiority. Now, in their quest for greater fortune from the human race, they recognized the necessity of appeasing the three progenitors. Tongtian Saint, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our ancestral land? The Chao progenitor, filled with curiosity, directed his inquiry towards Tongtian. How audacious! This Chao progenitor dares to question Tongtian, disregarding my presence entirely? The Lady Nuwa felt a twinge of displeasure at the Chao progenitor's choice to address Tongtian rather than herself. She had created the human race, and now they seemed to grow closer to Tongtian, which irked her. The Lady Nuwa had always believed that having created the human race, they would eternally owe her a debt of gratitude. Yet, she realized her error. The creation of the human race was merely a manifestation of the celestial mandate, and she was but a facilitator of this cosmic order. Moreover, she had utilized the merits of creating the human race to become the first among the six saints to attain sanctification. Given her indifference during the past persecution of humanity by the demon race, the human race owed her little in return. Dear Chao progenitor, the matter is as follows. Tongtian disregarded the Lady Nuwa's sentiments and candidly revealed to the three progenitors that humanity was destined to become the protagonists of the primordial realm. What? Our human race is to become the central figures of the primordial world. Upon hearing Tongtian's declaration, the three progenitors of humanity were utterly incredulous. Henceforth, humanity would become akin to the witch race. emerging as the sovereigns of the primordial land. The three progenitors found it difficult to believe this could be true. Indeed, as long as the three sovereigns and the five emperors assume their rightful positions, humanity shall seamlessly transition into the masters of the primordial expanse. Tongtian provided a reassuring confirmation. Then I must ask, Tongtian Saint, how might we facilitate the ascension of the three sovereigns and five emperors? The Chao progenitor inquired, a sense of urgency in his voice. Though he did not harbor ambitions for humanity to dominate the primordial world, he wished to see them rise from the depths of obscurity, no longer subject to the oppression of other races. There is no need for haste, my esteemed allies. We are here to assist the three sovereigns and five emperors in their ascension. Tongtian reassured the progenitors of humanity. Ah, I see. Thank you, esteemed saints. The Chao progenitor expressed gratitude, though he felt somewhat reluctant. Among the 6 saints, aside from Tongtian, none inspired his trust. Yet, they were acutely aware that they could not alter the course of events. And Tongtian, despite being but one individual, would undoubtedly struggle against the collective might of the other 5 saints. My esteemed allies, I wish for my elder brother Fuxi to reincarnate as a member of humanity and ascend to the celestial sovereign's throne. I implore each of you to support this endeavor. Following Tongtian's exposition on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Lady Nuwa promptly interjected, expressing her desire for Fuxi's reincarnation as the celestial sovereign of humanity. I have no objections, but it is imperative that my disciple Xuandu assist the celestial sovereign in his ascension. The Tongtian Saint expressed his agreement while stipulating that the merits of the celestial sovereign's ascension should be designated to his own sect. I too hold no objections, however. Regarding the subsequent 2 human emperors and 5 sovereigns, you must refrain from further involvement. The other saints, witnessing Tongtian's stance, refrained from rebuttal but offered their own perspectives. Leaving Tongtian silent, I can acquiesce to this arrangement, but from this moment forth, humanity shall no longer owe any karmic debt to the Lady Nuwa. We shall sever all ties with you. The Chao progenitor hesitated briefly before ultimately assenting. Determined to seize this opportunity to repay all debts owed to the Lady Nuwa and utterly sever their ties. The Lady Nuwa, who had once turned a blind eye to the tribulations faced by humanity, was now proposing that one of the chief architects of their suffering be appointed as the celestial sovereign. The Chao progenitor was utterly disillusioned with the Lady Nuwa. He had discerned that she cared little for the fate of humanity and was solely concerned with the benefits they could provide her. What insolence! I created humanity, and you dare to be so ungrateful. The Lady Nuwa was incensed upon hearing the Chao progenitor's words. To sever ties with humanity would leave me bereft of any opportunity to share in their fortune and merits. This is our threefold bottom line. Should the Lady Nuwa refuse, then all discussions regarding the celestial sovereign's matter are null and void. The Chao progenitor's stance was resolute, showing no inclination to compromise. Very well. The Lady Nuwa glared at the Chao progenitor for an extended moment, realizing that he showed no signs of backing down, and ultimately relented, as long as she could see her brother ascend to the position of celestial sovereign. She would transfer her share of fortune to him. With the Lady Nuwa's acquiescence, the position of the celestial sovereign was thus established. Chapter 42. The strife between Yuan Shi Tianzun and the 2 Western saints as for aiding the Earth sovereign in his ascension. Allow my Jesek to take charge, Tongtian, having observed that the duty of assisting the celestial sovereign's ascension had fallen to the Tongtian Saint, was not overly surprised and promptly interjected, eager to secure the merits of aiding the Earth sovereign's rise. The celestial sovereign Fuxi had ties to the Lady Nuwa, and thus Tongtian wished to avoid entanglement. The human sovereign Xuanyuan's ascension would necessitate the unification of humanity, inevitably resulting in significant bloodshed. Tongtian preferred to keep his disciples from committing such atrocities and thus sought to assist the Earth sovereign Shenong instead, viewing it as the most prudent choice. Thus, the responsibility of assisting the Earth sovereign's ascension falls to you, Tongtian Saint. The Chao progenitor and his companions eagerly concurred, recognizing that the ascension of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would require the assistance of the great saints. Naturally, they were even more inclined to enlist the aid of Tongtian, who had once helped their race. I have no objections. However, the task of assisting the human sovereign's ascension shall be undertaken by my Chan sect. Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately asserted, eager to claim the merits associated with aiding the human sovereign Yuan. By what right do you claim the merits of assisting the three sovereigns' ascension for yourselves? Tongtian's demeanor was one of defiance. The responsibilities of aiding the celestial sovereign and earth sovereign's ascension may belong to you three pure ones, but the duty of assisting the human sovereign's rise must rest with my Western sect. Before the three progenitors could voice their opinions, the Taoist of enlightenment spoke up in opposition. The three sovereigns and five emperors hold the status of saints, which surpasses that of the five emperors. The merits of aiding the three sovereigns' ascension are undoubtedly greater than those of assisting the five emperors. The three progenitors of humanity held their tongues, finding amusement in witnessing the conflict between Yuan Shi Tianzun and the two Western saints. Taoist of enlightenment, the responsibility of assisting the human sovereign's rise is firmly in our hands. Should your Western faction disagree, let us see what means you can employ. Yuan Shi Tianzun asserted his dominance. Showing no regard for the two Western saints, both of whom were saints in their own right. Are you three pure ones not being overly greedy? The countenance of the Taoist of enlightenment darkened. Though he dared not engage Yuan Shi Tianzun in combat. Firstly, Yuan Shi Tianzun wielded the unparalleled Panga banner, granting him absolute confidence in overcoming the two Western saints. Secondly, he remained uncertain if Ta Ching Saint would side with Yuan Shi Tianzun in the event of a conflict. We are indeed domineering. What can you do about it? Yuan Shi Tianzun stood firm in his assertiveness, disdainful of the two Western saints, whom he considered shameless. Very well, I can concede the matter of assisting the human sovereign's ascension. But as for aiding the five emperors' rise, my Western sect must secure 3 shares of the merits. The guiding Taoist, feeling helpless, could only take a step back, hoping to gain a few more merits from the 5 emperors' reinstatement. As for myself, I am indifferent. After all, the task of assisting the first emperor's return falls to my sect, the Jiejiao. The Tongtian patriarch did not refute the guiding Taoist's words, but merely put forth his own conditions. Among the 5 emperors, assisting the first emperor's reinstatement is the only merit worth mentioning. The merits associated with the other 4 are considerably lesser, amounting to merely half of that of the first emperor. Successfully aiding the first emperor's return is tantamount to assisting 2 sovereigns. The matter of aiding the second emperor's reinstatement belongs to my Renjiao. The Taiching sage, too, did not contest the guiding Taoist. Echoing the Tongtian patriarch's sentiments as he presented his own terms, it is impossible. At most, I will allow you Western sects to assist with 2 emperors, while my Chanjiao will claim the merit of 1 emperor. Seeing that both the Tongtian patriarch and the Taiching sage had already voiced their intentions to assist the first and second emperors, the Yuan Shi Tianzun, unwilling to contradict them, could only seek trouble with the 2 sages of the West. Presently, the Tongtian patriarch is undoubtedly the most formidable entity aside from Hongjun Laozu, and Yuan Shi Tianzun does not wish to offend him lightly. As for the Taiching sage, he remains at least on the same standing as Yuan Shi Tianzun, rendering him unable to refute. Consequently, the Western sages must bear the brunt of this situation. Yuan Shi Daoyu, do not overstep your bounds. Your Chanjiao is already responsible for aiding the human emperor's reinstatement. And yet you still covet the merit of 1 emperor. Is that not excessive greed? Alternatively, you may relinquish the responsibility of aiding the human emperor's return to my Western sect, allowing your Chanjiao to monopolize 3 emperors. Otherwise, do not expect to gain any merits from the 5 emperors. The guiding Taoist was enraged upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's desire for the merit of 1 emperor. The Western sages could not contend with the Tongtian patriarch. Did they truly believe they could not withstand Yuan Shi Tianzun? What, my elder brother and Tongtian are both responsible for assisting 1 sovereign and 1 emperor. Do you think I am unworthy of being compared with them? Yuan Shi Tianzun was equally incensed. If he were to only assist the human emperor, it would imply that he is inferior to the Taiching and Tongtian. Such a proud figure as Yuan Shi Tianzun could not possibly accept such a denigration. The 3 imperial positions are the bottom line for my Western sect. If you, Yuan Shi Daoyu, continue to disagree, then let us engage beyond the heavens. The guiding Taoist maintained a forceful stance, unwilling to concede even slightly. Though he did not articulate it, he harbored a deep disdain for Yuan Shi Tianzun. You, Yuan Shi, are you worthy to be compared with the Taiching and Tongtian? In the guiding Taoist's heart, Yuan Shi Tianzun lacked the qualifications to be mentioned alongside the Taiching sage and the Tongtian patriarch. Had it not been for Yuan Shi Tianzun possessing a piece of innate treasure, he would have been confident in defeating him. As members of the Sanqing, Yuan Shi Tianzun undoubtedly possesses the weakest strength. The Taiching sage has already entered the Tao with profound insights into the path of emotional detachment, and they are capable of discerning such truths. The Tongtian patriarch, having validated the Tao through might, is immensely powerful. They have witnessed this firsthand. Thus they are well aware. As for Yuan Shi Tianzun, the guiding Taoist is certain that he has not comprehended any grand Tao, and even his understanding of the laws remains incomplete, rendering him not much different from them. Very well, shall we engage in battle beyond the heavens? Yuan Shi Tianzun, consumed by fury, emanated an overwhelming pressure and aura, his eyes ablaze with wrath and determination. In an instant, he vanished like a bolt of lightning, soaring towards the outer heavens. Before long, he found himself in the realm beyond, standing upon a vast expanse of ethereal void. Yuan Shi Tianzun's arrival stirred the previously tranquil outer heavens into a tempest of chaos, with thunder and lightning crackling in response. He stood there silently, resembling an imposing mountain, exuding an aura that felt immovable. Meanwhile, the guiding Taoist, one of the Western sages, equally refused to show weakness. His expression was as cold as water, his eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. He had long been prepared for this confrontation, fully aware that he could not retreat if he wished to obtain greater merits. Come forth! With a resounding shout, the guiding Taoist soared into the air. Following closely behind Yuan Shi Tianzun into the realm beyond, a powerful aura radiated from him, intertwining with that of Yuan Shi Tianzun, creating an atmosphere of suffocating pressure. In an instant, two immensely terrifying auras swirled within the outer heavens, akin to tumultuous waves surging throughout the entire primordial world. This formidable presence left all beings feeling an unprecedented shock. What calamity has befallen Yuan Shi Tianzun and the guiding Taoist? Why are these formidable sages clashing once more? Many powerful beings of the primordial world were stirred, gazing towards the outer heavens with expressions of astonishment. The confrontation between the two sages filled their hearts with apprehension and confusion. These great beings are the pinnacle of the primordial world, yet faced with such a potent battle of sages, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation and helplessness at this moment. The entire primordial world was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with all eyes turned towards this earth-shattering duel. Everyone speculated about the reasons behind the conflict between Yuan Shi Tianzun and the guiding Taoist. How will this battle conclude? Chapter 43. Yuan Shi battles the two Western sages guiding Taoist. Today shall I demonstrate my strength to you. Prepare to face my jade-clear divine thunder within the outer heavens. Upon witnessing the guiding Taoist's arrival, a fierce glint flashed in Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes. With a low growl, without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed his most adept technique, jade-clear divine thunder. He formed seals with his hands, and his inner power surged violently, releasing an immense aura that erupted from him. Moments later, the outer heavens were engulfed in a tempest, dark clouds gathering, and thunder roaring. Countless strands of purple lightning coalesced above Yuan Shi Tianzun, forming a colossal electric net that exuded a terrifying energy that sent chills down the spine. With a thunderous shout from Yuan Shi Tianzun, these purple bolts of lightning surged forth like ferocious dragons, claws bared, charging towards the guiding Taoist. Wherever they passed, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, revealing black fissures as if seeking to annihilate the world itself. In the face of such a ferocious assault from Yuan Shi Tianzun, the guiding Taoist remained unperturbed. Zhang Lu golden body. The guiding Taoist pressed his palms together, and a radiant golden light erupted. Enveloping his entire being, he then transformed into a gigantic golden figure. The purple lightning struck against the Zhang Lu golden body, producing resounding echoes, yet they could not breach its defenses. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun was taken aback. He had not anticipated the guiding Taoist's strength to be so formidable that even his jade-clear divine thunder could be effortlessly deflected. However, he did not relent. Instead, he intensified his output of power, sending forth even more lightning bolts towards the guiding Taoist. In an instant, the entire outer heavens were swallowed by the radiance of the lightning, casting the world into darkness. Amidst this dazzling display, the silhouettes of Yuan Shi Tianzun and the guiding Taoist flickered in and out of visibility as they engaged in an exhilarating contest. Curse it, how can this guiding Taoist possess such strength? Yuan Shi Tianzun continued to amplify his output, yet he found himself unable to overcome the persistent guiding Taoist, his frustration mounting. Pango Banner. With a furious roar, Yuan Shi Tianzun could no longer tolerate the current predicament. After a prolonged battle, despite exerting all his strength, he remained unable to vanquish the stubborn guiding Taoist, which cast a shadow over his countenance. As if he had been humiliated in this moment, he resolved to resort to his ultimate move, the innate treasure. The Pango Banner. This artifact harbors boundless mysterious power and is his most cherished treasure. He firmly believed that by harnessing the might of the Pango Banner, he could decisively defeat the guiding Taoist and prove his extraordinary prowess to all. As the Pango Banner manifested in the air, the entire outer heavens became enveloped by its terrifying killing intent. This force rampaged like a storm, causing the surrounding space to warp and contort. Onlookers gazed in terror at this spectacle, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure and dread. Is this the innate treasure, the Pango Banner? Truly fearsome. Observing the innate treasure in Yuan Shi Tianzun's hands, countless powerful beings expressed deep envy. The innate treasure is a rarity in the primordial world, one that even sages like the guiding Taoist, the Zhuanti, and the Nuwa do not possess. The Pango Banner is endowed with boundless capabilities, capable of tearing apart the primordial chaos, shattering the fabric of time and space, enacting boundless creation, dominating the profound principles of myriad laws, and wielding the power to forge and govern the universe. Furthermore, it can manipulate the might of heaven and earth, with its offensive and creative abilities ranking first in the primordial realm. The Pango Banner encompasses 4 fundamental principles, each of which is unparalleled in the primordial world. Open the heavens blade, the principle of destruction. Employing this technique, tear through chaos, rend time and space, and unearth the boundless primordial world. Creation's mysterious light. The principle of establishment. Utilizing this technique, divide yin and yang, organize the 5 elements, and give rise to boundless earth, water, fire, and wind. Primordial realm barrier. The principle of prohibition. Employing this technique, disrupt the chaos, conceal the cosmos, and evolve infinite chaotic worlds. Heaven and earth share the same fate. The principle of annihilation. Invoke this technique, shatter the heavens and earth, sever the past and present, annihilate countless realms of existence. The primordial heavenly sovereign tightly gripped the Pango Banner, channeling all of his strength into the energy within. In an instant, a resplendent beam of light erupted from the Pango Banner, racing directly towards the Taoist of guidance. This dazzling radiance bore the overwhelming might to obliterate the cosmos, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. In this decisive strike, the primordial heavenly sovereign unleashed the essence of destruction from the Pango Banner, releasing a blade of heavenly creation. Junior brother, assist me. As this thunderous shout echoed, the primordial heavenly sovereign launched his most potent attack towards the Taoist of guidance. Wielding the innate treasure, the Pango Banner, faced with such formidable force, the Taoist of guidance was acutely aware that he could not withstand this alone. In the realm of saints, the distinction between possessing an innate treasure and lacking one was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The Taoist of guidance did not overestimate his strength. Without hesitation, he called upon the Taoist of provisional enlightenment for assistance. Since he could not contend with the primordial heavenly sovereign in terms of magical artifacts, he had no choice but to adopt a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Very well, elder brother, I shall come. Upon hearing the call of the Taoist of guidance, the Taoist of provisional enlightenment immediately responded. He swiftly summoned his 7 treasures mysterious tree and cast it into the fierce battle. With a graceful wave of the 7 treasures mysterious tree, a terrifying 7-colored divine light surged forth like lightning towards the blade of heavenly creation. Simultaneously, the Taoist of guidance, refusing to show the slightest hint of delay, quickly summoned his 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 6 roots of purity bamboo, and the enhancing divine scepter, launching a full-scale counterattack. In an instant, the battlefield was ablaze with brilliance, the momentum overwhelming, as the attacks from both sides intertwined and collided, producing thunderous roars that shook the very heavens. The entire space trembled under the weight of this formidable power, as if it might shatter at any moment. After a while, the outer heavens gradually calmed, revealing the figures of the 3 great saints. Apart from their somewhat disordered auras, they displayed no further issues. Clearly, in this clash, neither side had gained the upper hand. The primordial heavenly sovereign wielded the innate treasure, while the 2 saints from the west had the advantage in numbers. The contest remained evenly matched. Shall we continue, fellow Taoist Yuan Shi? Having withstood the strike from the Panga banner, the Taoist of guidance felt a surge of confidence. This indicated that the primordial heavenly sovereign could do nothing to them. I admire the strength of both fellow Taoists. I shall not contest the matter of assisting the 3 sovereigns. After a moment's hesitation, the primordial heavenly sovereign, seeing that the Taiji saint showed no inclination to assist him, could only choose to withdraw. Thus, I thank you, fellow Taoist Yuan Shi, for your concession. With the primordial heavenly sovereign's capitulation, the matter of assisting the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was thoroughly settled. Chapter 44. The conclusion of the teachings with all discussions concluded. The matter of assisting the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race was set into motion. The return of the heavenly emperor had no bearing on him. The master of the celestial Tao paid it no mind. Leaving a clone in the ancestral land of humanity to await the arrival of the Earth Emperor Shenong, his thoughts drifting back to Golden Ao Island. On Golden Ao Island, the master of the celestial Tao continued to impart teachings to his disciples. Following his enlightenment to the great Tao of the primordial golden immortal, the master of the celestial Tao achieved a deeper understanding of the way. His teachings enriched the disciples of Golden Ao Island, many of whom experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. A millennium later, as the master of the celestial Tao concluded his teachings, the strength of the disciples of the intercepting sect surged dramatically, with numerous disciples achieving breakthroughs to higher realms, among them, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, the Holy Mother of Non-Being, and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirits successfully ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Now, all 4 of the Master of the Celestial Tao's direct disciples had broken through to quasi-saint status. Among the outer disciples, the one with the highest comprehension, Yun Xiao, also achieved a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, however, were still a step away, merely attaining the perfected state of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, even so, their strength ranked among the very top within all sects of saints, even among the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect. Only Guang Chengzi and Yun Zizi among the Fortune Golden Immortals had reached the perfected state of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the Western sect, not a single disciple could rival them. Not even the direct disciples of the saints Maitreya, Medicine Master, and Ksitigarbha. The other named disciples were also formidable, many having broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, including the 6 attendants of the Master of the Celestial Tao, the 10 Heavenly Lords, the 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island, the Fairy of Color Clouds, and the Fairy of Hanji, among others. Coupled with the inner sect's grand disciple, the Taoist of Treasures, and the outer sect's grand disciple, Zhao Gongming, the strength of the intercepting sect was now sufficient to crush all other sects of saints. Even if all the disciples of other saints were combined, they would undoubtedly fall short against those of the intercepting sect. However, even in the face of such overwhelmingly powerful disciples, the Master of the Celestial Tao did not exhibit the slightest hint of arrogance or complacency. After all, in those dreamlike memories, the formidable strength of the disciples of the intercepting sect was beyond doubt. They could effortlessly dominate disciples from other sections yet. Even with such formidable power, the intercepting sect had still suffered a tragic defeat at the hands of the shameless Chan sect, experiencing utter annihilation. The Master of the Celestial Tao was acutely aware that relying solely on the strength of his disciples would be far from sufficient. He must double his efforts, continually enhancing both himself and the strength of the entire sect. Only by becoming powerful enough to disregard all threats could he ensure that the intercepting sect would survive the impending calamity of the conferred god. This session of teachings has concluded. Dao Bao, Jinling, Wudong, Gailing, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Bixiao, and Hualing, stay behind. The rest may disperse. With the conclusion of the teachings, the master of the celestial Tao dismissed the other disciples, retaining only his 4 direct disciples, the 4 outer disciples, and the newly accepted disciple, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. Although the master of the celestial Tao had glimpsed future scenes in his dreamlike memories, which influenced many events and caused certain changes, Dao Bao still took in his destined disciple, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. Dao Bao, I did not expect you to have taken on a disciple, the master of the celestial Tao remarked, observing the slightly nervous Holy Mother of Fire Spirits standing behind Dao Bao. Returning to master, the disciple ventured out to seek treasures and encountered Fire Spirit. Upon seeing her, I felt a connection and took the liberty to accept her as my disciple. Disciple acted without your permission. Master, please punish me. Dao Bao was not surprised that the master of the celestial Tao was aware of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, considering his master could easily overpower even saints no matter. In the intercepting sect, we accept all who seek the way. Since Fire Spirit has a connection with you, I shall not fault you. The master of the celestial Tao naturally would not blame Dao Bao. He had also seen the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits in his dreamlike memories. She was a diligent and pure-hearted young girl. Therefore, he held a great fondness for this 3rd-generation grand disciple. Thank you, Master. Fire Spirit, do not delay. Come forth and greet your Grandmaster. Seeing that the master of the celestial Tao bore no sign of anger, Dao Bao felt a significant sense of relief. Although he understood that the master of the celestial Tao was not one to be overly concerned with etiquette, he could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. It was only after witnessing the master of the celestial Tao's complete lack of ire that he truly relaxed. Disciple Hualing pays respects to Grandmaster. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, receiving Dao Bao's signal, stepped forward and respectfully knelt to pay her respects. Upon seeing that the master of the celestial Tao accepted her, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits felt an immense weight lift from her heart, her spirits soaring with joy. There is no need for excessive formalities. Rise. The master of the celestial Tao gazed upon his only current disciple, a gentle smile gracing his face, radiating warmth and kindness. Thank you, Grandmaster. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirits once again bowed, expressing her gratitude. Once she rose, she stood quietly to the side, attentively listening to the teachings of the master of the celestial Tao. Chapter 45. The celestial Tao bestows treasures. Hualing, as the first disciple of my intercepting sect's 3rd generation, I cannot be stingy. This is the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 9-yang alchemical fire cauldron. Consider it a welcoming gift from me. The master of the celestial Tao produced the exquisite innate spiritual treasure he had crafted during the era of the Witch clan, intending to bestow it upon the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. In the master of the celestial Tao's dreamlike memories, among all his 3rd-generation disciples, only the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits and Wenzhong were noteworthy, given her status as the first disciple of the 3rd generation. The master of the celestial Tao was naturally generous. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Hearing the words of the master of the celestial Tao, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits was momentarily stunned by shock. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure was something she had never dared to dream of possessing. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirits hesitated to accept it. It was far too precious, yet she feared refusing, lest she anger the master of the celestial Tao. She turned to look at her master, Dao Bao, hoping he would guide her decision. Since your Grandmaster has bestowed it upon you, you should accept it. Dao Bao encouraged, seeing the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits at a loss. Since the master of the celestial Tao had granted the treasure to the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, she naturally could not refuse. Thank you, Grandmaster. Upon receiving the signal from the Taoist of treasure, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit promptly took possession of the 9-yang refining fire cauldron and expressed her gratitude to the Lord of Heaven with a respectful, "There is no need for such formalities. Please wait aside." The Lord of Heaven did not elaborate further, merely instructing her to stand by. Yes, Master Ancestor. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit bowed respectfully and retreated to the rear. Taoist of treasure, you are my most esteemed disciple and the foremost pupil of this exceptional 12th grade innate spiritual treasure, the golden lotus of merit. I bestow upon you that I trust you will wield it wisely and uphold its esteemed reputation." After presenting the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit with her introductory gift, the Lord of Heaven produced the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit and conferred it upon the Taoist of Treasure. The 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit shall serve as the Taoist of Treasure's ultimate treasure on the path to enlightenment in the depths of the Lord of Heaven's memories. He recalled how the Taoist of Treasure had once reached the pinnacle of understanding the Buddhist and Taoist principles. Thanks to the demoted 9th grade Golden Lotus of Merit, following the calamity wrought by the demon ancestor, he successfully severed his former self and emerged as one of the most formidable beings in later ages. Now, with the Lord of Heaven granting him the complete 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit, great expectations were placed upon him. Should he swiftly attain the perfect understanding of the Buddhist and Taoist principles or sever the three corpses, the Lord of Heaven could rely on the primordial purple energy in his possession to assist him in achieving sainthood. Having already transcended the power of the Grand Ancestor Hongjun, the Lord of Heaven effortlessly dispelled the subtle manipulations left by the Grand Ancestor within the primordial purple energy. These manipulations merely left a trace of a primordial spirit mark, which could impose certain restrictions on those who sought to attain the Tao using the primordial purple energy while allowing a shared control over some aspect of the heavenly authority. Such trivial stratagems were inconsequential to the Lord of Heaven in his current state. Easily resolved. Master, this 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit is a defensive treasure, one of the most formidable artifacts beneath the innate treasures. Only in the hands of a saintly powerhouse like yourself can its true potential be realized. Therefore, I cannot accept this treasure, and I hope you will not take offense. The Taoist of Treasure declined the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit, believing the Lord of Heaven to be in greater need of it. With this ultimate treasure, the Lord of Heaven could gain a more advantageous position in his struggles against other saints. He could, with a clear conscience, allow the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit to accept the 9-yang refining fire cauldron, which was merely a superior innate treasure and of little assistance to the Lord of Heaven. However, the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit was an entirely different matter. The power of an extraordinary innate treasure was not to be compared with that of a superior innate treasure. Moreover, aside from the three clear ones, the treasures of other saints were merely extraordinary innate treasures. In terms of offense, the Taoist of Treasure knew the Lord of Heaven possessed the 4 swords of extermination, yet in terms of defense, it seemed the Lord lacked any suitable defensive treasures. Thus, the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit was not something he could accept. Very well, how did you persuade the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit so swiftly? Take it. It is merely an extraordinary innate treasure. Though its defense is formidable, it pales in comparison to my physical form and is of no use to me. The Lord of Heaven admonished the Taoist of Treasure, declaring the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit to be of little consequence to him. Not to mention that the Lord of Heaven wielded the Chaos Bell, his physical form, the strongest in the primordial world, could not be matched by the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit. Yes, I thank you, Master. For your generous gift, I shall strive doubly hard and will not tarnish the reputation of the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit. Upon hearing the Lord of Heaven's words, the Taoist of Treasure was reminded of the terrifying physical prowess displayed during the battle against the Taoist of approaching enlightenment in the Eastern Sea. At that time, the Lord of Heaven had yet to attain sainthood, yet his physical form was already so formidable. Now that he had achieved enlightenment, he surely must be even more terrifying. It seemed he truly did not require the protection of the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit. With this thought, the Taoist of Treasure gladly accepted the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit. Very well, please step aside. The Lord of Heaven smiled upon seeing the Taoist of Treasure accept the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit. Yes, Master, the Taoist of Treasure replied respectfully before retreating to the side. Master has actually bestowed an extraordinary innate treasure upon our elder brother. The disciples of the Lord of Heaven who remained were astounded to witness Luo Feng granting the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit to the Taoist of Treasure. An extraordinary innate treasure was indeed the most powerful artifact they could hope to obtain in the primordial realm. What kind of treasure will Master bestow upon me? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, along with the others, was both shocked and somewhat expectant. After all, the Lord of Heaven had retained only the 9 of them, and it was unlikely he did so merely to bestow treasures upon the Taoist of treasure. Surely he would also bestow something upon them. The only uncertainty lay in the grade of the treasures. Chapter 46. The conclusion of the Treasure Distribution Conference. Golden Spirit, this extraordinary innate treasure. The Qingping sword is my treasure of enlightenment. It now belongs to you. I hope you will work even harder and not tarnish its reputation. After rewarding the Taoist of treasure, the Lord of Heaven produced the Qingping sword to bestow upon the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. The Qingping sword, now infused with a substantial amount of heavenly merit by the Lord of Heaven, was no longer an ordinary extraordinary innate treasure, but rather an extraordinary innate treasure of merit. The Qingping sword could be considered one of the most powerful artifacts in the Lord of Heaven's possession, second only to the Chaos Bell and the four swords of extermination. Originally, it would have been more appropriate to bestow this treasure upon the Taoist of treasure, but the Lord of Heaven, being aware of future events, recognized that the 12th grade Golden Lotus of merit surpassed all for the Taoist of treasure. Thus, he made an adjustment and conferred the Qingping sword upon the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Moreover, the Lord of Heaven had decided to send the Taoist of treasure to the west to establish the Buddhist path, leaving the matters of to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, making the bestowal of the Qingping sword upon her entirely justifiable. Master, this Qingping sword is your treasure of enlightenment. How can I accept it? Upon seeing the Lord of Heaven's intention to bestow the Qingping sword upon her, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit hurriedly declined. Firstly, the Qingping sword was of utmost importance to the Lord of Heaven. Secondly, it was a treasure that suppressed the fortunes of the crucial to its stability. Thirdly, the Qingping sword symbolized the Lord of Heaven himself. Even if it were to be bestowed, it would be more appropriate for the Taoist of treasure to receive it. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit worried that accepting the Qingping sword might provoke the Taoist of treasure's discontent, potentially destabilizing the take it. In my current state, the Qingping sword offers me no enhancement. Keeping it serves no purpose. As for your elder brother, you need not worry. He is not as petty as you might think. The Lord of Heaven, fully aware of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's concerns, offered an explanation. However, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit still hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, casting a nervous glance at the Taoist of treasure. All right, junior sister Golden Spirit, since Master has said so, you should accept it without worry. The bestowal of the Qingping sword upon you is a recognition of your capabilities. Do not betray Master's trust. The Taoist of treasure, seeing the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's anxious expression, smiled and encouraged her. As the eldest disciple of the Lord of Heaven, he had been with him since his transformation. All four of the Lord of Heaven's close disciples had joined him shortly after their own transformations. As the first disciple to enter the fold, the Taoist of treasure had witnessed the growth of his three junior sisters, their bond akin to that of siblings. The bestowal of the Qingping sword upon the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit signified the Lord of Heaven's recognition of her, and the Taoist of treasure was genuinely pleased for his junior sister. He had no reason to feel jealous, trusting that the Lord of Heaven's actions were purposeful and wise. Then I shall accept it. Thank you, Master, for your precious gift, and thank you, elder brother, for your graciousness. After listening to the reassurances from the Lord of Heaven and the Taoist of treasure, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit accepted the Qingping sword, expressing her gratitude to both. There is no need for such formalities. Please step aside for now, the Lord of Heaven said politely, motioning for the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit to wait aside as well. Wudong, this extraordinary innate treasure, the 12th grade pure world white lotus, now belongs to you. After the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit stepped aside, the Lord of Heaven called forth the Holy Mother of Wudong and presented her with the 12th grade pure world white lotus. Thank you, Master. I shall strive doubly hard and live up to your expectations. The Holy Mother of Wudong did not refuse and promptly accepted the 12th grade pure world white lotus. Unlike the Qingping sword, the 12th grade pure world white lotus held no additional significance, and as the Lord of Heaven had no further use for it, the Holy Mother of Wudong saw no reason to decline. Very well, please step aside and wait. The Lord of Heaven gestured for the Holy Mother of Wudong to return to her place. Yes, Master. The Holy Mother of Wudong bowed and respectfully stepped aside. The 12th grade pure world white lotus, truly worthy of the title of the spiritual treasure Heavenly Sovereign. How could such a treasure exist? After the retreat of the Holy Mother of No Boundaries, several disciples felt a profound shock within. They were well aware of the existence of the Qingping sword. The 12 grades of merit Golden Lotus had been seized from the hands of the Taoist who guides. They were cognizant of its origins. However, the presence of the Tongtian Patriarch and the 12 grades of pure world White Lotus took them by surprise. The emergence of such exquisite innate spiritual treasures was utterly terrifying. Gui Ling, this is the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the celestial slaying gourd. It shall henceforth belong to you. Be sure to wield its powers wisely. The Tongtian Patriarch continued bestowing treasures, presenting the celestial slaying gourd to the Holy Mother of Gui Ling. Thank you, Master, I shall strive to make the best of it, replied the Holy Mother of Gui Ling, her heart untainted and devoid of pretense, readily accepting the bestowed treasure. Now, please step aside for the moment, the Tongtian Patriarch said with a smile, gesturing for her to retreat. Yes, Master. The Holy Mother of Gui Ling respectfully stepped aside. Another exquisite innate spiritual treasure? The sight of the celestial slaying gourd in the hands of the Holy Mother of Gui Ling left the other disciples even more astounded. Although the gourd paled in comparison to the previous 3 treasures, it remained an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, one of the most formidable artifacts in the primordial world, its power still immensely fearsome. It is my turn now. How can I possibly refuse the graciousness of my master? Zhao Gongming thought, recognizing that it was now his turn after the Holy Mother of Gui Ling had accepted her gift. He felt somewhat troubled. Having attained the position of the Emperor of Fengdu in the underworld with the help of the Tongtian Patriarch, he felt it would be unfair to accept more treasures from his master. Pondering his dilemma, Zhao Gongming was uncertain of how to proceed. Zhao Gongming, you already possess 24 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the sea-calming pearls. This treasure would bear little significance for you, so I shall not bestow another upon you. Instead, I possess a divine ability named the 24 Heavens, which can assist you in evolving your 24 sea-calming pearls into 24 vast worlds. The augmentation of these worlds shall elevate your strength by at least 1 tier. The Tongtian Patriarch refrained from gifting Zhao Gongming another treasure, acknowledging that the 24 sea-calming pearls already encompassed both offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering additional treasures less impactful for him. Thus, he recalled the 24 Heavens, a divine ability that emerged from the enlightenment of the Burning Lamp Taoist in later generations, preparing to impart it to Zhao Gongming. For the Tongtian Patriarch, who validated his path through strength, the creation of a quasi-saint-level divine ability posed little challenge. Thank you, Master, I shall earnestly study and master this divine ability, Zhao Gongming replied, feeling exhilarated at receiving not a treasure but a divine ability. He recognized the profound significance of the 24 Heavens for him, one he could not refuse. Furthermore, divine abilities differed from treasures. They could be conferred upon him as well as other disciples, allowing for multiple bestowals. Very well, I have faith that you shall succeed, the Tongtian Patriarch said, reaching out to touch Zhao Gongming's forehead, a stream of luminous energy instantaneously entering his primordial spirit. In that moment, Zhao Gongming felt a surge of intricate memories flood his mind. He understood these to be the methods for cultivating the 24 Heavens, and his excitement knew no bounds. Thank you, Master. Zhao Gongming bowed to the Tongtian Patriarch and respectfully stepped aside. Yun Shao, your kindness and thoughtfulness towards others is commendable. However, be mindful that this world is rife with malice, and not everyone deserves your goodwill. I possess a unique treasure, the 7 Arrow Book. This is a heavenly treasure that records a curse known as the 7 Arrows. Should you follow the prescribed steps to execute the curse, anyone beneath the saintly level shall surely perish. Use it wisely. The Tongtian Patriarch bestowed the heavenly treasure, the 7 Arrow Book, upon Yun Shao. She was undoubtedly the most benevolent among the disciples of the Tongtian Patriarch. The Patriarch hoped she would direct her kindness towards those deserving and refrain from extending such goodwill to adversaries. In the dreamlike memories of the Tongtian Patriarch, the 3 sisters, Yun Shao, had once ensnared several of the 12 golden immortals from the Chan sect using the 9 curves Yellow River formation of the primordial Golden Dipper. Merely extinguishing their top 3 flowers without taking their lives, it should be noted that at that time, The Chan sect had already caused the demise of their elder brother, Zhao Gongming. Yet, they had refrained from annihilating their foes entirely, ultimately falling victim to the extermination orchestrated by the primordial heavenly sovereign and the Taiching saint. By bestowing this ultimate treasure upon Yun Shao, the Tongtian patriarch hoped that this time, she and her sisters would be more resolute. Thank you for your guidance, master. Yun Shao expressed her gratitude as she accepted the 7-arrow book, deeply moved by the genuine concern evident in the patriarch's words. Qiong Shao, by Shao, here are 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the cloud-reflecting sword and the rainfall sword. They shall henceforth be yours. I hope you both will heed your elder sister's counsel and refrain from causing her trouble. The Tongtian patriarch presented the paired exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the cloud-reflecting sword and the rainfall sword, to Qiong Shao and Bai Shao, imparting a piece of wisdom to them. Though both were kind-hearted, they tended to be rather mischievous, particularly the youngest, Bai Shao, who frequently caused trouble, leaving even the Tongtian patriarch somewhat exasperated. Yes, master, we understand. The 2 vowed respectfully to heed their elder sister's words and not trouble Yun Shao further, before stepping aside. Before departing, Bai Shao playfully made a face at the Tongtian patriarch, displaying a childlike demeanor. All right, Duo Bao remains. The rest may descend to cultivate. The Tongtian patriarch chose to ignore Bai Shao's antics, signaling for the others to return to their cultivation while retaining Duo Bao Daoist. As the rise of the human race was underway, the Tongtian patriarch began to contemplate the establishment of a Buddhist faith under Duo Bao Daoist. Chapter 47. The Emperor's Ascendance at the Behest of the Tongtian Patriarch. Jianling Holy Mother and the others took their leave from the Bo Palace Hall. Before long, only the Tongtian Patriarch and Duo Bao Daoist remained in the hall. Master, may I inquire what instructions you have for me? Duo Bao Daoist asked after the departure of the Jianling Holy Mother and the others. I have matters that require your assistance. Once you have refined the 12 grades of merit Golden Lotus, come to the hall to seek me, the Tongtian Patriarch instructed, refraining from disclosing his plans to Duo Bao Daoist, merely requesting that he return promptly after refining the lotus. Understood, master, I take my leave. Though Duo Bao Daoist felt puzzled by the nature of the assistance required, he did not pry further, respectfully departing the hall. As Duo Bao Daoist exited, the Bo Palace Hall fell into a tranquil silence. Fushi has successfully reincarnated. I wonder how Nuwa persuaded Hutu to allow Fushi's rebirth. In the direction of humanity, the Huashu clan gave birth to a child, whose arrival significantly boosted the fortunes of the human realm. The Tongtian Patriarch, curious about the enmity between the demon and shaman clans, pondered how the now-conscious Hutu would agree to assist Fushi's reincarnation. However, he chose not to delve deeper, as it was of no concern to him. The Tongtian Patriarch turned his attention inward, entering a meditative state. Fushi has successfully reincarnated. Xuandu, go and assist him in assuming his rightful place. The Taiching saint, sensing the stirrings of the human race, became aware of Fushi's descent. He summoned the great master Xuandu, instructing him to journey to the ancestral grounds of humanity and aid Fushi in becoming the emperor. Understood, master. The great master Xuandu bowed respectfully before departing Shouyang Mountain. Soaring towards the site of Fushi's descent, before long, the great master Xuandu arrived at the scene. Xuandu, you have returned. Come quickly. The 3 ancestral figures of humanity had already arrived at the tribe where Fushi was reborn. Upon seeing the great master Xuandu, they warmly welcomed him. Although the Taiching saints' abandonment of the human race had displeased them greatly, they understood that the great master Xuandu could not alter the will of the Taiching saint. In the past, the great master Xuandu had done everything in his power to protect humanity. Despite his limited strength yielding only modest results, he had nonetheless made earnest efforts on their behalf. The 3 could not hold it against him too harshly. Greetings, 3 ancestral figures. Though they were all among the first innate beings of humanity, the great master Xuandu addressed the 3 ancestral figures with utmost respect. Do not be so formal. I assume you are here to assist Fushi in assuming his rightful position. Come, we will take you to see him. The 3 ancestral figures wasted no time, leading the great master Xuandu to meet Fushi, eagerly anticipating humanity's ascendance as the dominant force in the primordial world. Thank you, 3 ancestral figures. I shall take Fuxi as my disciple and aid him in swiftly becoming the emperor of humanity. The great master Xuandu naturally wished for humanity to grow strong, no longer subject to oppression from other clans. Excellent. The three ancestral figures of humanity swiftly escorted the great master Xuandu to meet Fuxi. In the presence of the three witnesses, the great master Xuandu accepted Fuxi as his disciple. Subsequently, the great master Xuandu did not betray the trust placed in him by the three ancestors. Under his guidance, Fuxi experienced rapid growth, demonstrating extraordinary abilities. He taught the people to weave nets for fishing and hunting, thereby enhancing humanity's productivity. Simultaneously, he instructed them in the domestication of wild animals, marking the dawn of livestock. He also reformed marital customs, advocating for the practice of men proposing to women, thus transitioning from bloodline marriages to exogamous unions, effectively ending the primitive state where children recognized only their mothers and not their fathers. Fuxi established the innate 8 trigrams, enabling the avoidance of misfortune and the attraction of good fortune, significantly reducing the casualties faced by humanity when hunting ferocious beasts. Each of these accomplishments fortified the human race. Propelling its rapid development, Fuxi himself ascended to the role of leader of all human tribes. Upon reaching the age of 100, he ultimately completed his virtuous deeds and received the acknowledgement of humanity's destiny. Soon after, the unparalleled treasure of humanity, the Tongtian seal, emerged, marking Fuxi with the insignia of divine recognition. With the acknowledgement of humanity's fate, Fuxi reached the pinnacle of his accomplishments in the celestial expanse. A terrifying radiance of virtue manifested and was subsequently infused into Fuxi's being. In an instant, the once ordinary and somewhat aged Fuxi rejuvenated to a youthful state. Simultaneously, his aura surged, ascending from true immortal to celestial immortal, then to golden immortal, and finally transcending into the realm of quasi-saint, halting only upon achieving the status of sub-saint. What transpired among humanity? Had someone attained sainthood? The commotion emanating from the direction of humanity left many powerful beings in the primordial world restless. They could sense that Fuxi's aura had surpassed the limits of quasi-saint. For those of lesser power among the quasi-saints or golden immortals, it was difficult to discern. They merely assumed he had become a saint. What was happening? Who was this individual whose aura exceeded that of a quasi-saint yet had not achieved sainthood? The ancestor of the underworld gazed at Fuxi, his eyes filled with confusion, observing Fuxi receiving a tremendous influx of virtue. He found it incomprehensible. Despite possessing significant virtue himself, he remained merely a quasi-saint, not even reaching the limits of that realm, while Fuxi had surpassed it. The ancestor of the underworld was perplexed, though he possessed abundant virtue. He lacked the fruit of his labors and thus could not ascend to the status of sub-saint. Was Fuxi the demon emperor? No, at present, I am merely the heavenly emperor of humanity. The demon emperor Fuxi has perished. After becoming a sub-saint, Fuxi naturally awakened the memories of his past life. However, he was not influenced by these memories and remained the heavenly emperor of humanity. Congratulations on your return, heavenly emperor. Upon witnessing Fuxi's return, the three ancestral figures and numerous powerful beings of humanity hastily expressed their congratulations, though their hearts were tinged with anxiety. They understood that Fuxi was the reincarnation of the demon emperor. And now that he had awakened his memories, they could not foresee his choices affecting humanity's future. The three ancestral figures spoke. Master Xuandu need not stand on ceremony. From now on, I am Fuxi. The heavenly emperor, the demon emperor Fuxi has completely vanished. Fuxi articulated his stance to reassure Suiren and the others. Very well. Hearing Fuxi's assurance, Suiren and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, you have finally returned. Upon witnessing Fuxi's return, Nuwa hurriedly approached and embraced him tightly. Having regained what was lost, Nuwa felt an increased concern for Fuxi, wishing to prevent any further mishaps. This determination further solidified her resolve to obtain the primordial purple chi from the Tongtian patriarch. Although Fuxi had already become the heavenly emperor, possessing the primordial purple chi would still enable him to advance further toward true sainthood. Even though the destiny of humanity remains undiminished, and the three sovereigns of humanity are immortal, in comparison to the heavenly Tao, humanity's destiny is still susceptible to obliteration, leaving Nuwa unable to feel entirely at ease. Not long after the heavenly Emperor Fushi's ascension, another individual of great destiny was born among humanity, Shenong. Unlike ordinary post-heavenly humans, Shenong arrived with an extraordinary omen, possessing an unusual crystal belly. The choice of the Tongtian saint and the Earth Sovereign has been born. We implore the Tongtian Patriarch to swiftly arrange for disciples to assist the Earth Sovereign in assuming his position. As soon as Shenong was born, the three ancestors of humanity sensed his arrival. The three ancestral figures sought out the Tongtian Patriarch, hoping he would promptly arrange for disciples to aid the Earth Sovereign. Among all the saints, they placed their utmost trust in the Tongtian Patriarch, displaying great enthusiasm. Furthermore, in their eyes, the significance of the Earth Sovereign far surpassed that of the heavenly Emperor Fushi. After all, no matter how one viewed it, Fushi could not alter the fact that he was of the demon race in his previous life. Coupled with the sibling relationship he shared with Nuwa, they found it difficult to place complete trust in him. Conversely, the Earth Sovereign Shenong was entirely of humanity. The three ancestral figures were resolute in ensuring that his ascension faced no unforeseen complications. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I shall personally intervene to assist Shenong in assuming his position. Upon the arrival of the three ancestral figures, the Tongtian Patriarch was not taken aback. He understood their concerns regarding Fushi and recognized that their hopes for humanity's rise were more heavily placed upon Shenong. The Tongtian Patriarch was determined not to betray the trust of the three ancestors and prepared to take action to assist Shenong's ascension. Firstly, the 4 personal disciples and 4 outer disciples of the Jie sect were currently in seclusion and had no time to spare. Secondly, the Tongtian Patriarch was reluctant to entrust the task of aiding Shenong's ascension to his disciples. Shenong was of paramount importance to humanity and equally vital to the Tongtian Patriarch. The events surrounding the sealing of the gods in later generations were closely tied to humanity's fate. The Tongtian Patriarch hoped to utilize Shenong to prevent humanity from falling completely under the control of Hongjun, necessitating his personal involvement. Previously, he had guided Hutu to transform early, allowing a portion of the Earth Tao to escape Hongjun's grasp, which had a significant impact on Hongjun. Now, the Tongtian Patriarch had to strategize to ensure that Hongjun could not fully dominate humanity, thereby slowing Hongjun's encroachment on the authority of the heavenly Tao. Through the memories within dreams and Hongjun's actions, the Tongtian Patriarch had already discerned some of his plans. The Tongtian Saint is personally intervening. This is splendid. Our humanity is immensely grateful. Upon hearing that the Tongtian Patriarch was preparing to take matters into his own hands, the 3 ancestral figures were filled with excitement. The direct involvement of a saint assured that Shenong's ascension would encounter no unforeseen mishaps. Fellow Taoists need not stand on ceremony. My actions are not solely for your humanity. To avert any potential complications, I shall seek out Shenong first. Farewell. The Tongtian Patriarch offered a polite remark before vanishing from sight. Before long, the Tongtian Patriarch's avatar arrived at Shenong's location. He did not reveal himself, but chose to protect Shenong from the shadows. Awaiting his growth, as time flowed by, over a decade passed in the blink of an eye. The infant who had just been born had now matured into a graceful young man. What shall we do? The food in the tribe is running low again. As evening fell, the young Shenong sat atop a large stone, deep in thought. Currently, the various tribes of humanity primarily relied on fishing, hunting, and gathering for sustenance. With agricultural techniques still in their infancy, predominantly utilizing slash-and-burn methods. With the increase in tribe populations and the decline in prey, food was becoming increasingly scarce. Slash-and-burn involves using stone tools to clear the land of trees and weeds, subsequently burning the debris to loosen the soil before sowing seeds. After a plot of land is cultivated once or several times, it becomes compacted, necessitating a shift to a new area for farming. This cycle led to the tribes migrating every few years, in the perilous primordial world. Each migration brought the risk of numerous lives being lost among the human race. As a member of the tribe, Shenong felt immense heartache upon witnessing this scene repeatedly. How could he enable humanity to cultivate more food without the need for perilous migrations? Shenong furrowed his brow, uncertain of what to do. Bang! Just as Shenong pondered deeply, a sudden muffled sound echoed nearby, startling him from his reverie. He quickly turned to investigate. Not far away, a young Taoist was using a tool resembling a shovel to till the earth. This young Taoist was none other than the Tongtian patriarch himself. In his efforts to facilitate Shennong's ascension, the Tongtian patriarch aimed to subtly guide him. Upon witnessing the Tongtian patriarch tilling the soil, a thunderous revelation struck Shennong's mind, illuminating his thoughts. Of course, the compacted soil can be turned over, and the barren land can be fertilized with ash from plants. After a considerable period, Shennong finally reacted, his expression transforming into one of enlightenment as he descended from the colossal stone. Upon glancing around, he noticed that Tongtian Jiaozhu had already departed. Without further ado, he promptly turned and rushed towards the tribe, eager to share his newfound ideas with the members, hoping to cultivate a greater yield of crops in no time. Through Shennong's relentless efforts, a tool known as the plow was born. With this instrument, the agricultural output of Shennong's tribe experienced a remarkable surge. Over the subsequent 2 years, Shennong, observing the celestial patterns and the dynamics of flora and fauna, imparted knowledge on the optimal timing for tilling and sowing. Armed with this wisdom, the tribe achieved self-sufficiency in food production, evading the peril of migration. Shennong's contributions alleviated the tribe's food crises, earning him the title of a great hero. Thus, it was only natural for Shennong to ascend as the leader of the tribe, which subsequently adopted the name Shennong tribe, marking it as the first agricultural community of humankind. Indeed, as a person of great fortune, Shennong transcended ordinary understanding. In the shadows, Tongtian Jiaozhu, who had been discreetly monitoring the Shennong tribe's every move, was greatly pleased with Shennong's progress. Merely hinting at a few insights had led Shennong to achieve such remarkable feats. However, the motives of Tongtian remained obscure. He refrained from accepting Shennong as a disciple, nor did he intervene further, leaving many to ponder his intentions. The great sages observed Tongtian's actions with confusion, questioning why he would forego the opportunity for Shennong to thrive, knowing that the merits he could gain would be minimal, and the potential consequences of Shennong's failure could bear heavy repercussions. The three ancestral figures of humanity, too, found themselves perplexed by Tongtian's years of silence toward Shennong. Had he not been the sole powerful being to extend assistance to humanity during their time of need, they might have suspected he aimed to stifle the rise of their kind. Yet, Tongtian remained unfazed by the inquiries surrounding him, as he harbored his own plans. Chapter 49. Shennong's return. How might one render grain softer and more palatable? Perched upon that very stone near the Shennong tribe, Shennong found a rare moment of leisure to ponder this conundrum. Over the years, whenever he encountered an insurmountable problem, he would seek refuge in this place. It provided him with tranquility and the possibility of encountering the young sage who had previously inspired him. As Shennong immersed himself in thought, a sudden wisp of smoke wafted toward him, causing him to cough. Regaining his composure, he turned towards the source of the smoke and was met with the sight of the young sage he had been searching for, cooking grains in a small pot of earthen hue. Captivated by the scene, Shennong beheld the grains transforming into a tender state as they simmered, a spark of realization igniting within him. Could it be this simple? In an instant, the perplexities that had troubled him for so long unraveled. Shennong felt compelled to express his gratitude to Tongtian for the guidance he had received. However, upon turning back, he discovered that Tongtian had vanished, leaving naught but a trail of smoke in his wake. Though a twinge of disappointment lingered, Shennong wasted no time in returning to the tribe to share this newfound method. Yet, despite having the technique, there remained a lack of suitable containers for the grains. In that moment, Shennong recalled the small pot used by Tongtian. Thus, he fashioned a vessel from clay, allowing it to dry before employing it to soak the grains. Subsequently, he discovered that clay containers, when subjected to fire, became even more durable, leading to the creation of the earliest pottery. Soon thereafter, the tribe began to incorporate water and grains into these pots and cook them over flames, resulting in the delicious porridge and rice that improved the quality of life for the members of the Shennong tribe. Meanwhile, the three ancestral guardians of humanity, observing the tribe's advancement, believed that other tribes could benefit from this knowledge. Consequently, they disseminated the teachings of agriculture and pottery to neighboring tribes, thereby fortifying the entirety of humankind due to Shennong's innovations. "Father, please do not die." A voice of anguish pierced the air, startling Shennong amidst the flourishing of his tribe. What transpired? Distressed by the heart-wrenching wails, Shennong learned that a member of their tribe had succumbed to death. "Leader, it is Pooh. He mistakenly ingested a toxic fruit and perished," replied a nearby individual upon Shennong's inquiry. Poisoned by a toxic fruit? Shennong felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Throughout the development of humanity, such tragic incidents were not uncommon. However, the advent of self-sufficiency had gradually reduced their frequency. Nonetheless, it remained an unavoidable reality. If only there were a way to discern which plants were edible and which were toxic. Shennong felt a surge of determination. He would endeavor to identify what could be consumed and what should be avoided, thus enhancing the prosperity of his people. Resolute in his decision, he relinquished his position as the leader of the tribe and ventured into the wilderness to seek methods of distinguishing the toxicity of various plants. Yet, as a mere mortal, Shennong found himself at a loss upon entering the wild. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Turning in the direction of the sound, Shennong was alarmed to see Tongtian Jiaozhu collapsed on the ground. 2 bite marks etched upon his ankle. Not far off, a vividly colored serpent slithered away into the underbrush. "Why, friend, are you all right?" Shennong rushed to Tongtian's side. Concern etched upon his face. He recognized the serpent. It was the rainbow serpent, notorious for its lethal venom. In the past, many of his tribesmen had fallen victim to its deadly bite while hunting. "Do not fret, my friend. Do you see that flower over there? The one with 7 colors? Please fetch it for me and crush it, applying the paste to the wound. It will neutralize the venom of the rainbow serpent," Tongtian instructed, seeking Shennong's assistance. "Understood." Without hesitation, Shennong hurried to collect the 7-colored flower. "Thank you, my friend." Tongtian accepted the flower, crushed it, and applied it to his injury. Before Shennong's astonished gaze, the darkening hue of Tongtian's ankle ceased to worsen and gradually returned to its normal state. "My friend, how did you come to know that this flower could counteract the venom of the rainbow serpent?" Shennong, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired about Tongtian's knowledge. It was a fortunate discovery. Various plants and animals have relationships of mutual benefit and hostility, each with distinct effects. Some are highly toxic, while others can serve as antidotes. However, understanding these connections can be quite challenging. My friend, my injury has healed, but I must attend to other matters. I shall take my leave now." With that, Tongtian offered a brief acknowledgement before departing. Tongtian Jiaozhu preferred not to intervene excessively in Shennong's affairs, wishing to avoid entangling himself in the web of causality. Although reluctant to admit it, he was indeed a disciple of the Xianmen, under the tutelage of Hongjun. Should Shennong become overly intertwined with him, it would inevitably influence him significantly. This was precisely why Tongtian had refrained from accepting Shennong as a disciple and had discouraged his own students from doing so. As a disciple of the Xianmen, had Shennong entered Tongtian's fold, he would have been relegated to a lesser status. Consequently, Shennong's representation of humanity would have been diminished in relation to Hongjun, making him susceptible to manipulation. To prevent such a scenario, Tongtian had deliberately avoided seeking out Shennong over the years, only offering subtle guidance when Shennong was in dire need. On the other hand, after Tongtian's departure, Shennong experienced a surge of inspiration. He placed a leaf into his mouth, savoring its essence, and gradually began to comprehend in the days that followed. Shennong tasted every plant he encountered, documenting their characteristics, flavors, and the effects they had on his body. He traversed mountain after mountain, sampling the flora of each before climbing to new heights. With his crystal stomach, he not only developed immunity to toxins but also became adept at observing subtle changes. Finally, after sampling tens of thousands of plants, he identified 365 medicinal herbs, compiling their properties into the Shennong Binchao Jing. Thus, when illness struck, people could seek out the appropriate herbs for treatment. Has the merit of the Earth Sovereign been fulfilled? At the very moment the Shennong Binchao Jing was completed, the unparalleled treasure of humanity, the Kongtong seal, promptly alerted the 3 ancestral figures of the human race, informing them that the Earth Sovereign could now be reinstated. The 3, upon receiving the notification from the Kongtong seal, displayed expressions of astonishment. They were somewhat perplexed, although they had not witnessed the Tongtian teacher assisting Shennong in any capacity. Shennong had nonetheless achieved a state of perfect virtue, which left them further confounded. In this era, the human Shennong crafted the plow and hoe, and produced pottery, thus sparing humanity from the ravages of hunger and the hardships of migration. He tasted the myriad herbs, authored the Shennong Binchao Jing, allowing humanity to find cures for ailments and remedies for injuries. His immense contributions to the advancement of the human race culminated in his attainment of perfect virtue, warranting his appointment as the Earth's sovereign. However, they had no time to ponder this further and swiftly took out the Kongtong seal to proceed with the coronation of the Earth's sovereign. Fortunately, the contributions of Shennong were inscribed upon the Kongtong seal. Otherwise, the three would have been at a loss regarding how to carry out the coronation. As the coronation concluded, the heavenly principles showered boundless merit. Infusing it into Shennong's being. In an instant, Shennong's aura surged rapidly, halting only upon reaching the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, due to the Tongtian teacher's minimal interference in Shennong's affairs, he did not appropriate a significant portion of Shennong's merits. Additionally, as the Tongtian teacher had not taken Shennong under his wing or suppressed his status, Shennong's aura surpassed even that of Fuxi. Once Shennong fully grasped his newfound power, his combat strength would undoubtedly eclipse that of Fuxi. Chapter 50. The Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. What is happening? How has another formidable figure emerged among humanity? With Shennong's reinstatement, his terrifying aura could not escape the notice of the mighty beings within the wilderness of the world. Upon sensing the overwhelming presence emanating from Shennong, these formidable entities were left in sheer shock and disbelief. The emergence of two quasi-saint powerhouses, Fuxi and now Shennong, had exceeded their understanding. Fuxi was somewhat acceptable, as he was the reincarnation of the former demon emperor and the brother of Nuwa. Although they were astonished, they could reconcile this. However, Shennong's extraordinary achievement as an ordinary human was incomprehensible to them. Many mighty beings could not contain their curiosity and ventured into the human realm to investigate, seeking to unravel the mystery behind these events. Meanwhile, within the Ninely tribe of humanity, amidst the rumbling thunder and flashing lightning, a child burdened with immense sins also made his entrance into the world. The arrival of this child was no ordinary event. He seemed to embody a mysterious and potent force, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of transgression. As if cursed from birth, this child was none other than Qiyu, the sharpening stone sought by the providence of humanity for the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan. His existence would serve as a tremendous trial on Xuanyuan's path to greatness. A formidable chasm he must cross to achieve his imperial aspirations. Qiyu was chosen during the ancient battle of shaman and demon to replace Hutu in presiding over the Dushan Great Array. Standing as the mightiest among all the great shamans, countless demon beings had perished at his hands during the shaman-demon conflict, and the weight of his sins was unimaginable. Although he had fallen in that great battle, through a series of fortuitous events, he had regained a sliver of life and reincarnated as a member of the Ninely tribe of humanity. Guangchengzi, one of the three sovereigns of humanity, has been born. Go and take him as your disciple, assisting him in his reinstatement. Within the Yushu Palace on Mount Kunlun, the primordial heavenly sovereign, upon witnessing the birth of Xuanyuan, eagerly instructed Guangchengzi to hasten to aid in his reinstatement. At present, the disciples of the Jie sect had already produced several quasi-saints, and the disciples of the human teaching had successfully broken through to the quasi-saint realm after assisting the heavenly sovereign. Among the three teachings, only the disciples of the Chan teaching had not yet produced a single quasi-saint. Although the Chan teaching boasted the ancient figures of Randing and Nanji Shenwang, both were venerable beings. Not of the disciple generation. Particularly, Randing, like the primordial heavenly sovereign, was among the 3,000 worldly guests of the Zixiao Palace in ancient times. As one who valued reputation above all, and often looked down upon the Jie sect. How could he accept this reality? Now, the primordial heavenly sovereign was impatiently yearning for a disciple to break through to the quasi-saint realm to uphold the dignity of the Chan teaching. Yes, I will proceed to the human realm and assist Xuanyuan in his reinstatement as swiftly as possible. Guangchengzi, elated by the primordial heavenly sovereign's command, was eager for the day when he would also achieve such a breakthrough. As the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, Guangchengzi was indeed a proud individual, observing the growing gap between himself and the disciples of the human teaching and Jie sect. He felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Now that the opportunity to break through to the quasi-saint realm had finally arrived, Guang Chengzi could hardly contain his anticipation. Very well, go forth. The primordial heavenly sovereign did not elaborate further. Urging Guang Chengzi to set off for the bear tribe of humanity, disciple takes leave, Guang Chengzi respectfully said before departing the Yushu Palace. Watching Guang Chengzi leave, the other disciples of the Chan teaching wore expressions of envy. Achieving a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm was a dream they all aspired to. Indeed, it is Chiyu. If that is the case, do not blame me for bringing trouble to your Chan teaching. Meanwhile, the Tongtian teacher, upon seeing Chiyu in the Ninely tribe, immediately recognized him as the reincarnation of the great shaman Chuai in the dreamlike memories. The Tongtian teacher had never personally encountered Chiyu, believing him merely to share a name with the great shaman. Now, upon witnessing him firsthand, the Tongtian teacher formulated a plan. The Tongtian teacher approached the still child Chiyu and gently pressed his finger to his brow. In an instant, Chiyu's previously clear and curious gaze toward the world underwent a profound transformation, first filled with shock, then deepening into a contemplative depth. How could this be? I should have perished in that great battle. How is it possible that I have been reborn as a human? Chiyu's heart brimmed with astonishment. A soul that had been obliterated could not have been reincarnated. Even Hutu, the master of reincarnation, could not achieve such a feat, yet now he had successfully reincarnated, which was utterly unfathomable. However, being once the mightiest among the shamans, Chiyu quickly regained his composure. He understood his mission in this new life, to serve as a sharpening stone for Xianyuan, aiding him in ascending to the throne of the human emperor. To be a sharpening stone. Do they not fear that the blade may shatter? A terrifying killing intent suddenly flickered in Chiyu's eyes. He felt a deep-seated resentment toward his ordained destiny. Must the human emperor's throne be occupied solely by Xianyuan? Chiyu was unwilling to accept this. Why must he serve merely as a stepping stone for Xianyuan? He resolved to contest the imperial seat himself. Even if Xianyuan was the chosen candidate by the providence of humanity, Chiyu believed that if he could defeat Xianyuan, the providence would not deny his existence. With this determination, Chiyu immediately began to practice according to the memories of his past life. After all, to contend for the throne of the human emperor, every increment of strength would enhance his chances of success. Thus, he must devote himself wholeheartedly to enhance his power. The opportunity has been granted to you. Whether you can defy fate and alter your destiny relies solely upon your own fortune and efforts. The Tongtian teacher, concealed in the shadows, gazed intently at Chiyu's resolute and indomitable spirit before turning away and gradually vanishing within the Ninely tribe. Having assisted Chiyu in awakening his past memories and revealing the mission he bore, the Tongtian teacher had exerted all his efforts. Whether Chiyu could break free from the shackles of fate, alter his destiny, and achieve self-redemption would depend entirely on his personal fortune and endeavors. As time passed, Xianyuan and Chiyu gradually matured. From an early age, both displayed extraordinary talents and exceptional capabilities. Whether in cultivation or in managing the tribe, they exhibited remarkable aptitude. As they grew, the destined pair became the leaders of their respective tribes. Upon becoming the leader, Xianyuan renamed the Bear tribe as the Yellow Emperor tribe, and under their leadership, both the Ninely tribe and the Yellow Emperor tribe progressively grew more powerful. Chapter 51. The might of the Ninely tribe. The Ninely tribe had now reached its limits of development. To advance further, they could only absorb other tribes. Within the ranks of the Juli tribe, Chiyu's gaze was resolute as he devised the next step to strengthen his tribe. He promptly summoned his army and marched towards the neighboring tribes. Over the years, he had meticulously prepared to vie for the title of the human emperor. Although the population of the Juli tribe was not particularly large, they were descendants of a mixed lineage of the Wu and human clans, possessing a trace of the shamanic blood. This heritage endowed the Juli tribesmen with innate strength and martial prowess. Even with a numerical disadvantage, Chiyu effortlessly assembled an army of 10,000 valiant warriors. Leading this formidable force, he conquered tribe after tribe. As time passed, the number of tribes subjugated by Chiyu continued to swell, and his army grew proportionately, expanding from an initial 10,000 to 100,000 strong. Additionally, he had tamed numerous savage beasts of the wilderness as mounts, presenting a seemingly unstoppable force. What must be done to restore the rightful human emperor? In contrast, Guangchengzi was oblivious to the necessity of unifying all humanity for the restoration of the human emperor. Still pondering how to assist Emperor Xianyuan in reclaiming his rightful position, this disparity in information left Emperor Xianyuan at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Qiyu relentlessly continued his conquest of other tribes. Time flowed, and Qiyu had successfully absorbed 80 tribes, establishing dominion over 81. However, as his conquests multiplied, he encountered significant resistance when he faced the Yin Emperor tribe. Under the leadership of Chief Yin Emperor, their overall strength was on par with that of the Huangdi tribe and the Zhili tribe prior to its conquest. Of course, they were incomparable to the current Zhili tribe. Although the Yin Emperor tribe suffered defeats in battles against the Zhili, they managed to resist somewhat and were not easily swallowed like other tribes. Rainmaster, go to the Huangdi tribe and request their military assistance for us, commanded the Yin Emperor. Due to Qiyu's preemptive actions, the Yin and Huangdi tribes had not yet engaged in a full-scale conflict, leaving the Yin Emperor tribe vulnerable to Qiyu's advances. Now, facing imminent peril, their only recourse was to seek aid from the Huangdi tribe. To withstand Qiyu's forces, they needed to ally with the Huangdi tribe and persuade other tribes to form a coalition for any hope of victory. Yes, Chief. The Rainmaster understood the urgency of the situation and hastened to the Huangdi tribe. Chief, the Rainmaster from the Yin Emperor tribe has come to pay a visit. Within the Huangdi tribe, Fengbo escorted the Rainmaster to meet the Huangdi Emperor. Rainmaster, what brings you to me? The Huangdi Emperor's demeanor was somewhat brusque, as the relationship between the Huangdi and Yin Emperor tribes had been strained, often marred by conflict. Chief of the Huangdi tribe, under Qiyu's command, an army of hundreds of thousands is attacking my Yin Emperor tribe. We have risen to resist, but the disparity in strength is overwhelming, leaving us unable to withstand Qiyu's forces. Our leader, Yin Emperor, has dispatched me to seek your assistance. At this juncture, the human tribes had not yet developed ulterior motives, so the Rainmaster candidly conveyed the situation to the Huangdi Emperor. What? Hundreds of thousands? Upon hearing the Rainmaster's words, Xianyuan Huangdi was taken aback. The Huangdi tribe currently boasted only 50,000 troops, a stark contrast to Qiyu's formidable army. Rainmaster, return and inform Yin Emperor that I will soon mobilize my forces to aid you. Although shocked, Xianyuan Huangdi quickly regained his composure. He swiftly analyzed the situation and resolved to lead an army to assist the Yin Emperor tribe, as one of the greatest leaders of humanity. Xianyuan Huangdi was not one to underestimate the gravity of the situation. He understood that if the Yin Emperor tribe were to be consumed by the Zhili tribe, the Huangdi tribe would inevitably find themselves isolated and vulnerable to Qiyu's onslaught. Thank you, Chief Huangdi. The Rainmaster sighed in relief upon receiving confirmation of support from the Huangdi tribe. With their assistance, the Yin Emperor tribe could hold out longer, affording them more time to devise a strategy. Fengbo, you must immediately visit the nearby tribes to persuade them to send troops to our aid. I will lead my forces to the Yin Emperor tribe to engage in battle. Xianyuan Huangdi recognized that, in isolation, they were no match for Qiyu's formidable army, so he tasked Fengbo with seeking additional support. Once arrangements were made, Huangdi led his 50,000 troops towards the Yin Emperor tribe to provide assistance. Thank you, Chief Huangdi, for coming to our aid. Within the Yin Emperor tribe, upon the arrival of Xianyuan Huangdi, Yin Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. In a mere 10 days, his tribe's original 50,000 warriors had dwindled to just over 10,000. Without reinforcements, the Yin Emperor tribe could not withstand much longer. Chief Yin Emperor, there is no need for formality. Please, first enlighten me about the intelligence regarding Qiyu's forces. Huangdi inquired without hesitation. Understanding oneself and one's opponent was crucial for maximizing their chances of victory. A principle Huangdi was acutely aware of. Qiyu's army was not only vast in number but also comprised fierce warriors. Moreover, many of them rode powerful savage beasts, inflicting heavy casualties on the soldiers of the Yin Emperor tribe. Yin Emperor provided Huangdi with a comprehensive account of the intelligence on Qiyu's forces, particularly emphasizing the formidable savage beasts. These beasts were nearly invincible compared to ordinary human soldiers. Had it not been for this, even with the defensive advantages of the Yin Emperor tribe, they would not have fallen so swiftly to the Zhili tribe. Savage beasts, you say? Upon hearing this, the Huangdi Emperor began to formulate a plan. He commanded his subordinates to retrieve the corpse of the beast Kuei, bestowed upon him by Xian Nu, to fashion 80 large drums. Kuei, a divine creature of the eastern sea resembling an ox, was hornless and brought forth storms when it entered the water. Its light was akin to the sun and moon, and its voice resonated like thunder. Huangdi covered the drums with its hide and used its bones as drumsticks, creating a thunderous sound that would surely instill fear in ordinary beasts. At that moment, the terrified savage beasts would create chaos within Qiyu's ranks, allowing them to seize the opportunity to break through and repel Qiyu's forces. Once all preparations were complete, Huangdi stood ready, awaiting Qiyu's impending attack. Chapter 52. The first battle between Huangdi and Qiyu. As time flowed on, the second day dawned. Just as the sun began to rise, Qiyu arrived at the Yin Emperor tribe with his army. The Yin Emperor tribe and the forces of the Huangdi tribe had long been on high alert. Is that Qiyu? Does he truly resemble a human? On the rudimentary city walls, Xinyuan Huangdi gazed down at Qiyu, who led the Zhuli forces, his brow furrowed in concern. Qiyu, being of the Zhuli lineage with shamanic blood, had been awakened to his previous life's memories by the celestial teacher. Having cultivated shamanic techniques, he had become indistinguishable from a minor shaman. Standing at 3 meters tall, with a robust physique, he sported a pair of sharp horns and bore brown markings on his face, setting him apart from ordinary men. From the moment he laid eyes on Qiyu, Xinyuan Huangdi felt an unsettling discomfort, akin to confronting an arch-nemesis. So that is Xinyuan Huangdi? Truly deserving of the destiny bestowed upon him. He is indeed extraordinary. Qiyu, observing Huangdi, felt a weight of seriousness upon him. From Huangdi, Qiyu sensed a power that rivaled his own. Qiyu couldn't help but reflect, with the memories of his past life. He had only just begun to manifest the strength of a minor shaman. Yet, Huangdi, a pure human, matched his prowess, which was truly remarkable. However, since Huangdi had made his entrance, today would mark the end of his existence. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent emanated from Qiyu's eyes, and a terrifying aura engulfed him. Everyone, follow me into battle. With a swift motion of his battle blade, Qiyu issued the command to attack. Qiyu knew that he held the advantage, and this was the optimal moment to eliminate Xinyuan Huangdi. Should he grant Huangdi more time to develop, his chances of victory would dwindle. After all, Huangdi was a chosen figure of fate, and time would undoubtedly favor him. Upon issuing the command, Qiyu charged forward atop his iron-eating beast. Kill! The Zhuli army roared in unison, charging towards the forces of the Huangdi tribe. Upon witnessing the oncoming tide of an army tenfold their own, the Huangdi troops involuntarily tensed up, particularly as they beheld the fierce savage beasts leading the charge, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over them. The outcome hinged upon this very confrontation. Upon witnessing the formidable army of Qiyu advancing towards him, the Yellow Emperor remained unperturbed, as he had anticipated this very scenario. He raised his left hand and waved it downwards, followed by a powerful roar commanding the drummers to strike. Boom, 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 as the resounding voice of the Yellow Emperor filled the air with authority and strength. 80 drummers seemed to be infused with boundless energy. They fixated their gaze upon the colossal war drum before them, gripping their drumsticks tightly, muscles taut, pouring every ounce of their might into the rhythmic beating of the drum that symbolized courage and glory. In an instant, all 80 drummers simultaneously lifted their sticks and struck the drumhead with a force akin to thunder. Each beat resonated like a clap of thunder splitting the heavens, the deafening sound reverberating like a powerful shockwave, swiftly radiating in all directions. The resounding drumbeats echoed like the thunder of the heavens, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure and awe, as if they could tear the very fabric of the world asunder. They surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, each crest higher than the last, relentlessly battering the hearts and souls of those who heard it. In the midst of this breathtaking cacophony, the surrounding air grew heavy, and time seemed to stand still. At that moment, all eyes were drawn towards the source, as they felt an unprecedented surge of shock and exhilaration. The drumbeats conveyed not only the determination and will of the Yellow Emperor, but also ignited the fighting spirit and courage deep within each individual. Inspired by the stirring rhythms, the warriors of the Yellow Emperor's army were ablaze with zeal and high morale, ready to confront the impending battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, the wild beasts among Qi Yu's army, upon hearing the thunderous drumbeats, were instantly struck with fear. These untamed creatures, frightened by the sound, halted their charge in a panic. As the drumming continued, they could no longer bear the weight of their terror and turned to flee. Lacking intelligence, these savage beasts mistook the war drums of Xinyuan Huangdi for the appearance of the thunderous beast Kuei, and were thoroughly terrified. Even the iron-eating beast under Qi Yu's command turned and fled, disregarding Qi Yu's orders entirely. For these lower-tiered wild beasts, the thunderous creature instilled a natural sense of bloodline suppression. As these wild beasts retreated in haste, the charging army of Jiuli suffered severely. Their rampage resulted in countless casualties among the forces, with nearly half of the Jiuli army rendered dead or injured before the two sides even engaged in combat. How could Xinyuan Huangdi possess a war drum crafted from the remains of Kuei? Qi Yu, witnessing the heavy toll on his forces, felt a mix of rage and confusion. He knew that Kuei was a powerful creature from the East Sea, and with the current strength of humanity, aside from the three ancestors and the two returning sovereigns, no one could possibly contend with such a being. He pondered how Xinyuan Huangdi could have obtained Kuei's remains. Yet, before he could dwell further on his thoughts, Xinyuan Huangdi and Yindi led their forces forth. At this moment, the Jiuli army was thrown into chaos, while the morale of Xinyuan Huangdi's troops surged. Despite the numerical advantage held by the Jiuli tribe, their chances of victory were diminishing. Xinyuan Huangdi would not let this opportunity to severely wound the Jiuli forces slip away. Engage, Qi Yu commanded, urging his army to confront the advancing troops of Xinyuan Huangdi. However, after the earlier upheaval caused by the wild beasts, the Jiuli army had been completely thrown into disarray, unable to regroup effectively, as the forces of the Yellow Emperor descended upon them. The Jiuli troops could only fight individually, failing to leverage their numerical superiority, and soon found themselves at a disadvantage, with countless lives lost beneath the spears of Xinyuan Huangdi's army. Furious, Qi Yu's heart ached at the sight. These were the troops he had painstakingly trained. Realizing that the situation was untenable, he charged towards Xinyuan Huangdi, attempting to eliminate him and turn the tide of battle. In an instant, the two leaders clashed, unleashing a terrifying force that created a vacuum around them, rendering the vicinity unapproachable. Amidst the clamor of clashing weapons, Xinyuan Huangdi quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Though their combat powers were closely matched, Qi Yu, as a shaman, possessed incredible physical strength. He could withstand Xinyuan Huangdi's attacks with brute force, while the Yellow Emperor could not afford to do the same against Qi Yu's onslaught. Qi Yu launched his assaults without any defense, a strategy that left Xinyuan Huangdi unable to counter effectively. In the rear of the Yellow Emperor's army, Guangchengzi of the Chan sect, who had come to assist Xinyuan Huangdi, was equally taken aback upon witnessing Qi Yu. After the calamity of the shaman and demon, the shaman clan had entirely vanished from the primordial world. The remnants of the shaman's powers had retreated to the underworld, fearful of re-emerging. Now, to see a shaman reappear, and as the leader of a human tribe no less, left Guangchengzi perplexed. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. At that moment, Xinyuan Huangdi was being overwhelmed by Qi Yu's relentless assault. Standing on the brink of peril, if he did not devise a strategy, the Yellow Emperor might very well perish. Without hesitation, Guangchengzi unleashed a strike of Jade Void Divine Thunder towards Qi Yu. Crack! The sound of thunder resonated, and a bolt capable of annihilating the entire Jiuli army descended upon Qi Yu. Boom! With the ensuing cataclysm, the terrifying shockwave swept through the nearby armies of both Qi Yu and Xinyuan Huangdi, turning them to ashes. Spitting blood, Guangchengzi staggered back, pale and weak, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. With no time to ponder, he quickly sat down to recuperate. Meanwhile, both Xinyuan Huangdi and Qi Yu emerged from the battlefield unscathed. However, this unforeseen turn of events led both to be cautious, mutually agreeing to withdraw their forces. Thus, the battle concluded with both sides suffering grievous losses. Chapter 53. The Shameless Disciples of Chan Sect. What transpired? In the rear of the army, Once Guangchengzi stabilized his injuries, his eyes brimmed with shock and perplexity. He had sustained such grievous wounds without realizing he had been attacked. Could it be that a sage had plotted against him? Guangchengzi suspected that a sage had targeted him. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable for him to incur such severe injuries without understanding how they had occurred. Concluding this, he dared not linger any longer and promptly took flight back to Kunlun Mountain. This bizarre situation warranted an audience with Yuanshi Tianzuan. What a reckless act to dare to attack Qiyu. To have escaped the backlash of the human fortune is truly fortunate. From the shadows, Tongtian Jiao Master scoffed at Guangchengzi's actions against Qiyu. As Qiyu had been selected by the human fortune as a tool for sharpening Xinyuan Huangdi. Anyone other than Xinyuan Huangdi who dared to strike him would face the backlash of the human fortune. Had Guangchengzi not been the nominal teacher of Xinyuan Huangdi, he would have already perished from the backlash. Those protected by the human fortune are entities that even sages do not dare to confront lightly. Guangchengzi, a mere perfected Deluo golden immortal, was courting death with such actions. Master, I have matters to discuss. In the Yushu Palace, Guangchengzi approached the cultivation abode of Yuanshi Tianzuan, respectfully seeking an audience. Come in. I am already aware of the matter that troubles you, Yuanshi Tianzuan replied. The reason for your injury stems from the backlash of the human fortune. Qiyu, as a being chosen by the human fortune, will inflict backlash upon anyone who dares to attack him, except for the destined individual, Xinyuan Huangdi. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan had not closely monitored the affairs of humanity, he grasped the context of the situation upon seeing Guangchengzi. Thank you, Master, for clarifying my confusion. Understanding the cause of his injury, Guangchengzi expressed his gratitude to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Master, from my observations, it appears that the Emperor Xinyuan Huangdi seeks to reclaim his position, and his opportunity lies in unifying humanity. However, the power of Qiyu is immense, rendering the Huangdi tribe completely outmatched. I wish to enlist the assistance of several disciples to aid in this endeavor. Guangchengzi, as the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, was no fool. Though he had not initially comprehended the reason for his injury, he had deduced the conditions necessary for Xinyuan Huangdi to reclaim his position from this incident. Yet, the current strength of the Huangdi tribe was utterly insufficient to contend with Qiyu's forces, and Xinyuan Huangdi's combat prowess was also lacking compared to Qiyu. It was unrealistic to expect the Huangdi tribe to defeat Qiyu's army with their current strength. Having utilized the thunderous war drum once, Qiyu would undoubtedly be prepared for its next appearance, and it would not yield the same effect as before. Feeling helpless, Guangchengzi sought the assistance of Yuanshi Tianzuan, hoping to have his disciples covertly eliminate a portion of Qiyu's forces to restore balance between the two factions. Only then could he hope to assist Xinyuan Huangdi in reclaiming his position. However, wantonly slaying lives would inevitably incur sins. He could only ask his disciples to share the burden, thus mitigating the weight of their transgressions and its impact on their cultivation. Very well, go forth. The primordial heavenly sovereign was well aware of Guangchengzi's intentions, but chose not to intervene. In his view, such minor transgressions would not significantly impact the fortunes of his disciples. Thank you, Master. With the primordial heavenly sovereign's approval, Guangchengzi promptly summoned the 12 golden immortals and ventured into the realm of humanity. The 12 golden immortals stealthily infiltrated the Zhuli tribe, employing various underhanded tactics, shamelessly inflicting heavy casualties upon the Zhuli army. Outrageous? Qiyu, upon witnessing the inexplicable losses of the Zhuli forces, realized that a formidable adversary was covertly undermining them. Yet, despite his awareness, Qiyu felt utterly powerless, having only recently reincarnated. His strength was but a fraction of what it once was, rendering him incapable of thwarting the onslaught. He lacked even the ability to seek assistance from other powerful figures of the witch clan. Resigned to the unfolding chaos, this not only resulted in severe casualties for the Zhuli army but also instilled a sense of dread within the tribe. Qiyu poured his heart and soul into the struggle. Yet he could effect no change, helplessly watching as the strength of the Zhuli tribe waned. I wish to see how many you dare to slay, he thought, resigned to wait for the covert assailant to succumb to the weight of their sins and abandon their slaughter. Qiyu firmly believed that the hidden enemy would not dare to claim too many lives, for doing so would inevitably lead to their own ruin in the pursuit of cultivation. As time passed, Over a month slipped by, and the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, observing the Zhuli army's dwindling power, decided to withdraw. That moment, the Zhuli forces had dwindled to a mere 300,000, of which 200,000 were newly assembled by Qiyu within the past month. It was time to confront the Yellow Emperor in a decisive battle. Seeing that the Zhuli tribe faced no further disturbances, Qiyu, unwilling to squander time for fear of the hidden saboteurs returning, prepared his army for a final confrontation with the Yellow Emperor. With resolve, he mounted another iron-eating beast and led his troops toward the Yellow Emperor's stronghold. Advancing with great fervor, "If you have come, then let us settle this once and for all." Within the Yellow Emperor's camp, upon learning of Qiyu's impending assault, the Yellow Emperor immediately took action, rallying his formidable army of 300,000 without hesitation to charge toward Qiyu's forces. As time flowed, the two armies swiftly closed in on one another, ultimately clashing at Zhuolu. The sky, shrouded in ominous clouds, seemed to herald the arrival of a momentous battle. Tension enveloped the battlefield, soldiers gripping their weapons. Bracing for the impending conflict, the Yellow Emperor, standing resolutely atop his war chariot, gazed determinedly ahead, flanked by a vast array of troops, banners fluttering in the wind, their morale soaring high. Simultaneously, Qiyu's army approached with thunderous might. Their ranks impeccably aligned, exuding a formidable pressure. Qiyu, astride his iron-eating beast, brandished his battle knife. A sinister grin etched upon his face. Chapter 54. The Fog of Zhuelu. The Yellow Emperor in peril as the two armies faced off. An elderly figure resembling a shaman appeared beside Qiyu, clad in a flowing black robe adorned with mysterious runes and patterns. His countenance was gaunt yet solemn, his gaze radiating an otherworldly aura. With hands clasped together, he chanted incantations, seemingly communicating with the heavens. As his voice crescendoed, he suddenly bellowed, "Fog, rise!" In an instant, the previously clear skies over Zhuolu transformed as dark clouds swiftly gathered, obscuring the sun and plunging the battlefield into darkness. Soon, tendrils of mist began to rise from the earth, initially faint but quickly thickening, enveloping the area like a sheer veil. The mist spread silently, gradually shrouding all of Zhuolu. As the fog thickened, visibility diminished, rendering the surroundings indistinct. "This mist is too dense. If Qiyu seizes the opportunity to attack, it would be highly detrimental to our forces." The Yellow Emperor felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. A foreboding sense that this sudden fog was no mere coincidence. He understood that without prompt action, this life-and-death struggle could turn dire for his side. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Yet, confronted with such a bizarre situation, he struggled to devise a comprehensive strategy. Just then, a resounding war cry shattered the brief silence. "Kill!" Qiyu clearly had no intention of granting the Yellow Emperor any time to ponder. Ruthlessly advancing upon his camp, in an instant, the battlefield erupted in chaos, dust swirling as the clash of armies commenced, a harrowing struggle for survival. The Yellow Emperor's forces, affected by the fog, found their visibility severely compromised, resulting in many soldiers becoming separated from the main body, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. "Beat the drums!" The Yellow Emperor recognized that this could not continue and promptly ordered the drums to be sounded. He hoped that the war drums would signal his troops of his position, preventing further disarray. However, despite this effort, the Yellow Emperor's forces continued to face tremendous challenges. Taking advantage of the fog's cover, Qiyu's army moved with uncanny stealth, striking when they pleased and retreating at will, leaving the Yellow Emperor's forces in a state of utter defensiveness. Within 3 days, the Yellow Emperor's army suffered devastating losses. Having lost a third of their strength, the fog made it impossible for them to discern directions, and to avoid falling into Qiyu's traps, the Yellow Emperor could not pursue his adversary, forced to endure the onslaught passively. "This cannot continue. We will be overwhelmed by Qiyu." What to do? The Yellow Emperor felt a growing urgency. Currently, his army was gravely weakened, while Qiyu's forces, though not without losses, were in far better shape. If this stalemate persisted, his army would surely be annihilated by Qiyu's relentless forces. In the shadows, Guangchengzi observed the Yellow Emperor's army falling into a disadvantageous position and contemplated intervening to assist. Yet, each time he considered taking action, an intense sense of crisis gripped him. He understood that the fate of humanity was at stake, and any interference could disrupt the course of this pivotal battle. As the chosen sovereign of humanity, the Yellow Emperor's rise to power was a trial he must endure. Guangchengzi could offer guidance but could not directly intervene. To do so would jeopardize the Yellow Emperor's ascension. Anxious, Guangchengzi pondered his options. My fellow Taoists, can you not act decisively? The three ancestral figures of humanity, witnessing the Yellow Emperor's plight, were equally distressed. The Yellow Emperor's ascension was vital for humanity's resurgence, and they could not allow any mishap. Should Qiyu, despite his ties to humanity, claim the throne, they would not hesitate to support him. However, Qiyu, though possessing human lineage, was now aligned with the Witch clan. The three sovereigns of humanity could not accept Qiyu's rise to the throne. It would severely undermine humanity's standing. What if the candidate for the human sovereign were to fall into Qiyu's hands, bolstered by the Witch clan's support? The three sovereigns of humanity cannot permit Qiyu to ascend. It would drastically affect our kind's position. In a state of agitation, Swearin directly questioned Guangchengzi, "Is there truly no way forward?" "Rest assured, everything is part of my plan," Guangchengzi replied, concealing his inability to alter the current situation. "I must return to Kunlun Mountain for a moment." Though he appeared calm outwardly, inside he was rife with anxiety. Should the Yellow Emperor fail to reclaim his position as his nominal mentor, Guangchengzi would face the wrath of the very fate he sought to assist. With his life potentially at stake, Guangchengzi had no choice but to consult the primordial heavenly sovereign. "Master, the Yellow Emperor's ascension faces significant obstacles. I am unsure how to resolve this predicament. I seek your guidance." Guangchengzi felt a twinge of shame as he regarded the primordial heavenly sovereign, knowing he had not performed well in aiding the Yellow Emperor's rise. The key to overcoming this battle lay in enabling the Yellow Emperor's forces to discern their bearings and granting him the capability to confront Qiyu directly. "That is all I can share. The rest is for you to devise," the primordial heavenly sovereign replied, disappointment evident in his tone. If Guangchengzi could not achieve this, the primordial heavenly sovereign could offer no further assistance. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall take my leave." Guangchengzi furrowed his brow and took his leave from the Jade Void Palace. He found himself somewhat perplexed by the guidance offered by the primordial heavenly venerable. Not that Guangchengzi was a fool. He naturally understood that these 2 points were of utmost importance, the very keys that enabled the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan to turn defeat into victory. However, the crux of the matter lay in how to accomplish these 2 crucial tasks. Who was it that had intervened? After Guangchengzi departed, the primordial heavenly venerable sighed in resignation, furrowing his brow. The reason he had not provided Guangchengzi with further guidance was that he himself was unable to deduce the matter. The primordial heavenly venerable was aware that a certain sage had obscured the heavenly calculations, rendering him incapable of discerning the critical elements at play. Naturally, it was none other than the celestial master Tongtian who had intervened. Firstly, he sought to ascertain whether Qiyu had altered his destiny, whether there was a possibility of him ascending to the throne of the human emperor. Secondly, if Qiyu could not change his fate, he wished to extract some advantage from the matter of the human emperor's reinstatement. At present, the key to the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's victory over Qiyu hinged on 2 aspects. The first was the ability to discern direction. Even without external assistance, Xuanyuan's side would inevitably resolve this, for they were favored by the fortunes of humanity. As for the second point, it involved Xuanyuan's desire to challenge Qiyu directly. The crucial element of this second point lay with the celestial master Tongtian. For Xianyuan to triumph over Qiyu, the weapon in his hand was paramount. He required a divine weapon capable of piercing Qiyu's physical form in order to defeat him. The witch-slaying sword, which could penetrate the flesh of the Witch clan, had been acquired by the celestial master Tongtian during the Witch-Yao War. If Xianyuan wished to prevail over Qiyu, he could not do so without the celestial master Tongtian's assistance. Chapter 55. The ancestors' plea for help. What a vexing situation. In the rear of the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's grand army, Guangchengzi wore a grim expression, uncertain of how to proceed. Taoist friend Guangchengzi, do you not have a solution within the Chan sect? If not, do not blame us for seeking assistance from other powers. The Sui-Ren clan had lost all patience upon seeing that Guangchengzi had returned from Kunlun Mountain without a remedy. The losses on Xuanyuan's side were mounting, and the three ancestors of the Sui Ring clan could no longer remain passive. Rest assured, my fellow Taoists, everything is proceeding according to plan. Guan Chengzi, infuriated by the audacity of the Sui Ring clan in addressing him thus, felt his anger boil within. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to provoke them further. He could only reiterate that all was indeed going according to plan. Taoist friend, spare us the pretenses. We grant you but one day. Should you fail to devise a solution by then, do not blame us for seeking aid from other factions. The three ancestors of the Sui Ring clan had completely lost their patience. Allowing Guan Chengzi merely a single day to find a resolution, if he failed, they would have no choice but to seek assistance elsewhere. Their first choice would naturally be the celestial master Tongtian, who had previously aided the human race. Fellow Taoists, is it truly appropriate for you to act in this manner? This was agreed upon beforehand. The responsibility for assisting the human Emperor Xuanyuan's reinstatement lies with my Chan sect. If you seek aid from other sects, where does that leave us? Seeing that the three ancestors of the Sui Ring clan intended to seek assistance from other powers, Guan Chengzi could no longer sit idly by. Should individuals from other sects intervene, the merit he stood to gain from aiding the human emperor's reinstatement would be significantly diminished. In such a scenario, his chances of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm through merit would become exceedingly slim. You yourselves failed to seize the opportunity. Do not blame the human race. The three ancestors of the Sui Ring clan showed no mercy. The human race now boasted two sovereigns of heaven and earth and was no longer intimidated by the Chan sect. Though the primordial heavenly venerable was indeed a true sage, he dared not impose his will upon the human race. Guan Chengzi was filled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Not to mention that the human race still had Fuxi and Shennong, two semi-saints. While he might not stand a chance against them individually, the 3-against-1 would undoubtedly overpower him. With no recourse, Guan Chengzi could only simmer in impotent fury. Taoist friends from the Sui Ring clan, I implore you to convey my message to the celestial master Tongtian. Ultimately, Guan Chengzi was unable to devise a solution within a day. The Sui Ring clan, disregarding the Chan sect's threats, directly sought the assistance of the celestial master Tongtian at Janeo Island. I am already aware of the intentions of the Sui Ring clan's Taoists. Allow me to accompany you on your journey. Before any disciples could announce his presence, the celestial master Tongtian appeared beside the Sui Ring clan. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the celestial master Tongtian wasted no words and promptly led them back to Zhuolu. The moment Qiyu abandoned his identity as a member of the human race and transformed into a minor witch, the celestial master Tongtian understood that he had lost any hope of becoming the human emperor. The essence of being a human emperor lay in the character Ran, human. Since Qiyu was no longer of the human race, even if he were to defeat the Yellow Emperor Shenyuan, the fortunes of humanity would never recognize him. Had it not been for the necessity of the fortunes of humanity requiring him to serve as a sharpening stone for the Yellow Emperor, Qiyu would have perished from the backlash of his own sins the moment he renounced his human identity. The celestial master Tongtian had granted him an opportunity. However, in the end, Qiyu chose to follow his own destiny. Tongtian, do you intend to seize the opportunity of my Chan sect? As soon as the celestial master Tongtian arrived in Zhuelu, the primordial heavenly venerable also made his appearance. Upon seeing the celestial master Tongtian, the primordial heavenly venerable immediately began to interrogate him. Should the celestial master Tongtian intervene, the losses suffered by the Chan sect would extend beyond mere merit to include their reputation. How would other powerful beings regard a prestigious sect of saints that could not even assist the human emperor's reinstatement? Primordial, I am here at the invitation of Taoist friend Sui Ren to assist the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's return to power. Is it not permissible for others to lend a hand when your Chan sect is incapable of doing so? Do you realize the profound implications for the human race if the human emperor cannot be reinstated? Or does the Chan sect prioritize its own interests over those of the human race, letting the entirety of humanity suffer alongside your sect? Upon hearing the primordial heavenly venerable's words, the celestial master Tongtian retorted without hesitation. Indeed, primordial, it is your Chan sect that lacks the ability. Do not blame the human race for seeking the assistance of the celestial master Tongtian. As soon as Tongtian finished speaking, the Earth sovereign Shennong also appeared on the scene. I express my gratitude to Taoist friend Tongtian for assisting me in my return to power. Shinnong began by expressing his support for the celestial master Tongtian, followed by his thanks. Shinnong's gratitude towards the celestial master Tongtian was genuine. Upon his reinstatement, he could distinctly sense that he was different from Fushi. Although he was still unaware of the intricacies, Shinnong felt that these differences were indeed advantageous to him. Taoist friend Shinnong, you are too kind, the celestial master Tongtian replied with a smile. Indeed, primordial, this matter stems from your own inadequacies, and you are unwilling to allow the human race to seek assistance from the celestial master Tongtian. At this moment, the goddess Inwa also appeared on the scene, speaking on behalf of the human race and the celestial master Tongtian. Inwa sought to ease her relationship with the human race through this matter, while also doing a small favor for the celestial master Tongtian, laying the groundwork for future exchanges involving the primordial purple energy. Do you all believe that my Chan sect is easy to bully? The primordial heavenly venerable's expression darkened as he witnessed so many individuals rise in opposition to him. Struggling to suppress his inner fury, he once again posed a question. Primordial, there is no need for such lengthy discourse. If your Chan sect possesses the capability, then act swiftly. If not, do not waste the human race's time. If the human emperor's reinstatement fails due to your negligence, can your Chan sect bear the consequences? The celestial master Tongtian disregarded the primordial heavenly venerable's threats and resumed his inquiries. He was thoroughly displeased with the primordial heavenly venerable's attitude, which prioritized his own reputation over the lives of others. If the human emperor could not be reinstated, and the backlash of the fortunes of humanity ensued, not only would the Chan sect face tremendous repercussions, but the entire human race would also encounter great calamity, suffering severe losses. Should that come to pass, the future of the Honghuang world would undergo unpredictable changes, deviating from the trajectory that the celestial master Tongtian had foreseen, rendering it uncontrollable. Presently, the celestial master Tongtian maintained his advantageous position by relying on his dreamlike memories of the future. The celestial master Tongtian would never permit the development of the Honghuang world to stray from the course outlined in his dreams, unless it was the result of his own scheming, until the calamity of the canonization arrived. Otherwise, when the calamity of canonization struck, the celestial master Tongtian would find himself utterly in the dark, unable to safeguard the entirety of the Jie sect through the trials of the canonization. The celestial master Tongtian would categorically not allow events beyond his control to transpire. Chapter 56. Tongtian bestows treasures. How infuriating! The primordial heavenly venerable seethed with rage, yet found himself unable to vent his frustrations. Ultimately, this situation was indeed a reflection of the Chan sect's incompetence in successfully reinstating the human emperor. Since you possess the ability, Tongtian, I shall permit you to give it a try. However, should you fail as well, and your intervention delays the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's return, you shall bear the consequences of that causality. In the end, the primordial heavenly venerable conceded, recognizing that the backlash of the fortunes of humanity was beyond what they could withstand. You need not concern yourself with this, primordial, if I cannot succeed. I would not have come here with the three Taoists. Even the heavenly master did not spare the face of the primordial Tianzuan, asserting that he could accomplish what the Chan sect could not. I shall observe your performance. The primordial Tianzuan let out a cold snort. His countenance darkened as he addressed the assembly. Fellow Taoists, I shall take my leave. The heavenly master ceased his idle chatter, vanishing from the spot. The heavenly master first sought out Feng Ho, a subordinate of Emperor Xinyuan, and discreetly guided him to invent the directional vehicle, ensuring that Emperor Xuanyuan's forces would no longer lose their way in the fog. What of it if a method to discern direction amidst the mist has been found? The primordial Tianzuan sneered disdainfully. In recent days, Emperor Xuanyuan's army has suffered severe losses amidst the fog. Their overall strength diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Chiyo's forces remain largely unaffected, still overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, Emperor Xuanyuan's own prowess is inferior to that of Chiyo. Even if the issue of the fog were resolved, it would merely be a temporary measure, failing to fundamentally alter the tide of battle. The primordial Tianzuan observed the heavenly master effortlessly aiding Emperor Xinyuan in navigating the fog, A flicker of jealousy and discontent surged within him, prompting him to mock without mercy. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Hearing the words of the primordial Tianzuan, Shennong, and Enhua, along with the three ancestors of humanity, wore grim expressions, yet they refrained from immediate rebuttal. For the primordial Tianzuan spoke the truth. Although resolving the issue of the fog would allow Emperor Xuanyuan's army to regain their sense of direction, reversing the entire situation would require further effort and strategy. As expected of one chosen by the fate of humanity, indeed favored by the heavens, finding a way to discern direction amidst the fog so swiftly, Qiu's forces clashed once more with those of Emperor Xianyuan, both sides suffering considerable losses. Qiu understood that Emperor Xianyuan had discovered a method to navigate the fog, rendering his strategy of surprise attacks futile. Alas, it was all too late. A cruel smile crept upon Qiu's lips as he resolutely waved his command flag, instantly dispersing the dense fog surrounding them. He knew well that it was no longer necessary to expend energy maintaining this veil of mist. Over the past 3 days and nights, under the cover of the fog, Qiu had successfully plunged Emperor Xuanyuan's army into chaos and panic. Countless valiant warriors had lost their way in the confusion, falling into traps or ambushes, suffering grievous casualties. Now, after a fierce battle, Qiu's forces still numbered nearly 280,000, while Emperor Xuanyuan's side was left with fewer than 200,000 exhausted soldiers. The balance of victory had irreversibly tipped. Qiu held absolute confidence that Emperor Xianyuan could no longer stir any waves. Standing atop a high ground, Qiu surveyed the battlefield littered with defeated soldiers, a surge of fervor swelling within him. He envisioned the outcome of this war, himself as the sovereign of the realm, uniting the vast wilderness. His name would be sung through the ages, becoming an immortal legend. Prepare the entire army. In 1 hour, we shall launch a full-scale assault. Qiu was unwilling to prolong the night. Intent on decisively crushing Emperor Xuanyuan's forces, slaying him, and seizing the throne of humanity. The fog has lifted. Within Emperor Xuanyuan's army, countless soldiers felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the dispersal of the mist. For 3 days, they had been disoriented and suffered heavy losses due to the fog. Although Feng Ho's invention of the directional vehicle allowed them to discern direction, they remained wary of the mist. Now that it had dissipated, their previously tense emotions had somewhat eased. With the fog cleared, it seemed that Qiu was preparing for a full-scale assault. Orders to prepare for battle were swiftly issued. Yet, as the fog gradually cleared, Emperor Xianyuan found no relief, but rather heightened vigilance. He understood that Qiu would undoubtedly launch a full-scale attack, promptly issuing orders to prepare for battle to avoid being caught off guard. However, Emperor Xianyuan also recognized that Qiu's forces not only outnumbered his, but were also filled with high morale. In contrast, his own troops were not only fewer in number, but also demoralized. In a direct confrontation, their odds of victory remained slim. Unless he could defeat Qiu and slay him, he could alter the situation. Yet, merely contemplating Qiu's formidable physique made Emperor Xuanyuan's head throb. I shall see how the heavenly master unravels this dire predicament. The primordial Tianzuan, witnessing the tense situation in Zhuolu, cast a mocking glance at the heavenly master. The current predicament was somewhat insurmountable for Emperor Xianyuan. In terms of military strength, Emperor Xuanyuan's forces were no match for Qiu's. Regarding commanders, Emperor Xianyuan fell short of Qiu, rendering the situation quite grim. Shennong, Enhua, and the three ancestors of humanity were equally anxious. This battle would likely determine whether Emperor Xianyuan could successfully reclaim his position. Heavenly friend, you must have a solution. Shennong and the others, devoid of options, could only pray that the heavenly master possessed a remedy. Otherwise, Emperor Xuanyuan's aspirations of regaining his position would be utterly hopeless. Shennong and his companions anxiously watched the movements within Emperor Xuanyuan's army, awaiting the actions of the heavenly master. Taoist friend Xianyuan, I, Tongtian, have come uninvited and disturbingly. The heavenly master, aware of the urgency, directly manifested before Emperor Xianyuan. Having met with you, esteemed Taoist, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Emperor Xianyuan, still relatively weak, had not heard of the heavenly master's name. However, he did not allow this ignorance to breed disrespect. Instead, He remained exceedingly courteous. I come bearing a treasure, to aid you in vanquishing Qiyu and maintaining stability for humanity. The Heavenly Master wasted no time, plainly stating his intent. A treasure? What artifact could it be? As I am not yet an immortal, I am incapable of wielding powerful treasures, Emperor Xianyuan thought to himself, bewildered by the Heavenly Master's claim. Upon hearing the Heavenly Master's words, the primordial Tianzuan could not help but interject with derision. The power of artifacts was indeed formidable, capable of effortlessly annihilating the current Qiyu. Yet, Emperor Xuanyuan's present strength was insufficient to even utilize the weakest of artifacts. Heavenly friend, may I ask what this treasure is? If it truly can assist me in overcoming Qiyu, then you shall be a benefactor to my people. With no other options left, Emperor Xianyuan chose to place his trust in the Heavenly Master. This is it, the sword known as the Slaughter Witch Sword, forged from the blood of countless humans during the Demon Clan's massacre of the human race. It carries the blood and despair of innumerable ancestors. Capable of easily piercing the flesh of the Witch Clan, aiding you in defeating Qiyu. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Xianyuan Sword, and may the blood of these ancestors fight alongside you. Ushering in an era of peace for humanity, the Heavenly Master solemnly placed the Crimson Slaughter Witch Sword into Emperor Xuanyuan's hands, earnestly narrating its origin. The Slaughter Witch Sword itself was not an artifact. Aside from its remarkable hardness and ability to pierce the flesh of the Witch Clan, it fell short of even being considered a postnatal spiritual treasure. However, this lack of restriction meant that Emperor Xianyuan could employ it immediately upon receiving it. The Slaughter Witch Sword? Upon seeing the dark red sword bestowed upon Emperor Xianyuan, the primordial Tianzuan's expression soured. The Slaughter Witch Sword's ability to counter the Witch Clan was terrifyingly potent. With this sword in hand, Emperor Xuanyuan's chances of defeating Qiyu had significantly increased. The Slaughter Witch Sword. The three ancestors of humanity wore grim expressions at the sight of this sword, for its existence represented the lives of countless human souls. Its emergence had nearly led to the extinction of humanity. Had it not been for the Heavenly Master's intervention, humanity might have already ceased to exist. Now, upon witnessing the sword again, the three ancestors were reminded of the hatred from that time. The Slaughter Witch Sword. Enhua felt somewhat awkward upon seeing the sword eye in the past. She had allowed the Demon Clan to slaughter the human race, bringing humanity to the brink of extinction. Now, before the three ancestors of humanity, encountering the sword invoked a sense of embarrassment. Thank you, heavenly friend. I shall not betray your trust, nor the expectations of our ancestors. I will carry forth their will and strive to create a peaceful era for humanity. Upon receiving the Xianyuan sword, Emperor Xianyuan felt a surge of fighting spirit, as if bolstered by the will of his ancestors. Good. I believe you will succeed. The Heavenly Master encouraged Emperor Xianyuan before vanishing from sight. Chapter 57. The Troublesome Iron-Eating Beast. Emperor Xianyuan, if you surrender now, I can grant you a chance at survival. Should you continue to resist, after I obliterate your army, I will exterminate all members of your clan. Time passed, and Qiyu's forces swiftly approached the front lines of Emperor Xuanyuan's army. Qiyu shouted threats at Emperor Xianyuan, demanding his surrender to undermine the morale of Xuanyuan's troops. Qiyu, the outcome remains uncertain. Do not be so arrogant. The illustrious Huangdi of Xianyuan remained unperturbed by Qiyu's taunts. Armed with the Xianyuan sword, he felt as though he were imbued with the ancestral will of humanity. Brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha, old man Xianyuan. Do you truly believe that the remnants of your defeated army can withstand the might of my Zhuli tribe? Qiyu bellowed with laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. Were it not for the favor of the celestial mandate that weighed upon Huangdi, compelling him to tread cautiously, Qiyu would have had no inclination to engage in idle chatter and would have commanded his forces to attack without hesitation. Huangdi, while your troops may seem formidable, rest assured, my warriors are not to be underestimated. Should I vanquish you, your forces will undoubtedly descend into chaos, rendering them insignificant, Huangdi declared, seeking to provoke Qiyu into a one-on-one confrontation. If successful, he could avert a full-scale battle, thereby minimizing the losses on both sides. Old man Xianyuan, do you truly think you can slay me? Qiyu retorted, his irritation palpable at Huangdi's bold claim. However, he was not so easily swayed by anger. Having no desire to engage in a duel, having clashed with Huang Di before, he was acutely aware that their strengths were closely matched. The fight to the death would not yield a favorable outcome for either. For even if he were to slay Huang Di, he too would suffer grievously. Moreover, with his forces holding a decisive advantage, there was no need to risk such a reckless confrontation. Having perished once before, Qi Yu had gained wisdom, no longer acting with the same impulsiveness as in previous lives. Advance, trample the forces of Xinyuan Huang Di. Follow me into battle, Qi Yu commanded, cutting through further banter as he directed his troops to charge at Huang Di's army. Mounted upon his iron-eating beast, he led the charge against the Xinyuan forces. Engage, kill. Upon witnessing Qi Yu's sudden command to attack, Huang Di hastily ordered his troops to respond in kind. Simultaneously, he steered his chariot towards Qi Yu, drawing forth the Xinyuan sword to thrust at him. What? The sword of slaughtering witches? Qi Yu gasped in shock upon seeing the dark red blade in Huang Di's grasp. He had personally witnessed its devastating power, having seen several of his ancestral witches fall to its might. The mere sight of it in Huang Di's hand instilled a primal fear within him. Qi Yu ceased his aggressive advance, instead opting to defend himself. In an instant, he found himself on the back foot, struggling to withstand Huang Di's assault. Nevertheless, Qi Yu was a mighty shaman in his former life, with combat experience far surpassing that of Huang Di. After overcoming his initial dread of the Xinyuan sword, he gradually stabilized the situation and began to gain the upper hand. Ha ha ha, old man Xinyuan, the sword of slaughtering witches is indeed formidable, but it depends on who wields it in your hands. It seems to be lacking its full potential. Qi Yu scoffed, having shaken off his instinctual fear. He realized that as long as he avoided direct hits from the Xinyuan sword, its unique abilities would remain dormant. Do not rejoice too soon, Qi Yu. While I may not be able to unleash the full might of the Xinyuan sword, it will suffice to deal with you, Huang Di countered, undeterred by Qi Yu's taunts as he pressed on with their fierce battle. Ha ha ha, old man Xinyuan, take this, Qi Yu roared, undeterred by Huang Di's steadfastness as he swung his blade with all his might towards him. As Qi Yu seized control of the battle's tempo, Huang Di's position grew increasingly perilous. Qi Yu's advantage was compounded by his formidable steed, the iron-eating beast, while Huang Di was confined to his chariot. This is dire. Observers like Shennong and other human powerhouses, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of tension as they witnessed Huang Di falter further. Prepare to die. On the battlefield, Qi Yu seized the opportunity, striking Huang Di from his chariot. As Huang Di fell, his disadvantage became starkly evident, and his situation grew increasingly precarious. Alas, Huang Di seems not to be Qi Yu's equal, and his forces are being decisively overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties. It appears you two are lacking, Taikong remarked, seizing the moment to mock Tongtian, who was observing the unfolding chaos. Yuan sure, the battle is far from over. Why the haste? Tongtian responded, unfazed by Yuan Shi's jibes. He understood that the celestial mandate would not allow Huang Di to be easily defeated by Qi Yu and would surely intervene on Huang Di's behalf. If Huang Di lacked the Xinyuan sword, even with the celestial mandate's support, defeating the physically formidable Qi Yu would be a daunting task. However, with the Xinyuan sword in hand, all that was needed was a single opportunity for Huang Di to land a decisive blow upon Qi Yu, enough to alter the course of the battle. For the celestial mandate, this was a task easily accomplished. With Tongtian's unwavering confidence, Yuan Shi felt a shadow of concern wash over him. Ha ha ha, old man Xinyuan. Is this the end for you? Allow me to send you on your way. Iron-eating beast, charge forth, slay Huang Di, and I shall reward you with an endless supply of bamboo shoots, in the heat of battle. Qi Yu, noticing Huang Di's fall from the chariot and the loss of a significant advantage, felt a surge of confidence. He addressed his iron-eating beast, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Huang Di. Roar. The iron-eating beast, stirred by Qi Yu's command, let out a jubilant cry, its excitement palpable at the mention of bamboo shoots, its favorite treat. The creature, overwhelmed with joy, performed a somersault, inadvertently casting Qi Yu from its back in midair. Qi Yu found himself unbalanced and unable to regain control. An opportunity, Huang Di thought. a wave of elation washing over him as he seized the moment. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, the Xianyuan sword piercing towards Qiyou's chest like a bolt of lightning. Disaster! Qiyu realized too late, his heart sinking as he recognized the impending danger. With little time to react, he could only raise his blade in a desperate defense. Yet, having lost his balance and the element of surprise, it was no simple task to withstand the full force of Huangdi's thrust. The Xianyuan sword, imbued with relentless momentum, surged towards Qiyu, who, despite his utmost effort to block, was ultimately too late. While the sword did not penetrate his chest as intended, it nonetheless plunged deeply into his abdomen. In an instant, Qiyu was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Looking down, he beheld the Xianyuan sword piercing through his midsection, blood gushing forth. His body involuntarily staggered backward, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. Clearly, he had sustained a grievous wound, leaving him in a critical state. Chapter 58. The Battle of Zhuolu. How is this possible? Yuan Shi gazed in disbelief at the unfolding drama. He had never anticipated that Qiyu, who had held an overwhelming advantage, would so dramatically lose it all, sustaining severe injuries and finding himself in dire straits. For many beings, a steed was a vital and trustworthy companion, a significant source of strength. Now, Qiyu found himself betrayed by the very creature that should have aided him, squandering a golden opportunity. Having been pierced by the sword of slaughtering witches, Qiyu, now a mere minor shaman, was fortunate to have survived the encounter, rendering him incapable of contending with Huangdi any longer. Unless fate were to contrive another absurd twist akin to the recent events, Qiyou's fate was all but sealed at last. Qiyu has been pierced by the sword of slaughtering witches. Victory is assured. Shinnong and the three human ancestors, witnessing this astonishing turn of events, shared in Yuan Shi's disbelief, but their sentiments leaned towards elation. This remarkable occurrence had irrevocably shifted the tide of battle in favor of Huangdi, solidifying his return to prominence. Indeed, the celestial mandate will not permit Qiyu to triumph. Tongtian observed the unfolding scene, recognizing the influence of the celestial mandate at play. Curse this iron-eating beast! Qiyu glared furiously at the creature, his heart filled with the desire to exact vengeance upon it. Having been on the cusp of victory, he found himself betrayed by his own steed, leading to his downfall. Qiyu could scarcely fathom that after decades of effort, he would be undone by the very creature he had raised. His gaze fixed upon the iron-eating beast, Qiyou's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Wu! The iron-eating beast, sensing the animosity emanating from Qiyu, instinctively took a step back, its eyes reflecting an awkward awareness of the predicament it had inadvertently caused. It was innocent in this affair, having merely sought to amuse itself as Qiyou's pet. Little did it anticipate that after the recent battle with the Yan Emperor's tribe, where it had fled in fear of Huangdi's war drums, it would be called upon to charge into battle itself. Lacking experience in warfare, the iron-eating beast had been unable to contain its exuberance upon hearing of Qiyou's promised bounty of bamboo shoots, leading to its fateful somersault that had jeopardized Qiyou's position. Had it succeeded? Not far away, Xianyuan Huangdi found it difficult to believe the unfolding events. He had never anticipated that in his dire predicament, the situation would dramatically shift due to such a theatrical scene. Qiyu, meet your demise. Nevertheless, Xianyuan Huangdi did not linger in disbelief. He swiftly grasped the Xianyuan sword and charged towards Qiyu, with a resounding clash. The gravely wounded Qiyu could only raise his blade to block the attack. However, as a member of the witch tribe, having been injured by the slaughtering witch sword, he was nearing his limit. In a simple clash, he was sent flying by Xianyuan Huangdi's strike. Qiyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Our leader is hurt. Quickly, rescue him. Qiyou's subordinates, upon witnessing his injury, rushed to provide aid. Halt their advance. We cannot allow them to save Qiyu. Xianyuan Huangdi's men, aware that allowing him to slay Qiyu was their only chance for victory, hurriedly intervened. With Qiyu gravely injured, they were determined to prevent any opportunity for his escape. The battle between the two armies intensified, the sound of clashing weapons echoing throughout the battlefield. With each passing moment, numerous soldiers fell. Qiyu, meet your end. the fierce duel between Xianyuan Huangdi and Qi Yu approached its conclusion. Already severely wounded, Qi Yu found himself utterly depleted under Xianyuan Huangdi's relentless assault. It is over. Faced with Xianyuan Huangdi's onslaught, Qi Yu could no longer muster the strength to resist, and the Xianyuan sword pierced through his chest. Gazing at the sword that had impaled him, Qi Yu closed his eyes, filled with bitterness. Should he have been defeated in a fair fight, he would have harbored no resentment. Yet, having possessed a significant advantage, he could not accept that the foolish actions of the iron-eating beast had cost him this advantageous position, allowing Xianyuan Huangdi to turn the tide. If given another chance, he would certainly refrain from riding that beast. As he closed his eyes, Qi Yu's heart brimmed with regret and unwillingness. Qi Yu is dead. All soldiers, follow me in the slaughter. Xianyuan Huangdi, solemnly gazing at Qi Yu's lifeless body not far away, brandished his sword, which glimmered with a cold light. Taking a deep breath, he swung his sword fiercely, severing Qi Yu's head. The severed head rolled upon the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xianyuan Huangdi picked up Qi Yu's head and ascended onto his war chariot, raising it high before the army, proclaiming loudly, "Let it be known that Qi Yu has been slain." His voice resonated like thunder across the battlefield, intent on informing all that their enemy's leader had been defeated. And victory was within reach. Simultaneously, he aimed to demoralize Qi Yu's forces, instilling despair and fear as they beheld their leader's severed head suspended in the air. Xianyuan Huangdi surveyed the battlefield, observing his soldiers, whose faces radiated excitement and pride. These warriors had followed him through countless battles, yet none had stirred such fervor as this day. In stark contrast, Qi Yu's army descended into chaos, having witnessed the death of their leader. Filled with fear and helplessness, some soldiers began to flee, while others attempted to resist, but their hearts were already consumed by terror, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective defense. Xianyuan Huangdi knew that the outcome of this war was now inevitable. He raised his sword once more, issuing the command to charge forward, for the sake of all living beings, for our homeland. His rallying cry inspired each soldier to advance fearlessly. Under his leadership, the army surged forward like a mighty torrent towards Qi Yu's forces, their momentum unyielding and the sounds of slaughter rising in a crescendo. This decisive battle would determine the future of humankind. Without Qi Yu, the Nine-Li army could no longer withstand the onslaught. Retreating in disarray, the conflict raged on, with Xuanyuan's forces pursuing Qi Yu's army for several kilometers, inflicting severe casualties, ultimately securing a resounding victory. This grand conflict laid the foundation for Xianyuan Huangdi's rule over humanity. With Qi Yu vanquished, his power expanded swiftly, and within just a few years, he dominated all tribes of humankind. Chapter 59. The Ascension of the Three Sovereigns and Five Emperors after uniting humankind. Xianyuan Huangdi reigned for a full 50 years. Throughout this lengthy period, he toiled day and night, diligently striving for the advancement of humanity. He not only focused on enhancing military strength, but also fervently promoted agriculture and culture, leading to a gradual stabilization of social order and economic prosperity among humankind. On the occasion of Xianyuan Huangdi's 80th birthday, his accomplishments were finally recognized by the celestial mandate. On that day, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky. Colorful, auspicious clouds swirled, and streams of radiant energy descended. A mysterious and ancient voice emanated from the heavens. Xianyuan Huangdi, your virtue matches that of heaven and earth. Your achievements rival the creation itself. Today, I bestow upon you the title of human emperor. With the utterance of this proclamation, an unparalleled radiance erupted from Xianyuan Huangdi, his aura becoming immensely powerful, as if he were merging with the very cosmos. In that moment, he became the true human emperor. Endowed with boundless strength and wisdom, his deeds would be immortalized in legend, celebrated for eternity. Upon receiving the title of human emperor, Xianyuan Huangdi passed the leadership of humankind to Xiaohao, the foremost among the five emperors. Congratulations, Daoist Xianyuan, on your ascension. In the ancestral land of humanity, the three ancestors and Fuxi, along with Shennong, looked upon Xianyuan Huangdi with smiles of approval. With the human emperor's return, the foundation for humanity's emergence as the principal force of the heavens had been solidified. Even if unexpected events arose regarding the ascension of the five emperors, they could not hinder humanity's rise. Although the three of them, due to the absence of the Hongming purple qi, were merely at the sub-saint level, they remained the most formidable beings beneath the saints. As long as no saint intervened, nothing could threaten the progress of humankind. Having encountered the three ancestors and the heavenly Emperor Taoist, the earthly Emperor Taoist, Xianyuan Huangdi felt immense joy. Contributing to the advancement of humanity filled him with pride. The three sovereigns have returned. They shall now enter the fire cloud cave to suppress the fate of humanity, never to emerge again. A voice resonated like a great bell, echoing throughout the heavens and earth, imbued with profound pressure and a sense of antiquity. The celebratory gathering of Xianyuan Huangdi and others was abruptly halted by this declaration. They gazed up at the sky, where a magnificent figure slowly materialized amidst the shimmering golden light. This figure towered 100 feet tall, clad in golden armor, wielding a precious sword that emanated a chilling aura. Though his visage remained obscured, it exuded an overwhelming majesty. A surge of reverence filled the hearts of all present, recognizing the arrival of the celestial envoy. Xianyuan Huangdi and the others exchanged glances, determination flashing in their eyes. They understood the weight of their responsibility to suppress the fate of humanity and could not afford to waver. Thus, they ascended into the air, flying towards the fire cloud cave. Upon entering, they discovered a realm of wonder within. Dense spiritual energy permeated the cave, and the walls were adorned with mysterious runes. In the cave's center stood an enormous stone platform, upon which rested the treasured seal of humanity. The Kongtong seal. Xianyuan Huangdi approached, gently caressing the Kongtong seal. Feeling the power it contained, he recognized that this was the key to suppressing the fate of humanity, and they would guard it for eternity. Both Fuxi and Xianyuan Huangdi displayed little reaction to the unfolding events, adopting an expression of acceptance. Among the three sovereigns, only the earthly Emperor Shennong concealed a flicker of anger in his eyes. Shennong had long been informed by Tongtian Jiaozhu that such a shocking scene would indeed transpire. Tongtian Jiaozhu had previously warned him that all, including the three sovereigns and 5 emperors, would be imprisoned within the fire cloud cave. However, Shennong understood that their treatment was not solely for the sake of suppressing humanity's fate, but rather due to Hongjun Laozu's intention to stifle humanity, resulting in their confinement. Had it been for the consideration of humanity's future, Shennong would have willingly accepted the loss of freedom. Yet, if it were merely to satisfy the selfish desires of a few, he could not tolerate it. Taoist Fuxi, Taoist Xianyuan, do you still have any means to escape this fire cloud cave? Shennong inquired earnestly, eager to ascertain whether they had truly lost all possibility of leaving. Taoist Shennong need not worry. Though I once belonged to the monster clan, I have now reincarnated as a member of humanity and will naturally contribute to humanity's strength. I shall not leave the fire cloud cave. Fuxi understood Shennong's concern about his potential inability to accept eternal confinement, promptly assuring him of his cooperation in suppressing humanity's fate. Taoist Shennong, I cannot leave the fire cloud cave either. Xianyuan Huangdi, misunderstanding Shennong's intent, similarly assumed that he was worried about Fuxi's departure. He hurriedly declared his own inability to leave, indirectly indicating that Fuxi would also be unable to exit, alleviating concerns about Fuxi's departure affecting humanity's fate. That is good, Shennong spoke up, yet his heart remained in turmoil. Unlike Fuxi and Xianyuan Huangdi, Shennong could sense that the fire cloud cave posed no confinement upon him. He possessed the ability to leave at any moment. Was it due to the influence of Tongtian Taoist? Shennong immediately associated it with Tongtian Jiao Master. Since his return to power, he had felt a subtle difference between himself and Fuxi. Yet he had been unable to discern the nature of this distinction. At last, he comprehended that what set him apart from Fuxi and the others was that he had not been restrained by Hongjun. To his astonishment, Tongtian Taoist had once again aided the human race. Shennong chose not to disclose his unique condition to Fuxi or Xianyuan Huangdi. Instead, he harbored gratitude for Tongtian Jiao Master in his heart. Shennong understood that if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all confined within the fire cloud cave, then even if the human race became the protagonists of the heavens, they would still be at the mercy of various factions. However, thanks to the assistance of Tongtian Jiao Master, he retained the ability to exit the fire cloud cave, preserving a glimmer of hope for humanity. As time flowed on, the three sovereigns returned to their positions, and the five emperors of the human race also ascended to the historical stage one after another. Yet, aside from the first emperor Xiaohao, the other four emperors encountered the same fate as Fuxi and Xinyuan Huangdi, forever trapped within the fire cloud cave, unable to escape. Their powers seemed shackled, unable to manifest, and they could only silently guard this mysterious realm. In contrast, Xiaohao, having been allowed to grow without interference from Tongtian Jiao Master, maintained a state of freedom akin to that of Shenlong. His fruit position was not suppressed, and he retained the ability to leave the fire cloud cave. The existence of Shenlong and Xiaohao served as a contingency plan reserved by Tongtian Jiao Master for the future tribulations of the canonization. Chapter 60. Preparations from all sides. How infuriating! Within the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi's expression darkened to the point of seeming to drip with water. Reflecting on past events, an unnamed fire blazed fiercely within him. In the past, when Xinyuan Huangdi descended to the mortal realm, as the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, he naturally bore the heavy responsibility of assisting the human sovereign. Yet, amid this protracted conflict, despite his utmost efforts, his contributions were ultimately limited. In the end, while Xinyuan Huangdi had successfully returned to his rightful position, the merits and fortunes he received were merely trivial. Worse still, due to his previous confrontation with Qiyu, the human fortune had suffered a backlash, exacerbating an already precarious situation. Now, with Xinyuan Huangdi having returned to his position, Guangchengzi found himself unable to break through to the quasi-saint realm as anticipated. It should be noted that among the three disciples of the three teachings, the other two had already entered this realm, leaving only him behind, a fact that was intolerable for the ever-proud Guangchengzi. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain. He could not fathom why he faced such a predicament. Was it truly a flaw in his cultivation? Or was it the will of heaven? The more Guangchengzi pondered, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. His gaze grew increasingly fierce, as if he sought to tear apart the very fabric of the world. Congratulations, senior brother. You are but a step away from repaying the merits owed to the heavenly Tao. Upon Mount Sumeru, the two saints of the West beamed with joy, after assisting the three human emperors in their ascension. The two saints of the West had accrued considerable merits. The Taoist of purity did not claim a single merit for himself, but instead bestowed it entirely upon the Taoist of guidance. Both of them were well aware that if they did not first repay the merits owed to the heavenly Tao, they would forever remain unable to achieve substantial progress, in the current primordial world. Opportunities to accrue merits were limited, and attempting to repay the merits owed by both of them simultaneously was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. The Taoist of purity was exceedingly generous, relinquishing all the merits that the Western teachings could obtain to the Taoist of guidance. Although they were not the most virtuous of characters, their bond was indeed the strongest in the primordial world. The primordial world often spoke of red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves, declaring that the three pure ones were originally one family. Yet, the originally united three pure saints had diverged on separate paths, while the two shameless saints of the West maintained a remarkably close relationship. Even Tongtian Jiao Master, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel a twinge of envy for their camaraderie. The first step in restricting humanity had already been accomplished. Now, they merely needed to await the next calamity to completely seize control over the human realm. At the same time, within the mysterious and solemn Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu wore an expression of pride as he gazed upon the three sovereigns and five emperors trapped within the fire cloud cave. A slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a barely perceptible smile. The human realm, as an indispensable part of the primordial heavenly Tao, held a tremendous authority amounting to 1/5 of the total. This meant that if he could fully master the human realm, Hongjun would command nearly 70% of the heavenly Tao's authority, thus becoming the indisputable ruler of this primordial world. By possessing more than half of the heavenly Tao's authority, he would gain greater initiative. With fewer constraints imposed by the heavenly Daod, at this moment, Hongjun Laozu was filled with anticipation and confidence. He understood the significance of this strategic move and recognized that achieving this goal would require even greater effort and wisdom. Yet, he felt no fear, for he believed that his abilities and strategies were sufficient to meet any challenge. As one of the earliest saints in the primordial world, his talents and origins may not have surpassed those of Tongtian Jiao Master, who had recently attained enlightenment through prowess. However, he held an absolute advantage, leaving Tongtian Jiao Master with a dwindling chance to contend with him. The next calamity. Let the Jie sect be completely eradicated from the primordial world. Hongjun Laozu murmured, a cruel smile gracing his lips, his eyes suddenly revealing a hint of murderous intent. In this moment, he silently contemplated. Although the current Tongtian Jiao Master had a nearly negligible chance of thwarting my ambitions to consume the primordial heavenly Tao and become its sovereign, I must not let my guard down. After all, as long as he remains alive, he will always pose a threat to me. Therefore, by all means, I must eliminate this potential danger. To consume the primordial heavenly Tao holds profound significance for Hongjun Laozu, as it pertains to whether he can break through to the realm of the heavenly Tao, reaching a new pinnacle that he had never attained even as a chaotic demon god. Thus, he absolutely could not allow any accidents or threats to arise, lest they disrupt his plans and future. With the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors having returned to their positions, the primordial world momentarily settled into tranquility. It was time to assist Duobao in establishing Buddhism. Upon Jinao Island, Tongtian Jiao Master prepared to initiate his plans. The establishment of Buddhism by Duobao was crucial for the future of the Jie sect. Should Duobao succeed in attaining the position of saint through Buddhism, Tongtian Jiao Master would have greater assurance in navigating the impending tribulation of canonization. Conversely, even if Duobao were unable to achieve sainthood before the tribulation, thereby failing to aid Tongtian Jiao Master in preserving the Jie sect, the existence of Buddhism would still provide a potential retreat for the disciples of the Jie sect. Duobao, come to the main hall of Bio Palace. Resolute, Tongtian Jiao Master immediately sent a message for Duobao to come. Greetings, Master. Upon receiving the message, Duobao Daoist hurried to pay his respects. Indeed, you have already attained the status of a 2-core quasi-saint. Tongtian Jiao Master first praised Duobao Daoist. After refining the 12-petal merit golden lotus, Duobao Daoist had once again severed his evil corpse, achieving the status of a 2-core quasi-saint. Tongtian Jiao Master could not help but exclaim, the 12-petal merit golden lotus is truly a perfect match for you. At present, Duobao Daoist's strength was among the pinnacle of the primordial world. Even among the surviving 3,000 red dust guests, only a select few could rival him. All thanks to Master S nurturing. Duobao Daoist did not allow pride to take root in his heart. He was acutely aware that his current accomplishments were entirely due to the guidance of Tongtian Jiao Master. Without him, achieving the status of a Deluo Golden Immortal would have been a remarkable feat in itself. Enough, you need not be so humble. Your current achievements are closely tied to your own efforts. There is no need for such pleasantries. The reason I summoned you here is to discuss a matter of importance. Tongtian Jiao Master did not dilly-dally, but rather directly addressed the main topic. May I ask what matter requires the disciples' assistance? I shall do my utmost to alleviate Master S concerns. Duobao Daoist, observing Tongtian Jiao Master S' solemn demeanor, earnestly expressed his willingness to help alleviate his troubles. Tongtian Jiao Master had taken great care in nurturing him for many years. If he could resolve Tongtian Jiao Master's challenges, Duobao Daoist would feel both honored and proud. Duobao, what is your opinion of the Jie sect? Tongtian Jiao Master did not directly state his intentions but first posed a question to Duobao Daoist. Master, the Jie sect is founded by you, renowned for its grand assembly of immortals and unparalleled fortunes. Although there may be some conflicts among the brothers, overall, we share a deep bond, standing united as the foremost sect in the primordial world. Duobao Daoist, though puzzled by Tongtian Jiao Master's inquiry, answered truthfully his thoughts. Chapter 61. The shock and anger of Duobao. What if I were to tell you that the Jie sect will be annihilated during the next great calamity? The heavenly teacher imparted the conclusion of the great catastrophe of the canonization of gods to the Daoist of many treasures. Although this undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon him, as the foremost disciple of he was the only one within the sect who possessed even a faint glimmer of hope to attain the saintly realm before the calamity struck. Thus, the heavenly teacher could only hope that he might share some of the burden. What? Master, how can this be? is presently the foremost sect in the primordial world. You, Master, are the most formidable being in the primordial realm aside from the Tao ancestor. How could possibly face annihilation? Upon hearing the words of the heavenly teacher, the Taoist of many treasures was immediately struck with disbelief, unable to accept the grim reality. However, as one of the earliest disciples to follow the heavenly teacher, he understood that such a matter was not something to be taken lightly. This left him in a state of profound inner turmoil, momentarily rendered incapable of coherent thought. This is a fragment of the future I have stolen. Take a look. The heavenly teacher, without further ado, pointed at the Taoist of many treasures' brow, transmitting the images of the extermination array and the 10,000 immortals array into his mind. Once the transmission was complete, the heavenly teacher's aura became somewhat disordered. Revealing the future to the Taoist of many treasures was a breach of the celestial secrets, an act intolerable to the heavenly Tao. Even though the heavenly teacher was a powerful mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal who had achieved his path through strength, he found it difficult to resist the repercussions. Merely transmitting two crucial images resulted in significant backlash against him. Had he conveyed more, he would have risked injuring his very essence. How can this be? The Taoist of many treasures, upon receiving the transmitted images, was engulfed in astonishment and fury. He witnessed the heavenly teacher besieged by the four great saints within the extermination array, while he himself was suppressed by the saint of Taiji. He beheld the heavenly teacher confronting the four great saints in the 10,000 immortals array, only to be subdued and taken away by the ancestor Hongjun. He saw the betrayal of the long-eared Jingguang immortal, who handed the Six Souls banner to the Yuan Shitian Zun. Countless fellow disciples perished, leaving only the mother of no worry to lead the remnants of the disciples away at the behest of the heavenly teacher, fleeing from the 10,000 immortals array. Moreover, as he surveyed the scenes within both the extermination array and the 10,000 immortals array, he found that many familiar faces among his fellow disciples were conspicuously absent, signifying they had long since met with misfortune, their lives extinguished. The harrowing sights he bore witness to inflicted upon him agony akin to that of being torn asunder, simultaneously igniting an inferno of boundless rage and hatred within him. His gaze sharpened and blazed as if engulfed by an all-consuming fire. Throughout his tenure as the chief disciple of the Taoist of many treasures had always presented himself as refined and benevolent. Even in the face of provocations and insults from the disciples of the Chan sect, he maintained his composure and magnanimity, never displaying such intense emotional fluctuations. Yet, in this moment, as he witnessed the brutal slaying of his fellow disciples, the once familiar visages now vanished from view. The sorrow and wrath within him surged forth uncontrollably, like a flood breaking through a dam. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. His breathing grew rapid and labored, his chest heaving violently as if seeking to expel all the pent-up fury within. The Taoist of many treasures understood all too well what this war meant for. The beliefs they held dear, the doctrines they cherished, were facing unprecedented trials and tribulations. The lives lost among his fellow disciples stood as the most tragic casualties of this conflict. Master, is this true? After a moment, as he regained a semblance of calm, he still found it hard to believe. The fragment I have stolen from the future cannot be erroneous. However, you need not worry excessively. Since I have foreseen all of this, I shall ensure it does not come to pass. Therefore, I require your assistance to carve out a sliver of hope for. Seeing that the Taoist of many treasures had composed himself, the heavenly teacher began to discuss his plans with him. Master, please speak. Your disciple shall exert every effort, willing to face death without hesitation. Upon hearing the heavenly teacher's words, the Taoist of many treasures immediately pledged to devote himself entirely. Excellent. Truly, you are my esteemed disciple. Your willingness to think this way brings me great comfort. In the future visions I have glimpsed, I discovered that, compared to the path of immortality, you are far more attuned to the path of Buddhism. Thus, I hope you shall transition to the Buddhist path and establish Buddhism in the West. The heavenly teacher conveyed his desire for the Taoist of many treasures to embrace the Buddhist path. The Taoist of many treasures indeed possessed remarkable talent in Buddhism. To fully realize his potential, embracing the Buddhist path was essential. Master, I am willing to transition to the Buddhist path, yet I am perplexed as to why I must establish Buddhism in the West. The Taoist of many treasures expressed his confusion regarding the heavenly teacher's words. Firstly, he was unaware of what the Buddhist path entailed. However, since the heavenly teacher asserted his aptitude in this domain, he naturally trusted his judgment and was willing to embrace the Buddhist path. Yet, the notion of establishing Buddhism in the West eluded his understanding. If he were to truly establish Buddhism, it would amount to a betrayal of the. Although it was not his intention, it would undoubtedly siphon away a portion of S fortune, adversely affecting the sect. Secondly, the West was known for its devastated land, a fact well known among the strong of the primordial world. Even if he were to establish Buddhism, would it not be more suitable to do so in the East? This brought into consideration the contention between Buddhist doctrine and demonic paths. The core tenets of Buddhism revolve around the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. These doctrines guide believers on how to transcend suffering and attain liberation. In Buddhism, suffering is recognized as a fundamental aspect of human existence, and through meditation and compassion, individuals can achieve a state of liberation. The Four Noble Truths are as follows: the existence of suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the cessation of suffering. The Eightfold Path represents a method of practice within Buddhism, encompassing 8 aspects of right conduct and practice, which can aid individuals in dispelling negative emotions and actions, ultimately attaining inner peace and wisdom. By adhering to these guiding principles, Buddhists can incorporate the teachings and values of Buddhism into their daily lives, gradually achieving purification and elevation of the spirit. The desolate conditions of the West provide an apt environment for the application of Buddhist doctrines. Another reason lies in the aftermath of the conflict with the demonic path, which resulted in the destruction of the Western land, leaving the Tao ancestor with a debt to the West that must be repaid. Thus, in the future, the West is destined to witness a resurgence. By sending you to establish Buddhism in the West, I aim to seize this opportunity. The heavenly teacher noted the Taoist of many treasures' confusion and proceeded to elucidate the matter. I see. Thank you, Master, for clarifying my doubts. I am willing to heed your command and establish Buddhism in the West. After comprehending the various reasons behind the heavenly teacher's intentions, the Taoist of many treasures promptly agreed. Being able to alleviate the heavenly teacher's concerns was a duty he felt he must fulfill as a disciple. Even if establishing Buddhism might lead others to misconstrue his actions as a betrayal of his sect, the Taoist of many treasures remained unperturbed. Preserving the and safeguarding the lives of his fellow disciples outweighed any concern for his reputation. Very well, first, I shall take you on a journey through the primordial world to aid you in grasping the true essence of Buddhism. Once you have entered the Buddhist path, I shall assist you in establishing Buddhism. The heavenly teacher also displayed a smile, subsequently leading the Taoist of many treasures away from Jinao Island. The heavenly teacher intended to guide the Taoist of many treasures on a journey, helping him deepen his understanding of the true meaning of Buddhism. Chapter 62. The Establishment of Buddhism by the Taoist of Many Treasures. What is going on with the heavenly teacher? Why is he not diligently cultivating on Jinao Island, but instead wandering about? The Lord of Heaven, Tongtian, departed from Golden Ao Island accompanied by the Taoist Dubao, leaving the goddess Enhua, who had come seeking the primordial purple energy, empty-handed. Enhua, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that Tongtian's power surpassed her own. Even with her ability to perceive the vast wilderness with a mere thought, she could not discern Tongtian's whereabouts, nor could the Taoist Dubao, who accompanied him. Consequently, Enhua was left with no choice but to wait at Golden Ao Island for Tongtian's return. However, while Enhua could not locate Tongtian, it was possible that Tongtian could detect her presence. The moment Enhua descended upon Golden Ao Island, Tongtian had already sensed her arrival. Yet, being aware of Enhua's intentions, he chose not to waste time engaging with her. Tongtian and Dubao roamed the wilderness, traversing through various clans and experiencing the world's myriad sufferings. As time flowed inexorably, the situation in the wilderness gradually transformed like shifting clouds. The human race, endowed with the fortune of humanity, rose like a brilliant star along the shores of the Eastern Sea. They ascended at an astonishing pace, transforming from an insignificant tribe into the sovereigns of the wilderness. Their presence was felt across every inch of land, from mountains and lakes to deserts and glaciers. However, with the continuous growth of humanity, conflicts within the wilderness intensified. Wars, diseases, and natural disasters followed in quick succession, plunging all beings into unending suffering. Dubao, witnessing these events, felt an immense weight in his heart. He deeply empathized with the suffering of all beings, and his understanding of Buddhism deepened significantly. He realized that only through the power of Buddhist teachings could this world, shrouded in misery, be saved. Thus, Dubao embarked on a quest for truth. He traveled far and wide, visiting renowned mountains and rivers, engaging in discussions with various powerful beings, and continually absorbing the nourishment of knowledge and wisdom. Throughout this journey, his state of mind was greatly enhanced, leading to a more profound comprehension of Buddhism. After enduring countless hardships, Dubao finally grasped the essence of the Buddhist path. He resolved to disseminate his teachings to a broader audience, enabling them to attain liberation. Master, your disciple has comprehended the true essence of Buddhism. Please assist me in establishing the Buddhist faith to save all beings. With a visage radiating compassion, Dubao implored Tongtian to help him establish Buddhism and liberate all sentient beings. Initially, Dubao sought to establish Buddhism primarily for the sake of the Jie sect, but now, his intentions transcended mere survival for the sect. He yearned to spread the teachings of Buddhism for the benefit of all. Very well, Dubao, you have finally attained the qualification to establish Buddhism. Upon witnessing Dubao's compassionate demeanor, Tongtian revealed a look of satisfaction. After thousands of years of wandering through the wilderness, Dubao had finally comprehended the essence of Buddhism and was now qualified to establish the faith. Since this is the place of your enlightenment, let it serve as the birthplace of Buddhism. At that moment, Tongtian and his disciple found themselves in the Western world, and coincidentally, Dubao had just realized the essence of Buddhism here. Tongtian decided to designate this location as the origin of Buddhism and as the temple for its teachings. Tongtian retrieved the half-broken Mount Buzhou, which had been shattered by Gonggong, and, utilizing his formidable power as a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, fused it with the wilderness beneath, transforming it into a towering mountain that pierced the heavens. He also adjusted the mountain's form and erected a magnificent temple atop it. Tongtian briefly refined the earth's veins to enhance the spiritual energy of the mountain. Given that Mount Buzhou had once served as the pillar of heaven, it inherently possessed transformative qualities. With Tongtian's intervention, even though this mountain resided in a barren part of the West, its spiritual energy rivaled that of ordinary blessed grounds in the Eastern world. Dubao, this mountain shall henceforth be called Lingshan, and this temple shall be known as the Great Thunder Sound Temple, serving as the place of Buddhist teachings. Tongtian named the mountain and temple, bestowing them upon Dubao. Thank you, Master, Dubao exclaimed, gazing at Lingshan and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, his compassionate visage radiating joy. With this temple, establishing Buddhism would be significantly simpler, allowing him to focus on the core mission of liberating sentient beings. Do not mention it. You may proceed with your preparations. Focus on establishing Buddhism, and I shall handle everything else. Tongtian reassured Dubao, encouraging him to prepare without reservation, promising to shield him from any external concerns. Thank you, Master, that I shall attend to the preparations. With a respectful farewell, Dubao entered the Great Thunder Sound Temple to begin establishing Buddhism. The establishment of Buddhism was no simple task, as it would inevitably impact numerous interests. However, with Tongtian's support, Dubao felt assured in his endeavor. I bow to the Western blissful land, the great guide for all beings. Today, I vow to be reborn, solely wishing for your compassionate embrace. I, Dubao, seek to repay the 4 kinds of grace and the myriad beings of the Dharma realm. Earnestly requesting the supreme path of enlightenment from the Buddhas, focusing on the name of Amitabha Buddha, aspiring to be reborn in the Pure Land. Yet, with heavy karma and light blessings, deep obstacles and shallow wisdom. My heart easily ignited by desires, and pure virtues difficult to attain. I kneel before the Buddha, earnestly repentant. I and all beings have been lost for eons, obscured by our original pure hearts, indulging in greed, anger, and ignorance, tainting the 3 karmas, boundless and numerous. All the sins and grievances I have committed, may they be completely eradicated. From this day forth, I establish a deep vow to distance myself from evil paths, pledging never to create further misdeeds. diligently cultivate the holy path, vowing not to retreat, aspiring to attain true enlightenment, vowing to liberate all beings. I, Dubao, wish to guide all beings on the path, establish the great vehicle Buddhism. Manifesting as the present-day Shakyamuni Buddha, the Tathagata, suppressing the Buddhist fortune with the 12-petal lotus of merit, liberating all beings. Amitabha, great vehicle Buddhism, established. Within the great Thunder Sound Temple, Dubao prepared for a while before commencing the heavenly oath. His voice resonated throughout the wilderness, echoing the celestial decree. As Dubao completed his vow, his form transformed. The Taoist figure he had embodied instantaneously morphed into that of the Buddha, the Tathagata, the future leader of Buddhism. Seated in meditation, the Tathagata rested upon the 12-petal lotus of merit, which spun ceaselessly, radiating boundless golden light of merit. The Tathagata sat majestically upon the lotus, exuding an aura of profound dignity. Simultaneously, the sky above Lingshan erupted with celestial phenomena, showering immeasurable merit upon the Tathagata. Chapter 63. The wrath and greed of the two saints of the West. As the boundless merit descended, Lingshan shimmered with golden brilliance, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth thickened. What? Dubao has actually established Buddhism and proclaimed himself the Tathagata. Is he attempting to rebel against the sect? Does he not fear Tongtian's wrath? The extraordinary events in the Western world captured the attention of many powerful beings in the wilderness. In light of the immense merit, these beings were even more astonished by Dubao's audacity to establish a sect. What the master? How could he dare to do this? This will surely infuriate the master. Within the Jie sect, Jianling Shengmu and others, upon hearing Dubao's resounding voice, became increasingly anxious. They hurriedly flew from Golden Ao Island to the Western world, preparing to plead on Dubao's behalf. They remained unaware that Dubao's establishment of Buddhism was in accordance with Tongtian's will. Tongtian, look at your disciple, who has committed such an act of rebellion, utterly disgracing our Sanqing's reputation. I in the Yushu Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan feigned anger towards Tongtian, believing he had brought shame upon the Sanqing. Yet, inwardly, he reveled in the misfortune. Observing Tongtian's embarrassment, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a sense of delight. Ever since Tongtian attained the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm, he had become the most ordinary among the Sanqing. Unable to compare himself to the Taiji saint and Tongtian, and recognizing his disciples fell short against humanity and the Jie sect, he found it intolerable. Now, witnessing Dubao's establishment of Buddhism and betrayal of Tongtian, causing Tongtian to lose face, Yuanshi Tianzuan was exceedingly pleased. Dubao's establishment of Buddhism is splendid. Enhua, upon learning of Dubao's actions, became exhilarated. Her figure vanished from her location, racing towards Lingshan. She understood that such a significant commotion would surely draw Tongtian's attention, and once he arrived, she could discuss the matter of primordial purple energy with him. Since Fuxi became trapped in the fire cloud cave, Enhua's urgency for primordial purple energy had intensified. She believed that Fuxi's inability to leave was due to his status as a quasi-saint. She was convinced that if Fuxi could obtain the primordial purple energy and break through to true freedom, he would escape the fire cloud cave. Brother, why do I feel as if a tremendous opportunity is slipping away from us? Upon the summit of Mount Shumi, the Taoist Juanti gazed towards the spirit mountain, where the Taoist Duo Bao was receiving the celestial merits of the heavenly Tao. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. I too share this sentiment. How dare that Duo Bao seize the opportunities of our Western realm? Come, junior brother, let us teach him a lesson. The Taoist Jie also felt the sting of having missed a tremendous opportunity, a flicker of ire igniting within him. He resolved to confront Duo Bao, demanding the dissolution of Buddhism and his expulsion from the Western realm. This opportunity rightfully belonged to the two of them, as members of the Western teachings. What is happening? It feels as if something has been lost. Within the 8 scenic palaces of Shuyang Mountain, the Taiji sage also sensed the absence of a vital opportunity. According to the trajectory of the primordial world, it was supposed to be he who transformed from a demon into a Buddha after the conclusion of the great calamity of the gods. Yet now, the Tongtian teacher had allowed Duo Bao to establish Buddhism, altering the course of history and causing both he and the Western saints to lose this chance. Why is Buddhism appearing before the great calamity has ended? What unforeseen circumstances have transpired? In the Zixiao Palace, the venerable Hongjun opened his eyes, revealing an expression of incredulity. As the foremost being of the primordial world, its development had always been within his meticulous plans. However, everything now seemed to deviate from his intended course. First, the Tongtian teacher attained the Tao of the mixed Yuan Daluo Golden Immortal, slipping from his grasp. Now, Buddhism, which should have emerged only after the Great Calamity, had manifested prematurely. Tongtian, is this your doing? Who is aiding you, Yang Mei? Or perhaps some other surviving chaos demon? Hongjuan's gaze fixated on the Tongtian teacher, knowing well that Duo Bao's establishment of Buddhism was undoubtedly at Tongtian's behest. A suspicion arose within him that other saints might still exist in the primordial realm. For instance, Yang Mei, who had previously attained the mixed Yuan Daluo Golden Immortal before him, had already departed from the primordial world. Tongtian, for now, indulge your arrogance, but when the great calamity descends, it will be the moment I eradicate you and the Jie sect. Hongjuan's eyes blazed with determination, his gaze piercing through to the Tongtian teacher. Glimmering with a chilling murderous intent, at this moment, Hongjuan's heart not only harbored ambitions to eliminate the Jie sect but also bore a lethal intent towards the Tongtian teacher. Though the current Tongtian had reached the realm of the mixed Yuan Daluo Golden Immortal, he was still not a saint who could embody the heavenly Tao and achieve immortality. With careful planning, it was not beyond possibility to slay both Tongtian and the Jie sect. The existence of Tongtian posed a significant threat to his grand designs for the primordial world. In Hongjuan's eyes, Tongtian had become an intolerable presence that must be swiftly dealt with. Such immense celestial merit. The two saints of the West soon arrived upon the Spirit Mountain, observing the golden light of merit enveloping Duo Bao. Their expressions were rife with envy and resentment. Such vast merit could assist the Jie Daoist in repaying his debts to the heavenly Tao, with plenty to spare. How infuriating! This merit rightfully belongs to our Western teachings. Yet that Duo Bao dares to snatch it away. He is courting death. The Jie Daoist fumed, glaring at Duo Bao. Duo Bao, the West is the domain of our Western teachings. How dare you establish Buddhism here? Your audacity is astonishing. If you abandon Buddhism now and join our Western teachings, I may still intercede with your master, the Tongtian teacher, to spare you from the sin of betrayal, should you refuse my counsel. Neither your master nor our Western teachings will show you mercy. The Jie Daoist threatened Duo Bao, not only aiming to compel him to abandon Buddhism but also to force him into the fold of the Western teachings. Misunderstanding that the Buddha had already betrayed the Jie sect and that the Tongtian teacher would no longer protect him, Jie believed that Duo Bao had no other path but to join their Western teachings. Greed glimmered in the Jie Daoist's eyes as he sought to seize the celestial merit and fortune that belonged to the Buddha. Chapter 64. The Schemes of the Jie Daoist. Jie, your Western teachings truly remain as shameless as ever, resorting to threats against my disciple. The Tongtian teacher's voice boomed, reverberating through the void, shaking it slightly. Observing the demeanor of Jie and Zhuan Ti, he expressed a hint of disdain. Aside from their mutual camaraderie, there was little of merit in the Western saints that the Tongtian teacher held in high regard. Tongtian, how did you arrive here? When did you come? Despite Duo Bao's betrayal and establishment of Buddhism, why do you not appear enraged? Upon hearing the Tongtian teacher's voice, Jie furrowed his brows, a multitude of questions swirling within him. The Tongtian teacher's current demeanor was entirely contrary to Jie's expectations. Logically, as Duo Bao's master, he should have been furious upon learning of his disciple's betrayal. Yet, the Tongtian teacher's reaction left Jie utterly perplexed. Do not misunderstand, Tongtian Daoist. I merely felt indignant upon witnessing your disciple daring to betray the sect and establish Buddhism. I wish to administer a mild reprimand. Despite the bewildering attitude of the Tongtian teacher, Jie attempted to clarify his intentions, asserting that he meant no harm, only expressing concern. In their earlier encounter in the Eastern Sea, both had witnessed the Tongtian teacher's formidable power, instilling a deep respect within them. Jie, when did it become your prerogative to chastise my disciple? Duo Bao possesses the capability to establish Buddhism. As his master, I am only pleased for him. Why would I punish him? I advise you both to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. If there is nothing further, I suggest you leave quickly, lest you disrupt my disciples' endeavors." The Tongtian teacher, acutely aware of Jie Yin's ulterior motives, had no intention of allowing them to threaten Duo Bao. "Since you, Jie Yin Taoist, are unconcerned about Duo Bao's betrayal and establishment of Buddhism, I shall refrain from further comment or involvement. However, the Western realm is the stronghold and foundation of my Western teachings. I hope you will exercise restraint and allow Duo Bao to depart from the West to avoid unnecessary disputes and complications." Though taken aback by the Tongtian teacher's demeanor, Jie Yin dared not press further. Regardless of the Tongtian teacher's perspective, Duo Bao's establishment of Buddhism posed a tremendous threat to the Western teachings. Allowing him to grow in power would undoubtedly lead to future calamities for the Western teachings. Therefore, they could not permit Duo Bao to remain in the Western realm. Otherwise, nurturing a tiger would lead to disastrous consequences. Regarding the future of the Western teachings, Jie Yin would never entertain compromise. "Jie Yin Taoist, your claims are somewhat illogical. The West belongs to its people. It is not solely the domain of any single sect. You may assert that Mount Shumi is the ground of your Western teachings, and there are no objections, for it is indeed your sacred ground. However, to claim the Western realm as the territory of your Western teachings, I cannot fully agree. Duo Bao's establishment of Buddhism is his own opportunity. How can you accuse Tongtian of bullying you?" Before Tongtian Jiaozhu could respond to the words of the Jain Taoist, the arrival of the goddess Nuwa, who had just reached the scene, led her to defend Tongtian Jiaozhu. Suppressing her discontent towards him for the sake of the primordial purple energy he possessed, she stood up for him. How infuriating! How could Nuwa align herself with Tongtian? Did she truly believe she had a chance to obtain the primordial purple energy from him? Such delusions were laughable. Upon witnessing Nuwa's defense of Tongtian, Jain Taoist easily surmised her intentions. However, he regarded Nuwa's aspirations as nothing more than a fool's dream. Even Hongjun Laozu could not compel Tongtian Jiaozhu to relinquish the primordial purple energy. What made her think she could succeed? After being rebuffed once or twice, one might concede defeat. Yet Nuwa remained undeterred, leaving Jain Taoist at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he saw an opportunity to drive a wedge between Nuwa and Tongtian completely. Initially enraged by Nuwa's intercession, Jain Taoist's eyes then glimmered with intrigue. If he could extinguish her hopes of acquiring the primordial purple energy from Tongtian, it would undoubtedly sow seeds of resentment in her heart against him. In that case, Tongtian Jiaozhu would find himself at odds with all the saints in the Honghuang realm. Even if Tongtian were immensely powerful, opposing all the saints would be a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, Jain Taoist spoke up, "Nuwa, my friend, I am aware of your desire to obtain that primordial purple energy from Tongtian. However, I believe it would be more prudent for you to abandon this aspiration. Tongtian's current actions undeniably suggest he intends to cultivate Daobao Taoist using that primordial purple energy, leaving no room for you." Jain Taoist elucidated the situation to Nuwa, urging her to dispel her hopes of acquiring the primordial purple energy from Tongtian. As a sage, Jain Taoist was not a fool. He had pondered the events and discerned some of Tongtian's plans. Were it not for his ambition to cultivate Daobao Taoist to sainthood, would he tolerate Daobao's betrayal of the teachings? What did it imply? The primordial purple energy. Did Tongtian Jiaozhu truly possess such a treasure? As Jain Taoist's words echoed, the powerful beings of the Honghuang realm, who had been vigilantly observing the happenings atop Lingshan, could no longer remain composed. The primordial purple energy was a coveted treasure sought after by all the mighty beings of the Honghuang world. It symbolized a saintly position, an irresistible temptation for any formidable entity. For these beings, whoever possessed a piece of primordial purple energy could ascend to sainthood, gaining boundless power and glory. In this competitive and bloodthirsty world, no one could remain indifferent to such a lure. The entire Honghuang realm erupted in fervor at this revelation. Countless eyes fixated on Tongtian Jiaozhu, minds racing with schemes to obtain the primordial purple energy. All the powerful beings racked their brains, desperately seeking a method to acquire it, while some weaker entities could only lament their lack of fortune in this endeavor. The primordial purple energy, did Tongtian truly hold it? Among the myriad of powerful beings, none were more agitated than Mingi Laozu, Yes, the creator of the Azura race and the founder of the Azura sect, his countless merits were already sufficient for sainthood. Yet, he was stymied by the absence of primordial purple energy, eternally trapped at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Now, upon learning of Tongtian's possession of such energy, Mingyi Laozu could no longer maintain his composure. Did Tongtian Jiaozhu truly possess primordial purple energy? In the Yushu Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Ranning Taoist, upon hearing this news, was filled with regret. He lamented why he had not joined the Jie sect instead of the Chan sect. Tongtian, are you truly intent on reserving the primordial purple energy for Daobao Taoist? Upon hearing Jane Taoist's words, Nuwa's heart sank, recognizing the validity in his reasoning, yet a flicker of hope lingered within her. At that moment, her gaze shifted to Tongtian Jiaozhu, seemingly seeking a different answer from him. However, Tongtian Jiaozhu unabashedly retorted, "What is inappropriate about this? Daobao is my foremost disciple, the most gifted among my followers. If I do not bestow the primordial purple energy upon him, to whom else should it go?" Tongtian Jiaozhu's response was decisive and left no room for negotiation. He harbored no concern that Nuwa would take offense, for he had never entertained the notion of forging a friendship with her. When Tongtian witnessed those dreamlike fragments of memory, he had already resolved to prepare himself for enmity with the entire Hongwang realm. Tongtian, you have now offended both Jane and Zhuanti, and your relationship with Yuan Shi is far from cordial. Additionally, Taiqing Taoist has inexplicably become indifferent to all matters. Coupled with your defiance of Daozu's will in the Zhixiao Palace, you have certainly incurred his displeasure. If you were to exchange the primordial purple energy with me, after my brother ascends to sainthood, the two of us could alleviate some of your burdens. However, should you refuse, you will have offended all the saints of the Honghuang realm. I hope you will contemplate this carefully. Nuwa analyzed the situation for Tongtian Jiaozhu, her tone laden with an unmistakable hint of threat. Currently, Tongtian Jiaozhu found himself besieged on all sides, the situation dire. What? Tongtian has offended every single saint, even Hongjun Laozu? How dare he? Upon hearing Nuwa's words, many who had been eager to venture to the Jie sect in pursuit of the primordial purple energy hesitated. Tio offends so many saints, especially Hongjun Laozu among them. Place the Jie sect in a precarious position. Risking one's life for a mere chance at such a meager opportunity seemed unwise. Nuwa, do you believe I am afraid? If I were afraid, I would not have undertaken these actions. The primordial purple energy is among the most precious treasures in existence. I would never consider exchanging it with you, so it would be wise for you to abandon this thought. Tongtian Jiaozhu's voice rang out with conviction, his attitude resolute, as if there were no room for negotiation. His gaze exuded determination and confidence, as though he had long been ready to face all challenges. In truth, Tongtian was acutely aware that refusing Nuwa's request might provoke her ire. Yet, he remained indifferent, for among all the saints, aside from Hutu, the others were all bound by Hongjun Laozu's constraints. Even maintaining a cordial relationship with them now would not alter the inevitable fate of being manipulated by Hongjun Laozu against the Jie sect. Given this, Tongtian saw no reason to squander time and energy engaging in insincere pleasantries with them. Tongtian, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. I hope you do not regret your decision today. Upon hearing Tongtian Jiaozhu's unwavering rejection, Nuwa's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with indignation. Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure, merely uttering a terse remark before turning to depart, leaving Lingshan without hesitation. How infuriating! This Tongtian is utterly ungrateful. Nuwa silently cursed Tongtian Jiaozhu in her heart. As a revered sage, a paragon of humanity, her status was exalted, and the other celestial beings treated her with utmost respect. Never had she endured such humiliation. Tongtian offered her no regard, dismissing her outright, which she perceived as a severe affront to her dignity, igniting her fury. Jane Taoist, Zhuanti Taoist, Nuwa has taken her leave. What are your intentions? Do you wish to challenge me? Or will you turn away at once? Tongtian Jiaozhu paid no heed to Nuwa's intimidation, instead threatening the two sages of the West. At this moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu was no longer the sage of yore from the dreamlike memories, but a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, having attained his status through his own strength in the current Honghuang world, apart from Hongjun Laozu, who posed a slight threat. He harbored no fears, even if the other saints united against him. Tongtian, do not be arrogant. You have offended all the saints and will undoubtedly pay a heavy price in the future. Humph, brother, let us depart. Jain Taoist, gazing at the overbearing Tongtian Jiaozhu, felt a myriad of grievances but found himself powerless to act. He understood all too well that even united with Zhuanti Taoist, they were no match for Tongtian Jiaozhu. Reluctantly, he uttered a harsh parting remark, leaving with Zhuanti Taoist, their hearts heavy with resentment. After Nuwa and the two sages departed, Daobao completed his reception of the heavenly merits. Tongtian Jiaozhu approached him, indicating that the future development of Buddhism would now rest upon Daobao's shoulders. Thank you, Master. From here on, I shall strive diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. The Taoist of the precious treasure paid no heed. The assistance rendered by the Lord of Heaven had been ample. Henceforth, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to elevate Buddhism, transforming it into a force second only to the sects of the saints within the primordial world. Very well, I shall now return to Geneo Island. Should any matters arise, feel free to seek me there directly, declared the Lord of Heaven, after which his figure vanished into thin air. I bid farewell to my master, said Duobao, bowing respectfully in the direction of the departing Lord of Heaven, before descending the mountain to save all sentient beings. On his journey back to Geneo Island, the Lord of Heaven fortuitously brought along the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, who had come to intercede on behalf of Duobao. Upon learning that the establishment of Buddhism was at the behest of the Lord of Heaven, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and her companions sighed in relief. Senior brother, I still feel that Buddhism bears significant ties to our Western teachings. Now that Buddhism has been established by Duobao, what shall we do? Meanwhile, upon returning to Mount Shumi, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment could not shake the feeling that Buddhism must have some connection to their Western sect. After Duobao's establishment of Buddhism, he sensed a profound loss, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Do not fret, junior brother. I have a solution, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment said with a slight smile, indicating he had a remedy. What solution do you propose? The Taoist of the presiding enlightenment inquired, his interest piqued by the prospect of a solution. It is simple. Since Duobao has founded Buddhism, we too can establish our own version. If he sets up the great vehicle Buddhism, we shall create the lesser vehicle Buddhism. Though it may seem inferior to Duobao's great vehicle, as both of us are saints, we can still proclaim ourselves as the Buddha mothers. Additionally, we can designate Maitreya as the Buddha, thereby overshadowing Duobao, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment elucidated with a smile. While it was true that their lesser vehicle Buddhism would inevitably be overshadowed by Duobao's great vehicle, it remained the only viable option at present. Both felt an innate understanding. Buddhism was destined to shape the future of the Western world. Unless they were willing to relinquish this opportunity, their only recourse was to establish lesser vehicle Buddhism. Indeed, senior brother, your plan is quite commendable. Let us act swiftly. The Taoist of the presiding enlightenment concurred, eager to put the plan into motion. Let us proceed without further ado. The Taoist of the presiding enlightenment announced, promptly gathering the disciples of the Western sect to prepare for the establishment of the lesser vehicle Buddhism. By the decree of heaven, I, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment, hereby transform the Western sect into the lesser vehicle Buddhism upon Mount Shumi, to save all sentient beings. The voice of the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment resonated throughout the primordial world, stirring quite a commotion. The shamelessness of the two saints from the West has truly exceeded all bounds of my understanding. Seeing Duobao accrue merit from establishing Buddhism, they shamelessly followed suit with their lesser vehicle Buddhism. The proclamation of the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment drew derision from numerous powerful figures, who were astonished at the audacity of the two saints from the West to engage in such an endeavor. Yet, undeterred by the ridicule from the powerful beings of the primordial world, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment and the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment remained unfazed. Their resolve had hardened into something akin to steel, enabling them to disregard all disparaging gazes. As if oblivious to the external world, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment began to assign Buddhist positions to the disciples of the Western sect. Maitreya, I hereby appoint you as the leader of the lesser vehicle Buddhism. The Taoist of the presiding enlightenment summoned Maitreya forward and conferred upon him this honored eye. In that instant, Maitreya's form transformed into a robust, bald figure with an ample visage. Simultaneously, a surge of heavenly merit flowed into him, elevating his essence until he reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. "Thank you, esteemed masters," Maitreya exclaimed, overwhelmed by his transformation. Previously, he had merely been at the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal, relatively lowly standing compared to the core disciples of other major sections. Now, having ascended to the complete realm of the great Luo golden immortal, he found himself among the elite of the various saint sections, even among the 12 golden immortals, whom the primordial lord revered. Only Guangchengzi and Yun Zhongzi had achieved the same exalted status. "Yao Shi, I hereby appoint you as the medicine Buddha." The Taoist of the presiding enlightenment continued presiding over the conferment ceremony. "Thank you, esteemed master," Yao Shi responded joyfully, achieving mid-stage in the great Luo golden immortal realm, thus saving countless years of cultivation. "Ri Guang and Yu Guang, step forward to receive your titles. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Sunlight Bodhisattva and the Moonlight Bodhisattva," the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment continued, bestowing titles upon the two who had previously only reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, elevating them to the great Luo golden immortal realm. They conferred titles upon all the original disciples of the Western sect, which was entirely transformed into the lesser vehicle Buddhism. This seemingly simple alteration resulted in a significant enhancement of the overall strength of the erstwhile Western sect, highlighting the profound implications the emergence of Buddhism held for the West and the primordial world. "Senior brother, with these merits, you can repay your debts to the heavenly Tao." With the establishment of the lesser vehicle Buddhism complete, the heavenly Tao conferred merits upon the two saints from the West. Yet, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment declined to claim any of this merit, opting instead to let the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment absorb it entirely. After the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment received the merits bestowed for establishing the lesser vehicle Buddhism, he found himself in a position where he only needed a small amount of merit to fully repay his debts to the heavenly Tao, a situation that was now resolved. Indeed, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders, transforming his demeanor into one of lightness and elation. This newfound sense of liberation filled him with excitement, for it signified the opportunity to resume his cultivation and pursue further advancement. At that moment, the Taoist of the presiding enlightenment felt his heart race uncontrollably, unable to contain the surge of exhilaration within him. Eagerly, he sought to immerse himself in cultivation and strive for even loftier realms. Thus, without hesitation, he committed himself to the path of enlightenment. Now that the lesser vehicle Buddhism had been successfully established, their next step would be to develop steadily and compete for fortune with the Tathagata. These matters could be entrusted to Maitreya and the other disciples, relieving him of the need to intervene personally. As time flowed on, the primordial world once again experienced a period of relative tranquility. Soon arriving at the eve of the great calamity of the canonization of gods, Chapter 67. The prelude to the great calamity of the canonization of gods within the Yao pool. Although we are nominally the sovereigns of the primordial realm, we lack capable subordinates and are utterly unable to command the myriad races of the primordial world. The various saint sects are one matter. They are backed by saints, and we cannot afford to provoke them. Yet even ordinary clans and loose cultivators show us no respect. What are we to do? In the era of the Shang dynasty, the heavenly emperor, Haoyan, lamented to Yao Pool beside him. He felt incredibly constrained in his role as emperor of heaven. Despite their exalted status, they remained utterly disrespected. The saint sects paid them no heed, and powerful clans and factions disregarded them entirely. Even ordinary loose cultivators dared to treat them with disrespect. If this continues, what credibility will the heavenly court possess? How can we govern the primordial world? With each passing moment, Haoyan's agitation grew, ultimately leading to a loss of composure. Seeing him in such a state, Yao Pool felt helpless. She understood that Haoyan spoke the truth, yet what could be done? The heavenly court was undeniably weak at present. Lacking strength, they naturally garnered no respect. Moreover, the saint sects were formidable adversaries, each supported by a powerful saint. Should the heavenly court offend them, it could invite catastrophic consequences. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This matter requires careful deliberation. Yao Pul consoled him. Deliberation? Until when? Should we wait until those saint sects have completely seized control of the primordial world and the heavenly court is rendered utterly marginalized? Haoyan replied furiously, Your Majesty, what we need now is time. As long as we are granted sufficient time, we will surely develop and grow stronger, Yao Pul asserted. Time? How much time do we have left? The structure of the primordial world is becoming increasingly stable. The longer we wait, the slimmer our chances become. If we do not take action soon, the heavenly court may soon become a mere joke. Haoyan exclaimed, Your Majesty, we cannot act impulsively. The consequences could be dire, Yao Pul cautioned. Then tell me, what should we do? Haoyan inquired. Perhaps we should seek assistance from the old lord. After all, it was he who appointed us as the heavenly empresses. Surely he would not stand idly by, Yao Pul suggested after a moment of contemplation. The current state of the heavenly court appeared to be a deadlock, and apart from seeking help from Hong Jun, Yao Pul could think of no other solution. Well, it seems we are left with no other recourse. Haoyan fell into a moment of silence before ultimately acquiescing to Yao Qi's proposal. Initially, he had no intention of seeking assistance from the venerable Hong Jun, fearing that his performance would disappoint the esteemed elder. However, given the current perplexing situation in the heavenly court, he found himself with no alternative. Thus, Haoyan set forth with Yao Qi towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Master, you must take my plight to heart. You have conferred upon me and Yao Qi the titles of Heavenly Emperor and Empress, yet other factions regard the heavenly court with disdain, without any allies to support us. I fear I shall fail to meet your expectations, he lamented at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, his voice a poignant cry that evoked sympathy in all who heard it. Enough of this weeping. I shall address the matter, Hong Jun replied, observing the tearful Haoyan with a flicker of barely perceptible annoyance in his eyes. Though his tone remained gentle and in truth, Hong Jun was not overly surprised by Haoyan's arrival. Ever since he decided to appoint the two as Emperor and Empress, he had anticipated this day would come. All the saints convening at the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun mused inwardly, then he gently parted his lips to convey his thoughts to the distant assembly. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Hong Jun understood that the time had come to initiate the divine tribulation, which would determine the fates of the Jie sect and the Tongtian teacher. At that very moment, on Golden Horn Island, Tongtian teacher sat cross-legged in his cave, engrossed in meditation. Suddenly, he received a message from Hong Jun, and clarity dawned upon him. A meeting at the Purple Cloud Palace? It seems the time for the divine tribulation has finally arrived, Tongtian murmured to himself. He knew that this gathering would undoubtedly pertain to the divine tribulation, and that he, along with the Jie sect, would become the focal point. Yet, Tongtian felt no fear. He simply smiled lightly and dispatched a clone towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon his arrival, the Reverend Yuanshi Tianzuan greeted Hong Jun with utmost respect. Inquiring about the purpose of their summons, I have called upon you because a new tribulation approaches, and we must discuss how to navigate it, Hong Jun replied calmly, as if addressing a trivial matter. What a new tribulation has arrived so swiftly? How can this be? The other saints gasped in disbelief, for they understood that the last calamity, the Wu Yao catastrophe, had only recently passed. While Hong Jun remained composed, the other saints could no longer maintain their equanimity. After all, previous tribulations had always been separated by vast spans of time, typically measured in epochs. Yet now, merely several tens of thousands of years had elapsed since the last calamity, barely enough time to constitute a single epoch. Such a brief interval was utterly astonishing, far beyond anyone's expectations. Indeed, the tribulation had arrived, named the divine tribulation, and it did not manifest without reason, but rather bore profound causes and context in the past. When the disciples of the Chan sect aided the human sovereign in his ascension, they had inadvertently provoked the red dust slaughter tribulation. Meanwhile, the heavenly court now lay vacant, desperately in need of formidable beings to fill its vacant positions. It was in light of this situation that the current calamity emerged. However, it was crucial to note that this tribulation differed from any that had come before. For those of considerable standing, There lay an opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm and live a life of leisure. Those of lesser stature would find their primordial spirits entering the divine realm, becoming part of the heavenly court and shouldering the responsibility of maintaining balance in the primordial world. As for the least fortunate, they would face a tragic demise. Hongjun succinctly introduced the origins of the calamity, providing the saints with a basic understanding. I asked that so. Except for Tongtian, the other saints still bore expressions of confusion. This is the Divine Registry, containing 365 divine positions that require 365 formidable beings of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm or higher to fill. You are to deliberate and inscribe the names of your disciples. Hongjun declared, presenting the Divine Registry for the saints to complete. To prevent Tongtian from casually inscribing the names of unworthy disciples, Hongjun had explicitly limited the requirements to those of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and above. In the current primordial world, such beings constituted the upper echelon of power. Since the Wu Yao catastrophe, the ranks of the powerful had been decimated and had yet to recover. Even the Jie sect, which boasted the arrival of myriad immortals, had suffered the loss of over 300 disciples of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, a blow that was far from trivial. To fill the Divine Registry? Upon hearing this, the saints fell into silence, fully aware that being inscribed on the registry was no trivial matter. For cultivators, being placed on the Divine Registry equated to losing one's freedom, a fate scarcely better than death. Master, I have but a single disciple in Xuandu, thus I shall refrain from participating in this Divine Registry matter. The Ta Ching saint spoke after a moment of contemplation. His solitary disciple in Xuandu was crucial to his connection with the human race. Should Xuandu be inscribed on the Divine Registry, he would no longer be able to channel the fortunes of humanity through it. As the leader of the human sect, he currently enjoyed a twofold share of humanity's fortunes, greatly enhancing his cultivation speed. Although he had transcended emotional attachments, he was not devoid of desire. Master, I have no established sect, only a few young attendants. Thus, I too shall not partake in this divine tribulation. Nuwa expressed her disinterest, asserting that it bore no relevance to her. Very well. Hongjun did not press the Ta Ching saint or Nuwa further, recognizing their positions. Master, this divine tribulation pertains to the east. I shall not engage from the west, Jane and Juanti hastily declared, eager to protect their disciples from being inscribed. The western lands were barren. Within their small vehicle Buddhism, they possessed only 5 disciples of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and a mere 20 or so Tai Golden Immortals. This was only due to their rebranding of the Western teachings into small vehicle Buddhism and conferring Buddhist positions upon their disciples, which had afforded them some foundation. They were loath to see their years of effort vanish into thin air. Agreed, Hongjun acknowledged. The small vehicle Buddhism, established by Jane and Juanti, was integral to the unfolding of the journey to the West Tribulation, and Hongjun did not wish to see them perish within the Divine Tribulation. If the small vehicle Buddhism were to be lost, the responsibility of the journey to the West Tribulation would fall solely to the great vehicle Buddhism led by the Tathagata, who was, incidentally, a disciple of Tongtian. Hongjun wished to avoid such a scenario. Master, all my disciples in the Chan sect possess profound fortunes and should not be inscribed. The disciples of Tongtian are numerous, hailed as the arrival of myriad immortals, and are precisely suited to fill this divine registry. I propose that the divine registry be filled by the disciples of the Jie sect, Yuanshi Tianzuan asserted, now calm after witnessing the disassociation of the Ta Ching saint and Nuwa. With only a handful of disciples, the Chan sect would surely face annihilation should they attempt to fill the divine registry. The Chan sect was the foundation of Yuanshi Tianzuan's cultivation, and he was unwilling to risk losing it. To safeguard his disciples, Yuanshi Tianzuan even suggested that the Jie sect's disciples take on this task, as long as the Dao ancestor does not mind. I have no objections to my disciples filling the divine registry, he declared. Tongtian did not contest this suggestion, recognizing that regardless of their arguments, the divine tribulation would inevitably ensnare all the sections. Hongjun would certainly not allow the 365 divine positions on the divine registry to be monopolized by the Jie sect alone. Were that to occur, the heavenly court would cease to be Haotian's but would instead become the domain of the Jie sect. Furthermore, although the Jie sect's foundation was substantial, The loss of 365 figures of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm was indeed a grievous wound. Yet not a fatal one. The origin of this calamity was linked to the transgressions of the Chan sect disciples against the Red Dust Slaughter Tribulation. Thus, they could not remain aloof, or mitigate the situation. They must immerse themselves in the tribulation, for only then would they have a chance to alleviate their own fated destruction. Therefore, it was impractical for all the positions on the Divine Registry to be filled exclusively by the Jia sect's disciples. As anticipated by the Celestial Master Tongtian, Ancestor Hongjun would never permit the disciples of the Jia sect to completely fill the Fengshen list. The calamity of the Fengshen is both an inevitable event dictated by the Tao of Heaven and a result of his machinations against the Jia sect. Ancestor Hongjun must devise a strategy to ensure the annihilation of the Jia sect during this great tribulation, even going so far as to eliminate the Celestial Master Tongtian. Only by thoroughly igniting the conflict between the Celestial Master Tongtian and the other saints, forcing them to unite against him, can he possibly achieve his objectives. At the very least, Ancestor Hongjun must create an opportunity for himself to act against the Celestial Master Tongtian. Thus, within the realm of humanity, the fortunes of the Shang dynasty are waning, and a new child of destiny shall soon be born to replace it and establish a new dynasty. Tongtian, many of your disciples hold positions in the Shang dynasty, and your teachings are said to provide a lifeline for all beings. Therefore, let your disciples align themselves with the Shang dynasty, while the disciples of the Chan sect support the child of destiny, culminating in the transition of the human dynasty and the fulfillment of this great calamity. What say you? Ancestor Hongjun continued, articulating his plan. This was the sole opportunity to bring about the downfall of the Jia sect. Naturally, Ancestor Hongjun would not allow any unforeseen complications to arise. Very well, it shall be as you say. The Celestial Master Tongtian did not oppose Ancestor Hongjun's proposal. Indeed, it served his interests as well. Only in this manner could the calamity unfold in accordance with the visions embedded in his memory, allowing him to prepare in advance. Since that is the case, you may each go and make your preparations. Yuan, I entrust the Fengshen list to you. There is no need to inscribe names. Any formidable being who perishes during the calamity shall automatically have their soul returned to the Fengshen list. You may all return now. Ancestor Hongjun was somewhat taken aback by the Celestial Master Tongtian's unexpected cooperation, sensing something amiss. Yet, with no better alternatives at hand, he could only adapt as circumstances evolved. Disciple, this humble one, takes leave. With matters concluded, the great saints promptly bid farewell and departed from the Zhixiao Palace. Yuan, should there be any needs, do not hesitate to summon us, your fellow disciples. Upon leaving the Zhixiao Palace, the Taoist Jiejin swiftly transmitted a message to Yuan Tianzuan. Although they were reluctant to send their disciples into danger, both of them were capable of taking action themselves. The grievances against the Celestial Master Tongtian for seizing his 12-petal merit golden lotus, coupled with the emergence of the great vehicle Buddhism by the Buddha of the West, which usurped their opportunities, were grievances that Jiejin and Zhuanti could not forget, and they yearned for vengeance against the Celestial Master Tongtian. Then I extend my gratitude to both of you, esteemed friends. Hearing the transmission from the two, Yuan Tianzuan felt considerably relieved. Even though Ancestor Hongjun favored the Chan sect, aligning them with the Child of Destiny, the strength of his disciples and himself could not be compared to that of the Jia sect. If the Chan sect were to engage the Jia sect alone, he would truly have no confidence in overcoming them. Now that the two saints from the West were willing to assist him, it bolstered Yuan Tianzuan's resolve significantly. No need for thanks. The two saints from the West smiled as they departed, having received Yuan Tianzuan's acceptance of their goodwill. Chapter 69. The birth of Neza. I report to you, my lord, that the lady has given birth to a demon. Within the confines of the estate of Li Jing at Qintang Pass in the Shang dynasty, he awaited with great agitation. At that moment, a maid rushed in with an anxious expression, her demeanor fraught with urgency. What? Upon hearing this, Li Jing's concern for Lady Yin's safety surged, and he hurriedly dashed into the chamber to ascertain the situation. What is this? Upon entering the room, Li Jing was confronted by a fleshy orb on the floor. Startled, he swiftly drew his sword and severed the orb in one stroke. Instantly, the orb split open, revealing a 2-year-old child within. The child appeared somewhat peculiar, with faint flames of true fire flickering upon his body. Witnessing this spectacle, even the worldly wise Li Jing momentarily stood in shock. "Father," as Li Jing remained in a daze. The child's voice suddenly resonated. "A child?" Hearing the child call him father left Li Jing at a loss. Yet, compelled by paternal instinct, he gathered the child into his arms. "My lord, there is a Taoist outside seeking an audience." Just as Li Jing embraced the child, a guard approached to announce that a Taoist sought him. "Please, let them in." Despite his limited aptitude and modest accomplishments as a disciple of the Taoist master of deliverance, Li Jing, as a practitioner, held a deep respect for others of the same path. Therefore, he would not shun the arrival of a visiting Taoist. "Greetings, General." Upon entering Li's estate, the Taoist immediately saluted Li Jing. "Taoist, please take a seat. May I inquire your esteemed name and origins, and the purpose of your visit?" Li Jing invited the Taoist to sit, subsequently inquiring about his background and intentions. "I am but a humble disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, known as Tai Zhenren of the Qinyuan Mountains Golden Light Cave. Today, passing through Chuntang Pass, I heard that the general has welcomed a son, and I have come to offer my congratulations. May I be allowed to see the child?" Tai Zhenren did not beat around the bush, directly requesting Li Jing to present the child for inspection. For a mere mortal who had yet to attain immortality, Tai Zhenren refrained from issuing any direct commands. Showing great courtesy to his master, the Taoist master of deliverance. "Taoist, please take a look." Upon hearing this, Li Jing promptly presented the child to Tai Zhenren as one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Tai Zhenren held considerable esteem, and although Li Jing's talent was lacking, he possessed a modicum of knowledge, understanding that Tai Zhenren was not someone to be trifled with, even by his own master. "This is not good. This child is the reincarnation of a spirit bead of the goddess Nuwa. His past life was marred by a killing calamity, and in this life, he is destined for tribulations." Holding the child, Tai Zhenren's brow suddenly furrowed. The reincarnation of the spirit bead was crucial for resolving the calamity of killing that loomed over him. Tai Zhenren aimed to instill a sense of dread in Li Jing, persuading him to willingly allow this child to become his disciple. This was a scheme devised by Yuanshi Tianzuan to safeguard his disciples by having the 12 golden immortals accept disciples to replace them in facing their tribulations, thus averting unforeseen disasters. "What? Taoist, what shall we do? Can you assist my child?" Li Jing, being merely a mortal, could not fathom that the illustrious Tai Zhenren would conspire against his child. Instead, he genuinely believed his child was indeed destined for misfortune and urgently sought Tai Zhenren's aid. "Has this child been given a name?" Tai Zhenren did not respond directly but instead posed a question. "Not yet." Li Jing paused briefly before hurriedly replying, "I see. Then allow me to bestow a name upon this child, so he may join my ranks as a disciple." Tai Zhenren revealed his true intentions. "That would be an honor for my son." Upon hearing this, Li Jing immediately felt a wave of relief. If Tai Zhenren was willing to accept his child as a disciple, it would surely mitigate the calamities that awaited him. However, he remained unaware that he had already fallen into Tai Zhenren's trap. "Let us name him Neza." After pondering for a moment, Tai Zhenren designated the name Neza. "Thank you, Taoist, for the name." Li Jing expressed his gratitude hastily. "No need for thanks, since I have accepted Neza as my disciple. This small matter is nothing of consequence. Here are 3 treasures. Consider them as a welcoming gift for Neza." Tai Zhenren feigned humility, presenting 3 treasures: the misty silk, the fire wind wheels, and the fire-pointed spear to Neza. Since Neza is to undertake the trials of the mortal realm on my behalf, Tai Zhenren could not be stingy and generously bestowed upon him 3 exceptional innate treasures. "I will convey my son's gratitude for your generous gifts." Taoist, Li Jing, upon witnessing Tai Zhenren's presentation of such formidable treasures, was filled with excitement and expressed his gratitude fervently. "I have matters to attend to at Qinyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave. Once Neza has grown a bit, I shall return to take him for training." Tai Zhenren did not waste any time with Li Jing. After confirming that Neza would become his disciple, he promptly returned to his cave abode. Neza, being the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, is inherently a formidable being and requires no guidance from him. He would swiftly regain his previous cultivation level of a golden immortal. For now, All he needed to do was wait for the onset of the Tongtian calamity, allowing Neza to participate in the tribulation on his behalf. Naturally, before that, he must ensure that Neza severs any causal ties with Li Jing and his wife, so he could be better utilized. As time slipped away like grains of sand, after Tai Yizhenren's departure, Neza rapidly matured like bamboo shoots after a rain, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the age of dancing the ladle. However, his mischievous nature resembled that of an unruly child. Over the years, this little demon king frequently stirred up trouble, leaving Li Jing and his wife in constant worry and unrest. Today was no exception. As soon as Li Jing and his wife stepped out of their residence to confront enemies on the battlefield, Neza slipped away, heading straight for the boundless Eastern Sea. Upon arriving at the Eastern Sea, Neza, in a playful mood, took out the Hunyuan Ling and began to stir the waters violently in an instant. Waves surged and the sea churned, causing the entire Eastern Sea to become tumultuous. Observing this, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea quickly dispatched a legion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to investigate. Unexpectedly, Neza mistook them for malevolent beings, and with a swift motion, they all met their demise. Not only that, even the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, was not spared, as he suffered the cruel fate of having his dragon tendons pulled out and his skin flayed, dying on the spot. Chapter 70. The arrogant little rascal. After Ao Bing was flayed and dismembered, his corpse was returned to the Dragon Palace. The old Dragon King, upon seeing this tragic sight, was filled with sorrow and rage. He gritted his teeth and swore to make Li Jing and Neza pay dearly. Thus, the old Dragon King commanded his legion of dragons, unleashing monstrous waves that surged toward Chintang Pass. The common folk, thrown into panic, fled in all directions, but the merciless flood claimed many lives. Upon learning of this calamity, Li Jing understood that disaster was imminent. On one hand, he was heartbroken over the troubles his son Neza had caused. On the other, he found himself in a dilemma facing the Dragon King's threat. Neza was well aware that this disaster stemmed from his actions. Witnessing the suffering of the townspeople filled him with guilt and remorse. Just then, Tai Yizhenren appeared and told Neza that to quell the Dragon King's wrath, he would have to sacrifice himself. Without hesitation, Neza nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to bear all consequences. Ultimately, under Neza's resolute gaze, Li Jing, wielding a treasured sword, felt his heart wrench in anguish. Despite his deep reluctance, he knew he had to save the people of Chintang Pass and thus thrust the sword toward Neza. In an instant, blood splattered as Neza endured the excruciating pain, willingly dismembering himself to return his flesh and blood to his parents. This tragic scene moved heaven and earth as Neza's physical form separated. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the flood began to recede, finally averting a great catastrophe. However, Neza's soul did not depart. Instead, with the aid of Tai Yizhenren and lotus roots, he was reborn, now possessing even greater power. This was Tai Yizhenren's method of severing Neza's causal ties with Li Jing and his wife. With Neza's soul being that of the spirit pearl, and his physical body now deceased, he was reshaped alongside the lotus roots, significantly diminishing any causal connection with Li Jing and his wife. Tai Yizhenren was exceedingly pleased, as Neza would now be better suited to assist him in facing the tribulations of the mortal world. He eagerly awaited the official commencement of the Tongtian calamity. Yet, a mischievous child remains a mischievous child. Having suffered once, he still failed to temper his behavior. One day, while his parents were away, Neza stumbled upon a grand bow within their chamber. This bow, known as the Qian Kuan bow, was accompanied by 3 thunder arrows. Upon seeing this, Neza's interest was piqued. He grasped the Qian Kuan bow, knocked a thunder arrow, and drew it back fully then, releasing his grip. The arrow transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. The thunder arrow pierced the heavens, striking down a youth in the bone cave of Skull Mountain. Bai Yun, what has happened? My lady, Bai Yun is dead. The sudden death of Bai Yun startled the nearby Kai Yun, who began to cry out in distress. Who was so audacious as to harm my beloved disciple without cause? Hearing the anguished cries of Kai Yun, Shiji Nyang rushed over in a flurry. Upon seeing the lifeless form of Bai Yun sprawled on the ground, her heart ignited with fury. as a spirit transformed from a stubborn rock of the earth. Despite her not-so-deep-rooted foundation, she could not remain composed regarding the sudden misfortune that befell her only companion and confidant in the realm known for gathering myriad immortals, the Jiejiao inner sect. Few had genuine connections with her, and her two disciples were her only solace and support. Now, with Bai Yun tragically slain by another's hand, Shiji Nyang was overwhelmed with grief. Li Jing of Chintang Pass. I will not rest until this vengeance is repaid. Clenching her teeth, she pulled the fatal thunder arrow from Bai Yun's body, its tip emblazoned with the 4 characters Li Jing of Chintang Pass. Enraged, she unhesitatingly led Kai Yun and the remains of Bai Yun straight to Chintang Pass, demanding justice from Li Jing and ensuring he would pay the due price. Li Jing, come out and face your death. Soon, Shiji Nyang arrived at Chintang Pass, her fury unabated, radiating the peak aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, demanding Li Jing to face his death. Esteemed fairy, I am unaware of any offense I have committed against you. Why this wrath? Li Jing, still oblivious to the calamity Neza had caused, questioned Shiji Nyang with a puzzled expression. Is this thunder arrow yours? It suddenly flew into my bone cave and struck down my disciple Bai Yun. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, our matter will not conclude here. Shiji Nyang presented the thunder arrow, still stained with blood, before Li Jing. Esteemed fairy, this indeed is my thunder arrow. But I did not take it with me today. Is there possibly some misunderstanding? Li Jing, feeling perplexed, could not comprehend why the thunder arrow had shot down by Yu and it is your arrow, is it not? Who else could it belong to? Shiji Nyang clearly did not believe Li Jing's explanation, convinced he was merely attempting to evade responsibility. It wasn't me. It was Neza who shot it. Just as Li Jing pondered how to prove to Shiji Nyang that the thunder arrow was not his doing, Neza's voice rang out from within the Li residence. Neza, you? Hearing Neza's voice, Li Jing turned to see Neza emerging, bow in hand. You little brat, why did you kill my disciple? Shiji Nyang was momentarily taken aback to find that the one who had slain her disciple was merely a child. I just shot an arrow at random. Who knew your disciple would be so unfortunate? Neza evidently did not recognize his wrongdoing, believing he had merely shot an arrow without consequence. You insolent child! Not only did you kill Bai Yun, but you also dare to mock her misfortune? Do you possess no manners? Before Shiji Nyang could respond, Kai Yun, who had spent much time with Bai Yun, could no longer contain his anger and shouted back at Neza. How dare you insult me? Neza, incensed that Kai Yun would dare to retort, summoned the Qian Kuan circle and hurled it at Kai Yun. Kai Yun, far inferior in strength to Neza, was instantly crushed to death. Outrageous! You dare to act so brazenly before me? Shiji Nyang was equally astonished that Neza would be so audacious in her presence. Caught off guard as Kai Yun fell victim to the unexpected assault. With Kai Yun's demise, even Shiji Nyang, known for her good temper, was driven into a furious rage. With a graceful hand, Shiji Nyang struck out at Neza, revealing her formidable strength at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Though Neza's power had increased to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm due to the innate lotus roots, he was no match for Shiji Nyang's peak strength, suffering a devastating blow. Neza, Li Jing, witnessing Neza's injury, was filled with concern. Esteemed fairy, Neza is still just a child, ignorant of his actions. It is I, as his father, who has failed to educate him properly. Let me bear the consequences of his misdeeds. As a father, Li Jing could not bear to watch Neza perish at Shiji Nyang's hands, and quickly offered to take responsibility for Neza's actions. No need for your feigned pity. I will shoulder my own affairs. Neza, however, showed no gratitude towards Li Jing's plea. Under Tai Zhenren's deliberate guidance, Neza had come to regard the once strict Li Jing as an adversary. Disciple, do not fear. I shall come to your aid. At that moment, Tai Zhenren's voice echoed, revealing he had been secretly protecting Neza all along. Neza was the key to his safe passage through the tribulations of the mortal world, and Tai Zhenren would not allow any misfortune to befall him. Chapter 71. The frightened little rascal master, save me. This woman wants to kill me. Upon the appearance of Tai Zhenren, Neza felt as though he had found a pillar of support, and his arrogance surged anew. The terror he had felt when severely wounded by Shiji Nyang was now eclipsed by his brashness. "Do not fear, my dear disciple. I shall avenge you." Tai Zhenren was indifferent to the moral implications of the situation. He was solely aware that Shiji Nyang had nearly obliterated his pawn in the game of life and death. She must pay the price. "Shiji, how dare you inflict harm upon my disciple? I shall show you the consequences of crossing me." Tai Zhenren summoned the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. Preparing to strike down Shiji Nyang without hesitation, Tai Zhenren, "It was your disciple who first harmed mine. Why retaliation is merely in defense of my own." Facing Tai Zhenren, Shiji Nyang felt a twinge of trepidation. She was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, still a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, while Tai Zhenren had long since surpassed that threshold. Now firmly in the late stage of great Luo Golden Immortal, should a battle ensue, she would undoubtedly be no match for him. This realization left Shiji Nyang feeling helpless. Her disciples had been slain, and she lacked the power to avenge them. "Humph, I care not for your reasons. I only know that you have attacked my disciple, and you shall bear the brunt of my wrath." Tai Zhenren showed no inclination to relent, directly activating the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield to launch an assault on Shiji Nyang. In an instant, 9 colossal fire dragons roared forth, hurtling towards her. How outrageous! While fear gripped her, Shiji Nyang's heart also burned with fury. It was Neza who had erred first, yet Tai Zhenren was now indiscriminately set on her destruction. Faced with this dire predicament, Shiji Nyang had no choice but to summon her own lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Tai Sword, to cleave at the 9 fire dragons. Simultaneously, she invoked the Bagua Dragon Whisk to shield herself from the onslaught. However, in both cultivation and treasures, she was vastly inferior to Tai Zhenren and found herself utterly incapable of resisting his assault. Witnessing Shiji Nyang's inability to fend off Tai Zhenren's attack, Li Jing hesitated, choosing not to intervene. After all, Neza was his son, and at this moment, his parental instincts led him to side with Neza. "Am I to perish?" Shiji Nyang thought, unwilling to accept her fate. She had come to the White Bone Cave to cultivate peacefully with her 2 disciples, only to be struck by this unexpected calamity. Not only had her disciples perished, but now she too was facing her demise. Boom! Just as despair enveloped Shiji Nyang, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the air, a force of unimaginable terror shattering the 9 fire dragons conjured by Tai Zhenren. As the explosive waves subsided, a breathtaking figure emerged from the epicenter of the blast. Jinling Shengmu? Upon witnessing the stunning figure amidst the explosion, the previously arrogant Tai Zhenren lost his composure. A flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes, Jinling Shengmu had long since attained the quasi-saint realm and was the foremost female immortal of the Jiejiao, undoubtedly possessing an abundance of treasures. Confronted with Jinling Shengmu, Tai Zhenren found himself devoid of any hope of victory. "Junior sister Shiji, I greet you, senior sister. Thank you for your life-saving grace." Seeing Jinling Shengmu, Shiji Nyang breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She understood that with Jinling Shengmu's arrival, her safety was assured. As a disciple of Jiejiao, Shiji Nyang was well aware of the formidable power wielded by Jinling Shengmu. "Do not mention it. Shiji junior sister, we are all sisters of the same sect. It is my duty to assist." Jinling Shengmu did not seek accolades for her intervention. As the foremost female immortal of Jiejiao, it was indeed her responsibility to protect her fellow disciples. "Tai Zhenren, how dare you launch an assault on my Jiejiao disciple? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect me to hold back." After addressing Shiji Nyang, Jinling Shengmu turned her gaze toward Tai Zhenren, questioning him. Upon receiving a hint from Tongtian Jiaozhu, she had hastened to Qintang Pass, only to arrive and witness a scene that incited her fury. Neza, Tai Zhenren's disciple, had slain Shiji Nyang's disciples first, yet Tai Zhenren not only failed to reprimand his disciple but sought to kill Shiji Nyang instead. How could Jinling Shengmu tolerate such an affront? She would have slain Tai Zhenren on the spot had it not been for her respect for Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was her grandmaster. "Jianling, it was your junior sister who first sought to kill my disciple." In the face of Jinling Shengmu, Tai Zhenren lost his previous bravado and began to explain. However, his reasoning was utterly untenable, for it was evident from the outset that they had been in the wrong. Tai Zhenren felt exasperated. He had not anticipated that Jinling Shengmu would appear here, so far from Chintang Pass. Tai, your rationale does not satisfy me. It seems I must impart some lessons upon you. Tai Zhenren's explanation was nothing short of an insult to Jinling Shengmu's intelligence.